Chapter 1. Have I returned to 7 years ago? Ishuan, be careful. In Huadu City, a cacophony of screeching brakes pierced the bustling streets. Bang! In an instant, she was flung aside, her elegant hair stained with blood, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. Jai! Accompanied by a frantic scream, the girl slowly closed her eyes. Shen Ishuan crawled to her side, nearly on his knees. Ishuan, I'm so tired. Jai, don't sleep. The ambulance will arrive soon. Please stay awake. Call for an ambulance. Hurry. 2 minutes later, the sirens wailed as the paramedics arrived, and Shen Ishuan followed them into the vehicle. Jai, don't sleep. Just hold on a little longer. It will be all right. The girl lying on the stretcher parted her lips slightly, yet no sound escaped her. At that moment, Shen Ishuan was inconsolable, fighting back tears as he leaned closer to her. Why, Ishuan? I like you. Jai, I like you too. Ever since the day I met you, I've liked you. Shen Ishuan continued to choke on his sobs, so please don't sleep. Once you recover, will you marry me? He grasped her hand, gazing at her fragile form, his heart heavy with regret and guilt. If only he had confessed his feelings sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Ishuan, it's a pity I wanted a chance in this life. In the next life, you must. The girl could not finish her sentence. Her hand, held tightly by Shen Ishuan, fell limply to her side. Jai! Beeping sounds from the machines filled the air. Duan Jai had died, all for his sake. No, Jai, don't scare me. Wakil, Jai. He shook the tranquil girl before him repeatedly, unable to fathom that she was gone, until a white sheet was placed over her body. The last glimmer of light in his world had vanished. If Duan Jai hadn't desperately pushed him away, she would not have perished beneath the wheels of a runaway vehicle. Shen Ishuan was consumed by regret. Regret that it wasn't him who had died. Regret for not revealing his feelings over the past 3 years. Indeed, Shen Ishuan had harbored feelings for Duan Jai for 5 years. Born into a wealthy family, Shen Yixin's upbringing was far from harmonious. His mother abandoned him at a tender age to remarry. From that point onward, he and his mother were like fire and water, irreconcilable. It was only 3 years ago, after his mother had died in a car accident while trying to protect him, that Shen Ishuan realized he had wronged her all along. But it was too late. Since then, his world had lost its color, transforming entirely. In just 3 years, Shen Ishuan had morphed from a frivolous playboy into the youngest billionaire in Huadu. A month after his mother's death, he encountered Duan Jai. Upon first laying eyes on her, her petite, lively visage shone like a ray of sunshine, illuminating Shen Yixin's world. Clever, adorable, kind-hearted. After 3 years of companionship, he was utterly enchanted by her. As for why he had never expressed his feelings, it was due to fear. Fear of what? Fear that Duan Jai would not reciprocate his feelings. Fear that his kindness would make her a target for those with ill intentions. Having reached his current stature, Shen Ishuan naturally had his share of enemies his mother had suffered due to his youthful recklessness. So, was today's accident truly an accident? Jai, how can you leave so soon? What will your mother do? Woo! At Duan Jai's funeral, her mother, overwhelmed with grief, nearly fainted. Her father held her tightly, struggling to contain his tears as he gazed at their daughter's photograph on the gravestone. Shen Ishuan knelt before Jai's headstone, his head bowed. The photograph on the stone captured the girl's radiant smile. Give me back my daughter. Why is it you who lives while she dies? Just because you are wealthy, must my daughter pay the price? Duan Jai's mother, in her despair, shook Shen Ishuan, relentlessly accusing him until she collapsed. As night fell, the world remained unchanged by her passing. Yet Shen Yixin's world had crumbled. He remained kneeling for an entire day, until he was the last one left. His expression vacant, he tenderly caressed the photo on the gravestone, closing his eyes. Crack! Unbeknownst to him how much time had passed, the sky was suddenly split by a bolt of lightning, and torrential rain began to pour. Shen Ishuan leaned against the gravestone, showing no signs of waking. As the sound of rain diminished, it gradually morphed into the murmurs of conversation. Shen Ishuan furrowed his brow slightly. How noisy! He opened his eyes, intending to express his annoyance, but was taken aback by the scene before him. He was astonishingly on a bus. What is happening? Shin Yixuan shouted, silencing the bus instantly as numerous pairs of eyes turned toward him. Shin-sun, what's wrong with you? The boy sitting beside him noticed something amiss and hurriedly inquired. Su-chuan? Shin Yixuan stared blankly at the boy before him, disbelief etched on his face. Su-chuan was Shin Yixin's close friend from school. They had skipped classes, surfed the net, and frequented clubs together. Their bond was unbreakable. However, neither of them had managed to enroll in college. Shin Yixuan chose to attend a vocational school, while Su-chuan followed his father into business, and they lost contact thereafter. Years later, they met again as rivals. But now, Shin Yixuan realized that they were both still clad in their high school uniforms. Classmates, quiet down. Let's review the material in our books. This morning is the language exam. Don't stress too much, just treat the college entrance exam like a regular test. The college entrance exam? Shin Yixuan murmured. Yes, Shin-sun, you didn't fall asleep and lose your mind, did you? Ha! Shin Yixuan, bewildered, looked around as his classmates scrambled to prepare their books. How could he be dreaming about the college entrance exam? Rebirth successful, loading host information. A mechanical voice echoed in Shin Yixin's ears, reciting a series of incomprehensible statements. What is this voice? Shin Yixuan looked around, noticing that everyone else seemed oblivious. When the strange voice fell silent, Shin Yixuan chose to disregard it, crossing his arms and closing his eyes once more. Yet every time he shut his eyes, Duan Jiai's face emerged in his mind. Shin Yixuan felt a pang in his heart. If only I could truly be reborn. What nonsense are you spouting? Saying this, Su-chuan playfully patted Shin Yixuan on the shoulder. Ouch! Shin Yixuan winced slightly. That hurt. Wait a minute. Isn't dreaming supposed to be devoid of sensation? Could it be that he wasn't dreaming? Rebirth successful. Host information imported. Would you like to view it? Again? Shin Yixuan replied impatiently, yes, yes, yes. But what followed left him utterly astonished. With a series of mechanical sounds, a translucent blue box appeared before Shin Yixuan. He reached out to touch it, but found it utterly intangible. Shin-sun, I think you've lost your mind today. TSK. 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 Too frightening. Seeing Shin Yixin's peculiar behavior, Su-chuan shook his head. Was the college entrance exam really that terrifying? Through this experience, Shin Yixuan realized that only he could see the translucent box. In fact, he was no stranger to the concept of rebirth. Was it the most popular genre in novels right now about rebirth? Previously, Duan Jia had often dragged him into conversations about this, mentioning how the male protagonist would be reborn to save the female leads, or how that male lead would gain a golden finger upon rebirth. Shin Yixuan had nearly grown calluses on his ears from hearing it all. Wait a minute, the male lead saves the female lead? Wasn't his situation exactly aligned with this trope? Thus, he had been granted a chance at rebirth. Realizing this, Shin Yixuan turned his gaze to the blue screen. Host Shin Yixuan. Intelligence, Level 1. Emotional Quotient, Level 1. Wealth, Level 8. Appearance, Level 8. Physical Fitness, Level 1. Note, the highest level is 10. Shin Yixuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. No matter if this was real or not, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would strive for it. Mom, Jai, wait for me. I will come to save you. Host information confirmed successfully. Welcome to your rebirth in 2021. The journey of rebirth begins now. Chapter 2, Striving for Duan Jia Rebirth Package. Shin Yixuan recalled Duan Jia mentioning that after the protagonist's rebirth, the system would bestow upon the host a mysterious grand gift package, filled with remarkable skills. Now, facing the first challenge of the college entrance examination, he couldn't help but wonder if this rebirth package would assist him in his endeavors. Without a moment's hesitation, Shin Yixuan replied, yes. No sooner had he spoken than an invisible warm current surged into his eyes. Though an unusual sensation entered his gaze, Shin Yixuan felt no discomfort. Rather, his vision instantly brightened, allowing him to see more clearly. Package successfully claimed. Please check. What? Is this it? Shin Yixuan surveyed himself. Aside from the significant improvement in his eyesight, there seemed to be no other changes. He had heard Duan Jia say that other systems transformed their hosts into super geniuses or martial arts masters. Yet this felt rather underwhelming. It seemed his system was not particularly impressive, Whatever thoughts lingered in Shun Yixin's mind, the system was fully aware. To demonstrate its capabilities, a translucent blue screen promptly materialized before his eyes. Host, Shen Yihun. Intelligence level 1. Emotional quotient, 1. Wealth level, 8. Attractiveness level, 8. Physical fitness, 1. Skill, photographic memory. Note, the highest level is 10. These statistics mirrored those presented earlier. But the only addition was the skill section, which revealed he possessed a photographic memory. Photographic memory? Shen Yixuan murmured to himself. The first exam would be Chinese, which heavily tests memory, particularly with questions requiring the recitation of poetry, so this skill might indeed prove useful. With that thought, Shen Yixuan hastily opened his backpack and retrieved his Chinese textbook. Hey, wait a minute. Our number one slacker is actually studying? Upon witnessing Shun Yixin's strange behavior, Su Chuan scratched his head in disbelief. Ignoring him, Shen Yixuan continued to immerse himself in his book. To be fair, this skill was indeed quite beneficial. Under normal circumstances, he would never even glance at a book. Yet today, not only was he increasingly engrossed, but his reading speed soared. He finished the content of a page in just 2 or 3 seconds. Shen Yixuan closed the book, slowly recalling everything he had just read. Miraculously, the information from the book presented itself in his mind in perfect sequence, as if the book had opened in his brain. Truly remarkable. Shen Yixuan imagined Duan Jiai, her sweet smile greeting him as she stood at the entrance of Huakai University, beckoning him closer. Seeing the girl he had longed for, he found himself grinning foolishly. Su Chuan observed his unusually cheerful friend and shook his head in exasperation. After the daydream, Shen Yixuan felt invigorated and resumed reading. After approximately 5 minutes, he had completed the entire Chinese textbook. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Completion of 1 book read. Intelligence level increased by 1. Following that, the blue screen reappeared. Intelligence level 2. Shen Yixuan was quite astonished. The increase in level was remarkably easy. He was now 1 step closer to Jiai. He glanced at the books in his backpack. Then, 5 minutes later, completion of 1 book read. Intelligence value 50. 10 minutes later, completion of 1 book read. Intelligence level increased by 1. Intelligence level 3. Having read 2 more books in one go, Shen Yixin's intelligence level rose once again. If this trend continued, it seemed that each level would become increasingly difficult. With the highest level being 10, reaching level 3 would still pose challenges in gaining admission to a prestigious university, wouldn't it? Students, we have arrived at the examination site. Please disembark in an orderly fashion and proceed to your respective examination rooms. Had they arrived so soon? This was Shun Yixin's genuine thought. The examination site was located in the South China district, so the journey was not lengthy. For the first time, he felt that time spent studying flew by. Fortunately, Chinese was not a major concern after finishing the exam. He could continue studying, making the remaining subjects manageable. Following the crowd as they exited the vehicle and walked to the examination room, he kept his gaze fixed on the book in his hands. Once outside, Su Chuan threw an arm around Shun Yixin's shoulders. Hey, Shen Yixuan, are you planning to abandon me to pursue higher education? What do you know? I'm striving for the girl I adore. Shen Yixin's expression remained calm, his focus unwavering from the book, yet his words startled Su Chuan, leaving him momentarily speechless. The reason for Su Chuan's reaction was his deep understanding of Shen Yixuan. In South China High School, Shen Yixuan was akin to the school heartthrob. Countless girls adored him, showering him with love letters daily, which he would toss into the trash without a second glance. Sleeping, skipping classes, and fighting were his true passions. So hearing him say something like this left Su Chuan bewildered. Even more astonishing was the fact that he was studying for a girl. What kind of girl is worth such effort? And when did this happen? How come I didn't know? Oh, Shen Yixuan, you're keeping secrets from me. But for someone to captivate our Shun's attention so completely, she must be quite the looker, right? Thinking of Duan Jiai, a smile involuntarily crept onto Shun Yixin's lips as he nodded. Utterly adorable. Uffed. Su Chuan scoffed, observing Shen Yixin's reluctant attachment to the book, and refrained from pressing the matter further. With approximately half an hour remaining until the exam commenced, Shin Yixuan aimed to elevate his intelligence level once more during this interval. However, things did not go as planned. Leveling up was increasingly challenging. Since his last upgrade, Shin Yixuan had read 2 books already, and upon attempting to read another, he realized he simply hadn't brought enough books. Art, what a headache! Just then, the announcement for entry rang out. All candidates, please line up in an orderly fashion to enter the examination room. Reluctantly, Shin Yixuan set his book aside and joined the queue. After completing the pre-exam checks, he entered the examination hall. In the ensuing 15 minutes of waiting, Shin Yixuan's palms grew clammy with anxiety. What if he couldn't even score 100 points? Wouldn't that mean his chances at Huakai University were dashed? Students, we will now distribute the exam papers and answer sheets. Please fill in your school, name, class, examination number, and other necessary information. You may begin writing once you hear the exam start command. Shin Yixuan picked up the distributed exam paper and quickly scanned it. Then, the bell for the exam rang. Candidates, please commence answering. Chapter 3 Mom, I miss you so much. To his astonishment, most of the answers to the questions seemed to materialize on the test paper by themselves. Wow, how impressive. Is this truly a level 3 intelligence? If so, what would a level 10 be comparable to Einstein? This system is truly remarkable. Gaining admission to Huakai University seems to be within effortless reach. Nevertheless, even with such advantages, Shin Yixuan remained vigilant, meticulously rereading the questions twice. Better safe than sorry. The 2.5 hours allotted for the exam were utilized to their fullest. Although he could not complete the entire paper in an hour like a genius, Shin Yixuan felt confident about most of the questions presented. However, upon encountering the essay prompt, Shin Yixuan found himself scratching his head. Despite having reviewed the Chinese textbooks from all 3 years of high school, this essay seemed to test his extracurricular knowledge. Apart from the textbooks, he had hardly touched any other reading material. It would have to be a matter of relying on word count and presentation to earn extra points. Gritting his teeth, Shin Yixuan resolved not to hesitate any longer. Taking a moment to admire the pristine answer sheet before him, he exhaled a sigh of relief. With 15 minutes remaining in the exam, he realized had it not been for the broadcast announcement, he would have been oblivious to the time it took him to complete the test that in previous exams, he would have hastily dove into the paper. But for the first time, he felt pressed for time. With the remaining minutes, he diligently double-checked his answers, feeling reassured that he had more than enough to secure a score of 120. As the bell signaling the end of the exam rang, he was instructed to set down his paper. Upon exiting the examination hall, he encountered his close friend, Su Chuan. Shin Yixuan, how did it go? Su Chuan casually draped his arm over Shin Yixuan's shoulder. Shin Yixuan, absorbed in thoughts of Duan Jiai, did not respond, secretly reveling in the fact that he was now a step closer to her. Noticing his silence, Su Chuan, perhaps assuming Shin Yixuan had not performed well, spoke in a comforting tone. Oh, don't be too disheartened, that we did our best, right? What would this girl say if she knew you were trying so hard for her? Shin Yixuan shrugged off Su Chuan's arm and shot him an exasperated glance. You should worry about yourself first. Did you sleep through the entire thing again? Oh, come on, this is the Gaokao. I at least answer for 30 minutes before dozing off. All right, since this young master is in a good mood today, I shall treat you to a meal. What do you want to eat? After the exam, the school gate was crowded with parents waiting for their children. Shin Yixuan jokingly chatted with Su Chuan. He lifted his gaze and spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, freezing in place. There stood a woman in her 40s, clad in a white dress, carrying an expensive handbag worth hundreds of thousands, exuding the aura of a refined lady. This was none other than Shin Yixuan's mother, Zhaoying. His eyes welled up with tears, and his nose tinged with a hint of sadness as he whispered, Mom. Finally, Zhaoying had spotted Shin Yixuan and smiled, waving at her son. What is wrong? Su Chuan was taken aback, having faintly heard Shin Yixuan call the woman Mom. Yet having known Shin Yixuan since middle school, he had never once heard him mention her. Before Su Chuan could speak, Shin Yixuan patted his shoulder and said, My mom's here to pick me up, that I'll treat you to a meal next time. I have to go now. Without waiting for Su Chuan's response, Shin Yixuan hurried toward Zhaoying. Seeing his long-lost mother, Shin Yixuan embraced her, which startled Zhaoying. For years, she had quietly watched over him. But Shin Yixuan had never allowed her the chance to connect. The last time they met, he had barely acknowledged her, even mocking her coldly. What had changed today? Zhaoing hesitated, but ultimately held her son close. Mom, I miss you so much. Shen Yishuan's words filled Zhaoing with warmth, and she replied, You must be exhausted after a morning of exams, right? I've made reservations at a restaurant. Let us go eat together. And your Uncle Wei is joining us. She spoke carefully, fearing to upset Shen Yishuan, knowing that he associated her marriage to Wei Tianqian with her abandonment. All right, Shen Yishuan did not refuse, surprising Zhaoing with his eagerness. This meeting was indeed unlike any other. Without further ado, Zhaoing guided Shen Yishuan to the car. The restaurant she had chosen was merely a 10-minute drive from the exam center, that be why the time they arrived. Wei Tianqian had already been waiting for them. Wei Tianqian presented himself as a successful individual. It was evident that he had been handsome in his youth, perfectly complementing Zhaoing. Most importantly, he was her first husband. In truth, Wei Tianqian and Zhaoing had known each other for many years and were deeply in love. However, when they were younger, Wei Tianqian's circumstances were less than favorable, and Zhao's father adamantly opposed their union. Left with no choice, Zhaoing married Shen Yishuan's father, Shen Yin, a man of similar social standing. Since her marriage, Wei Tianqian had remained single, waiting for her. Hello, Uncle Wei. Upon entering the private room, Shen Yishuan instinctively greeted him. However, this surprised Wei Tianqian, leaving him momentarily speechless that in the past, Shen Yishuan would often hurl insults at him, leaving no room for civil conversation. Yet now, Tianqian, Xiao Sun is calling you. Huh. Oh yes. Xiao Sun, come, sit down, and order whatever you want. Had Zhaoing not reminded him, Wei Tianqian might have remained oblivious to the change in Shen Yishuan's demeanor. The reason behind Shen Yishuan's newfound attitude towards Wei Tianqian stemmed from the realization that his father had subjected his mother to domestic violence. Leaving her no choice but to leave to Tio keep his mother, his father had stubbornly refused to relinquish custody. Yet, throughout the years of her marriage to Wei Tianqian, he had treated her with utmost care until her last moments. What right did he have to harbor resentment towards Wei Tianqian now? Come, Xiao Sun, take a look at the menu. As he spoke, Wei Tianqian handed the menu to Shen Yishuan. Uncle Wei, please order whatever you like. I just want to finish quickly and get back to studying. Studying? Shen Yishuan nodded, hardly believing the words that had escaped his lips. Zhaoing knew her child all too well, in the past year alone. She had been summoned to the school countless times. Had it not been for Wei Tianqian's connection with the principal, Shen Yishuan would have long been expelled. That's wonderful. It's great that you enjoy studying. Then, I'll just order a few dishes, and afterward, we'll make sure your mother takes you back to the hotel to study and rest. Thank you, Uncle Wei. No need to be polite. Although Shen Yishuan merely wanted a simple meal, Wei Tianqian ordered an extravagant spread of dishes, relishing the rare opportunity to dine together. After the meal, Zhaoing took Shen Yishuan to a nearby hotel, ensuring he had a conducive environment for studying. Reclining on the bed, a contented Shen Yishuan pulled out a brand-new English textbook. With an hour and a half remaining before the afternoon exam, he hoped that advancing a level would be sufficient. Chapter 4: Completing tasks can yield skill rewards. Has Xiao Sun finally had an epiphany? Zhaoing remarked upon returning Shen Yishuan to the restaurant. Who knows? I tell you, Xiao Sun is quite clever. An hour later, in a room at Huaran Hotel, Shen Yishuan finally set down his book as the system's voice resonated once more. Completing a book reading has increased intelligence level by 1. Intelligence level 4, though with a deep sigh of relief, Shen Yishuan exclaimed, finally at level 4. After an hour of relentless studying, he was on the verge of tears, having just finished the final book. Fortunately, he had achieved an upgrade. Otherwise, he would have truly been devastated. Each upgrade became increasingly challenging, and the timing of the next one remained uncertain. Afterward, Shen Yishuan made his way to the examination hall. The English portion posed no significant challenges. After completing the exam, Zhaoing awaited him at the entrance. Xiao Sun, I've already contacted your father. He has brought your books and clothes. Once the Gaokao concludes, how about spending the summer at my home with Uncle Wei? Sure. Without hesitation, Shen Yishuan accepted, feeling a deep sense of guilt towards his mother that could only be mitigated through companionship. Upon reaching the Wei residence, Wei Tianqian had arranged a lavish dinner spread, featuring chicken, duck, fish, meat, and seafood in abundance. Xiao Sun, come here. You must be exhausted after a long day of exams. Look at what Uncle Wei has prepared for you. Shen Yishuan smiled and sat at the dining table. Thank you, Uncle Wei. Wei Tianqian picked up his chopsticks and served Shen Yishuan a chicken leg. Then inquired Xiao Sun, with all your hard work, have you decided which school you wish to attend? Shen Yixuan nodded. His eyes filled with warmth as he replied, Huakai University. Upon hearing the name of the school, Wei Tianqian halted his actions, that he had been faring quite well in Huadu, navigating the ordinary undergraduate landscape with ease. Even if Shen Yixuan had only scored a mere 100 or 200 points, he could devise a way to secure her admission. However, Huadu University of Finance and Economics was an entirely different matter. No amount of connections could grant entry. It was said that one required no less than 600 points to gain admission. Even with Shen Yixuan's utmost diligence, it was implausible for her to elevate her score from the low hundreds to 600 within just a few days. While it was commendable that she harbored such aspirations, they were utterly unrealistic. Wei Tianqian felt a twinge of awkwardness, his lips parting slightly, yet he refrained from voicing words that might undermine the child's confidence. Zhao mirrored Wei Tianqian's sentiments. Both were acutely aware of Shen Yixuan's thoughts, and she bore them no resentment. Had it been in her past life, she would never have dared to entertain the notion of applying to Huada. Yet, circumstances had shifted. With the assistance of the system, everything seemed possible. Mom, Uncle Wei, rest assured, I merely consider Huada as my goal. Ultimately, my admission hinges on my final score. Indeed, it's a rare occasion for us to dine together. So let's refrain from discussing examinations. After the meal, Shen Yixuan found herself alone in the room. This space had been thoughtfully prepared for her by Wei Tianqian, complete with a top-of-the-line gaming computer and an entire wall adorned with figurines that she adored. It was evident that considerable effort had been invested, that in times past, such treasures would have rendered her a quintessential otaku. Yet now, she merely cast a disdainful glance at them before opening her backpack. Fortunately, Zhao had brought her textbooks in advance. Otherwise, a trip home would have consumed precious time. That tomorrow's mathematics posed an enormous challenge. As she opened her math book, a headache immediately ensued. These mathematical formulas were manageable for smaller problems. Yet the larger questions, even if memorized, would remain elusive. Moreover, the weight of the larger questions carried significant scoring implications. Just as despair began to set in, the system's voice echoed once more. You have received a task. Would you like to view it? A task. Shen Yixuan murmured. Her mind was still in disarray, leaving little room for the pursuit of tasks. Completing the task will yield a random reward. Reward? The very mention of rewards piqued Shen Yixuan's interest. Perhaps this task was tailored specifically for her upcoming math exam. View the task. As her words fell, a translucent blue screen materialized once more. Current task. Help your mother find the lost diamond necklace. Completion reward. Mathematical problem-solving techniques. Mathematical problem-solving techniques? This certainly seemed invaluable. Would you like to accept the task? Helping her mother find the necklace should not pose a significant challenge, right? I accept. Task accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 2 hours. Exceeding the time limit will result in the loss of the reward point. 2 hours? Is this some sort of joke? I don't even know when a necklace went missing. No sooner had Shen Yixuan finished speaking than a scream echoed from outside the room. Mom, what happened? Zhao was seen touching her neck, searching the ground for something. It's nothing. I've simply misplaced my necklace. This was a gift from Uncle Wei for our anniversary, and I have always treasured it. Seriously? The moment the task is issued, Mom's necklace disappears. It seems the system possesses some prescient abilities, with an opportunity laid before her. Shen Yixuan was determined to seize it. Surely, this was a more effective use of her time than studying. She confidently declared, Mom, leave it to me. However, the next moment, regret washed over her. In this sprawling villa. Locating such a small necklace would be no easy feat. Having accepted the task and made a declaration, there was no turning back. Within the following hour, Shen Yixuan scoured the living room, dining room, kitchen, and bathroom, yet found no trace of the necklace. If it had fallen today, could it have been outside? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt her frustration mounting. With just an hour remaining, it would be wiser to use this time to study. Regardless of her complaints, Shen Yixuan took steady steps toward the door. Let's give it a shot. Who knows what might happen, son? If you can't find it, don't worry about it. It's fine. Mom, I'll be back shortly. Once outside, Shen Yixuan walked with her head down, lost in thought. She vaguely recalled that her mother had been wearing the necklace when she picked her up from the exam center in the afternoon, and they had driven the entire way. Thus, the necklace must have either fallen at the exam center, remained in the car, or been lost at the front door. given that the residents of this neighborhood were affluent. It seemed unlikely anyone would take a diamond necklace. Mew. Huh. As Shinishuan stood contemplating by the roadside, a large, plump orange cat appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The cat circled around her, rubbing against her legs, even lying down to expose its belly in a gesture of feigned innocence. Shin Ishuan smirked. You look so fat. You must not have eaten in a while. She crouched down to gently stroke its fur, while the hefty orange cat reveled in the attention, rolling about on the ground. However, this round ball of fluff seemed to be somewhat of an obstruction. Recalling something, Shin Ishuan smiled and inquired, Mr. Orange, have you seen my mother's pearl necklace? Mew. The orange cat surprisingly responded with a meow, as if it understood her words. Shin Ishuan's spirits lifted. While her actions may have seemed foolish, blindly searching would not yield results in an hour's time. Thus, she pulled a sausage from her pocket and continued to plead with a plump feline, Mr. Orange, if you can help me find my mother's necklace, I'll give you this sausage. Mew Mew Mew. Chapter 5. Duanjiai. I am coming, Mew. The hefty orange cat meowed repeatedly, seemingly in response that in the next moment, the cat stood up, extending its tiny paw to paw at Shinishuan's pocket. Well, aren't you the clever one? It seems you expect payment before rendering assistance? Shin Ishuan chuckled. I can't resist you. Here, have half. After saying this, she broke off half the sausage and offered it. The orange cat wasted no time, devouring it in just a few bites. Satiated, the orange cat appeared content, leisurely licking its paws while sitting on the ground. How foolish of me! Why would I trust a cat? Shin Ishuan's lips twitched in amusement, just as she prepared to rise and continue searching for her mother's lost necklace like a headless fly. The plump orange cat stood up. The rotund feline meowed at Shin Ishuan, then turned and began walking away, glancing back every few steps, beckoning her to follow. Driven by curiosity, Shin Ishuan decided to follow the orange cat. Under the cat's guidance, she found herself back at the entrance of the villa where her mother and Wei Tianqian resided. The orange cat settled down at the entrance of the small courtyard. Mute up, Mr. Orange. I can't go home yet. I still need to find my mother's necklace. Just as she was about to pick up the hefty orange cat, something sparkling caught her eye beneath the cat's paws. The diamond necklace. At that moment, a mechanical voice chimed in. Task completed. Mathematical problem-solving techniques have been issued. Please check your inventory. Host. Shin Ishuan. Intelligence level. 4. Emotional quotient. I. Wealth level. 8. Attractiveness level. 8. Physical fitness level. I. Skill. Photographic memory. Mathematical problem-solving techniques. Note. The highest level is 10. Wow. Mr. Orange, you have truly been a tremendous help. What had started as a mere gamble turned out to reveal the orange cat's surprising capabilities. Mr. Orange, thank you. Here is the remaining half of the sausage for you. I must head home now. With that, Shin Ishuan pulled out the remaining half of the sausage and placed it before the orange cat, picking up the necklace as she prepared to return indoors. However, after taking a few steps, she realized something felt amiss. The orange cat was following closely behind her, showing no intention of leaving, and appeared utterly disinterested in the half sausage. The deal you wish to come home with me. Shin Ishuan ventured out in the late evening. Zhao Ying and Wei Tianqian, naturally concerned, waited in the living room for her return. Upon hearing the door open, Zhao Ying stood up and walked over to Shin Ishuan, her voice laced with concern. Sun, you're finally back. Where have you been so late? Shin Ishuan smiled mysteriously, then pulled out the item from her pocket to show Zhao Ying. My necklace, Sun. Where on earth did you find it? Just behind the gate of the courtyard. It was only then that Zhao Ying noticed a guest following Shin Ishuan. Sun, who is this? Shin Ishuan lifted the hefty orange cat in her arms and explained. Thanks to Mr. Orange, it helped me find the necklace. Can we keep it? Zhao Ying seemed hesitant, casting a worried glance at Wei Tianqian. In truth, she adored small animals, but Wei Tianqian had allergies to animal fur, which had always prevented them from keeping pets. None of this was known to Shin Ishuan. It's all right, son. Since it has assisted us greatly, we should certainly show our gratitude by keeping it. Really? Thank you, Uncle Wei. Upon finishing her words, Shin Ishuan joyfully embraced the chubby orange cat and entered the room. Zhao Ying grasped Wei Tianqian's hand, expressing her concern. Are you all right? Wei Tianqian replied with a gentle smile. It's nothing, as long as Xiao Xuan is happy to validate the efficacy of this mathematical problem-solving technique. As soon as they entered the room, Shin Ishuan dove in a passed Gaokao examination papers. The plump orange cat, ever obedient, found a corner and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Accompanied by the rhythmic sounds of the cat-s slumber, Shin Ishuin completed one set of exercises after another, with a sigh of relief and a stretch. Shin Ishuin confirmed his expectations. This skill was indeed extraordinary. As soon as he read the questions, the solutions would materialize effortlessly in his mind. Even the final challenging problem seemed effortlessly manageable to him. How impressive! A fortnight later in Shin Ishuin's room, the three of them gathered around the computer, their eyes glued to the screen, palms sweaty with anticipation. Xiaoshuan, don't feel too pressured. Believe in yourself, Shin Ishuin nodded, cautiously maneuvering the mouse to click for the results. Congratulations, you have been accepted into the finance department of Huadu University of Finance. Staring at the words, Shin Ishuin froze for 2 seconds before realization dawned upon him, and he joyfully embraced Zhao Ying and Wei Tianxin. Mom, Uncle Wei, I got in. I've been accepted into Huadu University of Finance. Xiaoshuan is the best. In that moment, the room was filled with the jubilant air of triumph. In the Battle of the Gaokao, Shin Ishuin had successfully emerged victorious. Amidst the joy, Shin Ishuin silently vowed, Jai, wait for me. I'll be able to see you in 2 months. Wei Tianxin patted his chest and said, Xiaoshuan, feel free to ask for any gift for your new semester. It's all on your Uncle W. Hien Wei Tianxin's eyes. Shin Ishuin was akin to his own son, and with his son achieving his dream university, he certainly wanted to celebrate. Uncle Wei, I don't want much. I just hope you and Mom can be happy together. At that moment, Zhao Ying and Wei Tianxin exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with pride. He has truly grown up. 2 months later, at the bustling entrance of a prestigious university in the heart of Huadu, today marked the beginning of the new semester for freshmen at Huadu University of Finance, across the street. A black Rolls-Royce was parked, and a handsome, sunny boy emerged with his luggage. Mom, Uncle Wei, you don't need to see me off. Just head back. That if you need anything, call me and Mom. All right, please take good care of the orange cat. Shin Ishuin said, dragging his luggage, adjusting his attire, and walking into the campus with hopeful anticipation. Duanjia, I have arrived. Wow, look at that handsome junior. Oh my, he is exactly my type, exclaimed 2 girls positioning themselves on either side of Shin Ishuin. Excuse me, are you a freshman from the class of 2021? Shin Ishuin nodded. The girls gazed at his striking features, and one of them spoke. We are the upperclassmen responsible for welcoming new students. Let us guide you to registration. By the way, which department are you in? Finance. Those 3 simple words that I in truth. The 2 upperclassmen were quite attractive, certainly considered beauties. However, in Shin Ishuin's eyes, only Duanjia mattered. Did I ask this junior too aloof? The girl awkwardly smiled and said, Oh, you're from the finance department. My direct junior. I'm Su Yun from the class of 2020. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shin Ishuin nodded, following them like a puppet, his mind consumed with thoughts of another girl. Chapter 6. Hero Saves the Beauty. A specialty of mine as far as Shin Ishuin knew. Duanjia was also studying finance at Huadu University. The university enrolls 3,000 students each year, and within the finance major alone, there are over 300 students split across 8 classes. Although both he and Duanjia had managed to enter the same major, the probability of being in the same class was exceedingly low. That on the day of new student registration, Shin Ishuin wandered outside, but failed to catch a glimpse of Duanjia, though he did attract numerous admirers. Shin Ishuin's attractiveness was rated an impressive 8 out of 10, and this rating was not unfounded. It was not merely his good looks that set him apart. With fair skin, deep-set features, and a touch of gentleness in his eyes, coupled with his towering height of 185 cm, he could easily overshadow 99 of the male students at Huadu University. What was even more infuriating was that he was wealthy. Wei Tianxin had gifted him a Maserati as a graduation present. To maintain a low profile, Shin Ishuin had kept the car parked in the garage, away from the sun. Yet, the watch he wore alone was valued at several $100,000. That how could other boys compete with that? Consequently, as soon as Shin Ishuin stepped into the dormitory, the other boys were thrown into a frenzy. Oh no, it seems our campus prince's status is at risk. Honestly, you 2 look like heaven and earth. Shin Ishuin could only let out a bitter smile before collapsing onto his bed. Duanjia, where on earth are you? Hey, the class group just announced that we need to head downstairs to collect our military training uniforms tomorrow. All right, let us hurry. Military training? Shin Ishuin almost forgot about that detail. The day after registration would be military training, and all freshmen would gather on the playground, making it much simpler to find someone. With that thought, Shin Ishuan sprang from his bed, the first to dash out of the dormitory. University was a prime place for finding relationships, especially at the start of the semester, where handsome boys and beautiful girls were plentiful. If he waited a week or two, all the wonderful flowers would surely be taken, that if he didn't seize the moment now, when would he? Driven by this mindset, everyone rose early, with some even applying hair gel in hopes of impressing during military training. Shin Ishuan, however, wasn't he that extreme that in September, standing under the sun all day was unbearable. Why would he want to make himself uncomfortable with hair gel? In truth, he was quite confident in his looks. Sitting on his bed, observing everyone bustle about, Shin Ishuan decided to steal a moment of rest. Ishuan, wake up. It's time to go. Shin Ishuan groggily opened his eyes, only to find Duanjia's delicate face before him. Jai? His roommates exchanged glances, pondering if their dear Shun had found a girlfriend. The thought brought them secret joy, as it meant one less formidable competitor. Shin Ishuan, stop daydreaming, if we don't leave now. We'll be late. Shin Ishuan rubbed his eyes, finally coming to his senses. The person before him was not the girl he had been longing for, but rather his roommate, Su Ran, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He replied, "All right, let us go." The finance major was divided into 8 classes, each consisting of about 40 students. Thus, each group was formed by 2 classes, and Shin Ishuan's group consisted of the 5th and 6th classes. Wanqing, look at that boy. He is so handsome. He is in our group. Upon hearing her friend's words, a girl named Wanqing turned to see Shin Ishuan standing in the line, momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Ishuan Gij?" At that moment, the instructor assigned to their group approached the line. "Ates, stand straight. Good morning, students. I am the instructor for this group. My surname is Tian, and I will be responsible for your military training." "Good morning, Instructor Tian." Instructor Tian nodded and continued, "Are we all ready? Military training is about to commence. Is everyone here? I will begin taking attendance." Just as the instructor was about to speak, 2 girls rushed to the front of the line. Breathless, reporting Instructor Wee. That voice sounded so familiar. Shin Ishuan turned toward the sound, and his heart raced. "Duanjia, my girl, I have finally found you. You 2 are late on the first day of military training." "What are your names?" The girl softly replied. "My name is Duanjia. I'm Yumin Gran. You 2, do 10 squats each before you join the line." Duanjia lowered her head, gently biting her lip. The public reprimand caused a faint blush to creep onto her cheeks, making her appear somewhat pitiable. Shin Ishuan felt an overwhelming sense of protectiveness rise within him. He raised his hand and declared, "Reporting instructor, speak." Stepping out of line, Shin Ishuan said, "Instructor, allow me to take their punishment." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire line erupted in chatter, except for a girl named Wanqing, who frowned slightly, seemingly displeased with Shin Ishuan's action. Everyone quiet down. Then, the instructor turned his gaze to Shin Ishuan and asked, "Are you certain you want to take their punishment?" Shin Ishuan nodded earnestly. He was quite adept at playing the hero. "Instructor, we can handle it ourselves." Before Duanjia could finish, Shin Ishuan interjected, "As a collective, we should possess a strong sense of teamwork. Therefore, as a male, I am willing to accept their punishment." The instructor smiled, appearing quite pleased with Shin Ishuan's gesture. "Very well. Then you shall do 30 push-ups. You 2 may take your places in line." As Duanjia returned to the ranks, she brushed past Shin Ishuan, who gazed at her with a smile that radiated affection. Duanjia politely nodded and smiled in response. The moment she smiled, it felt as if his heart melted, akin to a fawn prancing wildly within him, instantly filling him with vigor. Moreover, he was a VVVIP at the gym, practically living there for 3 years, boasting exceptional physical fitness that a mere 30 push-ups were hardly a challenge. Without hesitation, Shin Ishuan completed the 30 push-ups in one go. However, he felt utterly exhausted. If memory served him correctly, his current fitness level seemed to be 1. Damn it, he miscalculated. Shin Ishuan lamented, suppressing his breath to avoid embarrassing himself before the goddess. Surely his efforts would leave a favorable impression on Duanjia, right? Excellent. It would be wise for his classmates to learn from this gentleman. By the way, classmate, what is your name? Reporting instructor, my name is Shin Ishuan. The instructor nodded. All right, now that we are all here, let's stand at attention for half an hour. It's over 30 degrees outside. Standing for half an hour without cover is nothing short of torture. As the order was given, groans filled the air. Yet only Shin Ishuin remained transfixed, his gaze locked on the girl at the front of the line. Chapter 7. Shin Ishuin will eventually be mine. What emotions would one feel upon encountering a deceased lover after being reborn? Shin Ishuin found it hard to take his eyes off her. Almost doubting his own senses, thinking he might be dreaming. For 3 years, he had kept his feelings hidden until she sacrificed herself for him. Now he was determined to seize this opportunity granted by the heavens. Refusing to let himself miss her again as in his past life. The interminable half-hour finally passed, and the students collapsed to the ground. Yet for Shin Ishuin, that was hardly sufficient. Duan Jai sat on the ground with her friends, laughing, a few strands of hair sticking to her flushed cheeks. Her exquisite features, fair skin, and those captivating eyes that haunted Shin Ishuin's dreams rendered him breathless. Taking a deep breath to steady his heart, he stepped forward and sat down beside Duan Jai. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a hand unexpectedly appeared before him, leaving Duan Jai momentarily bewildered. "Hello, I am Shin Ishuin, pleased to meet you." Their eyes met, and an instant blush crept across Duan Jai's face, making her already rosy cheeks appear feverish. How could she withstand such a handsome boy striking up a conversation? Jai. Huh. Yu Minggran nudged Duan Jai's arm. Glancing at Shin Ishuin's outstretched hand, it was only then that Duan Jai returned to her senses, shyly raising her arm to grasp Shin Ishuin's hand. "Hello, I am Duan Jai. Pleased to meet you." "Thank you for earlier." Shin Ishuin replied with a gentle smile. "No need for thanks. It was my duty." Despite his calm demeanor, seizing the chance to hold the goddess's hand brought him immense joy. Ishuin Gij, a girl named Wanqing, also joined them, sitting close to Shin Ishuin. Wanqing noticed the two holding hands, prompting Duan Jai to cautiously retract hers. While they were all adults, openly holding hands felt somewhat inappropriate. How dare someone interrupt his intimate moment with the goddess? Shin Ishuin frowned slightly and turned to this audacious intruder, inquiring, "And you are?" "Ishuin Gij. I am Wanqing. Don't you remember me?" "Wanqing," Shin Ishuin murmured. "Yes, Xiao Wanqing. Ishuin Gij, you've forgotten? Haven to you? We played together since childhood. I moved away when we were 10, and we lost touch that I thought you looked familiar, and then I realized it was really you." With that, Xiao Wanqing looked at Shin Ishuin with eager anticipation. "I never expected my Ishuin Gij to grow so handsome." Shin Ishuin strained to recall. After all, he had lived for 25 years, and remembering events from over a decade ago was no easy feat. The only thing he remembered was that after parting ways with Xiao Wanqing at 10, he never saw her again. After searching his memory, Shin Ishuin finally said, "Oh, Xiao Wanqing, I remember now. You were that snot-nosed kid always trailing behind me. Look at you now, all grown up." Xiao Wanqing laughed. "We both got into the same university and ended up in the same class." What a coincidence, indeed, as the two reminisced animatedly. Duan Jai felt a bit out of place. "Shun, you continue chatting. I'll take my leave." With that, Duan Jai stood up and pulled Yu Minggran to another shaded area. "Finally, she's gone." A sly smile crept onto Wanqing's lips. She had noticed an Ishuin's special gaze towards Duan Jai and was not willing to let this chance slip away again. "Jai, why are you rushing off?" Duan Jai sighed. "They are old friends catching up. Why should we intrude?" Yu Minggran pondered. "True, but what?" Duan Jai looked at Yu Minggran with wide, bewildered eyes. "But I think that Shin Ishuin is interested in you." "What? No way. Why not? Come, let me analyze it for you." With that, Yu Minggran leaned in to whisper something in Duan Jai's ear. The next moment, she glanced in Shin Ishuin's direction. Just that brief look resulted in their eyes meeting once more. Perhaps feeling caught for peeking, Duan Jai, like a startled little rabbit, quickly averted her gaze. Although she was skeptical about love at first sight, Yu Minggran's analysis seemed quite convincing. "See, I told you, our Jai is so stunning. Even the school heartthrob would be smitten." Duan Jai covered her flushed face and exclaimed, "Oh, Minggran, stop joking. Ishuin Gij, where do you live now?" "I currently live with my mother." While conversing with Xiao Wanqing, Shin Ishuin's gaze never strayed from Duan Jai, which left Xiao Wanqing feeling somewhat dissatisfied as she desperately sought to shift his attention. "Ishuin Gij, let me help you wipe your sweat." Xiao Wanqing pulled out a delicate handkerchief from her pocket and, reaching out, aimed to dab Shin Ishuin's face, only to be blocked by his arm. "Xiao Wanqing, I have something to attend to. I must head over there, sorry." With that, Shen Yixuan decisively stood up, leaving no room for Xiao Wanqing's protests as he walked straight towards his friends. He had no intention of making Duan Jiayi jealous. Shen Yixuan's actions left Xiao Wanqing feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, as a wealthy and beautiful girl, she had countless admirers. How could Shen Yixuan disregard her overtures? She couldn't fathom what spell that little girl, Duan Jiayi, had cast upon him. However, she wasn't afraid that, as the saying goes, the early bird gets the worm. She had plenty of time to spend with Shen Yixuan and wasn't worried about Duan Jiayi at all. After all, Xiao Wanqing had never known defeat. The person she set her sights on would eventually be hers. That as Shen Yixuan settled down with his roommates, he was playfully slapped on the back by Su Ran. "Look at you. The two beauties from Class 3 and Class 4 seem to be vying for your attention." "What are you talking about? Xiao Wanqing is an old friend from my childhood. It has been years since we last met, and I never expected to run into her at Huakai University. But is Duan Jiayi really jealous?" "Oh no." Shen Yixuan was at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Su Ran shook his head. "It's true. Even the wealthy have wealthy friends. That Xiao Wanqing is a picture of a rich girl. Just look at that hairpin she is wearing. It's encrusted with diamonds. I believe it's from Koroya and costs several thousand yuan. Shen Yixuan, be honest. Which one do you prefer? Leave one for your brother." Shen Yixuan chuckled resignedly. "As long as I don't interfere with Duan Jiayi's feelings. I have no objections to anyone else. That I like your straightforwardness. Ha ha." Chapter 8. The rival appears you have a new mission. Would you like to check it? Finally, a mission has arrived. It has been over 2 months since the last task was received. After such a long wait, what could be so significant? Shen Yixuan surveyed his surroundings, filled with curiosity about this mission. View. With a familiar mechanical voice, a blue translucent screen appeared once more. Current mission. Help Duan Jiayi escape danger. Completion reward. Random. His previously cheerful expression turned tense in an instant. Escape danger? Could it be that Duan Jiayi is in peril? Why send this mission? The system would have been better off remaining silent. However, considering it might just be a precautionary measure, would you like to accept the mission? Accept, without hesitation. Mission accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 2 hours. Failure to do so will result in the loss of rewards. Shen Yixuan was beyond caring about rewards. He would go to great lengths to assist Duan Jiayi. Now his nerves were taut, constantly surveying Duan Jiayi, hardly daring to blink. Jiayi, as the lively conversation among the group reached a crescendo. It was abruptly interrupted by a melodious and magnetic male voice. Curiosity piqued. Everyone turned to investigate the source of the sound, and they discovered a boy standing beside Duan Jiayi and Yumen Gran. However, he was not Shen Yixuan. Intriguingly, it seemed that Shen Yixuan's gaze also harbored an unexpected guest. That my goodness, this boy is incredibly handsome. I feel as though my eyelids are growing heavy. This young man shares a similar height with Shen Yixuan. Yet his physique appears to be slightly more superior, resembling Xie Tingfeng, though he is entirely different in style from Shen Yixuan. While Shen Yixuan may outwardly present himself as a sunny boy, one soon discovers that he is, in fact, a prince plagued by worries. That in contrast, the boy next to Duan Jiayi is an entirely different story. Ever since he entered the scene, the eyes of the girls in the class have remained fixated upon him, as if he were a solitary beam of sunlight piercing through a gloomy sky. Oh dear, Shen Yixuan, it seems your little princess is about to be snatched away. Indeed, look at how joyfully they converse. Could this male not be Duan Jiayi's boyfriend? Just when I had spoken up, and aside from Duan Jiayi, no one else could move, my face is truly stinging. Shen Yixuan sat silently, merely observing the pair. His mind a chaotic jumble, filled with jealousy and a desire to confront the intruder. Yet, he knew he could not act rashly. What if his impulsiveness led to an even worse outcome? Calm down. He must remain composed. He recalled that in his previous life, Duan Jiayi had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Thus, it was highly likely that this boy was merely a suitor. That I don't want to go. Oh come on Jiayi, just agree to it. It would be a great way to unwind after military training. The boy looked at Duan Jiayi with eager anticipation, occasionally glancing at Yumen Gran, signaling her for assistance. He had asked Duan Jiayi out numerous times, only to be met with rejection each time. Jiayi, we've been friends for so many years. Would you really deny me the pleasure of treating you to a cup of coffee? Moreover, it won't just be the two of us. Min Gran will join us as well. Upon hearing this, the boy's gaze shifted towards Yumin Gran, who nodded in understanding. However, Duanji bit her lip, clearly conflicted. Yet under the encouragement of the two, she seemed to waver. But I already said I don't want to go. Suddenly, Duanji's eyes widened in surprise, her delicate features reflecting a hint of astonishment as her good fortune was abruptly interrupted. The boy frowned, visibly irritated, and retorted, "Who are you? What business is it of yours?" Shen Yixuan smiled at Duanji and leisurely approached the group that I am Ji's friend. Thus, it certainly concerns me. Friend? The boy squinted in confusion. Since when did Jai have a friend like you? Shen Yixuan sat beside Duanji, sneering, "You claim ignorance about many things." The boy hesitated, unsure of how to retort, his expression darkening. However, Shen Yixuan's words were undeniably true. With Shen Yixuan now siding with him, Duanji felt a sense of security. "Zhou Rue, I'm not going. You and Mingran should go instead," though Wai Mingran shook her head vigorously. No, I don't want to go either. I, Shen Yixuan, am not one to ruin others' happiness. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Yixuan continued, "How about this, my friend? Since Jai is unwilling to go, why don't I take her place? You see, we are both friends of Jai, which means we are friends too, and I can absolutely accompany you on her behalf. What do you think?" Ha! As soon as these words left his lips, the crowd erupted in laughter, a blatant humiliation. Zhou Rue's face turned crimson with rage. Clenching his fists tightly, he stood up and glared at Shen Yixuan. "Oh, you're Shen Yixuan? Fine, I'll remember you." With that, Zhou Rue stormed off in a huff. Once he had departed, Duanji slowly spoke. "Shen Yixuan, thank you that there's no need to be polite. However, if you said you didn't want to go, why did he insist on dragging you along?" Duanji's lips parted and she sighed. "Oh, you have no idea. Jai is quite popular. Zhou Rue has been interested in her since high school, but Jai has never reciprocated his feelings." After Yumingran's explanation, Shen Yixuan finally grasped the situation. Yet, Duanji furrowed her brow and continued, "Zhou Rue has a volatile temper. Given that we embarrassed him today, he likely won't let this go, that I don't want you to suffer because of me. Don't worry. I, Shen Yixuan, fear nothing." It was this declaration that finally eased Duanji's anxious heart. "Little one, are you only now concerned about me?" Shen Yixuan smiled affectionately, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Duanji's hair. However, this action caused everyone present to freeze in place. It was only after a moment that he realized his mistake. Shen Yixuan retracted his arm and scratched his head awkwardly. "Ah, there was just a little bug in your hair. All right, it's time for a break. Everyone, please hurry back into formation and continue with half an hour of military posture." Thanks to the instructor's timely intervention, Duanji nodded, somewhat contemplative, and returned to the ranks. Task completed, rewards distributed. Please check your notifications. Host, Shen Yixuan. Intelligence level. 4. Emotional quotient. 1. Wealth level. 8. Attractiveness level. 8. Physical fitness level. 3. Skills. Photographic memory. Mathematical problem-solving techniques. After staring at the screen for a considerable time, Shen Yixuan finally comprehended the nature of the reward. While it may not be as practical as other skills, it certainly seemed beneficial for military training. Chapter 9. The sweet water given by my wife, as Zhou Rue left in humiliation. His face flushed with anger, he clenched his fists tightly. How could his years of effort be overshadowed by a newcomer? The thought made him grip his fists so tightly that his nails nearly pierced his skin. Zhou Rue was wealthy, attractive, and influential. When had he ever lost face? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Finally, Zhou Rue turned on his heel and walked in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, Shen Yixuan was standing in formation, maintaining military posture. Suddenly, a fist came flying towards his face. "Shen Yixuan, watch out." Su Ran, standing behind Shen Yixuan, hurriedly warned him that that moment, all attention shifted to Shen Yixuan, including Duanji's. But what good was the warning? The speed of the incoming punch was such that any normal person would struggle to react. Most importantly, it was a slap to the face. You can't hit a face, especially not my handsome one. After all, it was this visage that had garnered me favor with Duanji. Seeing the punch coming, Shen Yixuan felt he had no way to evade it. Yet he couldn't bear to lose face in front of his beloved. He had to at least put up a fight. In that critical moment, Shen Yixuan raised a hand. With a resounding clap, Zhou Rue grunted, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Shen Yixuan. Shen Yixuan was equally flustered. How had he effortlessly blocked Zhou Rui's fierce assault? Most astonishingly, Zhou Rui looked furious, every muscle in his body taut, while Shen Yixuan remained calm and composed, his hand barely moving. He had indeed just leveled up his physical fitness, but this was only at level 3. It seemed rather extraordinary. What are you doing? Which squad are you from? Openly brawling in front of everyone. Under the instructor's reprimand, Zhou Rui had no choice but to grit his teeth and lower his fists. Yet he now understood. Even if he didn't lower his fists, his strike wouldn't land on Shen Yixuan. Zhou Rui, what do you think you're doing? Seeing the two being separated, Duan Jia hurriedly stepped in front of Shen Yixuan. Shen Yixuan had incurred Zhou Rui's wrath for her sake. How could she stand idly by? It was precisely this action that made Shen Yixuan's heart tremble, a wave of emotion washing over him that in his previous life. Duan Jia had always stood protectively in front of him that in this life. It was my turn to protect you. Shen Yixuan stepped forward, shielding Duan Jia behind him, coldly glaring at Zhou Rui. Seeing the girl he adored standing against him, Zhou Rui's veins bulged, completely losing the demeanor of the sunny boy he had once been. At this moment, the instructor stepped between them, that if you two wish to compete, then compete on who can hold a military posture better. Shen Yixuan, you don't even dare to throw a punch. How can you compare with me? Shen Yixuan crossed his arms, speaking provocatively. I see you're afraid. You? Then let's compete. Who is afraid? Blinded by rage, Zhou Rui agreed without a second thought. Wait a moment. Zhou Rui looked at Shen Yixuan in confusion. What, are you scared before we even begin? Shen Yixuan replied nonchalantly. Simply comparing military posture is rather dull. Let's raise the stakes. Stakes for what? If I win, you will no longer pursue Duan Jia. Zhou Rui narrowed his eyes, questioning. And if you lose? If I lose, I will allow you to do as you wish. Zhou Rui burst into laughter. Deal. He's a real man. The two individuals reached a consensus, with instructor Tian serving as the judge. And the competition commenced. The other students sought refuge in the shade, clearing a space for the two contenders. Upon finishing his words, everyone except for the two retreated beneath the trees, their curiosity piqued as to whom the enchanting Duan Jia would ultimately choose. At this moment, Duan Jia felt a tense knot in her stomach. She knew Zhou Rui well. During high school, he had employed such tactics to drive away her suitors. She never anticipated that Zhou Rui, through his athletic prowess, would gain admission to Huakai University and continue to pursue her. Shen Yixuan appeared slender and fragile. How could he possibly compete with the muscular Zhou Rui? At that moment, she wished fervently that Shen Yixuan would reject Zhou Rui, that if Shen Yixuan were to win, it would be inconsequential. However, if he lost, life at Huakai University might become arduous for him. Why now? The two had been standing for 5 minutes. Under the sweltering 30-degree sun, beads of sweat trickled down both their faces. 10 minutes passed, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, that an hour slipped away. She pondered what Yixuan was thinking, enduring such discomfort for a girl he had known for only half a day. If it were her, she would have long surrendered to Zhou Rui, deeming it unnecessary to stir up such trouble. Xia Wanqing's words, both overt and subtle, carried a hint of reproach towards Duan Jia, blaming her for the predicament her beloved Yixuan found himself in under the scorching sun. Duan Jia, of course, grasped the underlying meaning of Xia Wanqing's remarks. She bit her lip, her gaze filled with remorse as she looked at the boy standing in the blazing sun. Xia Wanqing seemed to speak the truth at that moment. A single drop of sweat trickled down Shen Yixuan's cheek, prompting Duan Jia to scrutinize this boy more closely. She had never been particularly enamored with handsome boys, especially not with someone like Zhou Rui who constantly pursued her. Yet, she found herself not disliking Shen Yixuan. In fact, there was a sense of familiarity about him. Had it been her former self, standing for an hour in military posture would have been a fanciful dream. The system seemed to foresee the events to come, rewarding her with enhanced physical capabilities. Now that her physical condition had reached level 3, she felt only a slight discomfort in her heels, with no other issues to speak of. However, Zhou Rui was a different story. Although he had trained in sports for many years, he was an impatient individual, and standing idle here was making him restless. Duan Jia's heart tightened, and she opened her mouth as if to concede to Zhou Rui. Just then, with a thud, Zhou Rui collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Water! I need water! I concede! A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the onlookers. Even Duan Jia herself was taken aback. Zhou Rui had lost. This meant, Zhou Rui, do not forget our wager. From this day forth, cease your pursuit of Duan Jia. Zhou Rui gritted his teeth, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Yet, having declared his surrender before the crowd, he could not backtrack without losing face. After a few seconds of silence, Zhou Rui grudgingly muttered a reluctant all right. After quenching his thirst, Zhou Rui turned away without a backward glance. Jia, hurry. Yu Minggran nudged Duan Jia, urging her to step forward. Duan Jia stared at the water in her hands, torn between offering it to Shen Yixuan or keeping it for herself. Ultimately, she decided to take a step forward. However, before she could act, someone else swiftly seized the opportunity, Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing approached Shen Yixuan, offering him the water with both hands. Yixuan, have some water and take a break. Shen Yixuan glanced at Xiao Wanqing and coldly replied, thank you, but noted he then turned and walked towards Duan Jia. Anyone who stood between him and Duan Jia would be eliminated. Shen Yixuan had heard Xiao Wanqing's earlier comments and felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that Duan Jia might distance herself from him due to her words. After all, he understood this girl too well. Upon reaching Duan Jia, Shen Yixuan smiled and pointed to the water in her hand. Is this for me? Shen Yixuan, thank you, Duan Jia replied, momentarily caught off guard, her expression adorably naive, melting Shen Yixuan's heart. He took the water from her small hand and gulped it down eagerly. Water given by my wife tastes sweet. By the way, I truly appreciate your help earlier, but please do not do such things in the future. Just as Shen Yixuan had been basking in joy, he felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Frozen in place. Chapter 10. The first intimate encounter. Upon hearing those words, his heart trembled, and suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision that he had thought that by helping her evade Zhou Rui, she would be delighted. Yet now, perhaps she had been happy initially, but due to Xiao Wanqing's comment, the fragile relationship they had painstakingly built was shattered once more, barely qualifying as mere acquaintances. When he regained his senses, Shen Yixuan squinted slightly. Are you certain? Those 4 words were all he uttered, his gaze fixed intently on Duan Jia's eyes, not blinking even once. Though she kept her head lowered, he still sensed her distress. He noticed her eyes glistening, her cherry lips slightly parted, struggling to remain closed. Shen Yixuan scoffed, fine, I understand. Upon hearing these words, her once bright and clear gaze dulled, as if her own words contradicted her true feelings. After speaking, Shen Yixuan strode past Duan Jia. She remained with her head bowed, like a wronged little rabbit, her ears drooping. Yet, Shen Yixuan couldn't bear it and halted his steps. This is my choice. It has nothing to do with others. Therefore, you need not feel guilty. After saying this, he walked away without looking back, leaving Duan Jia standing there, dazed. She felt guilty, questioning whether her words had been too harsh, despite her intentions being for Shen Yixuan's sake. Do not do such things for me again. Shen Yixuan sat motionless on his bed, as if his soul had been lost, his mind replaying her words incessantly. Indeed, Duan Jia always thought of others first. Yet, he had seen a hint of reluctance in her eyes. With this thought, Shen Yixuan suddenly raised his hand and smacked his forehead. Oh dear, my mouth, he lamented, rolling around on the bed in frustration. My precious Jia must be upset. It's all my fault. What should I do? While blaming himself, Shen Yixuan continued to toss and turn in frustration, a scene that did not go unnoticed by his roommates, who shook their heads in disapproval. Shen Sun, I suggest you simply find another target. Although Duan Jia is indeed beautiful, her emotional intelligence seems rather lacking. Indeed, I think Xiao Wanqing would be a better match. What? You dare speak ill of Jia? Shen Yixuan shot up from the bed. Do not speak against my Jia. She is the best. No one can compare. Just thinking about Xiao Wanqing makes me furious. If it weren't for her, Jia would never have rejected my kindness. The next day during military training, Shen Yixuan arrived early at the training grounds for the 3rd Squad, breakfast in hand. Almost everyone had gathered. Yet he still did not see the girl. Such a little lazy pig. With just 3 minutes left before training commenced, 2 girls rushed into the line that as Duan Jia passed by Shen Yixuan. She stole a furtive glance at him, seemingly feeling guilty. Shen Yixuan remained silent, extending his hand to block Duan Jia. Shoving the breakfast in her arms, he understood that this little lazy pig had a habit of waking up just in time for training. And breakfast was a non-existent concept for her. Otherwise, in her previous life, she would not have suffered from stomach ailments, necessitating his daily insistence that she eat breakfast, looking at the food in her hands. Duan Jia cautiously spoke. I was a bit harsh with my words yesterday. I'm sorry. You need not apologize. If you accept this breakfast, I shall forgive you, really? Her smile was radiant, revealing two shallow dimples, resembling blooming peach blossoms. How could he possibly hold a grudge against such a delightful girl? Shin Ishuan nodded with a smile to AT. This moment, the instructor arrived at the formation. All right, everyone, stand in formation. Today we primarily, Duan Jia returned to her position, her gaze fixed on the breakfast in her hands. Her favorite black rice porridge and steamed dumplings filled with mushrooms and corn. The day's training was not particularly arduous, and there was an entertainment arrangement for the evening, a movie screening on the playground. Naturally, the film would be a war story about the anti-Sunset Nation, a crucial part of the military training. Thus, this presented a splendid opportunity for Shun Ishuan, and indeed for everyone else except him, that it was a rare chance to be in close proximity to the goddess. Given the nature of war films, which inevitably featured some gory scenes, would someone as delicate as Duan Jia not cover her eyes and seek refuge in his embrace? Upon this thought, Shin Ishuan nearly drooled, though the summer evenings were rather sweltering. The gentle breeze on the playground rendered the atmosphere somewhat pleasant, that on the expansive field, classmates were seated closely together on the ground. Both Shin Ishuan and Yu Minggran understood each other's thoughts. He was delighted to exchange positions with Yu Minggran and took a seat beside Duan Jia. Duan Jia was utterly engrossed in the screen, oblivious to the change in her companion, from the moment the film commenced. Her expressions fluctuated, ultimately leading her to weep uncontrollably to AT that very moment. Shin Ishuan cautiously extended his arm, gingerly testing the waters before finally resting it on Duan Jia's shoulder, patting her gently. Although this diverged somewhat from his initial expectations, it was still quite agreeable. However, seeing Duan Jia cry so pitifully made Shin Ishuan's heart ache. To showcase his boyfriend prowess, he offered his shoulder to her. Duan Jia looked up at Shin Ishuan, her large eyes glistening with tears. She paused in surprise before asking, "Is that all right?" Shin Ishuan indulgently nodded. Duan Jia's head gradually leaned against Shin Ishuan's shoulder as he reveled in the moment, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. With such beauty in my embrace, the world is mine. Yu Minggran watched the two nestled together with an amused smile, pleased with her matchmaking skills, just as she was basking in her success. A sudden sound interrupted the moment. With a gasp, Yu Minggran froze, her mouth agaped in a way. That sound seemed to be Shun Ishuan, too, sensed something amiss and slowly turned to glance at his left shoulder. Sure enough, this was not the first or second time Duan Jia had done such a thing, that in Shin Ishuan's memory, he had lost count of how many white shirts had met their unfortunate demise. Duan Jia was a notorious crybaby, easily moved to tears, and each time she watched a tearjerker, she sobbed uncontrollably. Despite her penchant for tears, she never carried tissues, a fact Shin Ishuan had memorized. Yet, even with this knowledge, he never brought any. Thus, his wardrobe was filled with dozens of identical white shirts, all prepared for Duan Jia. Today marked the 1103rd day since Shin Ishuan had met Duan Jia, and merely the second day since she had come to know him. In just 2 short days, he had achieved such considerable success, filling his heart with joy. This shirt had served a significant purpose, and upon returning, he must ensure it is well taken care of. Buying dozens more tomorrow should suffice, right? Chapter 11. The ideal boyfriend under the sparse moonlight. The campus paths were illuminated by only a few scattered lights. Bathed in the faint glow, Shin Ishuan carefully admired Duan Jia's profile under the moonlight. The evening breeze tousled her hair, obscuring his view, prompting him to halt and stand facing her. He then gently tucked her hair behind her ear. Duan Jia's gaze darted away, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, luckily hidden in the dim light. After the movie concluded, Yu Minggran feigned a reason to return to the dormitory, creating an opportunity for the two to be alone. Naturally, the task of escorting the princess home fell to the knight. One could not deny that Yu Minggran was an excellent wingwoman, that in the past life, Shin Ishuan had always heard Yu Minggran's name echoing in his ears. According to Duan Jia, she and Yu Minggran had been close friends since middle school, attending the same high school, and now they had both been admitted to the same university. 6 or 7 years was no trivial matter. Their bond was evidently strong. It seemed he would require Yu Mingran's assistance on his path to winning Duan Jiai's heart. As they walked side by side, Shen Yixuan attentively positioned himself on the outer side of Duan Ji. He cleared his throat, and the atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Shen Yixuan, I was a bit rude earlier. Let me wash your shirt, Duan Jiai offered first. The thought of letting Duan Jiai wash his shirt felt too precious to him. No, it's all right. I can wash it myself when I get back, he replied. However, Duan Jiai was unwilling to let the matter go, feeling it was her fault. Pouting her lips and placing her hands on her hips, she insisted, no, if you want tea, let me wash it. I'll be upset. Well. Is she returning the favor in kind? Yet, her determination was undeniably adorable. Shen Yixuan's heart fluttered at the thought that, of course, these sentiments remained unexpressed. He feigned a reluctant smile before affectionately patting Duan Jiai on the head, saying, all right, I'll do as you wish. The head pat. Duan Jiai seemed not to mind, allowing him to complete the gesture. Noticing he had yet to move, Duan Jiai urged, hurry back to your dorm and change so you can give it to me. All right, he acquiesced. How could he disregard his wife's wishes? Once the command was given, Shen Yixuan strolled leisurely into the dormitory building, while Duan Jiai waited below. Once he disappeared from her sight, he dashed up the stairs. Unable to contain his grin, Duan Jiai is going to wash my shirt. Oh joy! The dormitory door swung open as Shen Yixuan, under the watchful eyes of his roommates, hummed a tune while swiftly changing his clothes. Leaving them utterly astonished as he ran, filled with curiosity, inquired, Shen Yixuan, why are you in such high spirits? Did you win the heart of a beauty? Shen Yixuan beamed, pretty much. Hey, does anyone have a nice bag? A nice bag? Su Ran and the others exchanged puzzled glances. What could he possibly need a nice bag for? Had he lost his mind? When Shen Yixuan reappeared in Duan Jiai's line of sight, he held a delicate pink bag. Duan Jiai stood across from the dormitory. While her height of 165 centimeters wasn't particularly short, she appeared quite petite to Shen Yixuan. The white dress fluttered gracefully in the evening breeze, and her chestnut hair framed her already delicate face, enhancing her petite appearance. Just as he took a step forward to approach her, he was intercepted by another figure. Hey, can I have your contact information? A boy asked, holding up his phone displaying a QR code. What? How dare he flirt with my girlfriend in front of me? Absolutely not permitted. Shen Yixuan quickly moved between them, shielding Duan Jiai behind him. That I'm sorry, but she has taken. You should pursue someone else, he stated firmly. After being rebuffed and caught in the act by her boyfriend, the boy awkwardly left without another word. Turning back to face Duan Jiai, Shen Yixuan felt a bit shy as he scratched his head. I apologize, I just didn't want before he could finish. Duan Jiai interjected. It's all right. I dislike being hit on as well. She then pointed at the pink bag in Shen Yixuan's hand. Shen Yixuan offered the bag with both hands. Just a quick wash will suffice, Duan Jiai replied with a smile, taking the clothes. They fell into another 2 minutes of silence. Shall I walk you back to your dorm? He suggested. Sure, she agreed. Their dorms were not far apart, merely a few steps away, yet Shen Yixuan was reluctant to part from her. Thank you. I'll head up first, Duan Jiai said. To go ahead, he replied. After she turned to enter the dormitory, Shen Yixuan stood still, watching the lights in the corridor illuminate one by one until the last light was extinguished before he left. Upon entering the dormitory, Yu Mingran eagerly approached him, teasing, So, how was your date? Did it go well? What date? I made her shirt dirty. How can I not wash it for her? Oh, washing clothes, huh? After knowing each other for 6 years, I've never seen you wash mine, Yu Mingran quipped. Duan Jiai rolled her eyes. Stop teasing me. What about you and Chen Xian? Chen Xian was Yu Mingran's boyfriend, and they had been dating for 3 years. However, Chen Xian had not been accepted into university and had enrolled in a vocational school where admission was relatively easy. The disparity in their circumstances was quite pronounced, and Yu Mingran's family was not particularly supportive. Once in college, there would be no shortage of suitors. Why cling to that one crooked tree? While Yu Mingran's family was indifferent to her dating. It was a different story for Duan Jiai. Duan Jiai was a quintessential good girl. Her father, Duan Chongqing, forbade her from dating under any circumstances. She had always been obedient, never having had a boyfriend throughout her school years, focusing solely on her studies. However, even after entering university, Duan Chongqing remained opposed. The Duan family could be considered middle class, and Duan Jiai's mother had suffered from heart disease since childhood, never returning to work after giving birth to her. The family of three relied solely on Duan Changqing's income. This circumstance fostered Duan Jiai's sense of responsibility, ensuring she never troubled her parents and working diligently to gain admission to a prestigious university. As her father would say, the higher one climbs, the more formidable the peers that he hoped she would pursue a graduate degree, at which point she could bring home a boyfriend of equal standing, which would be more respectable. This was precisely why Duan Jiai had consistently rebuffed suitors. Yet, it was precisely this factor that afforded Shen Yixuan an opportunity. Nonetheless, in Yu Mingran's view, even if Duan Jiai had a boyfriend, what difference would it make? Even a football can score with a goalkeeper present. Shen Yixuan possesses both striking looks and ample wealth, but most importantly, he treats Duan Jiai with kindness. Therefore, Yu Mingran believes that Shen Yixuan is the ideal candidate to be Duan Jiai's boyfriend. Chapter 12. Methods to enhance one's attractiveness. This was the first time Duan Jiai had ever washed someone else's clothes, and it was for a boy at that. Even she found it hard to believe. The school dormitory lacked a washing machine, so she had no choice but to wash by hand. That it was merely a shirt, and in this sweltering heat, she was confident she could finish it in one evening, ensuring it would be ready to deliver to Shen Yixuan by morning. After changing into fresh clothes back in the dormitory, Duan Jiai carried the basin into the washroom. However, the weather was not on her side. In the latter half of the night, a torrential downpour soaked the clothes she had hung out to dry. The following morning, Duan Jiai awoke to the sound of rain, startled from her slumber. She hurried to the balcony, but it was too late. That it was precisely because of this rain that the instructor announced in the class group that military training was canceled for the day. Allowing everyone to rest in the dormitory, the students were to reconvene for self-study in the classroom at 6 in the evening. That wasn't rain during military training, what everyone had been hoping for. Not necessarily. What? I can't see my darling anymore? Shen Yixuan exclaimed, abruptly sitting up, tossing his phone aside, his eyes welling with tears. While everyone else celebrated their temporary escape from the grueling training, only Shen Yixuan felt utterly out of place. His time with Duan Jiai was already limited, and now it was shortened by an entire day. Oh, what's the big deal? Your darling isn't going anywhere. Su Ran rolled his eyes in exasperation that he truly hadn't anticipated that Shen Yixuan, whom he thought to be rather unattractive, was actually a hopeless romantic. What he didn't know was that Shen Yixuan had truly lost Duan Jiai before, although this was merely a temporary separation. The absence of Duan Jiai sent him into a panic. Shen Yixuan's expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "You don't understand." That Su Ran shrugged, "Indeed, I don't." Shen Yixuan began counting the few remaining days of military training on his fingers. Lost in thought, Shen Sun, cheer up. The class group just sent another message. You should check it out. What, are we going to train in the rain? Not at all. Shen Yixuan's face fell completely at this moment. Aside from seeing Duan Jiai, no other news could pique his interest. Then I can study with my a boy named Ming Hao piped up from the dorm. Ahua? Shen Yixuan murmured, as if pondering something. If he recalled correctly, Ahua was in the same class as Duan Jiai, but how could they study together? With that thought, Shen Yixuan frantically fumbled under the covers for his phone. Upon opening it, his eyes lit up instantly. Two classes studying together? Su Ran calmly nodded. Did you not know? Our two classes share the same instructor. So, if there's self-study, it will definitely be together. Oh my, that means I have more opportunities to be with Duan Jiai. In a flash, the others only saw a blur as Shen Yixuan dashed past them, having changed into a different outfit. How do I look? Handsome, right? They glanced at Shen Yixuan's bed, then back at him, nearly dropping their jaws in astonishment. When did you get here? Oh, stop with the small talk. Am I handsome or not? Su Ran stammered. So handsome. Could this be the power of love? How terrifying, but truth be told, Shen Yixuan truly was quite handsome. Clad in a crisp white shirt, loose trousers, and expensive shoes, who wouldn't be enamored? However, self-study was at 6 in the evening. It was only 8 in the morning. Why was he dressed so early? Shen Yixuan glanced at his attire, slightly furrowing his brow. Seemingly dissatisfied, he had always been confident in his looks, but ever since his rebirth and meeting Duan Jiai, doubts had begun to creep in. After all, why had Duan Jiai fallen for him in that white shirt? Most importantly, the system had rated his attractiveness at level 8, yet, as if struck by a thought, Shen Yixuan returned to his bed. Using his mind to summon the blue screen. Host, Shen Yixuan intelligence. Level 4 Emotional Intelligence. Level 1 Wealth. Level 8 Attractiveness. Level 8 Physical Fitness. Level 3 Skills. Photographic Memory. Mathematical Problem-Solving Techniques Note. Highest level is 10.10 levels. That means I am merely 2 levels away from being the most handsome in the world, Shin Ishuan murmured to himself. His friends had witnessed Shin Ishuan's puzzling behavior before, and didn't he think much of it. In their eyes, he was simply madly in love, consumed by his infatuation that if reading could enhance intelligence, then perhaps looking at handsome men could increase attractiveness levels. With that, Shin Ishuan dashed into the bathroom. Standing dazedly in front of the mirror, tilting his head left and right, he could only conclude that his face was utterly perfect, that of course, this was merely his own inner monologue. After staring for nearly 10 minutes without any revelation, he realized the system had not made an appearance lately. Shin Ishuan, where are you? Hearing someone call, Shin Ishuan decided to abandon his current method. That I'm right here. What's up? He replied, emerging from the bathroom with a sullen expression. The one anxiously searching for him was none other than his roommate Huang Tianqi. Huang Tianqi shook off the water from his clothes, then pulled something from his pocket and handed it to Shin Ishuan. Here, your love letter. Another one. Since the start of the semester, Shin Ishuan had received over a dozen love letters. Regardless of whether they were from classmates or students from other grades, he had become the object of affection for many girls. With a sigh, Shin Ishuan accepted the love letter and tossed it onto the desk. Come on, even if my heart only belongs to Duan Jiai, you shouldn't treat it this way. After all, it's a letter written by a sweet girl on pink paper. What a waste to throw it away. That if I were to receive a love letter, I would treasure it. Shin Ishuan smirked. That if you like it so much, then it's yours, really. Huang Tianqi's eyes sparkled as he picked up the letter from the desk. Reading someone else's love letter was undeniably amusing, and soon everyone gathered around to watch. Huang Tianqi carefully protected the 2 letters, gently brushing off the raindrops before opening them under everyone's gaze. Shin Ishuan, this may seem abrupt, but I wish to express my feelings. Ever since the first moment I saw you, upon finishing the first letter, everyone felt goosebumps, including Shin Ishuan himself. Thankfully, he hadn't read the previous letters, or he might have lost his appetite. Huang Tianqi then opened the next love letter. Suddenly, a mechanical voice from the system chimed in. Charm Value 10 Chapter 13. The system's unique logic. What kind of bizarre operation is this? Reading love letters can enhance attractiveness. So, all the previous charm levels I discarded were wasted? Truly a revelation. Shin Ishuan couldn't help but admire the system for its creativity. It was something most would never conceive. Even he, a rather extraordinary individual, was left bewildered. At this moment, Shin Ishuan felt a twinge of regret. Regret over the hundreds of love letters he had thrown away. Based on his personal charm, wouldn't his attractiveness have reached level 10 long ago? However, upon reflection, he realized that he had discarded them for Duan Jiai, so there was no need for regret. With his chin resting on his hand, Shin Ishuan pondered deeply that if 2 love letters yield a 10 in charm, how much would it take to level up? To uncover the answer, he once again summoned his personal information. Upon clicking on the attractiveness section, a set of data appeared on the screen. Current attractiveness level, 8. Needs 90 experience points for the next upgrade. 90 points. 2 love letters equal 10 experience points, meaning he would need 18 more love letters to level up. By then, he would be even more handsome. And Duan Jiai wouldn't be able to let go of him. With this thought, Shin Ishuan couldn't help but smile dreamily. This scene left the others in the dorm utterly stunned. Su Ran cautiously ventured, Shin Ishuan, so you enjoy this kind of mushy content? Realizing his current predicament was somewhat embarrassing, Shin Ishuan cleared his throat. That's nonsense. Su Ran and the others struggled to suppress their laughter. After all, who would admit to such a thing? But then Shin Ishuan's next words left them utterly dumbfounded. What? You all think I'm gay? They exclaimed in unison, exchanging glances. That moment, their minds raced with one thought. Shin Ishuan couldn't possibly be gay. Could he? Otherwise, why would he have such peculiar interests? Shin Ishuan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, don't make a fuss that I'm as straight as they come. Besides, I just want you all to write me a few love letters. Huang Tianqi chuckled wryly. Don't say that. Even if you were a straight guy, the thought of writing you a love letter makes me feel rather nauseous. Shin Ishuan let out a sigh. The reason he requested everyone to do this was that he wanted to exploit a bug in the system. Love letters, regardless of the writer's gender, are all just love letters, aren't they? If the love letters they wrote could be counted, it would certainly save him some unnecessary trouble. After all, he did not wish to be caught in a compromising situation with Duan Jia. What if she became jealous? Although Shin Yixuan himself found this demand quite absurd. Everything was for Duan Jia. Subsequently, he retrieved his backpack and produced a bank card, holding it in his hand. That as long as you write me love letters, I shall treat you all to a day out this weekend. Whatever you wish to eat or play, young Master Shin will cover the expenses. Really? Shin Yixuan nodded. Seeing the card in his hand, Su Ran swallowed hard, clearly intrigued. Although their family's financial situation was decent, they only received 3,000 to 4,000 yuan in pocket money each month. Where was Huakai University located? In Huadu. What is the consumption level in Huadu? A nice meal would cost at least 1,000 yuan, and a more extravagant outing with singing and drinking would easily exceed 10,000. Moreover, having all expenses covered by one person was hardly a casual matter. It was rather extravagant, wasn't it? Shin Yixuan was indeed this generous. For the sake of Duan Jia, what was such a small amount of money? This card had been secretly handed to him by Wei Tianqin on the day school commenced. He had initially been reluctant to accept it, as Zhao Ying transferred 5,000 yuan to him every month. Yet Wei Tianqin insisted, stating it was for him to make friends. Having been married to Zhao Ying for many years, Wei Tianqin had long learned from her that Shin Yixuan was quite the playful one. To put it bluntly, he was someone who spent his days indulging in food and fun with his group of rowdy friends. However, Shin Yixuan had recently been accepted into a prestigious university, so the caliber of friends he made would undoubtedly differ from before. Hence, he certainly had to look after the newcomer Shin Yixuan, advising him to spend freely, as his family was not short on money. Wei Tianqin was the head of a leading enterprise in the country. It would be strange if he lacked funds. From Shin Yixuan's understanding of Wei Tianqin, he had always been generous, so it was reasonable to assume that the card held at least 100,000 yuan. For a university student to casually carry around 100,000 yuan, was that not the definition of wealth? Now, this card had found its purpose. Shin Yixuan, with an air of calmness, declared, "You three, is 6 letters each acceptable?" The three nodded in agreement. Their enthusiasm palpable. 6 love letters for a day's worth of joy was indeed an incredible bargain. However, I have one condition. What condition? Huang Tianqi inquired eagerly in half-hearted attempts. Write with all your heart. The more mushy, the better. Wang Ziming patted his chest. Rest assured, leave it to us. At that moment, they no longer cared whether Shin Yixuan was straight or not, as long as there were benefits involved. Writing him love letters daily was no problem at all. Shin Yixuan crossed his arms, a look of cunning satisfaction on his face. Let us give it a go, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. Life is but a grand gamble, isn't it? Once they reached a consensus, Shin Yixuan fetched a stool and sat before them. The trio worked efficiently, immediately pulling out paper and pens to unleash their creativity. Within half an hour, 18 neatly arranged love letters lay on the table. Please review, young Master Shin. Shin Yixuan nodded with satisfaction and opened one of the letters to read. Brother Shin, do you still remember me? I am the one who silently follows behind you. The content was evidently crafted by a seasoned player. Upon reaching this point, Shin Yixuan felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Huang Tianqi, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. Writing love letters was his forte. Although he had never received one, he had penned countless love letters himself. After one letter, Shin Yixuan quickly grabbed his phone, opened the album, and fixated on photos of Duan Jia, desperately trying to cleanse his mind, but he realized that his eyes might not be free of the grease for quite some time. Once his stomach settled, he opened another love letter. Upon finishing the second letter, the system's notification remained silent. Could it be that his assumption was wrong? He refused to believe in such misfortune. He immediately picked up another letter to read. This one, written by Wang Ziming, had a better writing style than the others and was not as cringeworthy as Huang Tianqi's. It even exuded a hint of tender affection, making it relatively pleasant to read. However, as he listened to his own love letter, Wang Ziming found himself blushing unconsciously, his gaze evasively darting away as he neared the completion of the third letter without any system notification. Shin Yixuan felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he had lost this bet, but just as he was about to set the love letters down, a sudden brightness struck him. Abruptly, a translucent blue interface appeared before Shin Yixuan's eyes. Beauty level. Level 9. Chapter 14. Am I being liked by a man? His beauty level had reached level 9? Everything happened so suddenly that Shin Ishuin could hardly process it that he had only read 3 love letters, all penned by men. And yet, at that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine and noticed an unusual gaze directed at him. This gaze belonged to Wang Ziming. Their eyes met, and Wang Ziming's previously flushed face turned even redder as he averted his gaze from Shin Ishuin. No way, right? Shin Ishuin's lips twitched slightly that if he wasn't mistaken, his upgrade was thanks to Wang Ziming. But why had Huang Tianqi's and Su Ran's letters not worked? Could it be that Wang Ziming's love letter revealed his true feelings? Shin Ishuin shook his head frantically that no way. It can't be. Although I may be handsome, I am undeniably masculine, not at all effeminate. And while Wang Ziming may act timidly, he is certainly not. Timid? No, I must get to the bottom of this. Shin Ishuin closed his eyes, attempting to communicate with the system through his thoughts. System, why did my beauty level suddenly increase? Congratulations, you have received a genuine emotion. With that single statement, Shin Ishuin felt as though he had been struck by lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. That a man's love? No, thank you. I didn't sign up for this. Silence. The system offered no further commentary. Shin Ishuin tentatively probed, is there any way to revert this level? I don't need it. Please take it back. And while you're at it, take his affection away too. Apologies, but I cannot retract another's feelings for you. Once a reward is granted, it cannot be rescinded. At this moment, Shin Ishuin felt as if 1,000 wild horses galloped through his mind. He came back to his senses, unwilling to ponder further. Recalling Wang Ziming's earlier reaction made him uneasy. He was a straight man. After all, it was best to find an excuse to escape. Thank you all. You decide where to go this weekend. That I'm feeling tired and will take a nap. With that, Shin Ishuin dared not look at them again, collapsing onto his bed and covering his head with the blanket. He had intended to exploit a bug in the system, but ended up unexpectedly acquiring a genuine emotion that he strained to remember the past few days since school began. And indeed, Wang Ziming had been acting strangely. Shin Ishuin had noticed early on that Wang Ziming often stared at him from behind, but they were both straight men, so he hadn't thought much of it. However, it seemed that now, Shin Ishuin dared not dwell on it further. It appeared he could only choose to avoid this emotion. After making a significant decision, Shin Ishuin sat up in bed and rushed into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. That he gazed at himself in the mirror, inspecting his face from left to right, without noticing any changes. Although he still looked charming, just as he was indulging in self-admiration, there came a loud knock on the bathroom door. Shin-sun, hurry up. I can't hold it any longer. Hearing Huang Tianqi's voice, Shin Ishuin felt a wave of relief and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, Huang Tianqi's eyes nearly sparkled with brightness. He froze for 2 seconds before murmuring, "Wow, you look so handsome." Shin Ishuin looked at him in confusion and touched his face. "Really? I've always been this handsome that I can't take it anymore. Let me use the restroom first." Huang Tianqi then rushed into the bathroom, slamming the door behind him. Shin Ishuin did not think much of Huang Tianqi's earlier comment and returned to his room. However, the instant Shin Ishuin stepped into the dormitory, it felt as if a dazzling light accompanied him, complete with background music. This scene left Wang Ziming and Su Ran utterly spellbound. "Wow, you look unbelievably handsome." "Is that so?" Shin Ishuin replied, bemused. Wang Ziming nodded in agreement. Shin Ishuin touched his face again, but the reflection in the mirror showed no changes, or perhaps he simply couldn't see the changes himself. Shin Ishuin leaned closer to Su Ran, urging her to examine his handsome visage. "Tell me, where do I look handsome?" "Ah, don't get so close." Su Ran pushed Shin Ishuin away, appearing somewhat bashful, reminiscent of a shy girl. She then stated, "Not to mention, your entrance came with background music. How can you not be handsome?" "Background music?" Shin Ishuin wore a perplexed expression. Surely, that didn't conform to the laws of this world. But then again, considering he had been reborn, what was impossible? As Su Ran spoke, it validated Shin Ishuin's thoughts. One's own changes in appearance often go unnoticed. Abruptly, a voice from the side broke through the silence. "Shin Ishuin, could you step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with you." Had this statement emanated from another's lips, Shin Ishuin would have brushed it off without a second thought. However, by unfortunate coincidence, it was Wang Ziming who uttered these words. Shin Ishuin hesitated, pondering the nature of their relationship. Were they merely roommates? Or was it something more akin to unrequited affection? The very thought sent shivers down his spine. He had initially intended to disregard the situation entirely, but now he found himself summoned for a private conversation. Was it possible that a confession awaited him? Oh heavens, what a cruel jest! Yet this was merely Shun Ishuan's inner turmoil. No, avoidance was not the optimal solution. Even if faced with a confession, he could simply refuse, couldn't he? He needed to maintain an air of normalcy, ensuring Wang Ziming remained oblivious to his awareness of Ziming's feelings. Shun Ishuan turned his back to Wang Ziming and made his way toward the door, feigning calmness as he spoke. All right, let us step outside to talk. With that, he exited without looking back, his expression akin to that of someone donning a mask of anguish. Wang Ziming promptly rose and followed him out. This sudden emotional encounter caught Shun Ishuan unprepared, and within the dormitory, there was no one else loitering in the corridor, leaving only the two of them together. Once outside, an awkward silence enveloped them for 2 minutes. Wang Ziming began, hesitating and keeping his gaze low. Shun Ishuan took a deep breath and reassured, "It's all right. Feel free to share whatever's on your mind." Despite his outward composure, his heart raced in anticipation. Perhaps Shun Ishuan's encouragement spurred Wang Ziming on, for he finally spoke up. "Shun Ishuan, may I?" Shun Ishuan gulped, his eyes widening in anticipation of the next words. Fearing he was causing Shun Ishuan anxiety, Wang Ziming blurted out, "I want to ask if I could be your little brother." "Little brother?" Shun Ishuan's mouth fell agape in disbelief, coupled with a glimmer of hope. Wang Ziming nodded earnestly and continued, "To be honest, I have admired you since the very first day of school." Chapter 15. A sense of admiration. Shun Ishuan had thought that Wang Ziming harbored romantic feelings for him, and as he was called outside for a private conversation, he had meticulously prepared rejection lines. Yet, Wang Ziming had stammered for so long only to express a desire to be his little brother. This was quite acceptable. No confession meant everything remained uncomplicated. Of course, this notion did not arise spontaneously in Wang Ziming's mind, as Shun Ishuan perceived him. He was a timid young man. Before university, he had been the outcast of his class. Solely absorbed in his studies, a veritable bookworm. Silent and solitary, he epitomized the notion of being difficult to approach. Over time, this naturally fostered an image of unapproachability, making his isolation seem justifiable. When did things begin to change? It was all due to Shun Ishuan's arrival. While Shun Ishuan was notably aloof towards female classmates, appearing as a melancholic prince in their eyes, he exuded a carefree, sunny disposition when it came to interacting with his male peers. On the first day of school, he had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Wang Ziming, including him in every aspect of their plans without leaving anyone behind. That it was thanks to Shun Ishuan that Wang Ziming could swiftly integrate into their small dormitory community and bond with the others. Moreover, despite their age similarities, Shun Ishuan consistently took on the role of an elder brother, caring for them in every way. Most importantly, he embodied the ideal that Wang Ziming aspired to become. Hence, it was no surprise that Wang Ziming held Shun Ishuan in such high regard. Upon uncovering the truth behind Wang Ziming's feelings, Shun Ishuan's anxious heart finally found solace. This genuine emotion stemmed from admiration. How unfortunate that the system had not clarified this earlier, leading to such a misunderstanding. Thankfully, he had managed to keep his feelings concealed. Shun Ishuan patted his chest, declaring, "No problem at all. The concept of little brothers is irrelevant. We are all equals here. Rest assured, we are friends, and it's only natural for me to look out for you." Upon hearing Shun Ishuan's words, Wang Ziming broke into a knowing smile. After returning to the dormitory, Shun Ishuan attempted once more to converse with the system. "System, does Wang Ziming's feeling towards me stem from admiration?" "Indeed. Why didn't you mention it earlier? You startled me. Genuine emotions encompass admiration as well. You failed to inquire further at the time, thus the responsibility lies with you." Shun Ishuan's lips twitched in exasperation. "Oh dear me." That being said, Wang Ziming's feelings had indeed blossomed due to Shun Ishuan's personal charm, and it was entirely plausible that his enhanced appearance contributed to this admiration. Had it not been for his earlier antics involving love letters, he would never have imagined such a turn of events. With no further banter with the system, Shun Ishuan stepped away and, later that evening during the class meeting, encountered Duan Jai once more. She donned a light blue short skirt, adorned with a matching headband, her slightly curled hair giving her the appearance of a porcelain doll. Consequently, she attracted admiring glances from every corner of the classroom. Jealousy washed over him. As there were no specific seating arrangements, Shin Ishuan ensured he sat right next to his precious Jiai. After a series of orchestrated moves, he successfully secured a seat beside her. When he turned to glance at Shin Ishuan, Duan Jiai appeared equally taken aback by his striking looks. After a day apart, how had he become even more handsome, especially when he flashed her a slight smile? Her cheeks flushed crimson. Suddenly, a sweet voice chimed in. It rained today, so your clothes will only be ready for you tomorrow. Goodness, what a pair of celestial beings! A match made in heaven. Indeed. When two individuals at the pinnacle of attractiveness came together, it was bound to create quite a stir. However, sitting nearby, Xiao Wanjing rolled her eyes in disdain, nearly exasperated to the point of fury. Duan Jiai can only cling to Shin Ishuan during these few days of military training. Otherwise, where would she find the opportunity? Yet, after scrutinizing Duan Jiai closely, she had to concede that Jiai's features were undeniably charming, falling into the category of a pure campus beauty. Xiao Wanjing and Duan Jiai were of entirely different styles. Wanjing possessed a voluptuous figure, a world-weary expression, a height of 170 cm, and long legs, embodying the essence of a sultry older sister. She had beauty, wealth, and a stunning physique. How could Duan Jiai compete? Was it merely her doll-like visage that garnered such attention? Upon further thought, it was hardly surprising. Most boys in their teens and 20s tended to favor sweet, innocent types like Duan Jiai. Wait a moment. Xiao Wanjing's eyes narrowed as she observed the two again. Seemingly having made a resolute decision, the surrounding chatter was hardly discreet. Duan Jiai could easily hear it. However, she paid no mind to the whispers engrossed in her book. Naturally, the professional texts had yet to be distributed. So she was reading her preferred urban romance novel. Shin Ishuan caught a glimpse of the book's title and couldn't help but exclaim internally, another tale of rebirth? Alas, this little one had cultivated a penchant for such stories since childhood. If she were to discover that he had been reborn for her sake, she would surely burst into laughter. Yet he could never reveal such a truth to AT that moment. The sound of high heels echoed from outside the classroom as a woman in her 30s entered. Clad in a professional skirt suit, her hair neatly pinned back and glasses perched on her nose, she exuded an air of a formidable woman. This was the instructor, Xiang Wan, for both classes. Xiang Wan's appearance was truly commendable. Her figure was ample and surpassed that of many younger women. Had she not already been taken, she would undoubtedly incite a campus-wide sensation with a student-teacher romance. All right, everyone, please settle down. The students complied promptly. As soon as the instructor spoke, the previously raucous classroom fell silent. Duan Jiai hesitated to close her book, lifting her head with utmost seriousness, ready to engage. Truly, a diligent scholar, unfazed and adaptable. Shin Ishuan straightened in his seat, determined to present himself well in the presence of the goddess. AT that moment, the system chimed in once more. You have a new task. Would you like to view it? What new developments awaited him? Especially with such intriguing rewards for task completion. After all, even the most casual rewards were quite impressive. Shin Ishuan was eager to undertake more tasks. View. The blue screen unfolded, revealing current task. Participate in the freshman ceremony. Completion reward. Confidential. What? A reward shrouded in secrecy? The system was becoming increasingly mischievous. Would you like to accept the task? Accept. Regardless of the reward, it was bound to benefit him. To pass up a bargain would be foolish. Task accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 2 hours. Failure to do so will result in loss of rewards. Shortly thereafter, Instructor Xiang Wan announced the agenda for the class meeting. In 1 week, military training will conclude that on the afternoon following the end of training, we will hold a military training performance, and I hope everyone will participate actively. Additionally, that evening, the school would host a welcome party, featuring a choral performance requiring the involvement of freshmen that a selection process would determine 1 male and 1 female lead singer. Are there any students from our 2 classes who wish to sign up? Chapter 16. The professional pitfall of best friends. The instructor's announcement sent shockwaves through the class. The lead singer for the welcome party had been chosen. What did this signify? It meant that the selected individual would enjoy priority in matters of romantic choice. Being chosen could elevate one to a prominent figure within the school, ensuring a sustained period of popularity. Struggling to find a partner? Absolutely out of the question. Hey, are you going to participate? I think I'll pass. My singing voice is rather lacking. Even if I did join, I doubt I'd be selected, that I've heard there is someone in our class who has been training in vocal music since elementary school. How could I possibly compete with them? Though everyone aspired to claim this coveted privilege, none dared to take the first step. Gaining admission to Huakai University primarily relied on academic performance, yet the campus was teeming with individuals of exceptional talent. Moreover, this particular cohort boasted a staggering 3,000 students that, as the saying goes, skills are never a burden that I in Huakai University, which affluent child has not been groomed in the arts, be it dance or piano. From a young age, the competition was bound to be fierce, which explained the hesitance that permeated the room. Shin Ishuan wrestled with his own internal conflict. This was a task mandated by the system. Yet he was acutely aware of his own vocal inadequacies. Having been tone-deaf since childhood, the thought of singing before the entire school body was unbearable. He could scarcely tolerate hearing his own voice. While others sang for money, his singing was purely torturous. The most pressing concern was the unknown reward tied to this task. Perhaps it would be wiser to forego it altogether. Ja-e, you must sign up. Your voice is so beautiful. How could you let such an opportunity slip away? I've heard that participating in school events can earn extra credits. Yu Minggran urged continuously beside Duan Jiayi. Duan Jiayi fidgeted, her fingers intertwining, visibly torn. She loved singing, but merely as a hobby. Furthermore, she had never performed in front of an audience, fearing she would be too nervous to even open her mouth. Shen Yishuan was well aware of Duan Jiayi's talent. This young lady not only possessed a sweet appearance, but also a voice that was equally delightful, a veritable karaoke champion. However, he selfishly wished for her to sing solely for him. Before the entire school body? No, thank you. That would only attract a throng of rivals. Even with his undeniable charm and excellence, he feared he could not fend them off. Yu Minggran, if Jia-e doesn't want to sing, let her be. Shen Yishuan interjected, a hint of selfishness in his voice. Though he longed to see Duan Jia-e shine on stage, this sentiment was overshadowed by his possessiveness that Yu Minggran, displeased by his comment, gave a huff and rolled her eyes at him before standing up. Teacher, may I recommend a classmate? Of course. Which classmate do you wish to recommend? Duan Jia-e gently tugged at her sleeve, signaling her to refrain from speaking. Yet, as Duan Jiayi's close friend for 6 years, Yu Minggran was determined to advocate for her. Ignoring Jia-e's protests, she boldly proclaimed, the song for this choir is our school anthem, which embodies youth and vitality that I believe a girl with a sweet and lively voice would be most fitting for this song. So I recommend Duan Jia-e. With that, she sat down, a triumphant grin on her face. If her best friend represented the freshman on stage, she would be the proudest. Who is Duan Jia-e? Duan Jiayi shot Yu Minggran a resentful glance, then slowly stood up. Xiangwan nodded in approval, satisfied with Jia-e's appearance, as she was to represent the face of Huakai University. However, we must still conduct elections. Are there any other students who wish to participate? Teacher, I would like to sign up as well. With one student setting an example, others soon followed suit, including Xiao Wanqing. Xiao Wanqing was the girl everyone referred to, who had been studying vocal music since the age of 7, having trained for over a decade. She had accumulated numerous accolades and was indifferent to this modest ceremony. Yet she could not tolerate the sight of Duan Jia-e, especially now that she had decided to join, if Jia-e participated. Then she would have to compete against her. She wanted Shen Yishuan to know that she was superior to Duan Jia-e. Seeing so many students signing up, Shen Yishuan began to panic. However, his motives were not rooted in the desire for romantic privilege. The instructor had previously mentioned selecting one male and one female lead singer, and if Duan Jia-e were chosen, then as this thought crossed his mind, Shen Yishuan steeled himself, raised his hand, and called out, Teacher, I want to sign up too. Silence. His exclamation drew every gaze in the room toward him. Though he feigned confidence, inwardly, he was a bundle of nerves. Why is everyone looking at me? Do they all know I can't carry a tune? I haven't sung in public since, well, I can't remember. I only sing in the shower. What if Su Ran and the others have spread the word? This is a disaster. The moment I open my mouth, my reputation will be ruined. What will Jia-e think of me? Oh dear, Shen Yishuan is not only handsome and wealthy, but can also sing? What door has God closed on him? Wait, is it true? Does being handsome come with an enhancement feature? Task completed. Rewards have been issued. Please check. Was that it? Upon reflection, the task only required signing up, it didn't specify that one must be selected. Shin Yixuan felt a surge of curiosity about the enigmatic reward and eagerly opened the notification. Host: Shin Yixuan Intelligence. Level 4 Emotional Intelligence. Level 1 Wealth. Level 8 Attractiveness. Level 9 Physical Fitness. Level 3 Skills, Photographic Memory. Mathematical Problem-Solving Techniques, Celestial Voice. He should have anticipated that. After all, he was the chosen one, that although Celestial Voice paled in comparison to other skills, it was just enough to quell his anxieties. At the very least, he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of Duan Jia. All right, I'll give everyone 2 days to prepare. The audition will be held the night after tomorrow during class meeting time. That concludes today's session. Everyone should head back and rest up. With that, Xiangwan left the classroom. Dawai Yumin Gran. You put me in quite the predicament. Duan Jia pouted, casting a baleful glance at Yumin Gran. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to sit quietly and watch the program? Yumin Gran, unbothered, laughed heartily to, oh come on, this could earn you credits, a lot of them. Duan Jia took a deep breath. Fine, for the sake of the credits, I want to hold it against you. Jia, you must give it your all. I have faith in you. Duan Jia turned around, smiling sweetly. Thank you. I believe in you too. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. While Duan Jia remained blissfully unaware, Yumin Gran, as an observer, grasped the broader context. Stifling her laughter, she mimicked Jia's gestures, exaggeratedly declaring, Jia, you must give it your all. I have faith in you. Chapter 17. Love at First Sight. Is it the face that captivates? Frequenting the riverbank, one is bound to get their shoes wet. Why did Yumin Gran smile so ominously? Even Shin Yixuan found himself puzzled, stammering, What's wrong? Did I say something inappropriate? Yumin Gran cleared her throat. Nothing at all. That was splendid. Jia, I have to run an errand. But I'll ensure someone sees you safely home. With that, she dashed away, leaving no trace behind. The hints were unmistakable, and Shin Yixuan quickly pieced it together. Earlier, he had called Duan Jia by her full name. Today, he had inadvertently let it slip. This little fool didn't even notice. Perhaps this was for the best, as he wouldn't have to awkwardly address her formally every time. Shin Yixuan, don't listen to Min Gran. I can go back by myself. While they could now be considered friends, it was unnecessary for him to escort her back to her dormitory. Yet, Shin Yixuan could not bear the thought of letting her walk back alone. He felt immense pressure. Who knew how many hungry wolves were lurking, eyeing this little lamb? He had to keep her in sight. As Duan Jia had expected, Shin Yixuan declined her offer to return alone. Acknowledging she couldn't argue her way out of it, she remained silent. However, after spending several days with him, she sensed that Shin Yixuan was different from other boys, while others like Zhou Rui only elicited feelings of disdain and aversion. Shin Yixuan instilled a sense of security. Could this be what it felt like to have feelings? Although Duan Jia had never been in a relationship, she had witnessed her best friend navigate the ups and downs of love for years. She understood more than anyone. Lost in her thoughts, Duan Jia suddenly realized that Shin Yixuan was holding her hand. They were merely friends. Holding hands in public felt inappropriate. Yet his hand was so large and warm, bringing her an unexplainable sense of comfort. That as she tentatively attempted to withdraw her hand, it seemed Shin Yixuan only tightened his grip. She ceased to resist, allowing him to lead her. Little one, you're not resisting anymore? Shin Yixuan smiled knowingly, pleased with the developments that he had not anticipated that he would one day find himself in such a position. But for Duan Jia, it was all worth it. Duan Jia's small hand felt soft and delicate. It had been so long since he had held anyone's hand. Yixuan Ji, as the week unfolded, just as the two individuals were about to depart from the classroom hand in hand, they were unexpectedly halted by Xiao Wanqing. Her gaze naturally fell upon their entwined hands, and the conversation that had just been underway came to an abrupt halt. Observing this, Duan Jia immediately withdrew her hand from Shin Yixuan's grasp. Xiao Wanqing wore an expression of guilt. I apologize. I hope I haven't interrupted your conversation. Oh, not at all. Please continue your discussion. I have something to attend to and shall take my leave, Duan Jia replied dismissively. Despite Shin Yixuan's protest, she circumvented the two and exited the classroom. She must have misunderstood. Shin Yixuan contemplated pursuing her, but was abruptly pulled back by Xiao Wanqing. Yixuan Ji, please allow me to explain. She urged, frustrated. Shin Yixuan thought, Yet again, Xiao Wanqing's meddling had ruined the moment. Did she reside near Daunting Lake? Otherwise, how could she embody such a spirit of mischief? Unlike the protagonists in television dramas who endlessly linger by the side of such characters. Shen Yixuan was a connoisseur of tea, fully aware of the nuances involved. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to suppress the anger bubbling within him, finally responding in a frosty tone after a prolonged silence. "What is it? Speak quickly." Xiao Wanqing's pupils dilated. It was the first time Shen Yixuan had regarded her with such indifference. The temperature in the classroom seemed to plummet, and in the midst of this sweltering summer, she felt an unexpected chill. She recognized that Shen Yixuan was truly upset. Striving to maintain a smile, she cautiously ventured, "My parents learned that we attend the same school, and they would like to know if you have time this weekend to come to my house for dinner." "I have no time." Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yixuan decisively declined to go to Dawning Lake. He had no leisure for that. He needed to devise a means to placate his beloved Ditto. "Then how about next week?" "Do you have time?" Xiao Wanqing persisted, unwilling to relent. If she did not procure a definitive answer, she would likely pursue the matter for years to come. "Please convey my regards to your parents. We can discuss dinner next week." Shen Yixuan, wishing to avoid further conversation, offered a perfunctory response before hastily departing in pursuit of Duan Jia. Alone on the route home, Duan Jia walked with her head bowed, clearly preoccupied. What was the nature of Shen Yixuan's relationship with Xiao Wanqing? Yet one thing was certain. Xiao Wanqing harbored feelings for Shen Yixuan, with her striking beauty and their compatible backgrounds. Along with their childhood companionship, it was likely their family supported their union. During her time apart from Shen Yixuan, Duan Jia had even envisioned names for their future children. Unbeknownst to her, a group of boys had been trailing her, the leader of whom clutched a bouquet of flowers. "Zheng Juanze, love is right before you. Will you not seize it?" urged one of the boys, emboldened by the encouragement of his peers, only to be shoved forward by his best friend. Feeling the tension, Duan Jia spun around like a startled rabbit. "Senior?" At this point, the boy could no longer conceal his intentions that he held the flowers aloft, pouring out his heart to Duan Jia. "Duan Jia. I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" "Huh." Duan Jia blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering as she stared blankly at the boy, hesitating to accept the flowers that he was a sophomore majoring in economics, someone she had met on the day of freshman registration. But after exchanging contact information, their communication had been minimal. Just a glance had been enough to captivate him. Today, with the help of his friends, he had finally mustered the courage to confess. Yet, after encountering countless suitors, Duan Jia had grown numb to such advances. What was her forte? Rejecting confessions. Even if a celestial being were to profess their love for her, she would still decline, focusing solely on being the obedient girl she aspired to be. "Agree to him. Agree to him." At this moment, the boy's friends began to chant, urging her to accept as onlookers gathered. Forming a wall of spectators, they chimed in, "Agree to him. Agree to him." Some even illuminated their phones, waving them rhythmically. Such a romantic spectacle would surely move any girl to tears. Yet Duan Jia's gaze flitted nervously, clearly uncomfortable. "Jia," Zheng Juanze continued, "from the moment I first saw you, I was smitten. You don't have to respond right away." Duan Jia nodded, her lips parting slightly as the words of rejection lingered on the tip of her tongue. The others clapped their hands, eagerly anticipating her response. But at that moment, an unexpected intruder made his entrance. Love at first sight. Perhaps you are enamored with her appearance. It was Shen Yixuan, who swiftly placed his arm around Duan Jia's shoulder, casting a fiery glare at Zheng Juanze. "Sorry, bro, but in the brief moment I lost sight of my girlfriend. You decided to stir up trouble." Chapter 18. Gather for a juicy revelation. The atmosphere became palpably awkward. After all this fuss, it turned out to be a mere misunderstanding, as Shen Yixuan's words hung in the air. The scene fell into a hushed silence. Even the sound of a single hair falling to the ground could be distinctly heard. Zheng Juanze stood frozen, the silence stretching on as if it had lasted a century. Duan Jia had a boyfriend? He had been keeping tabs on her for some time, observing Shen Yixuan's constant presence by her side, but he had assumed they were merely friends. Now, he felt so awkward he could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. "Shen Yixuan, you're not." Shen Yixuan gestured for silence towards Duan Jia, then deftly took her hand. Even in the dim light, it was evident that a blush had crept onto her cheeks. Well then, now that they were holding hands, What purpose did his confession serve? Zheng Juanze forced a smile. My apologies. I merely wish to ask Duan Jia for a favor. That a favor for what? Shen Yixuan pressed. The senior wanted to confess to a girl and was hoping I could help him practice. Zheng Juanze explained, glancing at Duan Jia, who nodded in affirmation. Yes, so I apologize for the misunderstanding today. In truth, those words were fabricated by Duan Jia, who felt that such an awkward situation required an escape route for the boy that on the university's stone path. A couple strolled hand in hand. The boy significantly taller than the girl, their silhouettes appearing remarkably well-matched. Now that we are alone, may I release your hand? Shen Yixuan reluctantly relinquished Duan Jia's small hand, having been caught in his own longing thoughts. I apologize. I forgot, he murmured. Duan Jia rolled her eyes at him and continued walking ahead without another word. She actually rolled her eyes at me? It seems she is still that adorable little white rabbit. Hey, wait up, Jia. You're not feeling jealous, are you? Shen Yixuan called after her, his inquiries unceasing. Just as Duan Jia thought she had finally escaped Shen Yixuan, she was promptly encircled by Yu Mingran upon her return to the dormitory. Yu Mingran thrust her phone in front of Duan Jia's face, demanding, when did you and Shen Yixuan get together? Why was I not informed? Huh, Duan Jia exclaimed, utterly bewildered. She was unaware that she and Shen Yixuan were an item. Snatching Yu Mingran's phone, her expression contorted in confusion that IT was a post from the campus confession wall. Everyone grab a seat and enjoy the drama. The new campus beauty was confessed by a senior. But her true boyfriend appeared on the scene, leading to an awkward situation. Below the text was a photo of the two of them holding hands. The comments below the post were even more outrageous. Zheng Juanze also faces rejection? But honestly, this couple looks so perfect together, so embarrassing to be discovered by the original boyfriend during a confession. If it were me, I'd just want to find a hole to hide in. Everyone, stop spreading nonsense. He said he was just rehearsing for another girl. The real object of his affections is someone else. Are you brainless? You actually believe such a transparent excuse, reading the myriad of comments. Duan Jia's lips twitched, and she tossed the phone back into Yu Mingran's hands. That Yu Mingran chuckled. The evidence is irrefutable. How will you explain this to me? I leave you alone for just a moment. And you two went up together. Duan Jia waved her hands in a panic. Mingran, don't listen to their nonsense. There is absolutely nothing going on. Oh, is that so? Yu Mingran narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to Duan Jia. Scrutinizing her. You are holding hands now. Tell me there is nothing between you two. Under such scrutiny, Duan Jia felt a pang of guilt, her gaze evasive. Why did she feel guilty? She herself was unsure. She and Shen Yixuan had no real relationship. To assert her innocence, Duan Jia stammered. I simply didn't know how to refuse, so Shen Yixuan came to help me out. Please don't overthink it. Yu Mingran smirked and patted Duan Jia on the shoulder. Our little white rabbit has grown up. Clearly dissatisfied with Duan Jia's explanation, she was not convinced. After all, they had shared the same bed. How could she not know how to refuse Zheng Juanze? She wouldn't believe it even if the sky fell. Regardless, she had already grasped the situation in her heart and chose not to pursue the matter further. In fact, she felt quite satisfied with Shen Yixuan's behavior over the past few days and was somewhat at ease in trusting Duan Jia to him. Before long, the events of the previous night spread like wildfire. The following day happened to be the weekend, and Xiao Wanqing made her way to the hair salon. Classmate, what kind of hairstyle would you like? Xiao Wanqing pulled out her phone, showing a picture to Tony. The stylist. Just do it according to this photo. The image featured none other than Duan Jia. After reviewing the picture, Tony nodded and gestured an okay. That is no problem, but we first need to dye your hair and then cut some bangs. Xiao Wanqing nodded in agreement. Truth be told, after so many years of embodying a mature woman, she had grown weary of it. 2 hours later, Tony admired his masterpiece and asked, All right, are you satisfied? Xiao Wanqing gazed into the mirror. Momentarily taken aback, with her new bangs, she appeared sweeter, her chestnut long hair styled into a trendy French fringe. Staring at her reflection, she scarcely recognized herself. However, her beauty remained unchanged throughout. Rising from her seat, Xiao Wanqing retrieved a card from her designer bag and handed it to Tony before returning to her dormitory. Duan Jia, have you come to the wrong dorm? This was the first thing her roommate said upon seeing Xiao Wanqing. It wasn't until they noticed the designer bag she carried that they recognized her as a university student. It was rare for someone to possess a bag worth several tens of thousands. Wanqing, what happened? It seems that Tony's skills are quite commendable. Xiao Wanqing merely smiled knowingly. Shall she accompany me for some shopping? All right. Tianqi took a deep breath, realizing that the young lady was about to indulge in a shopping spree. Xiao Wanqing's wardrobe was already brimming with clothes, nearly overflowing, as she donned various outfits daily, all from high-end brands. Truly, one envied the life of the affluent. Meanwhile, in Shen Yixuan's dormitory, the four young men were also busy with their own affairs. As it was the weekend, Shen Yixuan intended to honor his promise to treat the three who had penned love letters to him. Planning a day of fun that as everyone was ready, Shen Yixuan hesitated. Clutching his phone, the screen displayed a chat with Duan Jai that he typed and deleted messages repeatedly, uncertain of how to express himself. Shen Yixuan, are we all set to go? Noticing Shen Yixuan's preoccupation with his phone, Su Ran leaned over. Oh, come on, look at you hesitating like that. Let me help. With that, Su Ran snatched Shen Yixuan's phone and hit send. What the hell? Shen Yixuan exclaimed, his face flushing with embarrassment, that he snatched the phone back. Attempting to retract the message, only to discover Duan Jai was already typing that it's over, there's no way to take it back now. After just a few days of knowing her, I've asked her out to hang out. Jai must despise me that Su Ran, unfazed, wore a nonchalant expression. What are you afraid of? You're not asking her out alone. We're all here too. Ignoring Su Ran, Shen Yixuan continued to stare at his phone screen. After what felt like an eternity, Duan Jai finally replied that a shriek from Su Ran startled him. Could it be that Shen Yixuan had truly been rejected by Duan Jai? If so, he had inadvertently done a great service. Shen Yixuan would undoubtedly seek revenge. Su Ran stealthily began to make his escape toward the dormitory door. That Su Ran. Oh no, I've been caught. Su Ran froze in place, his body tense, not daring to turn his head. Shen Yixuan approached him, his expression dark. Why are you running? Su Ran awkwardly scratched his head and laughed nervously. I had an urgent need. He could feel his heart racing, nearly leaping out of his chest. Shen Yixuan narrowed his eyes, speaking softly. The restroom is right in the dormitory. Why would you run outside? Su Ran found himself at a loss for words, his mouth curling downward into a frown. I shouldn't have helped you send that message. He was terrified of Shen Yixuan. Duan Jai was Shen Yixuan's treasured possession. Having caused such a blunder on a whim, would Shen Yixuan exact revenge on him? Of course, he wouldn't go that far. But he was certain he could no longer remain in this dormitory, that Su Ran had already resolved to transfer. But unexpectedly, Shen Yixuan pulled him into an embrace and planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Ran, you are the best, truly my good buddy. Huh. Su Ran's face was a picture of confusion. Good buddy, and he even kissed his cheek. Could it be that this guy was really gay? When he saw Duan Jai's reply, the weight on his chest lifted. That it just me. Can I bring you Min Gran along? Being hugged by Shen Yixuan, he was on the verge of tears. Finally, Shen Yixuan released Su Ran and patted his shoulder. Good brother, you've done me such a huge favor. Pick any sneakers or watches you want. To his surprise, he inadvertently gained a fortune from his impulsive act. Sneakers and watches were not necessary. The group agreed to meet downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Shen Yixuan stood in the center, casually resting a hand in his pocket. Before long, Yu Min Gran emerged, linking arms with Duan Jai. Shen Yixuan's eyes lit up. Today, his precious treasure looked exceptionally adorable. Duan Jai favored long skirts, but today she donned a white short skirt, exuding youthful vibrancy. She wore a sparkling pearl headband, looking simply stunning. Shen Yixuan felt a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks. Shen Yixuan, even you can blush. How shameless. Huang Tianqi and the others teased. Yet they were not entirely wrong. Once they gathered, the roommates instinctively stepped back, falling in line behind the two that Yu Min Gran proudly trailed behind. Arms crossed, Duan Jai had agreed to Shen Yixuan's invitation, largely thanks to her. Initially, her first reaction upon seeing Shen Yixuan's message was to refuse. However, after days of military training, she felt suffocated at school and had longed to go out for fun. Coincidentally, Shen Yixuan extended an olive branch, and she wouldn't have to spend a dime. Who wouldn't seize a good deal? The two in front strolled side by side, leaving Shen Yixuan's hands awkwardly swaying at his sides. While Duan Jai kept her hands firmly on her bag, silent as ever. After a long pause, Shen Yixuan cleared his throat and took the initiative. Jai, have you decided what song you'll sing for the lead vocalist selection? Duan Jiai shook her head. Not yet. What about you? Neither have I. Duan Jiai maintained her gaze ahead, not once looking at Shen Yixuan. Was she still upset with him? Why did it seem like Duan Jiai was indeed angry at Shen Yixuan? Wang Ziming turned to Yu Mingran and inquired, is she perhaps troubled by that post on the confession wall? Post? Wang Ziming pulled out his phone and scrolled through the confession wall, quickly discovering the post Yu Mingran mentioned. No way, this is a major revelation. Yu Mingran rolled her eyes. Your dorm has been disconnected from the internet for years, hasn't it? How could you not know such a big deal? Immediately afterward, Wang Ziming sent Shen Yixuan a message. Upon receiving the message, Shen Yixuan furrowed his brow. Could it be that she was upset because of this? He then opened the comments on the post and took some action. That'd be why the time they emerged. It was nearly noon. Under Shen Yixuan's lead, they headed straight to a hot pot restaurant. Duan Jiai had a special fondness for hot pot, so whenever the two dined together, they invariably found themselves at this establishment. A place they could never get enough of. The six of them were led to a private room by the staff, with Shen Yixuan and Duan Jiai seated together. Shen Yixuan picked up the menu, ordered a few dishes, and then handed it over to Duan Jiai and Yu Mingran. As for the others, they were not picky. Duan Jiai took the menu, surprised to see that her favorite dishes had already been ordered. Shen Yixuan smiled slightly, but remained silent. That moment, the waiter entered. Hello, for the dipping sauces, please help yourselves at the sauce station. Duan Jiai attempted to stand, but Shen Yixuan swiftly pulled her back down. It's inconvenient for you to sit on the inside. Let me get it for you. Duan Jiai opened her mouth to say something, but Shen Yixuan had already stepped out of the room. Wow, I'm so envious. Once they had satisfied their cravings, Yu Mingran darted out as well. When Shen Yixuan returned, he handed a bowl of sauce to Duan Jiai. Thank you. However, as she sat down, Duan Jiai stared blankly at the bowl of sauce. She didn't eat garlic or cilantro, a fact known only to Yu Mingran. Could it be that Shen Yixuan had investigated her preferences? It is hardly surprising that Duan Jiai harbors such thoughts, given her penchant for reading novels all day long, where such plots abound. However, upon reflection, she realizes that while others are often portrayed as domineering CEOs investigating their delicate wives, she is merely a university student. Not quite in the same league. Perhaps this notion was conveyed by her close friend. Duan Jiai chose not to dwell on it further. During the meal, she hardly needed to lift a finger to serve herself, as Shen Yixuan and Yu Mingran took turns feeding her, leaving little opportunity for her to participate. That moment, the trio of single friends nearby could no longer contain themselves. Shen Yixuan, you two should refrain from flaunting your affection here. What activities do we have planned after dinner? Shall we go sing? Chapter 20. Fear not, for I am here. Although singing in broad daylight may seem inappropriate, the strict dormitory checks at night render returning late a risky endeavor. Ultimately, it was Shen Yixuan's desire to hear Duan Jiai sing that motivated him. It had been quite some time since he last had the pleasure. Jiai and I are set to participate in the lead singer selection. This would be the perfect opportunity to practice the audition piece. Given that they were participating, they could hardly afford to take it lightly. Duan Jiai nodded in agreement, while she initially intended to showcase her talented girlfriend to her roommates. Shen Yixuan was taken aback to find that the true star was none other than himself. Simultaneously, he garnered the admiration of 5 little fans. After their singing session, the group ventured to the nearby night market. After a day filled with merriment, the 6 of them returned just in time to avoid the dormitory checks. The night escorted the princess back to the dormitory. Duan Jiai suddenly halted in her tracks. She looked up and stared intently at Shen Yixuan, her smile vanishing. Jiai, what's wrong? Her lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak, but was overcome with emotion. I feel so pained. Finally, Duan Jiai mustered the courage to address Shen Yixuan. Could you assist me in finding a part-time job? Shen Yixuan did not react much. In truth, she had not intended to trouble him. For the past few days, Duan Jiai had been tirelessly searching for opportunities nearby. However, the area was saturated with university students seeking part-time work, making it both time-consuming and laborious. With wages that were painfully low, her decision to confide in Shen Yixuan came after nights of careful consideration. In this school, he was her only hope. Without probing into her reasons for seeking employment, Shen Yixuan simply nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his dormitory, Shen Yixuan collapsed onto his bed, replaying the conversation with Duan Jiai in his mind. He understood her motivations for seeking a part-time job that in his past life. A talented and academically accomplished student had willingly come to work as his secretary. Shin Ishuan was also aware of Duan Jiai's family situation. Throughout high school, she had dedicated herself to studying in the library day in and day out. Although her father had worked for over a decade in a publicly traded company, he remained merely a team leader. Duan Jiai's mother had suffered from poor health since childhood, necessitating a substantial amount of medication, which naturally added to their financial burdens. Earning a salary of around 10,000 yuan per month was sufficient for a family of 3 living in a small county. When Duan Jiai received her acceptance letter from Huadi University of Finance and Economics, she felt both joy and sorrow. What was the cost of living in Huadu? Even the cafeteria meals were 50% more expensive than those in high school. Coupled with tuition fees exceeding 10,000 yuan per semester, the financial strain on her small family was palpable. Thus, to alleviate some of the pressure from her parents, Duan Jiai worked part-time at a milk tea shop during the summer break until the start of university. Though she had her own desires for leisure, she felt compelled to sacrifice. Watching her peers travel abroad, she could not help but feel envious. Yet she recognized the sacrifices her parents had made to raise her. In her sophomore year, Duan Jiai's father's company underwent layoffs, and inevitably, her father, nearing 50, lost his job. Finding a respectable position at that age was no small feat. From that point on, her father developed a drinking problem. By the time Duan Jiai was nearing graduation, she found herself bedridden due to health issues. Witnessing her once robust father deteriorate into such a state filled her with anguish. Ultimately, she made the difficult decision to withdraw from her studies. Without a university diploma, Duan Jiai naturally sought a position as Shin Ishuan's secretary at his company. Thus, it was through this circumstance that Shin Ishuan and Duan Jiai first met. Now, Shin Ishuan had yet another responsibility, to lend a hand to his future father-in-law. Without further ado, he picked up his phone and dialed Wei Tianxin. "Hello, Xiao Sun. Uncle Wei, I have a favor to ask." That evening during self-study, all the students from the class of 2021 gathered in the auditorium. Today marked the lead singer selection competition. The school placed great importance on this event for the opening ceremony, with the principal and other senior officials in attendance. 2 lead singer positions were up for grabs, and a staggering 200 contestants were vying for them. Listening to the performances from the stage, Duan Jiai felt an immense pressure as she sat in the audience. Furthermore, she was quite nervous. It was her first time singing publicly, and she lacked experience as so many people. How terrifying! Next, please welcome Shin Ishuan from the financial class 5 to the stage. Shin Ishuan, you can do it. He flashed a smile at Duan Jiai before confidently striding onto the stage. Hello, everyone. I am Shin Ishuan from class 5 of finance, and I will be performing wherever you are. As the lights dimmed and the accompaniment began to play, he sang, "I never cared about myself." The audience was left in awe. Wow. He is incredible. He has a natural voice. Oh my goodness, I love him. Throughout his performance, Shin Ishuan's gaze never strayed from Duan Jiai in the audience, as if the song were meant solely for her. Duan Jiai felt a rush of romance wash over her. When Shin Ishuan concluded with the final note, thunderous applause filled the auditorium. Shin Ishuan had now acquired yet another title, Singing God. Handsome, wealthy, academically gifted, and a singing sensation. What window had the heavens closed on him? After bowing, he returned to his seat beside Duan Jiai. It's almost class 6 turn. Her heart raced, the sound echoing in her ears. Loud enough for Shin Ishuan to hear. With a tender smile, Shin Ishuan took her hand and reassured her, "There's no need to be nervous. I am here." Perhaps it was Shin Ishuan's comforting presence or the effect of his words. But Duan Jiai felt herself relax significantly. Next, please welcome Xiao Wanqing from financial class 5 to the stage. That a girl in the front row stood up. With her chestnut hair cascading down and dressed in a light yellow gown, her silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Duan Jiai. Duan Jiai was momentarily taken aback. "This is... Wanqing, you can do it. You're the best." Xiao Wanqing smiled gracefully as she walked to center stage. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Wanqing from class 5 of finance, and the song I will be performing is..." It must be said that Xiao Wanqing, a vocal major, effortlessly showcased her high and low notes. Surpassing even the original artist, that seemed this lead singer position was rightfully hers. Next, please welcome Duan Jiai from financial class 6 to the stage. Before long, it was Duan Jiai's turn. She rose, took a deep breath, and glanced at Shin Ishuan. That he offered her a warm smile. "Go on. Hello everyone. I am Duan Jai from Class 6 of Finance, and the song I will be performing is If Time Does Not Remember. As the lights dimmed, Duan Jai felt her hands tremble with nerves, but recalling Shin Ishuan's words, she strained to find his reassuring figure in the darkness. That be why some coincidence or fate. Her eyes locked onto Shin Ishuan among the crowd. A sense of calm washed over her. Shin Ishuan's lips moved, as if silently saying, "Fear not, for I am here." Chapter 21. Does he favor Xiao Wanqing? Everywhere she looked, all she could see was him. With Shin Ishuan by her side, Duan Jai successfully completed her song and returned to her seat beside him. "Jai, you were amazing." Shin Ishuan's lips curved into a gentle smile, his already sculpted features appearing even more divine. At that moment, other girls around them were filled with envy that, oh my gosh, Shin Ishuan can actually smile? They were green with envy towards the girl beside him. It seemed she must be the heroine from the confession wall. "She's stunning, sings beautifully. I'm utterly inferior." Shin Ishuan's admirers chattered among themselves, delighting in the dog food being served. They had long believed Shin Ishuan to be indifferent to girls, but today proved otherwise. The seemingly icy Shin Ishuan exuded warmth and gentleness. His smile was akin to a powerful vortex, drawing everyone in, including Duan Jai. She found herself entranced by the depth of his gaze, enveloped in a romantic and sweet atmosphere. However, this blissful moment was abruptly interrupted by a loud, smacking sound. Yumin Gran had spoken up. "Ah, after all these years of enduring your dog food, I finally have my chance for revenge." Of course, Yumin Gran was met with a rolled eye from Duan Jai. Beneath her calm exterior, her heart raced wildly. Time seemed to blur, and eventually, Duan Jai slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found her head resting against Shin Ishuan's shoulder. "Oh no, how did I fall asleep? What should I do? How can one discreetly lift their head without drawing attention?" Her round, large eyes blinked incessantly, causing her long eyelashes to flutter repeatedly. "Are you awake?" Duan Jai's body tensed. Well, now she no longer had to worry about being discovered. Reflexively, Duan Jai quickly sat up straight and cleared her throat twice, saying, "I apologize, I'm just a bit drowsy." Shin Ishuan struggled to suppress a laugh. He had clearly observed Duan Jai leaning against his shoulder. After all, he was always fixated on her delicate, youthful face. He had no intention of exposing her. Shin Ishuan gently patted his shoulder and softly suggested, "If you're tired, feel free to catch a few more Z's. There's still some time before the competition concludes." Duan Jai hurriedly waved her hand, insisting, "No need, I'm quite alert." Shin Ishuan smiled and refrained from further comment, until the last contestant stepped off the stage. Duan Jai remained lost in thought, her gaze fixed intently on the stage. What was she pondering? She herself was uncertain. All she knew was that her mind was a jumble of confusion and conflict. The competition concluded, and the host took to the stage, holding the list of results. "Next, I shall announce the results of this lead singer selection competition." The audience held their breath, eagerly anticipating the outcome of the event. Only Shin Ishuan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. How could a heavenly voice be fabricated? "I announce that the selected male contestant for this singing competition is Shin Ishuan from Class 5 of Finance." "Congratulations." As soon as the words left his mouth, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. "Shin Ishuan, you're amazing. Truly the pride of our dorm." It seemed everyone was satisfied with the result, and the other contestants appeared to concede. Shin Ishuan gradually rose to his feet, bowing graciously. Sitting in the front row, Xiao Wanqing couldn't help but smile to herself, relieved that she would have the opportunity to spend time alone with Shin Ishuan during rehearsals. Duan Jai could no longer obstruct her view. "Next, I announce that the selected female contestant for this singing competition is..." Xiao Wanqing crossed her arms, wearing a smug expression. "This selection is undoubtedly hers. Wanqing, if you get selected, you must treat us to a meal." "No problem." Xiao Wanqing was already prepared to stand up. "The selected female contestant is Duan Jai from Class 6 of Finance." "Congratulations." Xiao Wanqing had already risen. But upon hearing that name, she froze in disbelief. Her pupils trembled, unable to accept the result. No, this can't be. Duan Jai must have cheated. Compared to her, I'm leagues ahead. How could she possibly win? The most infuriating part was that she was a professional. Xiao Wanqing slumped back into her seat, listening to the joyous laughter behind her as Yumin Gran rushed to embrace Duan Jai. "Jai, you were incredible. I told you that you could do it." Duan Jia appeared somewhat astonished by the result. She was well aware of her own abilities. She could never compete with a professional like Xiao Wanqing. Subsequently, Duan Jia stood and bowed in gratitude. Once the competition concluded, the classmates began to exit the venue. Xiao Wanqing's face displayed a deep displeasure as she was the first to rise and leave without a backward glance. "Hey, Wanqing," her sidekick. Tan Shi followed closely behind. "Jia, let's go. Did I have something to say to you outside?" Duan Jia obediently nodded. Due to the sheer number of people in the hall, Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia were separated by the crowd. Jia. Shen Yixuan called out her name repeatedly, but the cacophony of voices drowned out his pleas that As Duanji also tried to locate Shen Yixuan amidst the throng. She was swept out of the auditorium by the crowd. "Jia, it's too crowded here. Let's find another place to wait for Shen Yixuan." Duan Jia nodded in agreement. The bustling crowd left Shen Yixuan feeling dizzy. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his head, accompanied by a ringing in his ears. His mind was flooded with images of Duan Jia in a car accident. He stood helplessly amidst the crowd. No matter how desperately he shouted or pleaded, she was still gone, clutching his head. He struggled to walk as the faces around him began to blur. How could this happen? He once again experienced the anguish of losing Duan Jia. As he exited the auditorium, tears streamed down his cheeks unbidden. And the pain in his head gradually subsided. He surveyed his surroundings and finally spotted her silhouette among the scattered crowd. He took off running towards her, grasping her arm and pulling her into an embrace. Shen Yixuan wrapped one arm around her waist while gently stroking her hair. The girl tentatively encircled his waist with her arms. Shen Yixuan choked out, "I don't want to lose you again. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be with me, Jai?" I will," she agreed. After a long moment, he finally released the girl in his arms. However, upon seeing her face, Shen Yixuan froze. That it dawned on him that the person he had embraced was actually Xiao Wanqing. Without hesitation, he pushed Xiao Wanqing away, his eyes narrowing as he questioned, "Xiao Wanqing, how could it be you?" Xiao Wanqing looked at Shen Yixuan in confusion. "Yixuan, it's me. It's always been me to know. It can't be. Where's Jia?" Xiao Wanqing's brows furrowed. That moment, Shen Yixuan failed to notice that the girl he was searching for stood just behind him, watching intently. Chapter 22. Congratulations to you both, seeing Shen Yixuan and Xiao Wanqing in each other's embrace. Duan Jia felt a flicker of disappointment in her heart. Was this mere coincidence? Yu Mingran scoffed. Is this what he wanted to tell you? Truly remarkable. Jia, let's go. She cared not whether it was a coincidence. She only trusted her own eyes. With that, Duan Jia allowed Yu Mingran to lead her away. Shen Yixuan didn't wait for Xiao Wanqing to explain. He bypassed her and left without a glance back. At that moment, he vaguely saw Duan Jia's retreating figure. Xiao Wanqing stood there in a daze before breaking into a cold smile. This smile seemed to mock both herself and Shen Yixuan. See? He only likes Duan Jia's appearance. Wanqing, I finally found you. Tan Shi panted as she rushed to Xiao Wanqing's side. Why are you running so fast? Come on, I'll treat you to Starbucks. With that, Xiao Wanqing hummed a tune and walked away. Tan Shi furrowed her brows, scratching her head in confusion. Xiao Wanqing lost the competition, but still seems so happy. What are you standing around for? Hurry up. Oh, okay, coming. Without daring to ask further, Tan Shi hurried after her. Upon returning to the dormitory, Duan Jia lay on her bed in a daze. This was uncharacteristic of her. Typically, when she returned to the dorm, she would either laugh while scrolling through her phone or cry while reading a novel. But this time, this unusual behavior naturally drew the attention of her roommates. Jia, what is wrong? Did you have a fight with Shen Yixuan? She merely shook her head, responding lightly, I'm fine. She did not wish to hear that name. She also did not want to admit that she felt jealous. However, seeing Shen Yixuan with Xiao Wanqing left her heart feeling heavy. Unbeknownst to her, outside the dormitory, a solitary figure stood, a boy lingering in silence until the door closed behind her. Shen Yixuan returned to the dormitory with a sullen expression. How was it, Shen Yixuan? You came back so late. Where did you take your precious one? Shen Yixuan remained silent, walking like a zombie to his bed. Su ran, and the others exchanged glances. After a long while, Shen Yixuan picked up his phone and opened the chat with Duan Jia. Staring blankly at the last message. Stay where you are and wait for me to find you. Ding. Duan Jia's phone lit up beside her, and she quickly unlocked it, only to find a message from Zheng Juansa. Jia. Congratulations. Your singing was beautiful. I look forward to your performance at the welcome ceremony. Thank you. The moment she sent the message, Zheng Juanza followed up with a cute emoji. Duan Jia did not reply, but instead opened the chat with Shen Yixuan. Fixated on the last line. Indeed, boys are such blockheads. Just then a message arrived from Shen Yixuan. Jia, I'm sorry. I couldn't find you. Shen Yixuan stared at the chat, watching the typing indicator for nearly half an hour before a message finally appeared. It's okay. I was a bit tired, so I went back first. And congratulations to you. Oh no, she made the little guy jealous again. But how could she explain? After sending the last message, Duan Jia stared intently at the screen, hoping he would provide a reasonable explanation. But why should he explain to her? They were merely ordinary friends. Realizing this, Duan Jia set her phone down and closed her eyes. Ding. Yu Mingran's phone rang. Yu Mingran, is Jia okay now? Yu Mingran glanced at the sleeping Duan Jia and replied, Our Jia is doing great, but as for you, congratulations on becoming single. You misunderstood. I simply mistook Xiao Wanqing for Jia. Yu Mingran scoffed, mistook Xiao Wanqing for Jia. Surely, his eyesight must be around 1,000 degrees of myopia. Yet, Shen Yixuan's explanation is not entirely implausible, although the two bear a stark contrast in appearance. Xiao Wanqing's attire this evening does bear a striking resemblance to that of Duan Jia, at why Yu Mingran hastily replied, Could it be that we two have misunderstood you? Upon awakening the following day, the first action Duan Jia undertook was to fumble for her mobile phone on the bed. Upon seeing the screen display a notification of 99, she instantly shook off her sleepiness. All the messages were from Shen Yixuan. Jia. I was wrong. Xiao Wanqing's outfit resembled yours too much yesterday. I'm merely, Jia. Are you asleep? Remember to say goodnight to me tomorrow morning. Jia. I had a dream last night where you ignored me. Thankfully, it was just a dream. Jia. Good morning. Don't forget that we need to practice singing in the rehearsal room during evening study today. Messages poured in from various time frames, with the last one arriving just 5 minutes ago. Had he stayed up all night? Jia, stop staring at your phone in a daze and hurry up to wash up. We need to head to military training. Oh, all right. As they descended the stairs, they unexpectedly encountered Shen Yixuan waiting below. Holding 2 portions of breakfast, Shen Yixuan waved to the two of them. Jia, Yu Mingran, I'm right here. Duan Jia had no intention of approaching him and turned to take another route, only to be pulled back by Yu Mingran. Sister, we're about to be late. Why are you going that way? Duan Jia looked perplexed, but last night it was clearly you. Oh, stop talking and hurry. Duan Jia was thoroughly guided by Yu Mingran. Subsequently, the three of them walked in a line towards the military training site, with Yu Mingran sandwiched between them. Naturally, Yu Mingran didn't wish to play the role of a third wheel, blaming Shen Yixuan for inciting Duan Jia's ire. Jia, you're not still angry, are you? Duan Jia remained silent, striding ahead. Jia, don't be jealous. Jealous? How could that be possible? Duan Jia shot a fierce glare at Shen Yixuan, exclaiming, You're the one who is jealous. Shen Yixuan chuckled, unabashedly edging closer to Duan Jia. Oh, come on. Don't be upset. It was merely a misunderstanding. You should eat your breakfast. Otherwise, it'll go to waste. Exactly, Jia. We can't let delicious food go to waste, Yu Mingran chimed in. Duan Jia cast a glance at Yu Mingran beside her, who was eagerly devouring her breakfast. Throughout the day, Shen Yixuan's gaze never strayed from her, making her feel quite uneasy. Observing her flustered demeanor, Shen Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle. Naturally, such laughter earned him an adorably disgruntled eye roll in return. Alas, my dear, even your eye rolls are utterly charming. After military training concluded, the two remaining individuals, apart from Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia, returned to the classroom to study, while the two of them made their way to the rehearsal room within the school auditorium. Jia, you've arrived. The moment Duan Jia stepped into the rehearsal room, a man's voice called out to her. Jia, how intimate. Shen Yixuan's sharp gaze scrutinized the two. That how could Zheng Juanza be here? Duan Jia was at a loss. Having experienced the awkwardness from their previous encounter, their relationship was evidently strained. So this is the little junior our senior Zheng is fond of? I've heard she is the newly crowned campus beauty of our university. Seeing her today, she truly lives up to the title. Hearing this, Shen Yixuan's expression darkened immediately. Tio speaks such words in front of everyone. What did he take their relationship for? Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Juanza preempted him. That don't tease her. Jia has a boyfriend, and it's this guy beside her. Wow, knowing she has a boyfriend and still calling her so affectionately. Could it be that Zheng Juanza is a green tea? I must say, Senior Zheng, your boyfriend is even more handsome than you. Zheng Juanza smiled at Shen Yixuan, who, out of politeness, managed a strained smile in return. Their eyes met, though they maintained a facade of courtesy. The undercurrent of hostility was palpable, and everyone in attendance could sense the tension. That I'm ready. May we begin? If it weren't for Duan Jia interrupting, the rehearsal room might have ignited from their standoff. Ready, the darling declared. And how could Shen Yixuan not comply? Zheng Juanza cleared his throat and stood to the side. Everyone, I am the coordinator for this program. Please feel free to voice any concerns during rehearsal. Then, Zheng Juanza turned to Duan Jia, his gaze betraying his affection. Allow me to introduce our two lead singers for this program, Duan Jia and Shen Yixuan. Following their impressive performance in the auditorium the previous night, they had gained considerable recognition, and given their striking looks, it was nearly impossible for anyone not to know them. Zheng Juanza wasted no time with further pleasantries. Once rehearsal commenced, he exited the room. That troublesome fellow has finally left. Shen Yixuan was earnest about this competition. After all, his partner was Duan Jia, and while he could afford to be lax about many things, anything concerning her was non-negotiable. With Zheng Juanza absent, Shen Yixuan was secretly pleased. Alas, fate had other plans. The more one wished to avoid someone, the more they seemed to appear. Just as they were singing their final chorus, Zheng Juanza entered, laden with bags of goodies. Wow, Senior Zheng, why did you buy so many things? Everyone hurriedly abandoned rehearsal to assist him in carrying the items. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zheng Juanza explained, it's quite a task for everyone to train so late. I took it upon myself to treat you all to some cold drinks and snacks. It's truly our Zheng. After he finished speaking, a swarm of people surrounded Zheng Juanza, leaving only Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia standing aside. Shen Yixuan rolled his eyes. What is so special about having a bit of money? Who doesn't have some? If it weren't for him being present for rehearsal, everyone would have had their own Starbucks and snacks. Just then, Zheng Juanza extricated himself from the crowd, holding a cup of hot milk, and approached the two to Jia. It's better for girls not to drink cold beverages. I ordered you a cup of hot milk. At that moment, Shen Yixuan felt 1,000 grass mud horses galloping through his mind. Better for girls not to drink cold beverages. How would he explain the other girls? The selection for this choir was evenly split between boys and girls. His intent was unmistakable. Duan Jia instinctively glanced at Shen Yixuan, who merely stared blankly at Zheng Juanza, waiting to see what further antics he would attempt. However, Shen Yixuan need not worry. It was time to observe how his darling would respond. Zheng Juanza's hand lingered in the air, waiting for Duan Jia to take the cup, but she remained unresponsive for a long while. Jia, my hand is getting tired. Duan Jia waved her hand dismissively. Thank you, Senior, but I'm not very thirsty. Zheng Juanza, having been rejected, appeared somewhat awkward. Shen Yixuan scoffed, compete with me? You're far from it. Duan Jia had no penchant for hot drinks, even when her period arrived. It wouldn't deter her from munching on ice. How embarrassing for him now. Senior Zheng, it seems we're missing a cup of milk tea. What? Missing a cup? That can't be. Zheng Juanza looked around, confusion evident on his face, ultimately landing his gaze on Shen Yixuan. Oh, Shen Yixuan, I'm so sorry. I forgot to buy yours. How about you take this one? Who would want it? Zheng Juanza was clearly trying to provoke Shen Yixuan. Everyone could see through his charade. This is a performance worthy of an Oscar. Shen Yixuan disdainfully replied, coldly stating, thank you for your kindness. I do not require it. Rehearsal is concluded, right? Jia, shall we head back? Duan Jia nodded obediently, following closely behind Shen Yixuan. Once the two departed, the rehearsal room fell into an unusual silence, the surrounding temperature dropping. Zheng Juanza remained frozen in place, motionless, while everyone else felt too awkward to utter a sound. Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia walked side by side on their way back to the dormitory. Duan Jia looked up at Shen Yixuan, noting his distant gaze fixed ahead. Jia. Yes? Shen Yixuan finally spoke. Otherwise, Duan Jia might have suffocated in silence. That I'm sorry for dragging you along earlier. You must be hungry. Duan Jia shook her head. No, I'm not hungry. I too wish to return earlier. That as fate would have it. Just at the moment she claimed to be unhungry, her stomach audaciously contradicted her. Duan Jia, feeling a touch of embarrassment, let out a light chuckle. Without uttering a word, Shin Ishuan took her hand and hastened towards the school cafeteria. This petite little rabbit, despite her slight frame, possessed a rather substantial appetite. After the military training concluded, she managed to consume a satisfying meal within a mere 10 minutes, which was quite an achievement. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Shin Ishuan ordered a haphazard assortment of dishes, not forgetting to bring Duan Jiai a cup of iced milk tea overflowing with ice. After indulging in a hearty meal, Duan Jiai reclined against her chair, contentedly patting her belly, while the table was cluttered with the remnants of their feast. Take-out boxes and wrappers, with only one box belonging to Shin Ishuan, with her chin resting in her hands. Shin Ishuan gazed at her with a look of endearment. "Are you no longer upset with me?" Duan Jiai paused, her round eyes darting as she racked her brain to recall what had irked her. In truth, she had ceased to be angry with Shin Ishuan long ago. When she had first encountered Xiao Wanqing, she had felt a moment of confusion, and thus could not hold it against Shin Ishuan. After a moment of contemplation, Duan Jiai finally crafted a response. "Well, considering you treated me to this meal, I shall reluctantly forgive you. Wait, I wasn't even angry to begin with." Jealousy, yet unacknowledged, Shin Ishuan burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Duan Jiai's eyes widened in surprise as she raised her tiny fist, her expression adorably fierce. Nothing at all. Indeed, it seemed a meal was all it took to mend a rift with his girlfriend. If that failed, perhaps 2 meals would suffice. Chapter 24. Another reborn individual? If you happen to have a foodie girlfriend, resolving emotional crises could not be simpler. After a day of silence, Duan Jiai completely cast aside her little temper, following a sumptuous feast courtesy of Shin Ishuan. Although it was merely a day of ignoring him, for Shin Ishuan, it felt like an eternity had passed. However, one matter puzzled Shin Ishuan immensely. During a gathering in the auditorium, he once again deeply felt the pain of potentially losing Duan Jiai. What did that ringing in his ears signify? Why did that particular scene resurface in his mind? It had been over 3 months since Shin Ishuan returned to that day, and during this time, he had not encountered such bizarre occurrences. Lying in bed, Shin Ishuan pondered for a long time, unable to grasp the reason behind it. Could it be that fate intended to reclaim him? Princess Yao Yao. "Run, I will hold them back." Observing Shin Ishuan's idle demeanor, Su Ran inquired, "Shin Sun, are you joining us for this game?" Shin Ishuan grimaced, "No, I wouldn't want to intrude on your sweet duo," with the sudden headache still unresolved. He lacked the inclination to engage in gaming. No, his mission remained unfinished. He could not simply return. Surely, the system would provide an explanation. He closed his eyes, attempting to reconnect with the system, unlike previous encounters. This time he truly entered the realm of the system. Why do I say that? Typically, when Shin Ishuan closed his eyes to contact the system, what lay before him was an impenetrable darkness. Yet this time he found himself in a vast expanse of whiteness, devoid of anything but the color white. Shin Ishuan extended his hand, attempting to feel for something, but after wandering for a while, he encountered nothing. The endless white stretched infinitely before him. Am I dreaming? Shin Ishuan pondered, then promptly opened his eyes. Princess Yao Yao, with me. Brothers charge, quickly dismantle their stronghold. We won. Wow, Brother Wild King, you are amazing. Su Ran had just concluded his sweet duo, confirming that Shin Ishuan had not dozed off. Shin Ishuan closed his eyes once more, re-entering that white space. System, are you present? I am here. What is this place? This is the upgraded system space. Upgraded? Shin Ishuan scratched his head. Continuing to inquire, does that mean the previous system was incomplete? Yes, you could say that. Feeling like a mere test subject, Shin Ishuan questioned, so was last night's splitting headache a consequence of this system upgrade? Yes, but not entirely. What? This system certainly had a penchant for playful banter. During last night's upgrade, the system detected another reincarnator, resulting in a temporary rupture in the space-time continuum. Rest assured, the breach has since been mended. Another reincarnator, indeed. Someone else had been reborn like him. Shin Ishuan rested his chin on his hand, murmuring to himself, this is quite intriguing. Who could the person reborn last night be? Sorry, I cannot disclose that information. With that, Shin Ishuan exited the white space. Brother Wild King, Yao Yao is going to sleep now. Good night, wooden horse. Shin Ishuan inhaled deeply. Who could this other reincarnator be? Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Duan Jiai sat at her desk. Fixated on her phone, the screen displayed Shin Ishuan's social media feed, filled with his selfies. While he might be a bit narcissistic, he certainly had the looks to back it up, scrolling through the daily posts. She noted the myriad of comments from Xiao Wanqing. Brother Yixuan is the handsomest. See you this afternoon. Brother Yixuan, as she read those comments. Duan Jiayi's brows furrowed slightly. However, it was somewhat comforting to note that Shen Yixuan had not replied to any of her comments. The corners of Duan Jiayi's mouth involuntarily turned upward. Suddenly, a hand reached over and snatched her phone away. Let me see what has captured your attention so completely that you didn't even hear me call you. Yu Minggran chuckled mischievously and began swiping through the phone screen. Duan Jiayi shook her head in exasperation, knowing she stood no chance against Yu Mingran's playful antics. I was wondering what you were engrossed in. And it turns out to be your boyfriend, haha. After satisfying her curiosity, Yu Minggran finally returned the phone to Duan Jiayi, taking a seat beside her. Hey Jiayi. Yu Mingran's eyes narrowed slightly as she asked. I say, Shen Yixuan's intentions are quite clear. What are your thoughts, me? Yu Minggran nodded. Duan Jiayi rested her chin in contemplation for a moment, then replied, I quite like him. What? Yu Minggran exclaimed loudly. Having been friends for 6 years, Duan Jiayi had never uttered the words like in relation to anyone. The well-known good girl had a crush on someone. Soon after, Duan Jiayi teased, just kidding. You know I won't date anyone before I graduate from university. Yu Minggran took a deep breath. But what? Yu Minggran leaned closer, her eyes wide with anticipation, fearing Duan Jiayi might say something outrageous. However, Duan Jiayi merely shook her head that it's nothing, that it's getting late. You should sleep. After saying this, Duan Jiayi climbed into bed, tucked herself in, and quickly fell asleep, leaving Yu Minggran in a daze. Lost in confusion that on the day of the welcome party, the choir members were required to assemble at the rehearsal room early in the morning. Shen Yixuan waited downstairs for Duan Jiayi. Shen Yixuan, good morning. Shen Yixuan was taken aback, then replied, Jiayi, good morning. Duan Jiayi linked arms with Yu Minggran, but upon seeing Shen Yixuan, she released her grip and walked over to his side. Jiayi actually initiated a greeting. It seemed she was in a good mood today, that a simple, ordinary remark brought joy to Shen Yixuan's heart. Minggran, we'll head off first. See you at the welcome party. Got it. With that, Yu Minggran rolled her eyes and departed as Shen Yixuan and Duan Jiayi walked side by side. She hummed a tune, reminiscent of their past before his rebirth, and no matter how arduous life became, as long as he could hear her sing, he felt at ease. However, overnight, Duan Jiayi seemed to have undergone a significant transformation. Just a few days ago, she was a shy little bunny, yet today she appeared bold and carefree, resembling the Duan Jiayi from before his rebirth. Could it be that Jiayi was the other reincarnata? Shen Yixuan shook his head. How could that be possible? If Jiayi were another reincarnata, how could she not recognize him? Surely he was overthinking it. Shen Yixuan, what's wrong? Noticing him scratching his head and shaking it, Duan Jiayi inquired with concern that it's nothing. Let's hurry, or we'll be late again. Chapter 25. Treat others as they treat you. When the pair arrived at the rehearsal room, everyone else was already present. Jiayi, you're here? Upon seeing Duan Jiayi, Zheng Juanze was the first to approach. Yet, Duan Jiayi merely responded with a curt acknowledgement, leaving Zheng Juanze feeling somewhat awkward. Had what transpired that day upset her? Jiayi, please head to the dressing room to change into your gown. We will begin rehearsals shortly, instructed the senior responsible for the evening's styling. That all right, I'm on my way. Duan Jiayi rose, skipping gaily towards the fitting room. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she retreated, bending down with a beaming smile to draw near to Shen Yixuan's face. The distance between them was so slight that a kiss seemed imminent. Shen Yixuan could even catch a whiff of Duan Jiayi's fragrant breath. Her eyes, akin to black gemstones, sparkled with delight, and her smile revealed a row of pearly white teeth, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Behave and wait here for me, she instructed playfully, making a silly face at Shen Yixuan before disappearing into the changing room under his watchful gaze. Shen Yixuan felt his cheeks flush, clearly taken aback by Duan Jiayi's boldness. At that moment, Zheng Juanze furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that their relationship was genuine? It was evident to everyone that those two were indeed close. Yet Zheng, the senior, seemed oblivious that I thought their connection was feigned. But today I realize I was mistaken. He mused as whispers circulated among the onlookers to alleviate the awkwardness. Zheng Juanze cleared his throat and spoke. Thank you all for coming so early, that if there's anything you'd like to eat. It's on me, really. I feel so bad for making you spend money again. Senior Zheng. The strategy worked effectively. The crowd's attention shifted, and the earlier incident was momentarily forgotten. But that's unnecessary. A cold voice interjected that it was Shun Yixuan. Seated on a bench, holding up his phone that I've already placed an order, and it should be arriving shortly. Last time you covered the expenses, so this time it's my turn. Zheng Juanza quickly waved his hands in protest. No, there's no need for you to spend money. Just as he finished speaking, Shun Yixuan's phone rang. Hello? Yes, all right, he said, and moments later, there was a knock on the rehearsal room door. Excuse me, is Mr. Shin here? Your delivery has arrived. That's me, Shun Yixuan replied, and the delivery person nodded, ushering in a procession of 10 or more individuals, each laden with bags. Once everything was set down, the rehearsal room was filled to the brim. Everyone, including Zheng Juanza, was astonished by the sight before them. An entire room filled with KFC and Starbucks. How many fortunes had to be spent to procure all this? Mr. Shun, enjoy your meal, the delivery person said. Shun Yixuan nodded, rising to express his gratitude. Thank you all for your care during this time. This is merely a small token of my appreciation. Once the welcome party concludes successfully, I will treat you all to a grand feast. Although KFC and Starbucks were not particularly upscale, having a portion for each person was quite extravagant. Surely it amounted to nearly 10,000. With the food delivered, Zheng Juanza felt unable to voice any objections. Retreating to a corner. After all, he had previously tried to make things difficult for Shun Yixuan by ordering less. Perhaps sensing Zheng Juanza's thoughts, Shun Yixuan scoffed lightly, moving to stand beside him. Senior Zheng. Aren't you hungry? Zheng Juanza averted his gaze, replying coldly, I've already eaten. Shun Yixuan raised an eyebrow mischievously. What a pity. I specifically ordered for you that he said this to taunt him, implying, look, I am magnanimous, not holding grudges. Just then, Duan Jiayi emerged from the fitting room, exclaiming, it smells so good. Both Shun Yixuan and Zheng Juanza were taken aback. She donned a pink strapless dress, her adorable appearance fully accentuated. Her chestnut curls cascaded down, lending her an air of charm, while her shoes sparkled with glittering rhinestones, catching the eye. Coupled with her healing smile, Duan Jiayi naturally became the center of attention. However, she paid no mind to the gazes upon her. Rushing to the table to indulge in the feast, Shun Yixuan's lips twitched slightly. Her ravenous eating was rather incongruous with her elegant attire. Shun Yixuan, it's your turn to change, a voice called, interrupting his thoughts. Before he could take in her appearance further, he was ushered into the fitting room. Please, have a seat, the familiar voice offered, reminiscent of someone he had heard before. Once seated, Shun Yixuan realized it was Su Yun, the senior who had guided him on the day of enrollment. Long time no see. Shun Yixuan, she greeted, as you senior. Su Yun smiled knowingly. I didn't expect you to remember me that I noticed you during the lead singer competition. But I was surprised to find not only are you handsome, but you sing beautifully as well. Shun Yixuan smiled politely. It is an honor to serve as the stylist for this welcome party. Rest assured, I will craft a look that will captivate countless admirers. From the moment Shun Yixuan stepped into the fitting room, Su Yun had chattered incessantly, nearly giving him ear fatigue. Unfortunately, she was his senior and was there to help. So he refrained from saying much. By the way, you share a dorm with Xiaoran, right? Xiaoran? Shun Yixuan furrowed his brow slightly. Su Yun let out an awkward laugh before explaining, I meant Su Ran. I apologize for calling him that. I am his sister. He mentioned that you two share a dorm and that you often take him out to have fun. What a coincidence, so she was Su Ran's sister. No wonder, both siblings were quite chatty. At a loss for words, Shun Yixuan merely nodded. After listening to her chatter for another 10 minutes, Su Yun finally fell silent. All right, it's done. How does it look? Su Yun beamed with pride at her handiwork. When Shun Yixuan returned to the rehearsal room, Duan Jiayi was already comfortably reclining in her seat. Wow, Shun Yixuan, you look just like a domineering so? Duan Jiayi turned to look. However, upon seeing Shun Yixuan, her body stiffened slightly, and her nose twitched with a hint of emotion. Yet in the next moment, her expression returned to normal, so Shun Yixuan remained unaware. Duan Jiayi approached Shun Yixuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, Shun Yixuan, that I didn't expect you to look quite dashing in a suit. I almost found myself bowing before your polished appearance. Shun Yixuan grinned mischievously. If you truly desire, I wouldn't mind. Please, as if, she scoffed, rolling her eyes before walking away. Seeing this, Zheng Junzi spoke up, "Is everyone ready with their outfits? Let's hurry to the auditorium for rehearsal." Chapter 26. The Stolen Kiss is discovered. The rehearsal went smoothly, with everyone performing commendably, especially the two lead singers. "All right, everyone, take a break for lunch, that we have one final rehearsal this afternoon, so let us hold on a bit longer." Duan Jia's stomach rumbled on cue. "Shin Yixuan, let us go eat." Sure, if Shin Yixuan remembered correctly, Duan Jia had consumed 2 servings of meals that morning. With such an appetite yet no weight gain, other girls would surely envy her if they found out. But since the princess had spoken, the knight must cater to her wishes. Shin Yixuan glanced at the time. It was only 11 o'clock. The next gathering was at 2, leaving them with 3 hours of free time. "Jia, let me treat you to something nice." "Something nice?" Yes. "I'm starving." Upon hearing this, Duan Jia's eyes sparkled, and she eagerly nudged Shin Yixuan towards the exit. Shin Yixuan sighed in exasperation. It seemed a meal was all it took to win her over. After changing their clothes, the two hailed a cab at the school gate. Inside the car, Duan Jia continuously counted on her fingers, muttering to herself, leaving Shin Yixuan utterly bewildered. After 5 minutes, Duan Jia finally nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "That's enough." "Enough of what?" With a mischievous grin, Duan Jia replied, "A feast, dessert, and milk tea." Speechless, Shin Yixuan could only shake his head. "Oh, right." Duan Jia suddenly pulled out her phone, quickly messaging Yumin Grand out on Yumin Ran's end. Just as military training concluded, she received the message. The two had agreed that Duan Jia would buy lunch from the cafeteria after finishing her activities, so Yumin Grand wouldn't have to rush to eat. It was a little consolation amidst the fatigue. With anticipation, Yumin Grand picked up her phone, only to have her expression darken the next moment. "Min Gran, I'm going out to eat something delicious with Shin Yixuan. I can't join you for lunch." "What?" "Duan Jia, you treacherous friend who prioritizes romance over friendship." Ding. Upon receiving the message, Duan Jia giggled. Following that, the two successfully executed the impromptu date according to Duan Jia's plan. On their way back, Shin Yixuan received a call from Wei Tianqin. "Xiaoxuan, regarding that matter you asked your uncle about, everything is prepared on my end. When can your friend's father start working?" Shin Yixuan glanced at the peacefully sleeping Duan Jia, replying, "I truly appreciate Uncle Wei's help, that I will confer with my friend and provide you with a response soon." Good. "How have things been at school? Is the money sufficient?" "Yes, it's enough. That's great. That I'll get back to work then. Feel free to reach out if you need anything." After catching up for a while, Wei Tianqin ended the call. Shin Yixuan took a deep breath. Now, Jia won't have to tire herself out so much, right? Shin Yixuan turned his head, carefully scrutinizing the peacefully sleeping girl. She rested her head on her arm against the car window. And perhaps due to the glaring sunlight, her eyelids fluttered gently, her long and thick eyelashes blinking in unison. Her petite and straight nose added several degrees of beauty to her visage. Shin Yixuan's gaze slowly descended. Her small mouth, naturally tinted pink, appeared particularly alluring and soft, making one tempted to steal a kiss while she slumbered. He quickly shook his head. How could he take advantage of her vulnerability? Perhaps due to an uncomfortable sleeping position. Duan Jia's brows furrowed slightly. Shin Yixuan cautiously extended his arm, gently resting her head on his shoulder and tucking the stray strands of hair behind her ear. Soon after, his gaze returned to her delicate lips. How he longed to kiss her. What to do? Oh well, she has to sleep. She won't know, right? With that thought, Shin Yixuan swallowed hard, closed his eyes, and inched closer to Duan Jia's face. Just then, Duan Jia opened her eyes. Shin Yixuan cleared his throat awkwardly and instinctively sat up straight. There was just a little bug on your face, right? Yes. Shin Yixuan's face instantly flushed crimson as he was caught in the act of harboring impure thoughts. He wished he could burrow into a hole. Duan Jia chuckled softly. You always use that excuse. Shin Yixuan's hands fidgeted nervously on his lap. When did she wake up? This is bad. Jia must dislike me now. We should be arriving at school soon, right? That restaurant we went to for lunch today was delightful. Shall we return there again? Sure. What is wrong with you? Usually so talkative, Shin Yixuan's replies were now measured and sparse, making Duan Jia feel something was amiss. Nothing at all. Shin Yixuan turned to Duan Jia, his eyes darting about. The school playground was alive with military training presentations, while the auditorium was bustling with people. Sigh. During the wait to take the stage, Duan Jia clutched her phone, lamenting. Jia, what is wrong? I didn't even get a chance to see Min Gran's performance. I wonder how she's doing without me. It feels like ages since we last met. Next, let us invite our choir members to the stage. Duan Jai put away her phone, adjusting her attire and makeup. Hey, don't move. Shen Yixuan frowned slightly. What's the matter? Duan Jai stepped in front of Shen Yixuan, thoughtfully straightening his tie. Such a clumsy one, Jai, Shen Yixuan muttered. He couldn't help but recall a moment from his previous life when Duan Jai had adjusted his tie for him. The same scene, the same person, the same words. Shen Yixuan, stop daydreaming and get on stage to be. By the time Shen Yixuan snapped back to reality, Duan Jai had already walked away, prompting him to stride after her. The 2 rehearsal sessions had gone smoothly. Now, they only needed to wait for the official performance at 6 in the afternoon. After the rehearsal, Shen Yixuan lost sight of Duan Jai until he stumbled upon a post she had made on her social media. Min Gran is so handsome. Finding a corner to sit down, Shen Yixuan closed his eyes and was transported back to that vast, white space. Could the other reincarnator be Duan Jai? This notion was not merely a figment of his imagination. Duan Jai had seemingly transformed overnight, a change that defied explanation. That I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose any information about other reincarnators. The system remains tight-lipped about such matters, leaving Shen Yixuan unable to verify this issue. Inquiring directly with Duan Jai would be somewhat abrupt. Yet, what if Jai truly is another reincarnator? At that moment, a voice, muffled yet distinct, broke through his thoughts. Shen Yixuan, are you asleep? Chapter 27. The unparalleled handsome guy Jai's back. Shen Yixuan remained silent. One must at least feign sleep with some finesse. One cannot simply wake up as if nothing had happened. But in the next moment, he felt a jolt at the tip of his nose. The girl's finger lightly grazed his nose, and his mind echoed with 3 words. Unparalleled handsome guy. He could no longer maintain the facade. Jai, you're back? Shen Yixuan slowly opened his eyes, blinking sleepily. Upon seeing this, the girl quickly withdrew her hand, her eyes blinking rapidly as a blush crept across her face. That why you reawake? Shen Yixuan numbly nodded. Acting? I'm quite the professional at that. Just a tad less skilled than Zheng Juansa. Perhaps the performance is about to start, and you looked so peaceful in your slumber that I couldn't bear to wake you. Duan Jai stood there, fidgeting with her fingers, clearly a bit flustered. Surely he didn't notice what she had just done? Shen Yixuan slightly furrowed his brow and glanced at his phone. There was still an hour until the performance began, and they wouldn't be called up for another hour and a half. It was indeed drawing near. Shen Yixuan smiled. No worries. Thank you for waking me. Observing Shen Yixuan's series of actions, Duan Jai felt a surge of anxiety. Oh no, he must have noticed. Shen Yixuan stood up. I am off to wash my face. After taking a few steps, he turned back, leaning down slightly. His height of 185 centimeters was not to be underestimated. Their faces were now very close, causing Duan Jai to instinctively take a step back. Where until you going to wash your face? She feigned calmness, but the rapid thumping of her heart was audible even to Shen Yixuan. Just wait for me here, with deep-set eyes and a hint of a mischievous smile. He posed a question no girl could resist. When Shen Yixuan returned, Duan Jai still wore a look of delightful astonishment. To ease the awkwardness, Duan Jai opened her phone, and a sound erupted. Mimi. Jai plays games too? Shen Yixuan was unaware of this, as he had never seen her do so before. Curiously, he leaned in to catch a glimpse. Wow, still holding 3 seasons of the highest rank. After years of playing, I've only managed to secure 8 seasons of the highest rank, and I haven't touched a game in quite some time. Rather than sitting idly, playing a game seemed like a splendid idea. Under Shen Yixuan's watchful gaze, Duan Jai began a ranked match. Wow, jumping straight into ranked. Choosing Princess Yao Yao as your hero. I think I understand how Jai reached the top ranks. That said, Duan Jai's awareness was quite commendable. She at least knew to buy gems. Did eat. Perhaps due to uncooperative teammates, the match concluded swiftly. Reviewing the overall performance, Princess Yao Yao emerged as the MVP. As a little star disappeared, Duan Jai pouted. Sigh, lost again. Shen Yixuan, do you know why there are so many stars in the sky? Shen Yixuan replied, puzzled. Why? Because they all fell from my rank. Woe is me. Shen Yixuan burst into laughter. It's just a game. Isn't it? For Duan Jai, it seemed to be quite significant. She hung her head, gazing forlornly at her dwindling stars. The Great One is returning. Shin Yixuan affectionately ruffled Duan Jiayi's hair, reassuring her, "Wait for me. I'll help you regain your stars." "Really?" However, Duan Jiayi appeared skeptical about Shin Yixuan's capability, having never witnessed him play games. Mimi. Duan Jiayi fixated her gaze on Shin Yixuan's phone screen. "Eternal Diamond?" Duan Jiayi struggled to suppress her laughter. As a top player herself, being carried by a diamond rank was a bit of a stretch, right? Shin Yixuan awkwardly scratched his head. "Perhaps I've dropped ranks due to not playing for so long." "All right then, I'll begrudgingly let you lead me in a match." Once in the game, Duan Jiayi promptly selected Princess Yao Yao again, while Shin Yixuan opted for the Birdman, perfectly pairing them together. Previously, Shin Yixuan had found Su Ran's enthusiasm for carrying girls puzzling, but now it was truly appealing. With Birdman's exceptional skills, the match concluded in just 10 minutes. "Wow, Shin Yixuan, you're so impressive." "Oh, now you acknowledge my charm?" Duan Jiayi, holding her phone, looked contentedly at her stars and blurted out, "Not really. I've always thought you were quite handsome." Shin Yixuan's heart soared. "Jiayi, do you truly think so?" Duan Jiayi nodded. "Indeed, but you seem even more handsome lately." She squinted her eyes, scrutinizing the boy before her. His high-nosed bridge, thin lips, and eyebrows resembling swords elegantly arched into the few strands of black hair at his temples, all contributing to his impeccably handsome profile. "UV transformed overnight. What kind of mysterious technology did you use?" "Huh." Duan Jiayi's sharp gaze bore into Shin Yixuan as she stepped closer. "Tell me, how did you become so handsome? Spill the beans." Shin Yixuan shrugged. "I'm just naturally gifted, all right." Seeing him remain tight-lipped, Duan Jiayi ceased her inquiries. Shin Yixuan took a deep breath. Duan Jiayi was already beautiful enough, so why would she wish to become even more alluring? What would that mean for the other girls? It has begun. It has begun. The audience is starting to enter. Everyone is bustling around the door of the rehearsal room, which is located to the left of the stage, allowing a clear view of the audience below. Observing this, Duan Jiayi also moved closer. After fumbling in the darkness for a while, she finally spotted her dear Mengran. Upon entering the auditorium, Mengran continuously glanced in the direction of the rehearsal room and naturally noticed Duan Jiayi. Once she confirmed Mengran's position, Duan Jiayi contentedly returned to sit beside Shin Yixuan. Dingling. Immediately after, Duan Jiayi's phone rang. "Jiayi, you need to give it your all. We are all ready to cheer for you. Remember, you are the best and the most beautiful." Duan Jiayi chuckled. "The sisterhood is ready." "Cheer? I truly do not understand the world of these girls." Dingling. Shin Yixuan's phone also chimed a message from Su Ran. "Shin Sun, can you see us?" "No, I thought so. I only see Duan Jiayi and not you." "Hurry out, we are right next to you, Mengran." Following that, Huang Tianqi sent another message. "Hurry up, we have a surprise prepared for you." "A surprise? Excuse me for a moment." Prompted by Su Ran, Shin Yixuan had no choice but to squeeze toward the entrance. Scanning the area, his gaze finally settled on Su Ran and the others. Upon spotting Shin Yixuan, Su Ran shouted to Huang Tianqi and the others, "Quick, both Shin Sun and Duan Jiayi are here. Raise our big flag high." Soon after, several individuals raised the red paper in their hands, upon which words were inscribed. Due to the distance, Shin Yixuan could not see clearly, but he was certain it bore phrases praising Shin Yixuan. How embarrassing. Shin Yixuan stepped forward, wanting to immediately retreat into the rehearsal room. But he vaguely heard the words couple. Chapter 28. Yixuan couple. Yixuan couple. Yixuan couple, what is this? Shin Yixuan was momentarily stunned, turning his head sharply to see Su Ran and the others chanting Yixuan couple in unison. "Brothers, Shin Sun heard you. Everyone shout louder. Let us cheer for Shin Sun and Duan Jiayi together." Although the auditorium was crowded and noisy, the synchronized shouts from the group were still jarringly conspicuous. Sitting in the front row, Xiao Wanqing wore a displeased expression, clearly on the verge of exploding. What nonsense is this Yixuan couple? Such absurdities were quite irritating to her. Finally, she could no longer contain her annoyance. "You are all too loud." Mengran shot her a disdainful glance. "What is it to you? Some people live by the sea and feel the need to control how others speak." After being retorted, Xiao Wanqing had no response but to cover her ears and sulk. Observing this, Mengran muttered, "Tay, even a plastic bag can't contain you. Yixuan couple. Yixuan couple." With such a call, naturally, more supporters of this couple joined in. The crowd grew stronger, and even Duan Jiayi in the rehearsal room could hear it. Ishuan couple. What is this nonsense? Duan Jiai was puzzled and hurriedly ran to the door of the rehearsal room. Discovering that Yu Mingran and others had joined in. Shin Ishuan, tell them to stop shouting. It's so embarrassing. Duan Jiai stomped her foot anxiously, her delicate brows knitting together in distress. Although it was indeed a bit embarrassing. Shin Ishuan was quite pleased with the clever strategy Su Ran had devised. Since the beloved had spoken, Shin Ishuan dared not disobey, and he took out his phone and quickly typed a message. Just as they were excitedly shouting, a new message arrived. Well done. We will definitely arrange a nice dinner for you tonight, at a grand feast. Su Ran became even more excited. Brothers and sisters, let us keep it up. Shin said he'll treat us to a big meal tonight. At that moment, the sound system announced, students from financial classes 5 and 6, please remain quiet. I will repeat, students from financial classes 5 and 6. Please maintain silence. The one holding the microphone was none other than Zheng Juanze. With this interruption, the noise indeed ceased. Xiao Wanqing scoffed, I can't manage you, but someone will. What, does the school even care about this? Yu Mingran replied with a cold snort. This isn't the school's doing. It's clearly that Senior Zheng on stage. Senior Zheng likes Jiai, so hearing us shout like this surely displeased him. By now, they had all entered university. The school should not interfere with students dating. Moreover, the welcome ceremony should be lively and spirited. Even if they were to maintain discipline, it shouldn't specifically target the 5th and 6th classes. That would be a blatant abuse of power. Damn it. Zheng Juanze appeared out of nowhere as Su Ran looked defiant, and Huang Tianqi echoed, is the senior really that impressive? No way. We cannot give in to his wishes. I, Huang Tianqi, am not afraid of him. After saying this, he attempted to raise the flag again, but was stopped by Yu Mingran. Huang Tianqi looked bewildered that why Yu Mingran chuckled mischievously. The show hasn't even started. And they haven't taken the stage yet. It would be futile to shout that Su Ran and the others nodded, as if this made sense that so what do we do? Su Ran inquired. Are you foolish? Of course, we wait until they take the stage to shout. At that point, Senior Zheng surely won't come down to confront us. Upon hearing Yu Mingran's words, Su Ran and the others all gave a thumbs up. Wow, Yu Mingran, you're brilliant. Yu Mingran crossed her arms, looking smug that I'm just an ordinary genius at pranking my best friends. Finally, the lights in the auditorium dimmed completely, plunging the surroundings into darkness that a passionate piece of youth music began to play softly. And the lights illuminated a corner of the stage that a male and a female host followed the beam of light to the center of the stage. Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. The next half hour will pass swiftly, and soon it will be Shun Ishuan and their turn to perform. Duan Jiai paced back and forth in the rehearsal room, repeatedly practicing her solo part. Fearful of making a mistake, at last, the female host stepped onto the stage. Once again, as the autumn breeze delivers its refreshing touch, we gather under the full moon that on this beautiful night, let us sing of our splendid campus and our shared university days. Applause erupted that Yu Mingran and the others were practically ready to give their hands away. The lights dimmed, and the audience fell silent that a beam of light illuminated the two individuals on stage. The young man bowed slightly with gentlemanly grace, while the young woman gently placed her hand on his. Together, they walked to the center of the stage. Ishuan couple, let us go. Su Ran's lips twitched twice. Yu Mingran had already gone wild. However, the next moment, Su Ran also joined the crowd. Once the performance concluded, the group's recent efforts culminated in a satisfying conclusion. After changing back into their clothes, the two returned to their designated area. Perhaps the aisle was too narrow. Duan Jiai unexpectedly bumped into someone head-on. Just as she was about to fall, Shin Ishuan swiftly reached out and caught her in his embrace. Shin Ishuan nearly had a heart attack. For today's performance, Duan Jiai had worn a pair of sky-high heels. If he hadn't caught her, she would likely be bedridden for days. Duan Jiai leaned against Shin Ishuan's chest, her eyes wide with surprise. Clearly taken aback by the situation. However, this moment felt so intimate. She could even hear Shin Ishuan's rapid heartbeat. Jiai, are you all right? I'm fine. Seeing that Duan Jiai was unhurt, Shin Ishuan breathed a sigh of relief. He then reached out a hand toward Duan Jiai. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed her hand in his. Once they returned to their seats, Yu Mingran quickly inquired, Jiai, are you okay? You scared me to death. Duan Jiai glanced up at Shin Ishuan, before smiling. I'm fine. Jai, you sang beautifully just now, especially the duet with Shin Ishuan. Not at all. Everyone sang wonderfully, while Duan Jai and Yu Mingran were distracted. Su Ren secretly leaned closer to Shin Ishuan's ear. So, Shin Sun, how did your buddy do? Are you satisfied? Shin Ishuan recalled the scene on stage, where the audience had shouted Ishuan couple in unison. That feeling could not merely be described as satisfaction. Rest assured, tonight's venue is yours to decide. Since it was merely a gathering among classmates, Su Ran chose a more affordable restaurant. Otherwise, no matter how wealthy he was, feeding so many people would surely drain Shin Ishuan's finances. This also served as the final relaxation before classes commenced, with everyone returning to their dormitories just before curfew. Naturally, Shin Ishuan and Duan Jai were arranged to share a vehicle. As for the matter concerning Duan's father, Wei Tianqian had already made the necessary arrangements, and it was time to bring it up with Duan Jai. Shin Ishuan cautiously asked, Jai, my uncle's company is currently looking for staff. Do you have any relatives or friends seeking employment? Chapter 29. What would Jai look like in a JK uniform? On the surface, Shin Ishuan was inquiring about Duan Jai's relatives and friends. But his true intention was directed at Duan's father. After all, Wei Tianqian's company was several times stronger than the one Duan's father currently worked for him after considering Shin Ishuan's words. Duan Jai pondered seriously. Yet in the end, she pouted and shook her head. Did I really? Shin Ishuan continued. What does your uncle do for a living? Duan Jai tilted her head and asked, My dad. He has been working at a small company in our little county for over a decade. Oh, that's quite nice. The little one pondered, but why is he so slow-witted? Almost immediately, Duan Jai sighed. What is wrong, Jai? Duan Jai pouted and muttered, Don't be deceived by the fact that my dad has been at that company for so long. His position is merely that of a lowly team leader. What? Shin Ishuan exclaimed, slamming his thigh with indignation. Over a decade? In my uncle's company, someone who has worked there for that long is at least a manager. How can your uncle's company be like this? Although Shin Ishuan appeared to be outraged on the surface, he was secretly delighted. He had successfully baited the hook. Sure enough, as soon as Shin Ishuan finished speaking, Duan Jiao's eyes sparkled with interest. Manager? Really? Shin Ishuan straightened up, a smug expression adorning his face. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? When have you not deceived me? However, it was precisely Shin Ishuan's words that made Duan Jai sulk and turn her head away, muttering something under her breath. Shin Ishuan's mouth twitched slightly, as if she was indeed correct. He cleared his throat and continued to entice her. I admit I have lied to you before, but I swear, everything I say this time is the truth. Saying this, Shin Ishuan raised 3 fingers. If my uncle could work in my uncle's company, then in 2 years, at the very least, he would be a supervisor. 2 years? Supervisor? How enticing. However, was Shin Ishuan's uncle's company really that desperate for staff? Contemplating this, Duan Jai cautiously inquired, May I ask, what is your uncle's company? Weighing that if she recalled correctly, Weighing was a subsidiary of the Wei Group, which seemingly held a prestigious reputation in the capital. Surely, Weighing would not be lacking in standing either. Duan Jai nodded thoughtfully. I'll ask my dad when I get home, upon returning to her dormitory. Duan Jai took the time to research online. To her astonishment, she discovered that Weighing was a remarkably well-known company in Huadu, boasting thousands of employees. What's more, the standards for employees were exceedingly high. With a minimum requirement of a top-tier undergraduate degree, could Weighing truly be short-staffed? What was she thinking? After all, university students across the country were clamoring to get into this company. Consequently, no matter how she pondered, she simply could not comprehend it. Most puzzling of all was that her father was merely an ordinary vocational graduate and was nearing 50 years of age at that moment. Shin Ishuan was lying on his bed, clutching his phone, awaiting news. Suddenly, a message from Duan Jai arrived. Shin Ishuan, you have deceived me again. Huh. Shin Ishuan was somewhat baffled. He had not lied just now, had he? Shortly thereafter, Duan Jai sent a screenshot. The content of the screenshot was an introduction to Weighing Company. After perusing the information, Shin Ishuan seemed to understand and hurriedly explained, Jai, I didn't speak incorrectly. Although Weighing does not lack elite undergraduates and postgraduates, my uncle has always desired to hire someone with experience and a wealth of knowledge. So, I believe my uncle's qualifications fit perfectly. Additionally, Weighing provides free accommodation for employees, and the company is located in Huadu, just a half-hour drive from our school. That if my uncle could work in Huadu, Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? After sending this message, Duan Jai took her time to respond. How on earth can I tell Jai this without seeming abrupt? Ding. Shen Yixuan quickly picked up his phone. And indeed, it was a message from Duan Jai. All right, I'll mention it to my dad. Great. After putting down his phone, Shen Yixuan made a victorious gesture. Thus, Jai would remain unaffected, and the next matter at hand was Jai's part-time job. A part-time job was something Shen Yixuan had never pursued, let alone help someone else find one. However, given Duan Jai's earlier praise, Shen Yixuan felt compelled to agree that if he didn't take action now. With this thought in mind, Shen Yixuan opened the previously downloaded 88 Tongxing app. After a brief glance, he concluded full-time positions were limited, while part-time jobs offered meager pay. Shen Yixuan sighed. What is wrong? Shen Yixuan? Huang Tianqi, lying comfortably, inquired that. By the way, Tianqi, do you know if there are any suitable part-time jobs for girls around here? Part-time job? Why would you, with all your money, need to find one for Duan Jai? Shen Yixuan rolled his eyes. Damn it. Although the two will eventually marry, we have to consider the present. Stop the nonsense, and just tell me if there are any. Huang Tianqi frowned slightly, seeing this. Shen Yixuan understood that he was being coy and turned away in annoyance. Surprisingly, there actually is. Shen Yixuan sprang up from the bed, eagerly asking, what part-time job? Huang Tianqi casually scrolled through his phone screen and finally found a video to show Shen Yixuan. In the video, a girl, her face obscured, was posing in a lavish, puffed skirt. Shen Yixuan recognized this type of clothing, commonly referred to as Lolita. What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Shen Yixuan nodded, but then shook his head. Not as pretty as Jai would look in it. But why are you showing me this? Is it possible to earn money by wearing this and taking photos? Actually, yes. Shen Yixuan wore a bewildered expression. Despite being reincarnated here, he had no idea that taking photos could be a source of income. However, upon reflection, it was understandable since he had never paid attention to this aspect of the news and was unaware of the market. You see, you don't understand this. Wearing such clothing, taking photos, and posting them on video platforms can indeed earn you money. They have a specific title, known as Zhongxiaoji. Zhongxiaoji? At that moment, Su Ran, who was lying on the bed, perked up that, oh, Huang Tianqi, you certainly know quite a bit. Huang Tianqi chuckled. I don't just scroll through those short videos for fun, especially since the content that boys like usually features beautiful girls. So naturally, I know a thing or two. With Huang Tianqi's help, Shen Yixuan finally grasped the concept. Styles like Lolita and JK uniforms could be photographed by amateurs and uploaded for promotional purposes. One could even do it from home, utilizing their free time to earn a considerable amount of money. However, not everyone could excel in this role. There were certain requirements to become a Zhongxiaoji. The first and foremost requirement was to have a good figure. This was hardly a concern, as Duan Jai's figure and looks were exceptional. Huang Tianqi, I didn't realize you were so useful. I'll stop talking now. I need to chat with my darling. Chapter 30. Come to my office after class. Shen Yixuan picked up his phone and rapidly sent messages. Jai, are you asleep? Shen Yixuan tentatively asked. However, it was already 11 at night, and Jai was likely asleep. Ding. Not yet. What is up? Shen Yixuan sat up straight and replied immediately. Jai, would you be interested in becoming a Zhongxiaoji? Zhongxiaoji? Duan Jai clearly did not understand this concept either. After all, styles like Lolita, JK uniforms, and Hanfu were relatively niche and unfamiliar. Shen Yixuan then relayed everything Huang Tianqi had explained to him in detail to Duan Jai. After about 5 minutes, Duan Jai finally responded. It sounds quite appealing. Really? Then I'll ask around tomorrow. Sure, thank you. No need to be polite. It's my duty. Get some rest. Good night. Good night. The next moment, Shen Yixuan opened the Enin short video app and searched for the topic of recruiting Zhongxiaoji. Wow. These little dresses are so cute. Shen Yixuan murmured that, of course. If I could find a JK girlfriend or a Lolita girl, I would definitely buy them little dresses every day. Huang Tianqi agreed. Shen Yixuan raised an eyebrow. That is indeed a delightful idea. That moment. Shen Yixuan had already imagined Duan Jai in a JK uniform. A white shirt, a bow tie, a short skirt, and a pair of adorable piglet shoes. Just thinking about it made Shen Yixuan break into a silly grin. Shen Yixuan, stop laughing. You're about to drool all over the floor. Shen Yixuan snapped back to reality, instinctively touching his chin. Indeed, after feigning calmness and clearing his throat, Shen Yixuan explained, You guys shouldn't get the wrong idea. I was just reminiscing about the curry chicken my mom used to make. Su Ran rolled her eyes. And even Wang Ziming struggled to suppress his laughter You're thinking about curry chicken to this extent. You must be kidding. It was clear to anyone what was truly on his mind. Get some sleep. Classes start tomorrow. That's true. Shin Ishuan finally set his phone down and forcibly closed his eyes. Time ticked by slowly. Shin Ishuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, his mind filled with thoughts of his precious darling. Military training had come to an end so quickly. A sense of crisis began to blossom in his heart. For others, the conclusion of military training was a cause for celebration. Yet for Shin Ishuan, it was not. The end of military training meant he would seldom see Jiayi again. With one class in the 5th group and another in the 6th group, how far apart they were. If it weren't for the 2 joint classes each week, would he not go an entire week without seeing Duan Jiayi? Having failed to win over Duan Jiayi during military training, Shin Ishuan was filled with regret. Where had he gone wrong? Although Shin Ishuan had no experience in pursuing girls, it was undeniable that his mere presence could captivate countless young maidens. This was by no means an exaggeration. Judging by his striking appearance, he was undeniably a catch, comparable to the charming 4-character younger brother. In light of this, it seemed that winning over this little darling would be quite a challenge. However, based on Duan Jiayi's recent demeanor, Shin Ishuan was fairly certain that she might harbor a slight fondness for him. Alas, with a sigh, Shin Ishuan unknowingly closed his eyes. Shin Sun, wake up. Don't move. Let me have another kiss. That Su ran, and the other stood beside Shin Ishuan's bed, shaking him vigorously. What was the result? He simply rolled over and continued to sleep soundly. Huang Tianqi pouted. Looks like he was thinking about his precious baby until late last night. Sigh. Wang Ziming lamented. My brother Shin is so handsome. Why can't this girl see it? Let's not dwell on these trivial matters that we can't be late for the first class of the semester. Think of a way to wake him up, Su Ran urged. Huang Tianqi grinned mischievously. This is simple. Just watch me. He then cleared his throat and shouted, Duan Jiayi, are you here? In the next moment, Shin Ishuan sprang up from his blanket. Looking around in a daze, Jiayi? Where is Jiayi? The trio struggled to stifle their laughter. Was this the power of love? Utterly miraculous. Realizing what was happening, Shin Ishuan reluctantly dressed and got out of bed. International finance as a discipline can be divided into 2 components. Does anyone know what those 2 parts are? On stage, Xiangwan passionately lectured, blissfully unaware that the students below had all lost their focus. After arriving in the classroom, Shin Ishuan opened his book but did not turn a page. He kept staring at his phone. Why hasn't Jiayi replied to my message yet? Seeing this, Xiangwan continued. All right, everyone turn to page 7. After you finish, I will call on a student to answer my previous question. We still have to answer questions in university. Upon hearing this, the students below began to panic. Huang Tianqi leaned close to Shin Ishuan's ear and whispered, Shin Sun, what was the question the professor just asked? Shin Ishuan was taken aback. The professor asked the question, seeing the screen of Shin Ishuan's phone. Huang Tianqi facepalmed in exasperation. On stage, Xiangwan had noticed them. She squinted slightly and adjusted her glasses. All right, let's have the boys sitting in the last row answer my question. A collective sigh of relief swept through the other students, followed by countless gazes fixed on Shin Ishuan. Oblivious to it all, Shin Ishuan was nudged by Wang Ziming, who whispered, hurry up and stand up, the professor is calling on you. Only then did Shin Ishuan realize that the entire class was staring at him. How embarrassing! With a dazed expression, he slowly stood up. Could you please answer the question I posed earlier? Xiangwan asked, arms crossed. That moment, Shin Ishuan looked desperately towards Huang Tianqi, and Su ran for help. They both kept their heads down, engrossed in their books, not daring to breathe. Wang Ziming pulled out a pen and marked a line in his book, slowly sliding it towards Shin Ishuan's desk. With no other choice, Shin Ishuan could only muster the courage to read aloud. International finance consists of international finance theory and international financial practice. Correct? Xiangwan nodded meaningfully. Shin Ishuan, you may sit down. Great. He had left a poor impression on the professor during the first class. Xiangwan set her book down, her expression stern. Following what just transpired, everyone should put away their phones, focus on their books, and pay attention to the blackboard. I want to give you all a piece of advice. Do not assume that university is easy. If you maintain this attitude, you will struggle in your major, and that would render your university experience meaningless. Xiangwan's gaze shifted to Shin Ishuan. Shin Ishuan, please come to my office after class. Chapter 31. A wish in this lifetime. When the bell rang, Shen Yixuan sat dazedly in his seat. That Su Ran placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, then sighed. Brother, we can't help you this time that you're on your own. Shen Yixuan had not anticipated such strictness in university classes. Shen Yixuan, why are you just sitting there? Hurry up and come here. With the professor's command, Shen Yixuan took a deep breath and, like a robot, got up with his head down to follow Xiangwan to her office. In the past, he would have argued back with teachers. Throughout middle and high school, countless female teachers had been driven to tears by him. Now, however, he was no longer the reckless youth of his teenage years. Upon entering the office, he was relieved to find only Xiangwan present, sparing him from further embarrassment. Do you know why I called you to my office? Xiangwan interrogated. Shen Yixuan lifted his head. I know, I shouldn't have been distracted in class. That as long as you recognize your mistake, that's sufficient. Xiangwan added, there's actually another reason I called you here. Shen Yixuan frowned slightly. Aside from being inattentive in class, he couldn't think of any other wrongdoing. When Shen Yixuan emerged from the office, he unexpectedly bumped into Su Ran and the others. Shen Sun, how did it go? Shen Yixuan glanced at them and sighed. Nothing much, class is over, right? I'm heading back to the dorm. With that, he brushed past them and left. Noticing something was off with Shen Yixuan, the group dared not inquire further. Upon returning to his dorm, Shen Yixuan received a message from Duan Jia. I was chosen as the class representative for international finance today. So happy. Shen Yixuan replied, Jia, that's amazing. Congratulations. Being chosen by Teacher Xiang is such a privilege. I absolutely adore Teacher Xiang. She's so beautiful. While it was undeniable that Xiangwan was attractive, there was no need to express admiration. Regardless, Shen Yixuan would never be fond of this female tyrant. Ding! Who is the class representative in your class? I heard from Teacher Xiang that he is quite handsome. Quite handsome. A smile crept onto Shen Yixuan's face. You're right. It is indeed me, the great handsome guy. On the other end, Duan Jia was having a meal and nearly burst into laughter upon seeing the message. So self-absorbed, she murmured. Hey, what are you so happy about? Your smile is practically reaching your forehead. Who is being self-absorbed? If it weren't for Yu Mingran's comment, Duan Jia might not have realized her slight loss of composure. Duan Jia set down her phone, picked up a piece of meat from her plate, and stuffed it into Yu Mingran's mouth. Eat your food. Yu Mingran rolled her eyes. One piece isn't enough to satisfy me. By this time, Duan Jia had nearly finished her meal and pushed all the meat from her plate toward Yu Mingran. This should be enough to satisfy you, right? Yu Mingran looked astonished. That wasn't Duan Jia, usually protective of her food. Today was truly a strange occurrence. Enough with that. Yu Mingran began to eat heartily. Duan Jia shook her head in exasperation. How did I end up with such a neurotic friend? Ding, Jia, are you busy? Why aren't you speaking? Are you really the class representative for Class 5? Shen Yixuan was not mistaken. He indeed was the class representative for international finance, which was the other matter Xiangwan had referred to. He had always wondered why Xiangwan had chosen him as the representative. However, her explanation was that she hoped he could take on more responsibility to become increasingly outstanding, in other words. She had chosen him as the representative to see how he would perform in class. Yet he had to admit, Xiangwan had a keen eye. You have a new task. Would you like to check it? What? A task right as the class begins. My schedule is already packed. Of course, you have the right to refuse to check or accept the task. Shen Yixuan pouted. Of course not. I will definitely accept the task. A semi-transparent blue screen unfolded. Task. Help Duan Jia find a part-time job. Completion reward. Master photographer. Shen Yixuan realized that recently, most of the tasks were related to Duan Jia. Moreover, he had already inquired online about helping Jia find a part-time job. As long as she agreed, it would be a piece of cake. In that case, the reward would essentially be a freebie. Master photographer? That sounds incredibly impressive. Would you like to accept the task? Accept. Task accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 2 hours, or the reward will expire. After accepting the task, Shen Yixuan immediately called Duan Jia. Ding. Just as Duan Jia returned to her dorm and was about to take a nap, an unexpected video call came through. Shen Yixuan, Duan Jia hesitated, her finger hovering between video call and voice call. In the end, she opted for the voice call. Hello, Shen Yixuan. What is up? A magnetic voice resonated from the other end of the line. Jia. Have you given any thought to the part-time job we discussed this morning? I've already found a store for you, and I've sent you the pictures. Take a look. Soon after, Duan Jia received a screenshot containing a recruitment advertisement for a JK uniform store. Xingyi JK Uniform Shop is recruiting ordinary individuals as promotional models. No follower count required. As long as the images are clear and of high quality, both sending and receiving photos are acceptable. Interested beauties, please message us directly. The term sending and receiving left Duan Jia utterly perplexed. Noticing her confusion, Shini Sun explained, Jia, if you opt for sending, you'll need to return the dress to the store after taking the pictures, and you will receive a certain compensation that if you choose receiving. The dress is a gift from the shop owner to thank you for your help with the photos. Duan Jia nodded, somewhat understanding as for why Shini Sun was so knowledgeable about this. It was undoubtedly due to the effort he had put in for her sake that so, Jia, are you interested? Despite Shun Sun's thorough explanation, she remained somewhat unclear. However, one thing she was certain of, Shini Sun was trustworthy. All right, thank you, Shini Sun. After hanging up, Shini Sun chuckled to himself, realizing that his wish to see Jia in a JK skirt was about to be fulfilled. Of course, this wish had only just been conceived the previous night. Suddenly, a mechanical voice interrupted. Task completed. Rewards have been distributed. Please check your notifications. That a blue screen unfolded, presenting all of Shun Sun's information. Host, Shun Sun. Intelligence, Level 4. Emotional Intelligence, Level 1. Wealth, Level 8. Appearance, Level 9. Physical Fitness, Level 3. Skills, Photographic Memory, Mathematical Problem-Solving Techniques, Angelic Voice, Master Photographer. Chapter 32. Let's go to the comic convention this weekend. Wake up. How do I look? An individual lying in bed grimaced in disdain, abruptly slapping Shun Sun before rolling over to continue sleeping. What the? Shun Sun smirked with a sense of pride, unwilling to give up. You think I can't handle you? He then took his phone from his pocket, turned the volume to maximum, and opened an upbeat track on a music app. A pulsating rhythm filled the air. 857. 857. Accompanying the DJ's beats, Shun Sun shouted, "Get up and dance with me." Who could withstand such deafening noise? Sue Ran resorted to covering her ears with a pillow, yet the infectious music eradicated any semblance of sleepiness. Shun Sun cleared his throat twice. Who's responsible for messing with me this morning? Wang Zeiming groggily opened his eyes, mumbling, Shingo, what's going on? Shun Sun, why are you acting so bizarre in the middle of the day? All three were roused from their slumber, achieving Shun Sun's goal. He grinned mischievously. What do you think of my outfit? The trio exchanged glances, realizing Shun Sun had gone to great lengths just for this. The next moment, they all simultaneously collapsed back onto their beds. What the? Shun Sun, undeterred, pressed the play button again. The captivating melody reverberated throughout the dormitory. Finally, Huang Tianqi couldn't take it anymore. Bro, I'm awake, I'm not sleeping anymore. Shun Sun chuckled, isn't this better? The next scene showed the three of them seated in a row on small stools, with Wang Zeiming stifling yawns. Shingo, it's not even 1 o'clock yet. Why did you wake us up? Shun Sun adjusted his outfit, standing straight in front of them with a serious expression, inquiring, how does my outfit look? Be honest. That Su Ran surveyed him up and down before nodding to AT that moment. Wang Zeiming spoke up. White shirt, black pants, tall and slender figure, delicate face exuding a clean and gentle aura. Perfect. This compliment sent Shun Sun soaring with pride. But that's my little brother for you. Huang Tianqi interjected. You're making such a fuss over a class. Do you really think dressing this well is for charming girls? Shun Sun snapped his fingers that you're absolutely correct. Huang Tianqi looked puzzled. What about Duan Jia? His comment was swiftly met with a slap from Su Ran. Are you foolish? Of course, he is trying to charm Duan Jia. Our two classes are merging this afternoon. Oh, now I see. Huang Tianqi nodded in realization. Wang Zeiming's previous compliment had Shun Sun glowing with delight. This was all for the purpose of meeting Duan Jia. Otherwise, he might have just slipped out in a pair of slippers. Shun Sun already began to fantasize about how shy Duan Jia would look upon seeing him, that a gentle breeze wafted through, causing the blue curtains to flutter, while a beam of sunlight fell perfectly on Duan Jia's profile. The girl rested her chin on her hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought, under the light. She appeared as if she had stepped out of a painting. Shun Sun momentarily froze, then quietly took a seat behind Duan Jia. She remained oblivious to the earnest gaze of the boy behind her. It wasn't until the teacher entered the classroom that the girl snapped back to reality. However, this did not deter Shun Yi-sun from admiring the beauty of his future wife. Even if the king of heaven himself entered, he would remain undistracted. Hello, students, that I am your lecturer for microfinance. My surname is Ning, and my name is Xin. You may call me Teacher Ning. All right, class, that concludes today's lesson. See you again on Wednesday. Time always seemed to fly when she was with Duan Jia. During the 3-hour class, Shun Yi-sun focused solely on her, neglecting everything else. Class time is too short. Jia, do you have time after dinner? Duan Jia tidied her belongings, turning slightly to respond. If you keep staring like that, you'll blind yourself. Shun Yi-sun felt a complex mix of emotions. How did Jia know? After this, Duan Jia linked arms with Yu Meng Ran, and the two walked out of the classroom without looking back. What Shun Yi-sun failed to notice was the smile that crept onto Duan Jia's lips. Shun Yi-sun, what are we having for dinner tonight? Ah, what should I do? Su Ran frowned, asking, what is the problem? Jia, you won't actually be mad at me, will she? Shun Yi-sun muttered. The three exchanged glances, ultimately shaking their heads in exasperation. This guy is really obsessed. All he talks about is his Jia. Sigh. Huang Tianqi stepped forward, pulling Shun Yi-sun's arm as they exited the classroom. Shun Yi-sun remained lost in thought, his eyes glazed over, as if he were a zombie being dragged to the cafeteria. At this hour, the dining hall was relatively empty, that Su Ran found a seat, pushing Shun Yi-sun into it before heading off to get food. After busily arranging everything for Shun Yi-sun, Duan Jia approached from behind with her dinner. Without needing to be told, the other three understood and took their trays to another table. After sitting down across from Shun Yi-sun, he murmured to himself, oh no, Jia won't seriously be angry with me, will she? What should I do? Duan Jia chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'm not mad. Shun Yi-sun abruptly lifted his head, astonished, and asked, Jia, what are you doing here? What? Can I eat with you? Of course not. How could that be? Eating with a beautiful girl makes the food taste so much better, especially when dining alongside Duan Jia. Shun Yi-sun delighted in watching her eat, as she always seemed to enjoy her food so much. Without further ado, he quickly picked up his chopsticks and began devouring his meal. Duan Jia smiled. What do you want to talk to me about after class? Oh, just a moment. He set down his bowl and chopsticks, rummaging through his pocket for a while, finally pulling out 2 tickets and handing them to Duan Jia. She accepted the tickets, her brows slightly furrowing. Comic convention? Jia, do you have time this weekend? Duan Jia nodded thoughtfully. I do have some time, but why did you suddenly want to go to a comic convention? I remember you having no interest in that. After saying this, Duan Jia appeared somewhat flustered, clearing her throat to explain, I didn't see any posts from you about this. What Duan Jia said was indeed true. And Shun Yi-sun didn't think much of it that I bought a DSLR camera. I thought I'd practice my skills to take pictures for you. Upon hearing this, Duan Jia seemed slightly embarrassed. Shun Yi-sun specifically bought a DSLR just to take pictures of her. He continued, I bought it 3 years ago and never used it. Only then did Duan Jia nod in understanding. However, Shun Yi-sun had indeed lied. He had ordered it overnight just to take pictures of Duan Jia. Oh, let us not dwell on it. Let's just finalize our plans for this weekend. I haven't agreed to it yet. Chapter 33. Duan Chongqing joins Wei Ying. Jia, what's wrong? Duan Jia shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably. The Yu Meng Ran looked on helplessly. It's 11 o'clock. You should sleep early. Dinging. The novel that had moved Duan Jia to tears was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Hello, Jia. A sincere male voice came from the other end of the line. Duan Jia cleared her throat, composed herself, and replied, Hello. Dad. On the other end of the line, she remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, continuing to speak. Jia, about that job you mentioned to Dad during our 30-minute conversation last time. The call finally ended, and Duan Jia took a deep breath, finally setting aside the book she had been holding. That it was quite late. Surely, Shun Yi-sun must be asleep by now. Holding her phone, she hesitated for a moment before dialing Shun Yi-sun's WeChat call. Dingling. The originally soundly sleeping Shun Yi-sun was roused by the ringing of the phone. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone, and upon seeing that it was Duan Jia calling, all traces of his earlier annoyance vanished, even replaced by a hint of joy at the interruption. Hello, Jia. Shun Yi-sun, I apologize for calling you so late. My dad just called me. He wants to give the position at Wei Ying Company a try. Really? That's wonderful. Shun Yi-sun exclaimed excitedly, his voice jolting him fully awake. Brother, could you please try to keep it down at this late hour? All right, all right. The following morning, Shin Yi-sun promptly called Wei Tianxin. Rest assured, Xiao Sun, since it's your friend's father, he is also my friend, that I will ensure everything is arranged properly. After hanging up, Shin Yi-sun let out a long sigh of relief. The issue of Duan Jiayi's father's unemployment seemed to be resolved. Now, Jia Yi wouldn't have to bear such exhaustion, would she? Wei Ying was the best-performing company under the Wei Group, a massive corporation employing thousands. Consequently, Wei Ying had directly leased an entire office building in Huadu Tianxiaotai that moment. A middle-aged man stood beneath the office building, appearing diminutive in comparison to the towering structure. Dressed in a sleek black suit and sporting a neatly trimmed crew cut. He wore somewhat worn leather shoes that had been polished to a shine, indicative of meticulous grooming. Nevertheless, he still seemed out of place next to the grand edifice that I in the next moment, as if resolved. The man stepped into the building. "Hello, sir. May I ask whom you are looking for?" A young receptionist approached with enthusiasm. The man, slightly awkward, straightened his attire and replied, "Hello, I am here to see Wei. Mr. Wei." The receptionist's expression turned perplexed as she scrutinized the and no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to have no connection to the esteemed Mr. Wei. "That I apologize, sir, but Mr. Wei is currently in a meeting and may not have time to meet with you." Perhaps sensing her skepticism, the man continued, "I have an appointment with Mr. Wei. We are scheduled to meet at 3 this afternoon." Upon hearing this, the receptionist's demeanor shifted immediately, and she slightly bowed in apology. "Mr. Duan, I apologize for the oversight. Please follow me." Thus, under the receptionist's guidance, Duan Chongqing ascended to the top floor of the office building. "Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Wei, Mr. Duan has arrived. Please, let him in." A steady male voice resonated from within the office. The receptionist opened the door, gesturing for Duan Chongqing to enter. He nodded in gratitude. The man seated in the executive chair rose promptly, moving to the office door to shake hands with Duan Chongqing. Duan Chongqing slightly bowed and said, "Good day, Mr. Wei." Wei Tianxin patted his shoulder and replied, "Oh, just call me Lao Wei. Come, have a seat." Once Wei Tianxin settled down, Duan Chongqing took a seat in the corner of the sofa. While the secretary served them tea, Duan Chongqing sat upright on the sofa, his hands resting on his knees, palms growing damp with perspiration. The Wei Group was not unfamiliar to him. Not to mention, Wei Tianxin's office was nearly half a floor in size, that he never imagined that one day he would find himself working under the Wei Group. That Mr. Duan, "I have heard you have been working in the film industry for a solid 20 years. Duan Chongqing nodded. "Yes, it has indeed been 20 years. Alas, that as he spoke, an inexplicable pang of sadness washed over him. 20 years. How many 20-year spans does one have in life? In those 2 decades. He had dedicated so much to the company, only to find. Noticing Duan Chongqing's emotional state, Wei Tianxin interjected, "Ah, that is splendid. Our company is in dire need of experienced individuals like yourself. Allow me to extend a warm welcome on behalf of everyone at Wei Ying. Later, I'll have Xiao Wu show you the employee dormitory and give you a brief tour of our company." Duan Chongqing was taken aback, but more so filled with admiration. "Thank you, Mr. Wei, for this opportunity. What did I just say? Call me Lao Wei." Dingling, sitting in the classroom, Shin Yi-sun stretched languidly, having spent an entire class without touching his phone. He had finally immersed himself in his studies. With his skill of photographic memory, learning had become significantly more enjoyable than a tea that moment. Su Ran draped an arm over Shin Yi-sun's back. "Shin-sun, come on, let us not just sit here. After dinner, let us take a stroll on the playground." Shin Yi-sun rolled his eyes in response. "I'm not going." He wasn't interested in a stroll. He was more keen on admiring beautiful girls. After dinner, the campus playground was particularly lively, filled with guitar strumming, singing, dancing, and leisurely strolling. Sitting on the playground, basking in the gentle evening breeze, it was quite delightful. Naturally, the playground was also a popular rendezvous spot for many young couples. Shin Yi-sun had been dragged over twice by Su Ran, but he found little interest in such matters. That it wasn't that he thought this way because he lacked a girlfriend. Su Ran chuckled, his mind filled with visions of long, beautiful legs. Shin Yi-sun paid him no heed. Upon checking his phone, he discovered a plethora of messages from Duan Jiayi. "Shin Yi-sun, to express my gratitude for helping my dad find a good job, I have something to give you. Are you done with class? I'm waiting for you on the playground. You must come." The mention of the playground made Shin Yi-sun's eyes light up. Why wait until after dinner? Let us go now. Su Ran squinted at him. Just a moment ago, you turned me down, and now you're so eager? Quite the contradiction, claiming you have no interest in beautiful girls. No way. I need to eat first to truly appreciate the beauty. Oh, one meal missed won't kill you. With that, Shin Sun dashed out of the classroom. Su Ran, feeling resigned, thought that if they went now, the girls would likely be in the cafeteria. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Under Shin Sun's urging, Su Ran reluctantly followed as the clock approached 6 or 7. The sun had yet to fully set. The summer's gentlest moments were often during sunset, as the heat gradually subsided, leaving only the soft breeze and evening glow. Though it was still early, a few students were already scattered about, most of whom were boys. Among these scattered figures, Shin Sun searched for Duan Jia at last. He spotted Duan Jia. He's sitting on the ground in a corner, hugging her knees, with Yu Meng Ran beside her. Shin Sun, let us head over to that spot. It's a great view to see the girls. Hey, where do you think you're going? Ignoring Su Ran's protests, Shin Sun walked straight towards the two girls. Upon seeing where Shin Sun was headed, Su Ran understood it so. He came to the playground just to see Duan Jia. He had truly underestimated him. The fool was indeed himself. Resigned, Su Ran followed along. Shin Sun approached Duan Jia and sat beside her. Noticing the exquisite little box she held that you're here, Duan Jia smiled and handed him the small box. Shin Sun received the box with both hands. But just as he was about to open it, she stopped him. Duan Jia's chubby little hand pressed down on his. Her cheeks flushed like the evening glow. She averted her gaze, stammering, "You can open it back at the dorm. I am afraid you'll laugh at me." Laugh? Why would I laugh at you? Shin Sun chuckled, affectionately ruffling Duan Jia's hair. How could I ever mock you? With that, he attempted to open the box again. I am upset. Oh no, is my dear wife angry? That simply cannot be. Shin Sun exclaimed, feigning alarm, that I was wrong. I was wrong. He then cradled the small box in his arms as if it were a treasure. Tsk, Ran, sitting beside Shin Sun, wore a discontented expression. The gazes of the three naturally shifted to Su Ran blinked in surprise, asking, Why are you all looking at me? I didn't come here by choice. It was him. Su Ran pointed at Shin Sun that he insisted on dragging me along just because he heard Duan Jia was here. Gurgled as Su Ran clutched his stomach. Complaining, it's all Shin Sun's fault for dragging me here, making me miss dinner. At that moment, Yu Meng Ran produced a large bag of snacks from behind her and placed it before the three of them. Su Ran, you might as well stop complaining. I haven't said a word. She retorted, I was also brought here without dinner. I'm equally unfortunate. Duan Jia, he subtly nudged Yu Meng Ran's arm, and Yu Meng Ran, understanding, promptly fell silent. Soon, the scene transformed into pairs and groups, chatting merrily around the playground, with Yu Meng Ran and Su Ran trailing behind as Su Ran, looking disgruntled, muttered, Why must I be fed dog food wherever I go? This life is unbearable. Who isn't? Upon returning to the dormitory, Shin Sun's first act was to open the small box Duan Jia had gifted him. What could this intriguing treasure be? Upon witnessing the treasure, Shin Ishuan's entire being tensed up. Sensing something amiss with him, Huang Tianqi and the others drew closer. When they beheld the contents of the box, they burst into laughter. What is this? How utterly unappealing. Ha! What did you say? Shin Ishuan's expression darkened, and his voice turned icy as he inquired his words. Huang Tianqi shivered. The temperature around them plummeted, and goosebumps rose on his skin, not daring to say more. The three silently stepped away. Tears welled in Shin Ishuan's eyes as he cautiously extracted the item from the box. That was a small bear-shaped talisman, personally embroidered by Duan Jia in his previous life. Shin Ishuan had also received an identical talisman, and his initial reaction had mirrored Huang Tianqi's. Although Duan Jia's embroidery skills were somewhat lacking, anything gifted by her was cherished by Shin Ishuan as if it were a treasure. After his rebirth, he received yet another talisman hand-stitched by Duan Jia. What emotions coursed through him? Shin Ishuan found it difficult to articulate. However, he understood that the little fool must have invested considerable effort into crafting this for him. With that thought, he adorned himself with the talisman around his neck and fell asleep, clutching it tightly. The weather was splendid, with the sky painted in azure. Shin Ishuan stood with his hands in his pockets. Waiting at the foot of Duan Jia's dormitory building, Soon, she emerged into his line of sight. Unlike her usual attire, Duan Jiai's outfit today caught Shen Yixuan's eye. She wore a white pleated shirt paired with a deep blue JK plaid skirt, accessorized with a bow tie at the collar, that on her feet were brown loafers. And her hair was styled into a high ponytail, making her resemble a high school girl, so full of youthful charm. It must be said that Duan Jiai truly suited this style of clothing. Shen Yixuan, too, donned a white shirt today. Could this be considered a couple's outfit? As Duan Jiai approached, she nervously tugged at the hem of her skirt. It was her first time wearing such a short garment. Upon reaching Shen Yixuan, she lowered her head and softly asked, "Shen Yixuan, shall we set off?" Shen Yixuan nodded and then reached out a hand toward Duan Jiai. Duan Jiai looked at him in confusion. "Are you asking to hold my hand? With so many people watching, isn't that a bit awkward?" Just as she hesitated, Shen Yixuan spoke up, "Carrying your bag is certainly a task for us boys." So that was it. For some reason, a hint of disappointment flickered in Duan Jiai's eyes. She removed her bag from her shoulder, and Shen Yixuan effortlessly slung it over his own. After all, how could there be anything amiss in carrying his girlfriend's bag? As Duan Jiai prepared to take a step forward, Shen Yixuan grasped her hand. She looked up at him, wide-eyed, and he smiled indulgently. "Silly, I was just worried the crowd at the convention might be overwhelming. And I didn't want to lose you." He raised their joined hands and continued, "I need to keep an eye on you to ensure you don't get lost." The convention was located near the university town. And given that it was the weekend, the foot traffic would surely be heavy. While the crowds at the convention were to be expected, this was a bit much, wasn't it? Nevertheless, Duan Jiai said nothing more, allowing Shen Yixuan to hold her hand until they arrived at their destination, their hands never parting. Princess Yao Yao. Upon entering, they encountered a girl cosplaying as Princess Yao Yao, and Duan Jiai couldn't contain her excitement. She released Shen Yixuan's hand and dashed forward. After all, Princess Yao Yao was her ultimate hero. Following closely, Shen Yixuan pulled out his DSLR camera and began taking a flurry of rapid shots of Duan Jiai, never once diverting his gaze. After all, with a girlfriend as stunning as hers, she could easily attract the attention of others. Once the photo shoot concluded, Duan Jiai joyfully returned to Shen Yixuan's side, eagerly reviewing the beautiful pictures they had just taken. From this angle, Duan Jiai looked adorable. Shen Yixuan, unable to resist, lifted the camera again and snapped another shot. Click! Duan Jiai furrowed her brows and playfully scolded, "Shen Yixuan, are you daring to take candid shots of my unflattering angles?" Chapter 35. Jiai's hair smells amazing. Shen Yixuan, "Hand me the camera." "I won't," Shen Yixuan teased. Seizing the moment while Duan Jiai was distracted, he pointed the camera at her face and snapped away. Even the most striking beauty could not withstand the harsh angles. Duan Jiai puffed her cheeks in frustration, resembling a little hamster, completely shedding her initial shy demeanor, that if one were to put it another way. Duan Jiai now bore a striking resemblance to a feisty shrew, stamping her feet in place. Shen Yixuan chuckled, finding even her angry pout irresistibly cute. As Duan Jiai refused to relent in her demand for the camera, she decided to abandon her efforts. With her hands on her hips, she took a deep breath and declared, "Fine, if you won't give it to me, then so be it. Is that really all it takes to give up?" Shen Yixuan looked at Duan Jiai in bewilderment. Now, seizing the opportunity as Shen Yixuan relaxed his guard, Duan Jiai swiftly made her move that, "Oh, playing tricks on me. Are you?" Shen Yixuan reacted quickly, dodging Duan Jiai's surprise attack and raising the camera high above his head. "Shen Yixuan, Fei." Shen Yixuan continued to shake his head, clearly mocking Duan Jiai. "Jiai, I didn't take any unflattering photos of you. You look beautiful, truly." Without missing a beat, Duan Jiai rolled her eyes at him. "How could a close-up shot possibly look good? No one would believe that." Duan Jiai was undeterred. She crouched down and jumped lightly, attempting to snatch back her embarrassing photos from the towering Shen Yixuan, desperately trying to maintain her perfect image. Unfortunately, the height difference between them was a staggering 20 centimeters. Coupled with Shen Yixuan's long arms, what chance did she have? Their playful banter attracted the attention of many couples at the convention. However, Shen Yixuan seemed to have second thoughts. Today, Jiai was wearing a short skirt. Wouldn't that mean she would be exposing herself if she jumped, just as Duan Jiai prepared to leap once more? Shen Yixuan suddenly pulled her into an embrace, using his free hand to shield her from view. Caught off guard by the unexpected hug, Duan Jiai felt momentarily dazed, her head resting on Shen Yixuan's shoulder. Shin Ishuan, what are you doing? She mumbled softly. Have you forgotten that you're wearing a short skirt today? What does wearing a short skirt have to do with this? But in the next moment, a deep flush crept across Shun Ishuan's face that, oh my goodness, how embarrassing. They held this position for several minutes. It was then that Duan Jia noticed the talisman hanging around Shun Ishuan's neck. Shun Ishuan inhaled deeply, savoring the sweet fragrance of Duan Jia's hair. Still the same scent. Shun Ishuan, can you let go of me now? Finally, Duan Jia spoke up. She pushed against him, trying to extricate herself from his embrace. Shun Ishuan reluctantly released her. Standing opposite one another, Duan Jia cleared her throat and extended her hand. What? Shun Ishuan pretended to be oblivious. Duan Jia glanced at the camera in Shun Ishuan's hand, her eyes conveying her intentions. All right. Duan Jia huffed and snatched the camera from him, muttering, I'll delete all the unflattering photos you took of me. As she fiddled with the camera, examining the photos, her expression gradually brightened. It must be said that Shun Ishuan's photography skills were quite commendable. Any random shot could easily serve as a profile picture. It's mainly due to my natural beauty, 360 flawless, by the end. Duan Jia found herself unwilling to delete a single photo. Here, take it. She returned the camera to Shun Ishuan without a second thought. This time, I'll be magnanimous and not hold it against you. Hurry up, let's go inside and take a look. Duan Jia turned to head in. Have you forgotten something? Shun Ishuan stood firmly in place, showing no intention of moving. Duan Jia approached him, looking much like a wronged child, lowering her head as she extended her small hand. Shun Ishuan smiled and firmly grasped her hand. The convention hall was bustling with activity, alive with excitement. The exhibition center of the university town covered an expansive area of 3,000 square meters. The two strolled hand in hand like any ordinary couple, effortlessly drawing the attention of numerous fellow attendees. In 2021, JK uniforms were all the rage, easily spotted on the streets, let alone at a convention. Not long after, Duan Jia encountered someone wearing the same outfit. Matching outfits were no cause for concern. The one who looked worse would be the one embarrassed. Undoubtedly, Duan Jia emerged victorious, her beauty and figure speaking volumes. While Duan Jia may have been flat-chested, the JK ensemble suited her perfectly. However, even with an exceptionally handsome guy standing beside her, it did nothing to diminish the admiring gazes from other boys directed at Duan Jia. If she had come alone, her social media would surely have been inundated with friend requests. Inside the exhibition hall, various stalls showcased handmade crafts, figurines, and an array of delightful treats, which particularly captured the attention of Duan Jia. The little foodie in the end, Shun Ishuan, with the camera draped around his neck, one hand grasping Duan Jia's and the other laden with snacks, fulfilled his role splendidly. Hey Shun Ishuan, look over there. They're selling handmade trinkets. Let us go check it out. Shun Ishuan pouted. You really don't tire easily. Excuse me, miss, may I take a picture with you? Two individuals were strolling when they were approached by two young girls of similar age. One clad in a Lolita dress and the other in traditional handfu. Is it me? One of them exclaimed, to which the little girl nodded eagerly. Duan Jia instinctively glanced at Shun Ishuan, who gently nodded and said, Allow me to take your photo. That if they were boys, Shun Ishuan would have likely been less accommodating. Are you all set? I'm about to take the picture. The two girls positioned themselves on either side, and the trio struck a peace sign. With a click, Duan Jia hurried over to Shun Ishuan's side. At a height of 165 cm, Duan Jia appeared to reach 180 centimeters through Shun Ishuan's adept photography. Her long, fair legs were truly enticing. The two girls were thoroughly pleased and showered Shun Ishuan with compliments. By the way, where did you get that lovely checkered skirt? One asked, this piece is from Rabbit's sewing machine. She replied, Thank you, miss. Let's add each other on WeChat. After exchanging contact information, the two girls departed. One must say, the girls from Sankang were incredibly friendly. Duan Jia seemed to revel in this atmosphere, leading to countless photos and numerous discussions about dress brands. Wow, Jia, and here you are, a budding fashion influencer, already recommending so many outfits. Indeed, I've certainly recommended quite a few. The last three words were particularly emphasized by Duan Jia. Shun Ishuan remained silent, not daring to add more. Duan Jia proudly lifted her chin, striding with an air of confidence. Chapter 36. Let us go home for dinner. The two lingered at the comic convention until noon. Duan Jia's chatter was incessant. Yet she showed no signs of hunger. As for Shin Ishuan, he was the recipient of the food Duan Jia couldn't finish, and aside from a slight thirst, he felt perfectly fine. After leaving the convention, they strolled hand-in-hand past a sif that a cat saif, Duan Jia exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she pressed her face against the shop's glass. Inside, a colossal cat tree stood, with numerous cats of various breeds lounging and dozing atop it. Duan Jia had always adored cats and dogs, but her parents had never permitted her to keep one, leaving her only to gaze longingly. How could Shin Ishuan deny her this simple wish? Jia, I'm feeling a bit tired. How about we go inside for a coffee? Sure. Without a moment's hesitation, Duan Jia dashed in first. Hello, welcome to Lazy Cat CAF. Before you enter, we need you to sign a waiver, the staff member said, presenting a document. The waiver explained that cats could exhibit unpredictable behavior, and if guests were concerned about being scratched or bitten, the CAF reserved the right to refuse entry. Duan Jia didn't mind such stipulations. Cats get vaccinated regularly, and besides, they're so adorable. What a scratch or two? In the next moment, she swiftly signed both their names on the waiver. Once inside, she rushed to the corner with the most cats. Meow. The CAF's cats were not shy at all. They eagerly approached Duan Jia, nuzzling against her. She immediately spotted a stunning ragdoll cat, the feline of her dreams. Large in size, gentle in temperament, and with an angelic appearance that, oh my, how beautiful you are, little one. That without further ado, Duan Jia scooped up the ragdoll and began to cuddle it. After placing their order, Shin Ishuan joined her. Strangely, all the cats gravitated towards Duan Jia, ignoring Shin Ishuan entirely. That he pouted, thinking, my orange cat is far superior. Moments later, the staff brought their drinks and pastries. Wow, I can't believe Tutu likes you so much. The staff member remarked, surprised. Tutu? Duan Jia inquired, cradling the cat. The staff member nodded. The ragdoll in your arms is Tutu. Although ragdolls are known for their friendliness, Tutu has always been shy and avoids strangers. It's remarkable how fond of you she has become. Really? Duan Jia gently stroked Tutu, who purred contentedly and kneaded her arm. Seizing the rare opportunity for a relaxing weekend, they spent the entire afternoon in the CAF, with Duan Jia memorizing the names of each cat. Like Tutu, Anna, and Bailey. One must admit, cat names these days have become quite fashionable. Just as they stepped out of the CAF, ready to head home, Duan Jia received a phone call. Hello, Mom. Hello, Jia. Your dad and I have arrived in Huadu. Since it's the weekend, let us have dinner together. We've missed you, and I've made your favorite sweet and sour ribs. Really? Great. After hanging up, Duan Jia turned to Shin Ishuan. Thanks to him, Duan's parents had secured a small apartment provided by Wei Ying Company. Although not spacious, approximately 40 square meters, it was still a generous offer in Huadu. Shin Ishuan had invited her to the convention, but Duan Jia had planned to visit her parents the next day. However, she felt it would be impolite to decline her mother's invitation, especially since it had been a while since she last saw them. This was the first time Duan Jia had been away from home for so long. She looked at Shin Ishuan with a hint of shyness, unsure how to broach the subject. Shin Ishuan, sensing her hesitation, spoke up. Jia, you should go that I can head home by myself. Surprised by his response, Duan Jia nodded. The two stood there for a moment, unmoving. Jia, you should go first. Once you leave, I'll head back to school. Duan Jia lowered her head, deliberating before finally saying, Shin Ishuan, why don't you come with me? Shin Ishuan was taken aback. Jia was actually inviting him home? Oh no, that wouldn't be appropriate, that I in reality. Shin Ishuan's thoughts were quite the opposite. Duan Jia hesitated, biting her lip. Meanwhile, Shin Ishuan's inner voice urged, please invite me. Please invite me. Finally, Duan Jia said, Shin Ishuan, do come along, that if it weren't for you my parents wouldn't have come to Huadu. It is only right for me to treat you to dinner. Shin Ishuan sighed. All right then, under the weight of your generous invitation, I shall reluctantly agree. Honestly, Jia, what is the address? I'll grab a taxi. Thus, the two set off on their journey home together. Throughout the trip, Shin Ishuan's palms were clammy with sweat. This would be his first encounter with Duan Jia's parents since his rebirth. Was this considered meeting the parents? It seemed that the day of their wedding was drawing nearer. As this thought crossed his mind, Shin Ishuan couldn't help but smile dreamily. Shin Ishuan, we've arrived. Following the address provided by Duan's mother, they reached a small apartment not far from the Wei Ying Company. Ding dong, Duan Jia made a playful face before stepping forward to embrace her mother. Mom, I've missed you so much. Oh, my sweet girl. You've lost weight. You must not be eating well. Not eating well. Shen Yixuan was taken aback. There was hardly anyone who could out-eat Duan Jia. Jia, who is this? After some catching up, Duan's mother noticed Shen Yixuan standing behind her daughter. Shen Yixuan's first impression on Duan's mother was that he was quite a proper young man. Oh, Mom, this is Shen Yixuan, my classmate. He the one who helped Dad find a job. Hello, Annie. Shen Yixuan politely nodded in greeting. Oh, Shen, how nice to meet you, Jia. Why didn't you mention him earlier? You made him stand around for so long. Come on, your uncle has prepared a big feast. Let's go in and eat together. Duan's mother was elated, eagerly ushering Shen Yixuan inside. Upon entering, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air. Even though he wasn't particularly hungry, the scent alone could entice him to finish 3 bowls of rice. Jia's back. Come. Wash your hands and sit down to eat. At that moment, Duan Chongqing emerged from the kitchen, holding the final dish. Hello, Uncle. A male voice echoed through the room. Duan Chongqing raised his gaze, and upon seeing Shen Yixuan, his smile gradually faded. Chapter 37. Being kicked out by the father-in-law. The first thought that crossed Duan Chongqing's mind upon seeing Shen Yixuan was, how could my precious daughter bring a boy home? In his eyes, no male could approach his beloved daughter. Bringing a boy home? He wouldn't even want to speak to one. Yet, despite his reservations, Duan Chongqing managed to muster a smile and asked, Jia, who is this? Understanding her husband's temperament, Duan's mother quickly interjected, this is Jia's classmate, the son of Mr. Wei. No wonder Duan Jia felt confident bringing a boy home. It turned out he was the son of Wei Tianqian. It made sense. After all, he had helped with such a significant favor, and it was indeed right to thank him. Oh, look at me. You must be Shen, please have a seat. However, despite this, Duan Chongqing harbored lingering doubts. Even if he was the son of the boss, he would not pass his scrutiny. What if he was merely infatuated with Jia Yi's appearance? Young masters like him often delighted in toying with beautiful and innocent girls like Duan Jia Yi. What if, in the end, Jia Yi developed feelings for him, only for him to turn his back and leave? What would become of Jia Yi? He had to be vigilant. Shen Yixuan sat down next to Duan Jia Yi, directly across from Duan's father. One could not help but notice that Duan's father exuded a formidable aura. After taking a seat, Duan Chongqing kept his gaze fixed on Shen Yixuan, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Wow, I never expected this house to be so exquisitely decorated. At that moment, Duan Jia Yi seemed blissfully unaware of Shen Yixuan's unease, appearing as carefree as ever. You should eat first. We can admire the place after dinner. With that, Duan's mother picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork. She intended for it to land in Duan Jia Yi's bowl, but unexpectedly, she bypassed her daughter and placed it directly into Shen Yixuan's bowl. Here you go, Yixuan. Be sure to eat more and savor your Uncle Duan's culinary skills. In my youth, I was particularly drawn to Jia Yi's father's cooking. Not for me. Duan Jia Yi's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Pouting, she complained, Mom. Am I not as important as other people's children? Duan's mother merely rolled her eyes. He is a guest. Of course, he should be served generously. I don't care. I want you to serve me. Duan Jia Yi insisted. Duan's mother laughed. All right, you little rascal. Duan Jia Yi chuckled. Yixuan, do try it. If you like it, do come over more often. I promise it will never be the same dish twice. Shen Yixuan smiled and nodded. Sure, thank you, Annie. Although Shen Yixuan verbally agreed, his hands remained resting on his knees, unmoving. Across from him, Duan Chongqing sat rigidly, not touching his chopsticks, which made Shen Yixuan hesitant to act. Duan's mother awkwardly smiled at Shen Yixuan, having noticed her husband's grim expression, and gently elbowed him. What are you waiting for? Start eating. Duan Chongqing, being somewhat submissive to his wife, had no choice but to silently lift his bowl and chopsticks. Throughout the meal, Shen Yixuan felt stifled, barely managing to eat 3 bowls of rice. Fortunately, after dinner, the time was already a bit late, and after a brief chat with her parents, Duan Jia Yi decided to head home. Mom, Dad, I'm leaving now. I'll come visit again soon. All right, how will you get back? Be sure to stay safe on the road. Don't take a road taxi. I just saw a news report about a female student who was harmed after taking one at night. Indeed, all mothers are like that, endlessly chatty. Just regarding the taxi situation, Duan's mother went on for a full 5 minutes. Duan Jia Yi helplessly pleaded, Oh, Mom, I'm with Shen Yixuan. You can rest assured that Duan's mother sighed. Don't dismiss what I say. Such incidents happen frequently. Seizing the moment while Duan's mother was on a roll, Duan Jia discreetly nudged Shen Yixuan. Her eyes urged him to speak up quickly. Otherwise, they might be stuck for half an hour. Shen Yixuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, Annie. I'll take good care of Jia Yi." Upon hearing this, Duan's mother had little else to say and finally nodded in relief. Indeed, her daughter's words carried more weight than 10 of her own. "Mom and Dad, we'll take our leave now. All right, make sure to bring Yixuan along again next week." "Sure." With that, the two of them took the elevator down. After closing the door, Duan Changqing let out a cold snort that Duan's mother admonished. "Look at you. Our girl finally brings a friend home for dinner, and you can only manage that long face." Duan Changqing turned his head away. "I understand you cherish our daughter, but she is not a child anymore. We can't restrict her from making friends." Making friends? Hearing those words made Duan Changqing furious. "Let me tell you, young people of their age love to play around. What if Jia Yi encounters someone unsuitable? You will regret it. What you're saying is unfounded. I think Shen Yixuan is quite a decent young man." Although it was her first time meeting Shen Yixuan, Duan's mother had heard plenty about him from Jia Yi. Of course, she kept this information from Duan Changqing. Had he known that his precious daughter spoke of Shen Yixuan so often, he would have been furious. Duan's mother continued, "Moreover, thanks to him, we were able to move to Huadu. We owe him a debt of gratitude that I will repay that debt through my own efforts. You need not worry about it." Seeing Duan's mother so supportive of Shen Yixuan, Duan Changqing chose not to argue further and retreated into the room. Closing the door behind him, Duan's mother shook her head helplessly. "Oh, that old fossil." After leaving the Duan household, Shen Yixuan remained silent. It seemed that his future father-in-law was not particularly fond of him. However, it must be noted that the first time he met Duan Jiayi's family, her father had reacted similarly to AS for what happened afterward. It was only because he had proven himself to be exceptional that her father eventually felt at ease in trusting his beloved daughter to him. At that moment, Duan Jia spoke up. "Shen Yixuan, please don't take it to heart. My dad is just like that." Duan Jia refrained from defending Shen Yixuan for his own good, that if her father reacted this way, just from bringing Shen Yixuan home. She feared that if she spoke up for him, they might not safely leave the Duan household. After all, Duan Changqing was a protective father. Shen Yixuan smiled. "It's nothing. Do I seem like the type to be bothered by this?" "That's good." After escorting Duan Jia back to her dormitory, Shen Yixuan, looking weary, pushed open the door. "Oh, Shen Yixuan is back. Did you play with your sweetheart until this late? Where did you go?" Su Ran was naturally the first to rush over to join the conversation. Shen Yixuan sighed deeply. "Don't mention it. Today I nearly got kicked out by my future father-in-law." "Future father-in-law?" The three exclaimed in unison. Huang Tianqi, who had been lying on his bed playing doubles with Princess Yao Yao, hurriedly got up. "Look at you, it hasn't been long, and you're already meeting the parents? But you needn't worry. Our Shen Yixuan is so outstanding that if he almost got kicked out, others probably wouldn't even get through the door. You are the ultimate winner. Keep it up. We believe in you." Upon reflection, Huang Tianqi's words seemed quite reasonable. "All right, I'll take your encouragement to heart." Chapter 38. This library is not that library, students. I recommend everyone sign up for the upcoming Level 4 exam. As you all know, the finance major has relatively high English requirements. What? All right, let's take a break after class. After making this announcement, Xiangwan left the classroom. Duan Jia let out a long sigh. English felt like a matter of life and death for her. In terms of other subjects, they were merely minor hurdles, but English was a different story altogether. During the college entrance examination, she scored only 89 out of 150, which was already an extraordinary performance for her. She had thought that once she entered university, she could just scrape by. But alas, she could not escape English. "Jia Yi, accept your fate. I can't help you." To Yu Min Gran patted Duan Jia Yi's shoulder. Duan Jia Yi looked utterly pitiful, evoking sympathy from all. She did not expect much from Yu Min Gran, as she wasn't much better herself. Back at the dormitory, Duan Jia Yi slumped over her desk. Staring at the English words, she felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles, unable to absorb anything. Ding! Shen Yixuan sent a message. "Jia Yi, do you have time this weekend? We need to take some return photos for the shop." Duan Jia Yi face-bombed. She had been having too much fun these past 2 days and completely forgot about this. Looking over at Shen Yixuan, who was lounging comfortably on his bed, Legs crossed, he hadn't yet received the news about the level for exam since he had no classes with Xiangwan today. Dang, oh no, really? Is this a joke? As soon as the message arrived, complaints filled the AI or IT was none other than Xiangwan disseminating the news about the level 4 exam in the class group. Come on, it's just a level 4 exam. Why are you all so scared? What is the big deal? Shen Yixuan remained calm, humming a tune. With the system supporting him, would he be afraid of a mere level 4? He wouldn't even flinch at a level 6, 8, or even 100. Su Ran rolled her eyes. How come your brain is so sharp? Ding, it was a reply from Duan Jiayi. Sorry, I'll be at the library with Mengran this weekend. The library? Goodness, Duan Jiayi also enjoys spending time at the library. It made sense. With her striking beauty, it was no surprise that she liked visiting libraries, especially at Huadu's largest Oshuan, which was frequented by internet celebrities and DJs. It was certainly a place full of hidden talents. However, thinking about those older men staring at Duan Jia, he made Shen Yixuan feel uncomfortable that on the other hand, he realized he hadn't been to the library in years. Jia, let's go to the library together this weekend. Sounds good. Setting down his phone, Shen Yixuan grinned. He had yet to see Jia dance at a club. Who would have thought this good girl also liked going to the library? When the time came, he would surely arrange a grand scene for Jia, bringing her to the best spots, ensuring she had a marvelous time. After all, happiness should be shared. Hey, are we going to the library this weekend? Shen Yixuan asked. At the mention of the library, Huang Tianqi perked up. Absolutely. I must go. I'm known as the Club Prince. Su Ran scoffed. Please, if anyone is the Club Prince, it's definitely me. Hey, Shen Yixuan. Who else is going? It won't be fun without some girls. There will be top-tier beauties. Who else could possibly be praised as a beauty by Shen Yixuan? Although Duan Jiayi is indeed Shen Yixuan's. Having a stunning woman standing at one's own table is undeniably impressive. Well, how about this Saturday? But what about the dormitory inspection? Shen Yixuan waved his hand dismissively. Just sneak out after the inspection. Won't that do? Su Ran nodded in agreement. This conversation left Wang Ziming in a daze. Finally, he slowly raised his hand and timidly asked, Shingu, do we still have to go to the library at night? Shen Yixuan chuckled heartily. Little brother, you just don't get it, do you? Come along with us and see for yourself. You will never know how delightful it is unless you visit the library. Wang Ziming scratched his head and eventually acquiesced to Shen Yixuan's invitation. At 9 o'clock that Saturday morning, Duan Jiayi called. Shen Yixuan frowned as he groped for his phone. Hello? Shen Yixuan, are you ready? Let's set off. Rarely having a weekend to rest, Shen Yixuan was abruptly awakened by Duan Jiayi's relentless calls. Set off now? Isn't that a bit too early? Of course. When else do you plan to go? If we wait too long, there won't be any space left at the library, under Duan Jiayi's urging. Shen Yixuan sprang up in surprise that he glanced at the time. It was merely 9 in the morning. You can't still be asleep, can you? I'm right downstairs at your dormitory. With bleary eyes, Shen Yixuan squeezed them shut and made his way to the dormitory balcony. Looking down, he indeed saw Duan Jiayi and Yu Mingran waiting there, each holding a few books that DOE really need to bring books to the library. Shen Yixuan murmured to himself. Well, what else would you bring to the library? Duan Jiayi retorted. Shen Yixuan, you can't still be asleep, can you? In the next moment, Shen Yixuan realized he had misunderstood Duan Jiayi's meaning. This library was not the same as what he had imagined. Jiayi, wait a moment, give me 5 minutes. After hanging up, Shen Yixuan hurried to the washroom, taking less than 5 minutes to dash downstairs. With an awkward smile, he said, Jiayi, you didn't have to wait too long. Did you? Duan Jiayi scoffed. Not too long. I've been waiting ages. It was no wonder Shen Yixuan had misinterpreted things. He had never been to the library in his life, and could hardly fathom that the library Duan Jiayi referred to as the school library. Unfortunately, the three from the dormitory were bound to be disappointed. The library at Huakai University spanned 3 floors. Although they arrived shortly after 9, it took the 3 of them quite a while to find a place to sit. Once seated, Shen Yixuan promptly rested his head on the table. Overjoyed at the prospect of going to the library with Duan Jiayi, he had only managed to fall asleep in the latter half of the night. Being awakened so early was certainly a struggle. Duan Jiayi shook her head helplessly while continuing to read. However, Shen Yixuan seemed to attract more attention than the English book. With his head resting on his hands, his eyes half closed, he appeared to be lost in a beautiful dream, a faint smile gracing his lips, His thick brows, straight nose, and thin lips captivated Duan Jai, who found herself momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a hand rested on Duan Jai's shoulder, and she instinctively jumped in surprise at why Yu Mingran whispered, "Don't forget why you're at the library. Aren't you worried about your level for English exam?" "What is wrong with me? I've been reading," Duan Jai exclaimed. Yu Mingran smirked and pointed at Duan Jai's book. It was then that she realized she had been holding the book upside down and hurriedly corrected that Shen Yixuan was lost in his dreamy reverie. An abrupt voice interrupted him. "You have received a task. Would you like to view it?" Shen Yixuan grunted, his brow slightly furrowing. "You have received a task. Would you like to view it?" The system repeated its query after receiving no response. After being disturbed multiple times, Shen Yixuan impatiently shouted, "Oh, stop bothering me. I'm trying to sleep." His loud outburst disrupted the study atmosphere in the library. Instantly, everyone shot him looks of disdain. Though what's the meaning of sleeping here? If you want to sleep, go back to your dorm. Exactly. Are you going to disturb others from studying? Thanks to Shen Yixuan, the atmosphere in the library was suddenly filled with murmurs of complaint. My apologies, Duan Jai and Yu Mingran hurriedly apologized to the crowd. Shen Yixuan's sudden remark left them both bewildered. The cacophony of voices had indeed roused Shen Yixuan from his slumber. Stretching lazily, he squinted and asked Jai, "What's going on?" Duan Jai wore a stern expression, appearing somewhat irate. "How can you still ask? You were talking in your sleep and disturbed everyone." Shen Yixuan scratched his head in confusion. "I talked in my sleep." Taking a deep breath, Duan Jai chose not to respond to Shen Yixuan further. "You have received a task. Would you like to view it?" When the system repeated its inquiry, Shen Yixuan instantly understood that he shielded his face with a book and whispered, "View. Task. Assist Duan Jai in obtaining her level 4 English certificate. Completion reward. 1 level increase in intelligence. Would you like to accept this task?" Helping Jai with her English? Shen Yixuan murmured to himself that he then lowered the book slightly to sneak a glance at Duan Jai, who wore a troubled expression as she stared at her English book. Did Jai actually have a subject she struggled with? Well then, it was time to showcase his abilities. Accept. Task accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 3 months. Otherwise, the reward will be forfeited. 3 months. Indeed, there were still 3 months until the level 4 exam. The system was rather considerate, adjusting the task duration according to its difficulty. Unlike before, when he had to help Duan Jai improve her English scores within 2 hours, this task seemed more manageable. "Mingran, is there any grammatical error in this sentence?" Yu Mingran took Duan Jai's test paper, scrutinizing it for a while, but finding no issues. Finally, she shook her head that it seems to be fine. Shen Yixuan felt a surge of joy. It was time for him to shine. He cleared his throat twice, feigning concern as he asked, "Which question?" "Let me help you, you can." Yu Mingran looked at him incredulously. It wasn't that she doubted him. It was just that he often appeared carefree and aimless, making it hard not to be skeptical. Okay, perhaps she was looking down on him. Determined to prove himself, Shen Yixuan wasted no time, grabbing a small stool and sitting down beside Duan Jai. These questions were child's play to Shen Yixuan, that he then picked up a pen and began writing while explaining. Jai, see, this sentence contains a relative clause that a relative clause modifies and limits a noun, which corresponds to the part before it in Chinese. Shen Yixuan suddenly became serious, catching Duan Jai off guard. However, after his explanation, Duan Jai genuinely began to understand why Yu Mingran, who had been watching from the side, was equally astonished and quickly asked, "So, which can be omitted when it serves as an object, right?" "Exactly." Feeling accomplished, Shen Yixuan put down his pen and slightly raised his chin. "So, do you now believe in my capabilities?" "Not bad, Shen Yixuan. Who would have thought that despite your usual carefree demeanor, you actually excel in your studies?" Shen Yixuan's mouth twitched. "Can someone please learn how to compliment others?" "Jai, if there's anything else you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Duan Jai nodded. "I still have some confusion about question 13. Shen Yixuan picked up the pen once more, placing the test paper between them. Seeing this, Yu Mingran instinctively moved aside to give them space. "All right, look here. This question is quite similar to the previous one." The proximity between the two was close, and Duan Jai could distinctly feel Shen Yixuan's breath. Really, how can anyone concentrate on studying like this? All of Duan Jai's attention was focused on Shen Yixuan. Did this mean she would need to ask Shen Yixuan to wear a mask in the future? "Jai, do you understand this question now?" Shen Yixuan leaned down slightly to look at the girl before him. Their eyes met, and she shyly averted her gaze that, I still don't quite understand. Shen Yixuan affectionately ruffled Duan Jiai's hair. It's all right. I'll explain it to you again, but this time you have to pay close attention. Okay. She slowly nodded, her cheeks flushed. Duan Jia had to admit that Shen Yixuan's explanations were indeed straightforward and easy to grasp. Despite years of studying English, she had never comprehended it as clearly as she did now. Thanks to Shen Yixuan's few words that to her astonishment, Shen Yixuan turned out to be an academic prodigy. Handsome, wealthy, and a top student. These were all labels Duan Jia affixed to Shen Yixuan. Finally, Shen Yixuan set down his pen and took a deep breath. From these questions, I've concluded one thing. Your vocabulary mastery is woefully inadequate. The level for exam primarily tests vocabulary. The greater your vocabulary, the better your reading comprehension will be. Reading comprehension constitutes a significant portion of the exam. So if you excel in these questions, your chances of passing will be considerably higher. After speaking, Shen Yixuan stood up and retrieved an English dictionary from the bookshelf, placing it in front of Duan Jia. This will be your task for the next 2 weeks. Of course, if you encounter any difficulties, feel free to call me anytime. I'll be available for video explanations. After parting ways with Duan Jia and returning to the dormitory, Su Ran and the others had just risen. Shin Sun, what were you up to so early in the morning? Me? I went to the library. The library? Upon seeing the books in Shen Yixuan's arms, Su Ran looked utterly baffled. When are we going to Aoshuan? Stop thinking about it. You still want to play before the English level for exam? Su Ran pouted, clearly recalling how Shen Yixuan had been clamoring to go clubbing last night. In the afternoon, Shen Yixuan received a video call from Duan Jia. Yes, a video call. Originally shirtless, Shen Yixuan hurriedly found a short-sleeved shirt to wear. After checking her reflection, she sat at the table and answered the call. As the call connected, only half of Duan Jia's face appeared on the screen. Shen Yixuan couldn't help but wonder, do all girls in the world look like this? However, the girls' dormitory was indeed different. The wallpaper was a soft pink, Duan Jia's bed was adorned with charming floral patterns, and everything was neatly arranged, unlike their own, which resembled a junkyard. Duan Jia held up her test paper and said, Shen Yixuan, can you help me look at questions 3 and 4 on the second paper? Seriously? Duan Jia was talking about studying again. But upon further thought, it made sense. If it weren't related to studying, why would Duan Jia call her via video? Perhaps one could say this was a fortunate consequence of studying. All right, Jia, give me a moment to review the questions. Huang Tianqi shook his head in disbelief. Is someone actually studying in our dormitory? Ignoring the remarks, Shen Yixuan continued. Jia, this question isn't too difficult. Look. Chapter 40. Jia, I like you. Thank you. I owe it all to you. There's no need for thanks. It's only right. Then I'll hang up now. Wait, Jia. Shen Yixuan had intended to chat with Duan Jia a bit longer. But her quick fingers were unexpected. As expected, Jia only had her studies in mind. Ding. Shen Yixuan was taken aback. It was Duan Jia again, but this time it was a voice call. Hello, Jia. Shen Yixuan, did you have something to say earlier? I got a bit anxious and hung up. Although she couldn't see Jia, hearing her voice was delightful. Shen Yixuan spoke. Jia, let's go take some photos tomorrow. Otherwise, the resistor will be waiting impatiently. In truth, Duan Jia had only received the clothes for the photoshoot 2 days prior. But Shen Yixuan was merely seeking an excuse to spend more time with her. All right, where shall we shoot? Let's do it in the school's little garden. Okay, see you tomorrow afternoon. After setting the time and place, Duan Jia ended the call again. The next afternoon, Shen Yixuan packed her things and headed out. Naturally, the first thing was to wait for Duan Jia downstairs to ensure she was on time. Duan Jia had started putting on makeup at noon. Indeed, she had been doing her makeup since noon, and it was her very first attempt, all for the purpose of taking promotional photos. Although such photos were intended to showcase the clothing details and the upper body effect. Rather than the model's appearance, there would inevitably be a few full-body shots. Who wouldn't want to present their best side to the world? Furthermore, the influencers on short videos were all stunning, and she couldn't fall short. Thus, during this time, she was busy with makeup and hairstyling, leaving Yu Minggran exhausted. Finally, just 5 minutes before heading out, she was somewhat satisfied with her appearance when Duan Jia approached. Shen Yixuan felt a moment of daze that in her previous life, Duan Jia had always favored a subtle makeup style, and the current Duan Jia looked just like the Duan Jia from 7 years later. What's wrong? Is my makeup not good? Duan Jiayi shyly lowered her head. Lacking confidence in her makeup skills, Shen Yixuan smiled. It looks great, really great. Really? Absolutely. Trust my judgment. Now, hand me your bag. Let's go. With that, Shen Yixuan naturally took Duan Jiayi's hand. Huadu University of Finance boasts not only a vast campus, but also an exceptionally pleasant environment. The little garden on campus serves as a romantic rendezvous for couples, especially in summer when most flowers are in bloom. Surrounded by floral scents and a gentle evening breeze, it was an idyllic setting. However, at this time of the afternoon, the little garden was relatively empty. After all, who would willingly sit outside in such sweltering heat? Thankfully, the lack of people allowed Duan Jiayi to feel less awkward and shy. Yet, even with just a few onlookers, all eyes were drawn to Duan Jiayi. They had seen countless JK girls before, but never one as beautiful as her. The white shirt and short plaid skirt made her doll-like face appear even more petite and adorable. My goodness, our school has such a stunning JK girl. She must be an internet celebrity. That girl seems to be our school's new campus beauty, right? If my girlfriend looked like her, I'd be dreaming sweetly every night. I wonder if that guy next to her is her boyfriend. Maybe I should get his contact info later? On the other side of the garden sat a couple engrossed in their romance. Ever since Duan Jiayi appeared, the boy's gaze had been fixated on her. Despite his girlfriend sitting right beside him, was this a classic case of wanting what one cannot have? His girlfriend, noticing his wandering eyes, promptly turned and walked away, leaving him to chase after her reluctantly. Shen Yixuan. They're all staring at me. Does this outfit look strange? Strange. How could that be? Shen Yixuan cleared his throat and then loudly declared, Darling, could you lean a little to the left? His loud voice clearly signaled to others, This is my girlfriend. Others quickly caught on to Shen Yixuan's intent. Let's go. Let's go. She has a boyfriend. In truth, having a boyfriend was of little concern, but in comparison to Shen Yixuan, they felt worlds apart. They were self-aware. Come on, darling. Let us do a peace sign for the camera. Once the crowd dispersed, Shen Yixuan burst into laughter. Compete with me? You're nowhere near my league. He turned back to Duan Jiayi. All right, darling, we can start taking pictures now. Who is your darling? Duan Jiayi stood there with her hands on her hips, puffing her cheeks. Shen Yixuan had always called her that in a natural manner, but this time, she wasn't going to be so easily fooled. After 2 hours of relentless shooting, Shen Yixuan had taken nearly 100 stunning photos of Duan Jiayi. She skipped over to him, nodding in satisfaction. Shen Yixuan, what else can't you do? Shen Yixuan chuckled. Now you've stumped me. Without a doubt, Duan Jiayi rolled her eyes and walked away. Wait for me. Darling. Shen Yixuan hurried after her. Hearing this, Duan Jiayi became even angrier. Who is your darling? You are. I am not. You are. Shen Yixuan stubbornly followed her, trailing wherever she went. Shen Yixuan. Duan Jiayi abruptly stopped and turned around. Her delicate brows furrowed. Her youthful face was flushed with irritation, and she gritted her teeth, saying fiercely, If you call me that one more time, I'll sew your mouth shut. With that, she gave Shen Yixuan a playful kick. Hey! The kick wasn't hard. But Shen Yixuan pretended to be in agony, causing Duan Jiayi to panic. What is wrong? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. She hurriedly moved closer to examine his injury. Just then, Shen Yixuan's expression shifted. He pulled Duan Jiayi into his embrace. The familiar scent and sensation enveloped them. Duan Jiayi struggled to push him away, but the more she resisted, the tighter he held her. Finally, Shen Yixuan whispered, Jiayi, I like you. Was this a confession? Duan Jiayi's mind went blank, and she remained silent for a long time. Suddenly, she forcefully pushed Shen Yixuan away, her cheeks flushed and her eyes darting. And then what? Shen Yixuan was taken aback. What do you mean? And then what? Isn't it obvious? He swallowed hard and tentatively asked. Then, will you be my girlfriend? Duan Jiayi turned her head, her long eyelashes fluttering rapidly. So if you like me, I can just become your girlfriend? Am I that easy to pursue? Humph. With that, Duan Jiayi took small, hurried steps away from the scene. Chapter 41. The most powerful rice-planting machine. Jiayi, do you want to go to the library together this afternoon? No need. I have something to do this afternoon. I'll leave first. Jiayi, how about going to play script killing this weekend? It's a horror theme. I want to go. You all have fun. ever since Shin Ishuan confessed. Duan Jia had been intentionally avoiding him, not giving him any chance. Every time he invited her, she would blush and drag Yu Minggran away in a hurry. Wait a minute, Jia. I remember you were clamoring to go play script killing a few days ago. I just wanted to play a few days ago. Now I just want to lie in the dormitory. Each time Duan Jia lied, her eyes would involuntarily dodge. With such an absurd excuse, Yu Minggran could easily see through it. Yet, no matter how much she pressed, Duan Jia refused to open up. However, one thing Yu Minggran was certain of. Something must have happened between those two. Although Duan Jia did not accept Shin Ishuan's confession. He has undoubtedly gained the upper hand from the very start that in the past, whenever boys confessed to Duan Jia, she would resolutely reject them on the spot. However, her reaction towards Shin Ishuan is sufficient evidence that he occupies a special place in her heart. After that afternoon in the little garden, Shin Ishuan felt renewed confidence in his pursuit of his beloved. Deep in the corridor of the teaching building, a figure timidly concealed themselves, clutching 2 cups of iced peach milk tea. Jai, hurry up, or we'll be late. Oh, I know. Stop urging me. Just as the two appeared at the end of the corridor, the figure quickly darted away, vanishing without a trace. Duan Jia habitually sat by the window, only to find her spot already occupied. The table held only 2 cups of milk tea, devoid of any books. Beneath the cups lay a note inscribed with the words, "To my lovely Jia." Duan Jia pouted, as if she already had an inkling, and took her seat. To Yu Minggran could not help but smirk. Having someone pursue you is delightful. Even I, as your best friend, get to enjoy the perks. Do you like it? Then you can have it all. Yu Minggran waved her hand dismissively. This was specially prepared for you. Are you sure you don't want it? It's your favorite peach milk tea. Extra ice. From that day on, 2 cups of milk tea would inexplicably appear on Duan Jia's table, each time a different flavor, but the one constant was the peach milk tea with extra ice. However, these cups of milk tea were not without cost for Yu Minggran. Shin Ishuan pulled out his phone and opened the chat with Yu Minggran. I'm counting on you this weekend. After returning to the dormitory, Shin Ishuan's t-shirt was drenched in sweat, droplets trickling down his face. Goodness, did you take a shower under the sun? Huang Tianqi, who was lying on the bed playing games, inquired. What are you thinking? I was delivering milk tea to my darling. The dormitory of Huakai University was a 20-minute walk from the classroom, making it a 40-minute round trip, under the scorching heat of over 30 degrees. Who could endure such exposure? Over the past few days, Shin Ishuan had tanned significantly. However, given that his original complexion was fairer than most women, he had always given off a frail impression. Now, with a tan, he seemed to exude a more masculine charm. Seeing Shin Ishuan looking utterly exhausted, Su Ran shook his head. I never imagined pursuing a girlfriend could be so arduous for our esteemed Shin. It seems our hopes are even more distant. Pursuing a girlfriend? I am clearly pursuing my future wife. Enough chatter. Are you free this weekend? Let us go play a murder mystery game. Murder mystery game? Su Ran shook his head vigorously. Forget it. I can't make sense of that stuff. Although Shin Ishuan had never played a murder mystery game, he had done extensive research over the past few days. Initially disinterested, he found himself drawn to it simply because Duan Jia liked it. After changing into fresh clothes and taking a cool shower, Shin Ishuan sat down at his desk with his camera and notebook. That afternoon in the little garden, they had taken over 100 photos. Although only a few were needed for the return, out of the 100-plus shots, there were only about a dozen usable ones. Before finalizing the edits, there was an important step, post-processing. For Shin Ishuan, this was not a daunting task, as he had encountered it in previous work. Moreover, with his remarkable memory, he could master the tutorial after merely glancing at it. Of course, these edited photos could not be overly altered. After all, the aim was to present the most authentic side of the dress. Many returns from JK uniform stores were heavily filtered, leading to widespread complaints after purchase. While everyone else was gaming, chatting, and dozing off, Shin Ishuan remained glued to his computer until the dorm lights went out. Fortunately, every photo of Jai was so perfect, yielding a high success rate. Once the work was completed, Shin Ishuan promptly sent the photos back to the store. Soon, he received a reply from the shopkeeper. Is this what you call a grass-planting goddess? Shin Ishuan's heart sank. Was the shopkeeper dissatisfied with his photos? The dress looked fantastic, and Duan Jia's beauty and figure were impeccable. Moreover, his skill as a photographer was no mere flattery. Surely the shopkeeper was being overly critical. Was it due to his editing? Shin Ishuan stared at the photos for a long time. Apart from Jiai's beauty, there was nothing amiss. Just as he was bewildered, the shopkeeper sent another message. You are clearly the world's strongest rice planter. Shin Ishuan was left utterly perplexed. The world's strongest rice planter. In the next moment, the shopkeeper swiftly sent a transaction notification. Dear rice planter, I hope to collaborate with you for a long time in the future. Fantastic. Although Shin Ishuan couldn't quite grasp the rice planter reference, that final sentence was proof enough that Jiai's photos were simply flawless. Although it was only a little over 100 yuan. Earning money just by wearing clothes and taking pictures at school was a win-win situation. Not daring to delay, Shin Ishuan immediately dialed Duan Jiai's number. Hello? A soft voice came through the line. Jiai, your photos were approved, really? Yes, the shopkeeper even said they want to work with you long-term. It seems that afternoon in the little garden was not in vain. The mention of the little garden led to a sudden silence on the other end of the line. Jiai, are you still there? I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Shin Ishuan let out a long sigh. Had he known, he would never have confessed. Now, even seeing Jiai was a challenge. I regret it so much. Why can't I control my mouth? However, just as Shin Ishuan vented his frustrations, he sensed something was amiss that a chill crept down his spine, as if something was watching him. This feeling, could it be? Shin Ishuan swallowed hard and slowly turned his head. Chapter 42. One person courageously confronts three ghosts. Bang! Oh my gosh! A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the boys' dormitory. Inside, Shin Ishuan gasped for breath. Curling up in a corner of the balcony, the surroundings were pitch black, with only the sound of crickets chirping in the grass, creating an eerie silence. Shin Ishuan tightly shut his eyes, covering his mouth with his hand. Afraid to make a sound, he had encountered a ghost. Impossible! Ghosts do not exist. Moreover, he had not committed any misdeeds aside from lying to Duan Jiai. But then again, if he could be reborn, what was impossible in this world? Oh no, this is it. I'm done for. No, he hadn't yet pursued Jiai. How could he leave this terrifying world without her? For Jiai, he would fight this ghost to the bitter end. However, with his strength, he seemed utterly incapable of winning. After all, he was facing three vengeful spirits. But there were four of us. Where are Su Ran and the others? With this thought, Shin Ishuan covered his eyes with his hands. Trying to glimpse the other three through his fingers, that it was pitch dark. He could see nothing. Forget it. Let us do this. Shin Ishuan suddenly stood up, grabbing a broom nearby for self-defense that he cautiously stepped forward. Moving slowly into the dormitory. Target locked. His point two ghosts stood at the dormitory door, while one lay on the ground, emitting low growls intermittently. Now is my chance. I'll take you on. In a flash, Shin Ishuan swung the broom and shouted as he charged at the three ghosts. Perhaps frightened by Shin Ishuan's sudden move, the three ghosts recoiled. Don't come any closer. Shin Ishuan, what are you doing? Just as Shin Ishuan was about to bring the broom down on the ghost lying on the ground, he hesitated. Wait a minute. Why can ghosts talk? And why does the voice sound so familiar? You idiot, what the hell? I'm Su Ran. Su Ran? Could it be that Su Ran was possessed by a ghost? Just then, a bright light dazzled Shin Ishuan, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. After a moment of adjustment, he finally managed to see the scene before him. The figure lying on the ground was no ghost. It was Su Ran. Flanking Su Ran were Wang Ziming and Huang Tianqi. The three stared wide-eyed in terror at Shin Ishuan. Realization dawned on Shin Ishuan, and he stammered Su Ran, that he took a step forward. Intending to help Su Ran up, unfortunately, his action caused the three to retreat in fright, especially Su Ran, who crawled away in a panic. The trio's eyes were fixated on the broom in Shin Ishuan's hand. Only then did he realize he was still holding the broom aloft. Shin Ishuan awkwardly chuckled and quickly hid the broom behind his back. With Wang Ziming and Huang Tianqi's assistance, Su Ran finally got his face off the beloved ground. Upon standing, Shin Ishuan noticed Su Ran's face. The area around Su Ran's left eye was swollen and red, nearly the size of a fist, resembling the punch he had just thrown at Su Ran. What happened to your eye? Upon noticing Shin Ishuan initiating a conversation, Su Ran instinctively took 2 steps back. Xiaoming, Tianqi, what is going on with Su Ran's face? Wang Ziming trembled slightly as he slowly spoke. The injury on Su Ran's face was inflicted by you. Brother Shin. Shin Yixuan pointed at himself in confusion and asked, I did that? Huang Tianqi nodded. After hanging up with Duan Jia, the lights in the dormitory had already been turned off, leaving only the glow of Shin Yixuan's computer screen illuminating the room. In the next moment, a chill ran down his spine, as if he were being watched. Turning around, he was met with the grinning faces of three ghastly figures. This sight horrified Shin Yixuan. The central figure resembled the one who had struck Su Ran. Utilizing the light from the computer screen, Shin Yixuan discerned the faces of the three individuals. Given their expressions, it was hardly surprising that he mistook them for ghosts. Shin Sun, are you some sort of martial artist? That punch just knocked me out. Shin Yixuan sheepishly chuckled, feeling guilty. While he wasn't a martial artist, his physical strength had significantly increased since his recent training. But tell me, how did the three of you suddenly appear behind me? Laughing so ominously, Huang Tianqi complained, what else could it be? It's obviously because you were sneaking into the little garden with Duan Jia. Sneaking into the little garden? What is the big deal? Shin Yixuan replied, utterly perplexed at is visiting the little garden with Duan Jia, such a scandalous affair. However, the term sneaking used by Huang Tianqi struck a chord with him. I simply went to the little garden to take photographs with Duan Jia. Photographs? The three exclaimed in unison. Shin Yixuan nodded, explaining, Jia wants to be a grass-planting queen, so we needed to send some photos back to the store owner. The little garden made for a perfect backdrop. So we went there to think it was all just a misunderstanding. The three exchanged glances, their expressions adorably silly, though Su Ran remained an exception. But why is Jia avoiding you? Su Ran pressed on. At this, Shin Yixuan shyly lowered his gaze. Confessed to Jia. Confessed? Facing the scrutiny of his friends, Shin Yixuan obediently nodded. However, it was evident that Duan Jia had not accepted his confession. Just then, a beam of light streamed into the dormitory. What on earth are the boys in room 3202 doing? It's already late. Why aren't you asleep? Perhaps alerted by Shin Yixuan's earlier exclamation, the dormitory matron hastily approached, draped in her coat, with the misunderstanding resolved. The group retired to their respective beds for the night, each drifting into slumber, except for Su Ran, whose eyes were swollen from a sleepless night. The following morning, Su Ran awoke with eyes so puffy he could barely open them. Shin Sun, do you want me to take insulin while I eat? To express his remorse, Shin Yixuan ran around, purchasing numerous ice creams to help Su Ran with the swelling. That I asked for why he opted for ice cream instead of an ice pack. It was because once it melted, they could still enjoy eating it. Truly a win-win situation. Su Ran, what happened to your eyes? During a joint class with Class 6, Duan Jia and Yu Mingran expressed their concern. Oh, it's nothing, I just bumped into something, Su Ran replied. When the topic of Su Ran's injury arose, the three silently glanced at Shin Yixuan, yet none dared to mention it. How embarrassing. Chapter 43, Yu Mingran's unintentional assistance on the weekend. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of any floating wisps, as if it had been filtered of all impurities, radiating a splendid glow. The blue curtains, illuminated by the sunlight, cast a soft azure hue. In the dormitory, the sounds of gentle snores filled the air, save for one individual who had vacated the comfort of his cozy blanket. Despite it being past 10 in the morning and the sun already high in the sky, this did not disturb the peaceful slumber of the others. It was a rare weekend. How could one not indulge in a good sleep? However, Shin Yixuan was different. He had a mission to fulfill today. Thus, he rose at 8 in the morning to ask for what he had been doing since waking. It consisted of chatting with Yu Mingran. Yet their conversation exclusively revolved around Duan Jia. After all this time, the milk tea was not given for free, and with Yu Mingran's encouragement, Duan Jia finally agreed to join a murder mystery game today. Of course, Yu Mingran had not disclosed Shin Yixuan's involvement in this outing. Convincing Duan Jia was not difficult. As long as Shin Yixuan was absent, it was fine. Moreover, Duan Jia had been raving about the murder mystery game for an entire week. Today, Shin Yixuan's task was to ensure the princess enjoyed herself. Ding ding. Shin Yixuan, Jia and I are about to head out. Shall we meet at the script club? Sure, you go ahead, just make sure Jia doesn't find out about me. After receiving Yu Mingran's message, Shin Yixuan packed his belongings and set off. Then on the way to the script club, Yu Mingran was constantly giggling at her phone, leaving Duan Jia utterly baffled. Who could Yu Mingran be chatting with to be so joyful? Duan Jai craned her neck, slowly leaning closer to Yu Mingran's phone screen. What the heck? Is that a privacy screen? Duan Jai scoffed at Yu Mingran. Noticing Duan Jai's curiosity, cleared her throat and promptly tucked her phone behind her back. Duan Jai narrowed her eyes and questioned, "Who are you chatting with that's making you so happy?" "Who else could it be? It's obviously Qin Xian." Qin Xian. Duan Jai clearly found this hard to believe. Although Yu Mingran and Qin Xian had been a couple for years, their contact had dwindled since starting a long-distance relationship, perhaps only 2 phone calls a week. Thus, it seemed odd that Yu Mingran would be so cheerful about chatting with him. Aware of Duan Jai's skepticism, Yu Mingran explained, "Qin Xian mentioned he would come to see me soon. How could I not be happy?" This was indeed a plausible excuse. Furthermore, with Yu Mingran appearing perfectly composed, Duan Jai, albeit still suspicious, nodded in acceptance. After all, Yu Mingran was far more skilled at deception than she was. Since Duan Jai had become a grass-planting queen, she had developed a fondness for wearing JK uniforms. In an effort to pair up with Duan Jai, Shen Yixuan naturally donned his white shirt, that he had an abundance of white shirts, with dozens crammed into his dormitory wardrobe, upon their arrival at the script club. Duan Jai and Yu Mingran were greeted with admiration. "Wow, these 2 ladies are stunning. Who knew we would carpool with such beautiful women?" Just then, they heard that another male participant was on the way, suggesting they could form 3 pairs for the game. Upon entering the script club, the trio found 2 boys and a girl waiting in the lobby. Each script required a varying number of players, but the most common were 6 or 7, making it impossible for Duan Jai and Yu Mingran to play alone. The 3 had come through the club's carpool group and were quite pleased with the 2 girls' looks. The script club named Detective was adorned in a charming style, with each room themed differently, ranging from traditional to modern, Japanese, and even horror. Upon entering, they were greeted by a grand wooden bookshelf filled with an array of scripts. "Ladies, we only need 1 more person to start the game. He is currently en route. Please bear with us a moment." The table was stocked with complimentary water and snacks, so the girls settled in on the sofa. While Yu Mingran was momentarily struck dumb, she leaned in closer to Duan Jai and whispered, "That staff member is quite handsome. I really want to chat with him." Duan Jai rolled her eyes. "Yu Mingran, don't forget you have Qin Xian." Yu Mingran pouted, "So what if I have a boyfriend? It's just making a friend. Besides, this long-distance relationship is rather dull." In truth, there was no plan for Qin Xian to come find her in Huadu. The other 3 sat across from the 2, their eyes never straying from them. Ding ding. "Hello. Welcome to the Detective Script Club." The pleasant sound of wind chimes accompanied the entrance of a young man. He stepped in, backlit by the sun, dressed in a simple, clean white shirt, standing over 180 centimeters tall, with fair skin and sharply defined features. He instantly captivated Duan Jai, who had been chatting with Yu Mingran. However, the next moment, Duan Jai sat frozen on the sofa. Shen Yixuan smiled slightly. "What a coincidence, Jai." Observing this heartwarming scene, Yu Mingran wore a motherly smile. The pair's stunning looks were truly extraordinary. It was undeniable that when standing next to Shen Yixuan, the staff member seemed to pale in comparison. Shen Yixuan appeared to emanate his own light, perpetually drawing attention. "Shen Yixuan, what are you doing here?" "Oh, I saw there was a spot available in the carpool group." So, his explanation was flawless, and Duan Jai did not press further. Playing a game together was not a problem. Shen Yixuan settled beside Duan Jai, who instinctively leaned closer to Yu Mingran, wishing to maintain some distance from him. Fortunately, the 3 individuals across provided enough distraction. Otherwise, Shen Yixuan would only have had the chance to sit directly across from Duan Jai. The staff member approached the bookshelf to present various scripts to the group. "May I ask what type of script everyone enjoys?" "Horror scripts." Before Duan Jai could speak, Shen Yixuan eagerly chimed in. Surely, no one knew Duan Jai better than he did. Do not be deceived by Duan Jai's delicate demeanor. Her tastes are indeed quite unique. Aside from her passion for reading novels, her favorite pastime is to snuggle under the covers and indulge in horror films after the lights go out. She has watched titles such as Dead Silence, Gonju Rock, and The Conjuring multiple times. As for horror-themed role-playing games, they feature NPCs, which in simpler terms are real people masquerading as ghosts, providing a more immersive experience. However, Shen Yixuan is well aware of his own fear of ghosts that if he were to actually participate in such a game, would he not faint from fright? Yet, he resolutely chose this option. Jai must be quite pleased now, he thought, glancing at Duan Jai across from him. She lowered her head slightly, biting her lower lip, clearly still torn. Shin Yixuan was puzzled. What could Jai possibly be worried about? Yumin Gran, on the other hand, appeared indifferent. Her job was to pair the two of them, and whatever they played was of little consequence. After a brief moment, Duan Jai finally spoke. How about we play an emotional game instead? An emotional game? Shin Yixuan was momentarily taken aback. That wasn't Jai the one who most disliked themes of love and affection. Yumin Gran nodded. I'll follow whatever Jai chooses. The two then turned their attention to Shin Yixuan. All right, we'll follow Jai's lead. The other three, already inclined towards this idea, naturally nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. Role Reversal. I would like to ask everyone if they are interested in a tearjerker game. As the name suggests, a tearjerker game is one that is profoundly moving and likely to induce tears. While doing some research, Shin Yixuan came across numerous accounts of players weeping uncontrollably that moment. An image flashed in his mind. Duan Jai collapsing into his arms, tears streaming down her face like rain-soaked pear blossoms as he gently stroked her hair. Fearing that Jai might refuse, he took the initiative and said, All right, let us play a tearjerker game. Shin Yixuan chuckled and turned to Duan Jai. Okay, then it's settled. Although Duan Jai had never encountered a tearjerker game before, trying it out couldn't hurt. All right, let me introduce some of the well-known tearjerker games we have here. Subsequently, the attendant began to present several box games from the wooden shelves. After a discussion, the six of them unanimously decided to proceed with the tearjerker game, under the guidance of the attendant. They entered a room with a distinctly ancient style. In the center of the room stood a long table adorned with an array of candles. The two groups took their seats on opposite sides, with Shin Yixuan, Duan Jai, and Yumin Gran in order. Hello everyone, I am the DM for this session, and I will guide you through this game today. Please hold on a moment while I prepare. After the DM left the room, Shin Yixuan followed him out. Brother, may I ask you for a favor? Afterward, the two returned to the room together. Once seated, the DM began to randomly distribute character scripts. Now, please read through your scripts quietly, and let me know when you're done. A man in blue attire. Regardless of the color of the man's clothing, he would undoubtedly be with Duan Jai. Such confidence. All right, has everyone finished reading? Do you all know who your partner is? Up to that point, no one knew the names of their characters, only distinguishing them by the color of their clothing. As he spoke, the DM produced 6 red strings. Everyone, now each of you has a red string. Please identify your partner and tie the string to their wrist. Just a reminder, once the string is tied, it cannot be changed. Without hesitation, Shin Yixuan resolutely tied the red string around Duan Jai's wrist. After 5 hours of deduction, the game concluded. What was truly a tearjerker? Duan Jai was indeed, as Shin Yixuan had anticipated, crying profusely. However, Shin Yixuan remained deeply engrossed in his role. Unable to extricate himself from the experience, crying even more than anyone else present. Unable to bear it any longer, Duan Jai handed him a few tissues. Shin Yixuan glanced at her, accepted the tissues, and leaned his head on her shoulder. Wait! Shin Yixuan's sobs abruptly ceased. This seemed rather amiss, did it not? Not only was Duan Jai taken aback, but Yumin Gran, seated nearby, also wore a perplexed expression, torn between laughter and restraint. Although it differed somewhat from his expectations, it was still quite similar, was it not? With this thought, Shin Yixuan resumed his exaggerated wailing, his emotions flowing freely. Perhaps seeing Shin Yixuan's pitiable state, Duan Jai's previously frozen hands slowly settled on his back, gently patting him in comfort. Take care, and we welcome you to visit us again. Ultimately, Shin Yixuan left the script company with a furrowed brow, rubbing his temples. Had he not embarrassed himself enough? Yet being able to lean against Jai's shoulder rendered the embarrassment somewhat trivial. Suddenly, Duan Jai halted her steps. Shin Yixuan cleared his throat and asked with concern, Jai, where shall we go next? Duan Jai remained silent, her gaze fixed on a shop not far away, following her line of sight. Shin Yixuan shivered. A haunted house? As expected, there was no escaping this fate. Though Shin Yixuan had mentally prepared himself for the horror elements, this tearjerker game was worlds apart from an actual haunted house. Entering a haunted house would be akin to stepping into a den of ghosts. Shin Yixuan's fragile heart might not withstand as Shin Yixuan had surmised. Duan Jai slowly turned her head. Min Gran, you understand what I mean, right? All right, no problem. Min Gran, having accompanied Duan Jai through numerous adventures over the years, was more than accustomed to haunted houses and had long since built up an immunity to the ghosts. Subsequently, Yu Mingran glanced at Shen Yixuan, that he forced a smile, feeling awkward. Duan Jia did not even turn back as she said, Shen Yixuan, you should go back first. Mingran and I will go. With that, she took Yu Mingran's hand and headed toward the haunted house. No way. I can't let Jia see me as a coward. He hurriedly chased after them, that he failed to notice that at that moment, a smile had crept onto Duan Jia's lips. Hello, are there 3 of you? Duan Jia nodded. The DCOR of the haunted house indicated that it had a hospital theme, that on the front desk lay a fake head adorned with a nurse's cap, and the front desk attendant was dressed like a doctor. Startling Shen Yixuan, of course, he did not show it and feigned calmness as he stood to the side. Please hand over your phones, that a gentle reminder. Do not harm the staff. After the necessary preparations, the 3 formed a line and entered the haunted house one by one, that the attendant intended for Shen Yixuan to lead the way. After all, the one at the forefront often faced the most terrifying experiences. However, Duan Jia insisted on being the first to go. Thanks to her insistence, Shen Yixuan managed to avoid that fate. Still, being the last in line was not much better. As they approached the entrance of the haunted house, Shen Yixuan could distinctly hear the chilling wails echoing from within. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to walk through at a time, which explained the need to enter in a single file. The haunted house was shrouded in darkness, with only a few areas emitting a ghostly green glow. Sizzle. Ah! Shen Yixuan screamed hysterically as a head dangled in front of Duan Jia. Yu Mingran was not frightened by the head, but Shen Yixuan's scream startled her instead. Duan Jia, however, remained calm, seemingly having anticipated what was to come. As they continued forward, Duan Jia suddenly stopped. Shen Yixuan focused on the green light ahead and swallowed hard. Before them stood a group of ghostly nurses, erratically poised, ready to pounce on the 3. Are you ready? Duan Jia inquired. Yu Mingran nodded. The 3 then cautiously navigated through the throng of ghostly nurses. As they traversed more than half the distance, Shen Yixuan began to relax. Just then, something gripped his arm, that he slowly looked down. Shen Yixuan closed his eyes and bolted forward. The decaying-faced ghost nurse pursued them relentlessly from behind. Under Shen Yixuan's urging, the 3 arrived at a dead end. In front of them stood a wall, and the only exit was to retrace their steps. However, with the ghost nurse closing in, Shen Yixuan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, shielding Duan Jia and Yu Mingran behind him. You don't scare them. Come at me. Jia, you 2 hurry and go. Chapter 45. Using tea to counter tea here. Have a glass of water. Shen Yixuan sat on the sofa at the front desk and gulped down the water cup handed to him by Duan Jia. She settled beside him, muttering, You're terrified out of your wits yet insist on protecting others. Shen Yixuan lowered his head, forcing a sheepish smile that he was unsure how he had made it out of the haunted house. But now, it seemed Jia didn't find him so intolerable anymore. Worth it. I'll go get some water. You 2 chat. With that, Yu Mingran hurried up to the dormitory, leaving Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia alone together. The 2 stood awkwardly at the foot of the dormitory, the atmosphere decidedly tense. I had a great time today. Duan Jia finally broke the silence. Shen Yixuan grinned. I had a wonderful time too. Duan Jia lowered her head, her flowing hair cascading down to obscure her face, leaving Shen Yixuan unable to discern her current expression. At last, she softly spoke again. If there's a chance in the future, let us hang out again. I'll head up now. All right, go ahead, he replied. After bidding her farewell, Duan Jia jogged into the dormitory building. It was not until she vanished from his sight that Shen Yixuan felt a sense of relief and turned to leave. Today had truly been exhausting for him, an emotional roller coaster of tears and wails. Dragging his weary body back to the dormitory, he dove into his bed. The system's warm reminder chimed. Please diligently complete your tasks. Otherwise, the system reserves the right to revoke your assignments and intelligence level. Oh, come on. There's even supervision for this? Shen Yixuan muttered. But it was true. Ever since he confessed his feelings to Jia, she had ceased to seek his advice. And he found himself preoccupied with thoughts on how to please her. At this rate, not only was Jia at risk of failing her level 4, but his own intelligence might diminish as well. No, this simply wouldn't do. How could he maintain his facade in front of Jia? Yet the problem at hand was that Jia was not granting him the opportunity. Shen Yixuan, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Just as he thought of her, she appeared. Jia had taken the initiative to reach out to him. It seemed his actions today had left a favorable impression on her. He grinned. Hey, Shanishuan, why are you grinning like that? You still haven't replied to her message. He had to admit that having a good roommate when pursuing a girlfriend was crucial, if not for Su Ran's reminder. Shanishuan might have completely forgotten to respond to Duan Jia's message. He quickly typed back, I have time. Great. Let us meet at the library tomorrow at 3. Yay. Su Ran, I truly love you. Su Ran rolled her eyes. Dream on, I don't love you. The following day at 2:50 in the afternoon, Shin Ishuan arrived early at their usual spot. Wow, that guy is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Are you silly? He is waiting under the girls' dormitory. Of course, he is waiting for his girlfriend. At 3 o'clock, numerous students continued to enter and exit the dormitory. Shin Ishuan had long grown numb to compliments about his looks. Yet he found himself enjoying another girl's remark to AT that moment. Xiao Wanqing happened to overhear and let out a cold snort as she approached Shin Ishuan. Hey, Ishu and Gij, the two girls who had been talking turned around. Did you see that? I wasn't mistaken, was I? The girl coming down from the dormitory is definitely that handsome guy's girlfriend. Indeed, a handsome guy paired with a beautiful girl. Shin Ishuan furrowed his brow slightly. He did not appreciate such comments. The high-pitched tone of Ishu and Gij was unmistakably from Xiao Wanqing. Why was she everywhere? Glancing at the time, it was neither early nor late, yet she chose to arrive precisely at 3. Shin Ishuan decided to pretend he hadn't heard her, standing still in silence. Ishu and Gij, what are you doing here? Xiao Wanqing approached without any intention of backing down. Shin Ishuan took a deep breath, composed his facial expression, and turned to face her, forcing a smile that looked more painful than a frown. Oh, it's you, Xiao Wanqing? Just call me Wanqing, Ishu and Gij. Wanqing, Shin Ishuan scoffed inwardly. No need for that. Xiao Wanqing stood before him, a hint of shyness as she looked down and tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Shin Ishuan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't noticed until now how much Xiao Wanqing had changed. Previously, she had dressed in a sexy bodycon dress and towering heels, embodying the confident older sister vibe. Now, she wore a crisp white shirt paired with a JK plaid skirt and simple white sneakers. Her chestnut hair slightly curled, transforming her from a mature figure into a youthful girl. What a clever mimic! The thought popped into Shin Ishuan's mind that it was evident to anyone with eyes that Xiao Wanqing was trying to emulate Duan Jia. Both had chestnut-colored, curly hair, and just days ago, Jia had donned a JK uniform, and now so had she. Xiao Wanqing, I have things to attend to that. If you don't have anything urgent to discuss, I'll be on my way. With that, Shin Ishuan took a step forward, hoping to slip away once Xiao Wanqing departed. Ishu and Gij, wait a moment, frustrated. As Xiao Wanqing reached his side, she began to fuss with her hair, saying nothing. What was this about? Did she call him over just to show off her new outfit? Surely, they were all adults now. Was this really necessary? What is going on? Shin Ishuan asked, somewhat impatiently. Anyone would feel vexed in his shoes, especially considering their previous encounter. What previous encounter? Shin Ishuan squinted, having completely forgotten any matters concerning other girls. How could he possibly recall what she was referring to? When are you coming over to my house for dinner? Oh, come on, is she still not giving up? Shin Ishuan thought, exasperated. Heaven help me. Suddenly, a sweet voice broke through the tension, leaving both Shin Ishuan and Xiao Wanqing momentarily stunned. That voice was so familiar. Shin Ishuan felt a twinge of emotion. It was that feeling. Slowly turning his head, he saw a girl in a flowing white dress approaching from the dormitory. Jai? The girl smiled brightly, swiftly making her way towards them. Sister Wanqing, what a coincidence. Duan Jai greeted Xiao Wanqing politely with a smile, seamlessly linking her arm with Shin Ishuan's. That Xiao Wanqing's mouth fell open in disbelief. Sister Wanqing, Ishuan and I have plans that if you don't have anything urgent, we should be on our way. With that, Duan Jia tilted her head and smiled at Shin Ishuan. Ishuan, shall we go? Huh. Oh, sure. Before Xiao Wanqing could say another word, the two walked away, linked arm in arm. Only after they were certain Xiao Wanqing was out of sight did Duan Jia release her hold on Shin Ishuan's arm. Shin Ishuan seemed to still be savoring the moment. His head drooping slightly, Duan Jia chuckled. How was that? My strategy of using tea to counter tea worked quite well, didn't it? Shin Ishuan, feeling somewhat deflated, nodded his head, already contemplating how to bring Xiao Wanqing back into the picture again. All right, hurry up and get inside. Otherwise, there won't be any seats left. With that, Shin Ishuan was tugged along by a chubby little hand. Chapter 46. Including Jia's holiday plans. Fortunately, it was not the weekend. and the library was not overly crowded, allowing Shin Ishuan to feel less stifled than before. Why did he feel stifled? The library was too quiet. He simply couldn't sit still. Besides, Shin Ishuan's mind was far from focused on studying. Opposite him sat Duan Jiai, deeply engrossed in her studies, her serene and beautiful demeanor captivating him. He picked up a book and partially obscured his face, revealing only his eyes. Duan Jiai, absorbed in her work, exuded tranquility and beauty. He could never tire of watching her. By the way, Jiai Shu, Duan Jiai hurriedly gestured for silence. Shin Ishuan quickly covered his mouth, appearing quite obedient and, in a way, adorably silly. He nearly forgot that this was a place of silence. Speaking loudly would attract disapproval. He recalled the last time he made such a foolish mistake and chided himself for not learning his lesson, surprised by this cute side of Shin Ishuan. Duan Jiai's face broke into two shallow dimples. Jiai's smile was simply too enchanting. Shin Ishuan couldn't help but grin foolishly in return. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Jiai had not had dimples before. Had he mixed up his memories? But the next moment, he dismissed that thought. After all, he had spent 3 years with Jiai. How could he possibly misremember that? There were indeed 2 dimples on her cheeks. He was reminded of a legend. Those with dimples are said to have waited 1,000 years at the Naya Bridge before being reincarnated. According to legend, when one dies, they pass through the gates of the underworld and embark on the road to the Yellow Springs. Along the way, they encounter the ethereal red spider lilies, whose flowers bloom without leaves, symbolizing eternal longing and separation. At the end of the path lies the river of forgetfulness, crossed by the Naya Bridge, where a woman named Meng Po waits to offer each traveler a bowl of her soup. Anyone who drinks from it forgets all attachments from their past life, entering the cycle of reincarnation without cares or burdens. They may become celestial beings, humans, or even animals. Meng Po's soup is also known as the water of forgetfulness, erasing all memories of loved ones and foes alike. Yet, some individuals, for various reasons, refuse to drink this soup. Meng Po, unable to force them, marks them instead. This mark manifests as dimples on their faces. Perhaps Jiai from a previous life has been reborn as this Jiai. Beyond that, Shin Ishuan could conjure no reasonable explanation for this phenomenon. After all, the world is filled with countless oddities. The very concept of reincarnation defies scientific explanation. Shin Ishuan, what were you about to say just now? Duan Jiai asked, lowering her voice to, "Oh, I was just wondering if you're going home for the National Day holiday." His train of thought had been interrupted, and he didn't continue. However, he felt he had just uttered something rather pointless. The National Day holiday lasts 7 days. Who would stay at school instead of going home? Even though Shin Ishuan feigned ignorance, Duan Jiai still nodded in response. With just 2 days left until the National Day holiday, Shin Ishuan had already begun to plan his vacation, and naturally, this included Duan Jiai. He had previously been worried that Jiai would return to her small county town for the break, leaving him unable to see her for 7 whole days. Fortunately, Duan's father had secured a job in Huadu, and both of Duan Jiai's parents were in the city, so it was likely that they would spend the National Day holiday in Huadu. "Jiai, would you like to come to my house for the National Day holiday?" Shin Ishuan inquired. Duan Jiai was momentarily taken aback, going to Shin Ishuan's house. As adults now, it seemed inappropriate to visit a boy's home so casually, especially with his parents also present. The thought made Duan Jiai shyly lower her head, wishing to bury her face in her book. However, it proved futile, as she could no longer concentrate on the text. "What would we do at your house?" she finally asked in a soft, delicate voice. "Of course, we would go out and have fun. 7 days of holiday, we can't just stay at home like couch potatoes, can we?" Shin Ishuan chuckled. "What on earth could be occupying that little head of yours?" "Jiai, by the way, I have a cat at home." Upon hearing the mention of a cat, Duan Jiai's eyes instantly sparkled. "You have a cat?" Shin Ishuan, crossing his arms, nodded proudly. It seemed his trump card was indeed effective. The allure of the orange cat was quite significant. That MY house is just a short 10-minute drive from yours. Very convenient. Instead of sulking at home, wouldn't it be much more delightful to play with a cat? On the eve of National Day, the entrance of Huakai University was bustling with private cars, filled with excitement. "Everyone, I'm off to catch my train home. Happy National Day. My parents are here to pick me up. I'm leaving too. Enjoy the holiday." Gradually, the dormitory grew quiet, leaving only Shin Ishuan leisurely packing his belongings. "Brother, I have a call. rang out a lively tune as Zhao Ying called. "Hello, Mom." "Hello, Yixuan. Have you packed your things? Your Uncle Wei is stuck in traffic and will take about half an hour to arrive." "Yes, I'm almost done." "Good. Dress smartly tonight, as I have some exciting news to share with you when you get home." "All right, understood." Shin Yixuan smiled as he hung up. From his mother's tone on the other end, he could tell she was in high spirits. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what could possibly bring her such joy. Upon exiting the school gates, Shin Yixuan spotted Wei Tianxin's luxurious Rolls-Royce among the sea of vehicles. "Uncle Wei Dada, Yixuan. Sorry for being late. Traffic was a nightmare." The car rolled into the villa compound, where another Mercedes was parked. Likely the reason for Zhao Ying's elevated mood. Zhao Ying, having not seen him for a month, emerged from the villa and linked her arm with Shin Yixuan's, after scrutinizing him from head to toe. She exclaimed, "Oh my, how has my son become even more handsome in just a month? I've always been this handsome." Shin Yixuan teased back. "All right, enough with the flattery. Come on, let us head inside and see who is here." Without needing to guess, Shin Yixuan knew they must be well dashed to dash due as he entered. He noticed a family of 3 seated on the sofa in the living room. The man was dressed in a black suit, exuding authority, while the woman wore a high-end silk dress, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a pearl necklace. The daughter, about Shin Yixuan's age, had a delicate face, fair skin, and flowing chestnut hair. Shin Yixuan stiffened. "Xiao Wanqing." Zhao Ying cheerfully announced. "Yixuan, do you remember your childhood playmate, Wanqing? This is your Uncle Xia and Aunt Xia, and the girl beside them is Wanqing." Upon being introduced, Xiao Wanqing smiled politely. "Yixuan, why are you just standing there? Go and keep Wanqing company. When your Uncle Xiao's family moved away, you cried for days." Urged by Zhao Ying, Shin Yixuan reluctantly moved to sit beside Xiao Wanqing, maintaining a safe distance. "Hello, Uncle and Aunt." Chapter 47. Childhood Playmates. It's hard to believe how much time has passed. Look how grown up these two have become. Indeed, they used to be inseparable as children, and now they seem too shy to interact. That's right. I heard Wanqing say that Yixuan is in the same class as her. With both families reunited, the conversation inevitably revolved around the two children. For Shin Yixuan, this scenario felt akin to sitting on pins and needles. Nevertheless, he maintained a polite smile. Throughout the gathering, Xiao Wanqing's gaze remained fixed on Shin Yixuan, never wavering. The Wei and Xiao families had once been close neighbors, but after a business setback, the Xiao family moved from Huadu to Modu. Following Shin's parents' divorce, his father was preoccupied with work, leaving him in Zhao Ying's care. Despite being quite young at the time, Shin Yixuan understood that it was Wei Tianxin who had taken his mother away from him. During his time at the Wei residence, Shin Yixuan often withdrew into his room, silent and uncommunicative. Even when Zhao Ying provided him with countless toys and treats, he refused to engage with either of them. One day, while he was in his room as usual, he heard the joyful laughter of children outside. Peering through the window, he spotted a little girl playing in the neighboring yard, dressed in a red dress with adorable pigtails, her laughter radiating pure happiness. Finally, Shin Yixuan stepped outside. From that day forward, they became the best of friends. Whenever Zhao Ying took him to the Wei house, he would rush to the Xiao residence first. And their friendship gradually warmed the relationship between the two families. Day after day, year after year, Shin Yixuan and Xiao Wanqing were practically childhood sweethearts, with Wanqing becoming Shin Yixuan's solace. Their separation occurred on an ordinary morning. That day, Shin Yixuan was sharing his beloved toys with Xiao Wanqing when he noticed a large truck parked outside her house that a sense of foreboding washed over him. After exchanging their most treasured toys in farewell, the little girl boarded the truck that as it slowly pulled away. Shin Yixuan chased after it, pretending to be brave, even as he stumbled and fell without shedding a tear. The little girl inside the truck pressed her face against the window, crying out as Shin Yixuan grew more distant. Once home, Shin Yixuan locked himself in his room, emerging only a week later. Xiao Wanqing had been a light in his childhood, but that was long ago. Now his light was Duan Jai, and only Duan Jai. That'd be why the way. Tianxin, do you think Yixuan has a girlfriend? Xiao Fu Xiaojin inquired. Shin Yixuan's heart raced. He had long been aware of Xiao Wanqing's feelings for him. Xiaojin's question was likely a result of Xiao Wanqing's influence. With both sets of parents present, Xiaojin was probably hoping to bring the two together. That I'm not sure about that. You'll have to ask Yixuan himself. That I in the next moment. Shin Yixuan abruptly stood up, stating, "Excuse me, Uncle and Aunt, I'm feeling a bit tired, and will head back to my room. That he left them no room for discussion, and quickly exited. Oh, that child, Zhao sighed, shaking her head. She understood her son well. He had no girlfriend, let alone any girls around him. However, she respected Shen Yixuan's wishes and chose not to pry further. Wanqing, why don't you join Yixuan in his room? Not wanting Xiao Wanqing to feel out of place, Zhao invited her in. Hearing this, Shen Yixuan said nothing. After all, the room was spacious enough, and he could easily ignore her presence that as soon as he entered. His cat, Orange, rushed to rub against his legs. Shen Yixuan bent down and scooped up the plump cat. Wow, it's been a month, and you've gained quite a bit of weight. Have you been sneaking those fishy treats again? Meow. The chubby Orange curled up in Shen Yixuan's arms, purring contentedly. Yixuan Ji, Anne asked me to come talk to you, came Xiao Wanqing's voice as she entered. Shen Yixuan was startled by her sudden appearance. What's wrong, Wanqing? Upon hearing her startled exclamation, Zhao hurried over. Xiao Wanqing stood frozen at the door, trembling and pointing at the chubby cat. Aunt, the cat. Zhao sighed in relief, realizing that Xiao Wanqing was merely frightened by the cat. She gently reassured her, don't worry, this is Orange. Yixuan's cat. He has a gentle temperament, and won't hurt you. Xiao Wanqing nodded slowly, cautiously maneuvering around the pudgy cat as she made her way into the room. Strangely, the normally docile Orange suddenly puffed up, as if sensing an adversary, and began to hiss. This startled Xiao Wanqing, sending a shiver down her spine. How curious. Orange is usually so gentle. What could have gotten into him today? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhao hastily took the plump orange cat from Shen Yixuan's arms and led it out of the room. Once the cat was gone, Xiao Wanqing let out a sigh of relief. As for her fear of cats, it likely stemmed from an incident in her childhood when she had been scratched by one due to her own mischief. With her beloved orange cat banished from the room, Shen Yixuan had no choice but to retrieve a comic book from the bookshelf. Lying on the bed in boredom, in truth, he had little interest in reading comics at that moment. He merely sought something to occupy his time. Initially, he had intended to call Duan Jiayi as soon as he got home. However, with a woman unexpectedly present in his room, he wouldn't dare to do so, even if he had 10 times the courage. Shen Yixuan's room was quite spacious, measuring around 60 to 70 square meters, nestled in the exorbitantly priced Huadu district. Such an area would typically accommodate an entire family in a regular household. Yet, here he was, a young man enjoying such luxurious living without the need to toil for it. After entering Shen Yixuan's room, Xiao Wanqing did not remain idle, but the massive bookshelf was sufficient to keep her occupied for a while. Suddenly, her gaze shifted to Shen Yixuan's desk, particularly to a brown teddy bear resting there. Xiao Wanqing hurried over, picking up the bear with delight. This is the teddy bear I gifted you when we were children. I can't believe you still have it, and it's preserved so well, just like new. Shen Yixuan, however, appeared indifferent, responding nonchalantly, oh that? It's always been taken care of by my mother. A flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Wanqing's eyes as she continued to smile. I've still kept that transformer you gave me as well, that if it weren't for Xiao Wanqing's constant interference in his relationship with Duan Jiayi, perhaps their bond wouldn't be so strained, given how close they had been in their youth. With this thought, Shen Yixuan's demeanor softened. Well, that's quite nice. Xiao Wanqing said no more, occupying herself with the teddy bear in her arms. Xiaoxuan, Wanqing, dinner is ready. All right, Annie. Shen Yixuan took a deep breath before the two of them left the room. One after the other. Chapter 48. Jiayi's sweet-tongued big brother Yixuan. Make sure to eat plenty at the dining table. Shen Yixuan and Xiao Wanqing were seated together. After sitting down, Xiao Wanqing continuously served Shen Yixuan dishes. Yixuan, Wanqing is the guest, Zhao reminded. Understanding her implication, Shen Yixuan picked up the serving chopsticks and placed several dishes on Xiao Wanqing's plate. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Wanqing, drive carefully on the way back. Come visit again soon. After dinner, the sky had darkened considerably, and the Xiao family did not linger. Mom, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to head back to my room to sleep. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wanqing, Shen Yixuan dove into his room. After gazing into the mirror for a while, he finally dialed Duan Jiayi's video call. Beep, beep, beep. Perhaps it was too late, as the call did not connect. Shen Yixuan felt a twinge of disappointment and subsequently sent her a good night message. Ding-ling. It was a call from Duan Jiayi. Shen Yixuan promptly seated himself at his desk, cleared his throat to compose himself, and answered the video call that on the other end, he was greeted by the familiar half of Duan Jiai's face. Her hair was damp, suggesting she had just emerged from a shower, that a phrase surfaced in Shun Yixuan's mind. A pure lotus emerges from the water, unadorned and natural. Even through the screen, he could sense the alluring fragrance emanating from her. Just as Shin Yixuan was lost in thought, he was abruptly interrupted by Duan Jiai's voice. Shin Yixuan, is there something you need at this late hour? Oh, I just wanted to check if you got home safely. Shin Yixuan, I used to think you were quite clever, but your excuse-making skills are worse than mine. Duan Jiai pouted, her expression filled with disbelief. Indeed, Duan Jiai had returned home much earlier than Shin Yixuan, rendering his inquiry about her safety redundant. Now tell me, why the sudden call in the middle of the night? Shin Yixuan scratched his head, offering an awkward chuckle. All right then, since Princess Jiai has spoken, I shall tell the truth. Duan Jiai nodded obediently. Clearing his throat, Shin Yixuan confessed, Actually, I missed you, so I wanted to see you. Duan Jiai appeared momentarily stunned, her expression frozen in surprise. Jiai? Shin Yixuan waved his hand in front of the screen. But she remained still, not even blinking, leading him to suspect an internet issue. All right, enough with the jokes. He then raised an item in the air. Jiai, look what I have. Disney tickets. Duan Jiai quickly shifted the topic. Her previous thoughts forgotten. Shin Yixuan grinned. What girl can resist Disney, especially you, Jiai? There's a saying, if you love her, take her to Disney. His goal was to bring the princess home. The tickets had been a hard-won prize, acquired with great effort due to the holiday rush. Jiai, shall we go to Disney the day after tomorrow? Duan Jiai bit her lip, hesitating, while she too was unable to resist the allure of Disney. She knew the tickets were quite expensive, spending nearly 1,000 yuan for a day out. It seemed impractical. Finally, with a tinge of reluctance, she suggested, Shin Yixuan, maybe we should just forget it. Sighing, Shin Yixuan furrowed his brow, his entire demeanor drooping that you're my only friend in Huadu. Su Ran and the others have all gone home, that if you don't accompany me, I'll have to go alone. Noticing Duan Jiai's silence, he stole a glance at the screen and continued. In this beautiful season, everyone pairs off, leaving only me, a rough man, all alone. All right, stop it. I'll go with you. Seeing Shin Yixuan's pitiful expression and his heartfelt descriptions, it would have been quite cruel to deny him further. Besides, having earned a bit of extra cash recently, a trip to Disney was within reach. Really? Shin Yixuan lifted his head, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Really? Then, shall we meet the day after tomorrow? I'll come pick you up. Okay, there's just no arguing with you. Duan Jiai pouted, grumbling. Shin Yixuan chuckled, his earlier melancholy instantly evaporating. The tough guy's act truly worked wonders. Shin Yixuan, I want to know how much the tickets cost so I can transfer you later. Shin Yixuan waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly take your money? No way. You never accepted payment before. If you don't this time, I'll be angry. Duan Jiai puffed her cheeks defiantly, clearly unwilling to back down. Shin Yixuan was well aware of her tactics, that if she was going to use the threat of anger against him, he would simply turn the tables. Quickly, he got into character. The next moment, he held up the tickets, saying, if you insist on this, I simply won't go and will tear the tickets up. With that, he began to make a show of tearing them. Duan Jiai quickly interjected, all right, I won't insist. I promise I won't. He knew Shin Yixuan was capable of such a move, especially since the cost of the tickets was negligible to him. Seeing Shin Yixuan set the tickets down, Duan Jiai let out a relieved breath. By the way, where's your orange cat? I want to see it as expected. The cat was more important than me. Wait a moment, I'll go get it. With that, Shin Yixuan stood up and left the room. Meow. Before long, the sound of a cat meowing echoed from the other end of the line. Shin Yixuan struggled to lift the plump orange cat into view of the camera. Upon seeing the chubby feline, Duan Jiai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, the orange cat lives up to its name. Little kitty, you are so fat. How did you get so plump? Meow. The rotund orange cat let out a low meow, an expression of utter grievance on its face. Due to its weight, Shin Yixuan had no choice but to place the cat on the table. Once there, the orange cat approached the phone, sniffing inquisitively. Before deciding to lick the screen, the IT felt akin to receiving a kiss from a cat. Jiai, it seems the orange cat really likes you. After a refreshing autumn rain, the weather turned crisp in Huadu. Rain had fallen throughout the night, tapering off only by midnight on October 1 SD. Perhaps the heavens were smiling upon them, as the day they had planned for their outing dawned bright and clear. With the autumn rains came a chill. Following those 2 nights of rain, the temperature in Huadu plummeted to a comfortable 26 degrees. The high-speed train journey from Huadu to Moda took at least 4.5 hours at best. Before dawn, Shen Yixuan set out, having prepared a jacket for Duan Jia, considering the chilly morning air, which hovered around 10 degrees. Upon learning that Shen Yixuan was going out to play with friends, Wei Tianqin insisted on personally escorting them to the train station for peace of mind. Duan Jia also informed her family beforehand, though she faced a barrage of questions from her father. Duan Jia fibbed, claiming she was going out with Meng Ran, that if her father discovered she was going out with Shen Yixuan, she would surely face restrictions. Nonetheless, despite this, Mr. Duan insisted that Duan Jia call them every 3 hours. By the time Shen Yixuan arrived at the Duan residence, Duan Jia had already been waiting downstairs. She was adorned in a delicate yellow long-sleeve dress, her shoulder-length hair styled into a high bun, exuding an air of sweetness and charm. As Shen Yixuan stepped out of the car, he opened the door for Duan Jia. "Hello, Uncle Wei," Duan Jia greeted politely, offering a slight nod and bow before getting into the vehicle. "Ah, what a good child. You must be Jia, right? I often hear Xiao Sun speak of you," Uncle Wei remarked. The distance from Huadu Station to the Duan home was not far, merely a brief 10-minute drive. During the journey, Wei Tianqin and Duan Jia engaged in cheerful conversation, primarily revolving around Shen Yixuan, discussing matters such as his academic performance. "Xiao Sun, Jia, Uncle will drop you here. Please remember to stay safe while out and about. If you have any issues, do not hesitate to reach out to Uncle that I'll be on my way now." "All right, goodbye, Uncle Wei. Goodbye, Uncle Wei. Travel safely," they chimed in unison. Wei Tianqin smiled and drove away. One must admit, Jia's sweet demeanor was truly delightful. As they settled into the car, the two took their seats by the window. Gazing outside, the scenery appeared to be enveloped in a fine mist, the distant mountains and nearby waters resembling a hazy, ethereal realm. Duan Jia leaned against the window, and before long, succumbed to a gentle slumber. Taking out a jacket he had prepared, Shen Yixuan delicately draped it over Duan Jia. "Attention all passengers, the train is approaching Moda Station. Please prepare your luggage and valuables for disembarkation." Throughout the 4.5-hour journey, Shen Yixuan engaged in but one activity. Perhaps stirred by the announcement, Duan Jia let out a soft murmur and stretched languidly. "Little sleepyhead, are you awake?" Shen Yixuan asked softly. Duan Jia nodded sleepily, only to realize that an extra layer had been placed over her. Observing Shen Yixuan, she seemed to relax. The train was bustling with passengers disembarking at Moda Station. Forming a long queue, Shen Yixuan carried both their bags, holding Duan Jia's hand firmly, refusing to let go until they reached the station's exit. Uncertain whether it was due to just waking up or a growing accustomedness to this intimacy, Duan Jia made no move to withdraw her hand. As they surveyed the throng of people, Shen Yixuan felt a sudden pang of anxiety. Under normal circumstances, he would never venture out during a holiday. "Jia, shall we grab some breakfast first?" Outside the high-speed rail station, numerous shops were teeming with people, making it a challenge to find a place to sit. "Jia, you stay here, and I'll go order." As he rose to leave, Shen Yixuan affectionately ruffled Duan Jia's hair. After about 10 minutes, he returned with breakfast in hand. Black rice porridge and steamed dumplings filled with corn and mushrooms. What a delightful way to start the day with some warm porridge. After satisfying their hunger, they officially set off on their journey once more, with nearly another hour of travel ahead. Regardless of the circumstances, Duan Jia remained unperturbed. Once seated, she naturally drifted off to sleep again. Shen Yixuan chuckled to himself, thinking that this little one must have stayed up late due to excitement the previous night. "Look, the castle, princess." Upon disembarking, Duan Jia pointed excitedly at the castle, her joy reminiscent of a 3-year-old child. "Indeed, our little princess has returned home," Shen Yixuan replied with a smile. Before they even stepped through the gates of Disneyland, Duan Jia was captivated by a vibrant green water feature. This was an artificial lake, specially constructed by Disney, spanning an impressive 400,000 square meters. Duan Jia finally released Shen Yixuan's hand and hurried to the long corridor. At 10 in the morning, the weather was warming up, and the sunlight fell gently on her face, creating a scene of pure beauty and tranquility. Shen Yixuan opened his bag, retrieved his camera, and captured a snapshot of Duan Jia. "Shen Yixuan, Come here, Jai. I can't go on. Let me catch my breath, Shin Ishuan remarked weakly. Duan Jai turned to see Shin Ishuan rooted in place, hands on his knees, breathing heavily. After stepping off the roller coaster, Shin Ishuan felt utterly spent, while Duan Jai was brimming with energy, clearly wanting more. Shin Ishuan was perplexed. Why would such a charming girl seek thrills? Wasn't it preferable to quietly enjoy a carousel like other girls? Nonetheless, he dared not voice any dissent that be by the end of the day. Shin Ishuan's exhaustion was predictable. Even though it was already past 8 in the evening, Disneyland was still teeming with visitors. Jai, I heard there will be fireworks soon. Fireworks? Just as Duan Jai was filled with joy, a phone call interrupted her excitement. Upon seeing the caller ID, Duan Jai swiftly gestured for Shin Ishuan to be quiet. Shin Ishuan understood immediately and discreetly stepped aside that it was Mr. Duan checking in. Hello, Dad. Yes, I'm about to watch the fireworks. What? Mingran just went to the restroom and hasn't he returned yet? She must be frequenting the restroom. Perhaps she ate something that didn't agree with her last night. Every time Duan Jai told a fib, her eyes would blink innocently. Shin Ishuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle, earning him an immediate glare from Duan Jai. After hanging up, Duan Jai sighed heavily and then questioned. Shin Ishuan, what are you laughing at? I almost slipped up. Shin Ishuan quickly covered his mouth. No, you spoke quite well. Even I almost believed you. Duan Jai pouted and mumbled. That is hardly a compliment, glancing at her phone. She noticed the time. 8:30. Did I ask it really that late? Shin Ishuan, what time do the fireworks actually start? Before Shin Ishuan could respond, a pink light streaked across the sky, followed by a series of sharp cracks. As the night sky erupted into a myriad of blooms. Wow! Duan Jai gazed upward, her face lighting up with 2 adorable dimples. Under the fireworks' glow, her eyes sparkled like stars. Shin Ishuan smiled gently at Duan Jai. His gaze filled with uncontainable affection. The fireworks lasted for about 20 to 30 minutes, and by the time they left Disneyland, it was already past 9 that Shin Ishuan took out his jacket and draped it over Duan Jai. Clad in the oversized jacket, she resembled a child playfully donning adult attire. Shin Ishuan, what shall we do next? Next, the question caught Shin Ishuan off guard. He had only considered how to enjoy their time, but had forgotten about the journey home. After a full day of activities, rushing to the train station now would surely be a daunting task. Duan Jai furrowed her brows, seemingly reading his thoughts. They stood by the roadside for a while without moving. This won't do. We can't just stand here, Jai. How about we? What about we? Duan Jai asked, her big eyes wide with curiosity. Shin Ishuan hesitated, then softly proposed. How about we go to a hotel? Go to a hotel. Duan Jai exclaimed in surprise, her expression one of disbelief. Her voice was so loud and the implications so significant that passers-by turned to glance at them. Feeling embarrassed, she lowered her head, fiddling with her fingers. Is it really appropriate to go to a hotel? Shin Ishuan cleared his throat. Rest assured, Jai, we will book 2 separate rooms. Although Shin Ishuan personally preferred a single room, he felt it was necessary to uphold his integrity. What if Jai grew to dislike him? Besides, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Duan Jai bit her lip, clearly grappling with her thoughts. Though the sun had set, the streetlights illuminated her flushed cheeks. A sight that was undeniably endearing. After all, which girl would want to share a hotel room with a boy she had only known for a month? Jai, if you really don't want to, we can grab a taxi to the train station right now. All right, I'm a bit tired too, but we agreed on 2 rooms. At the hotel, Shin Ishuan approached the front desk. Apologies, sir, but due to the National Day holiday, we currently have no available rooms. What about a twin room? Unfortunately, we are fully booked for twin rooms as well. That I truly apologize, sir. With a heavy sigh, Shin Ishuan turned to see Duan Jai, her head drooping despondently. From 9 o'clock until now, nearing 11, they had already inquired at no less than 3 hotels, all of which were fully occupied. That in such a vast city as Modu, could there truly be no refuge for the 2 of them? Duan Jai tugged at Shin Ishuan's sleeve, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Shin Ishuan, what do we do? Shin Ishuan affectionately patted Duan Jai's head. Do not worry. No matter what, I will ensure you get a good night's sleep. I refuse to believe that in such a large city, there isn't a single available room. Duan Jai nodded obediently. Sir, please wait a moment. As they were exiting the hotel lobby, The front desk attendant rushed after them. Sir, just now a gentleman checked out, so we now have one double bedroom available. Really? Yes, sir. Shen Yixuan's face lit up with joy. Thank heavens, at last, we can secure a good night's sleep before dawn. However, in the next moment, Shen Yixuan slowly turned his head to glance at Duan Jia, who was nervously fidgeting with her small hands. That it was evident that she was somewhat hesitant. The transition from two separate rooms to a twin room, and now to a double bedroom, was indeed quite significant. After much deliberation, Shen Yixuan finally spoke. Thank you, but let us take a look at a few more options. All right, sir, she replied. Even though Shen Yixuan was aware that the likelihood of finding available rooms in other hotels was exceedingly low, he did not wish to put Jia in a difficult position. Turning back to Duan Jia, he smiled gently and said, Come on, Jia. Let us check out the next one. Seeing his smile, Duan Jia felt a wave of reassurance. Yet, as Shen Yixuan took her hand and began to walk, he found it somewhat arduous. When he turned around, he noticed that Duan Jia was standing still, her head bowed and her cheeks flushed. Shen Yixuan furrowed his brow. What is wrong, Jia? Shen Yixuan, why don't we just settle for this place? Duan Jia murmured that a surge of joy blossomed in Shen Yixuan's heart, despite her voice being as soft as a whisper. He could still hear her. He sighed, a look of melancholy crossing his face. All right then. Subsequently, he turned his back to Duan Jia, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. That I'm going to share a room with Jia. Oh yeah, hello, we'll take that double bedroom. Certainly, sir. May I please see your identification? Standing beside him, Duan Jia felt her heart racing inexplicably. Madam, may I also have your ID, please? Oh, of course, once the registration was complete. The receptionist handed the room card to Shen Yixuan. Sir, here is your room card. Take the elevator to the 5th floor, turn right, and your room is number 20. Thank you. Following the receptionist's instructions, the two arrived at the door of room 520. As the door swung open, a wave of rich fragrance enveloped them. Upon inserting the card into the slot, the lights illuminated the room, revealing a scene that left both of them astounded, with Duan Jia even turning away in shock. A couples-themed room? The guest room, approximately 30 square meters, was adorned in shades of pink. With the lighting of vivid magenta, a round bed was placed by the floor-to-ceiling window, draped with magenta curtains that exuded a sense of comfort. Most notably, the bedside table was cluttered with an array of items. This was far too awkward. Shen Yixuan chuckled nervously. Jia, please wait here for a moment. Duan Jia nodded, and Shen Yixuan swiftly approached the bedside table. Delicately placing the items into the cabinet with an elegant flick of his wrist, that AS for the magenta curtains, he tied them up high. Finally, he adjusted the lighting to a more conventional hue. After this tidying up, it appeared relatively normal, aside from the large round bed, which was an unalterable feature. All right, Jia, you can come in now. Upon hearing this, Duan Jia entered. Overall, it's still quite nice, she remarked. However, a new dilemma arose. How would they allocate the bed? Jia, you take the bed, and I'll sleep on the floor? Is that all right? Shen Yixuan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, I'm a guy. Yet in the next moment he regretted his decision. The floor was indeed quite hard. While there was a carpet, sleeping on it for an entire night would surely leave him sore by morning. Moreover, without a blanket, it was a bit chilly. Duan Jia lay comfortably on the soft bed, snuggled in the covers, yet sleep eluded her. She turned to glance at Shen Yixuan, who was curled up on the floor with his eyes closed, and an indescribable pang of empathy filled her heart. Shen Yixuan, you should come up here. Huh. Shen Yixuan was taken aback. Duan Jia sat up on the bed, shifting over to make space. This bed is large enough. We can each take half. Wow. Jia is actually inviting me to share the bed with her. Could it be? What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and get in. Okay, that as his daydream was interrupted by Duan Jia, Shen Yixuan cautiously climbed into the covers. Although both were still fully dressed, they maintained a respectful distance. Once Shen Yixuan settled onto the bed, Duan Jia felt reassured and closed her eyes without saying much. Shen Yixuan lay there in a daze. What should he do? Jia was now lying right beside him. The thought sent his heart racing, fearing that others might hear it. It was not until he heard the soft rhythm of her breathing that he wondered, has Jia fallen asleep? He turned to look at her, who was facing away from him. Time slipped away, and soon he felt his eyelids growing heavy, gradually drifting into slumber. The sunlight filtered through the magenta curtains, casting a warm and intimate glow throughout the room. Shin Yixuan drowsily opened his eyes to find a delicate face right in front of him. Looking down, he realized that his hand was resting on Jiayi. What on earth happened last night? Relieved to see that he was fully clothed, Shin Yixuan let out a sigh, albeit with a tinge of disappointment that at such a close distance, Jiayi's skin appeared flawless. Shin Yixuan propped his head up with one hand, greedily admiring her angelic face. With no intention of waking her, done with a soft whimper, Duan Jiayi furrowed her brows that it seemed the little one was having a nightmare. Without hesitation, Shin Yixuan gently patted her back, and her expression began to relax. However, Duan Jiayi soon furrowed her brows again. The strands of hair falling across her face were damp with sweat, and her once rosy cheeks were now devoid of color. Her whole body curled up. Shin Yixuan felt alarmed and whispered, Jiayi, what's wrong? Slowly, Duan Jiayi opened her eyes, her voice weak. Yixuan, my stomach hurts badly. Chapter 51. I need to buy large band-aids. Jiayi, what happened? Duan Jiayi shook her head. Shin Yixuan asked numerous questions, but could not get to the bottom of it. He couldn't recall Jiayi having any chronic issues. Jiayi, let me rub your stomach. Saying this, he reached his hand towards the covers. But in the next moment, Duan Jiayi pressed his hand down. Duan Jiayi shook her head, saying, Shin Yixuan, I'm fine. Seeing her in such discomfort, how could Shin Yixuan possibly believe that? Jiayi, don't worry. I'll rub it over your clothes. Duan Jiayi opened her mouth, looking embarrassed, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't find the words that no need for that. I'm just what? Shin Yixuan replied, bewildered. Finally, a term flashed through his mind. Aunt Flo. There was no other possibility. During the 3 years he spent with Duan Jiayi before his rebirth, she always had a few days each month when she felt unwell, particularly during the first 2 days, which were especially severe. For this reason, Shin Yixuan would always keep some brown sugar in the office, just in case that it seemed that Duan Jiayi's stomach pain was a recurring issue. Clearing his throat, Shin Yixuan stood up. All right, Jiayi, you rest a bit longer. I'll go out and buy some medicine that I no need. I'll be fine after a nap. Ignoring Duan Jiayi's protest, Shin Yixuan washed up, threw on some clothes, and headed out. Hello, welcome. Upon seeing the newcomer, the convenience store clerk was momentarily taken aback. Standing before her was a tall young man, bundled up in 2 jackets, wearing a mask and a hat, revealing only his eyes. Is he preparing for winter in this weather? Hello, do you have any band-aids? Oh yes, do you need waterproof ones or breathable ones? Shin Yixuan furrowed his brow. What is the difference between waterproof and breathable? The clerk sized him up, then smirked. Did I ask this guy a fool? Waterproof ones resist water, while breathable ones allow air to pass through. That is all there is to it. Nodding thoughtfully, Shin Yixuan replied, Wow, they really have a variety of options. Which one do you want? The clerk asked, somewhat impatiently. This is my first time buying. Could you recommend one? The breathable type is better. Take this one. The clerk then turned to grab a box of band-aids, wanting to dismiss him quickly to resume her work. Relieved, Shin Yixuan was taken aback when he saw the band-aids. That no, miss, I was looking for large band-aids. About this big, he gestured with his hands. Although he had been single for over 20 years, he wasn't foolish enough to think that regular band-aids would suffice. Large band-aids? The clerk looked utterly confused. Shin Yixuan nodded. The clerk eyed him suspiciously before rising to grab a pack from the shelf. Young man, is this what you're looking for? Yes, that is the one. Thank you. With a smile that resembled a motherly figure, the clerk finally understood the situation to be, by the way, I'd like to buy some brown sugar as well. Which kind is better? The one with motherwort is good. All right. When Shin Yixuan returned to the hotel, he found that Duan Jiayi had already vanished from the bed. Jiayi, I am here. Behind me, a weary voice emerged from the bathroom, startling Shin Yixuan. Jiayi, why don't you sleep a little longer? Duan Jiayi pouted. Boys will always be boys, never understanding the struggles of girls. I don't want to sleep anymore. To be by the way. What medicine did you go to buy just now? Oh, Jiayi, I brought you some adhesive bandages, but if it weren't for Duan Jiayi's reminder, Shin Yixuan would have almost forgotten the item wrapped in her clothing. Adhesive bandages? Like a perplexed convenience store clerk, Duan Jiayi wore a bewildered expression. What on earth would I need adhesive bandages for? Shin Yixuan stood at the bathroom door, momentarily at a loss for words. Having learned from her earlier lesson, Shin Yixuan finally spoke. Oh, adhesive bandages are like, that thing, the 8-degree space. You call this an adhesive bandage? Yes, a large adhesive bandage. That isn't that right? Duan Jiayi let out a soft laugh, momentarily caught off guard. Soon after, Her cheeks flushed, fortunately unseen by Shin Ishuan. The bandages were indeed brought back, but a new dilemma arose. How could she hand them to Jia-E without feeling awkward? After a prolonged silence, Shin Ishuan finally spoke. Jia-E, I'm going out to buy some breakfast now, and I want to take the room card this time. Okay. With that, Shin Ishuan crouched down to place the item on the floor, followed by the sound of a door closing. Upon exiting the bathroom, Duan Jia immediately noticed the cup of brown sugar water on the table. Didn't you go to buy medicine? You deceitful Ishuan. Not a single truthful word, Duan Jia muttered in dissatisfaction. After drinking the steaming brown sugar water, her heart felt considerably warmed. Knock, knock, knock. When Shin Ishuan returned to the hotel, Duan Jia's complexion had improved significantly. Her face flushed with color. Phew, spotting the nearly empty cup of brown sugar water, Shin Ishuan let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was just my period causing the trouble. The next scene unfolded with the two of them sitting stiffly on opposite sides of the round bed. Shin Ishuan. Have you dated many girlfriends? The sudden question startled Shin Ishuan, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Why was Jia-E asking this out of the blue? Did she want to be my girlfriend? Based on experience, he knew he must deny having dated anyone. Though he had no experience, it was indeed true that he had never had a girlfriend. Shin Ishuan smiled. No. How could I have dated many girlfriends? I haven't even had one that really. Duan Jia blinked, her eyes fixed on Shin Ishuan as if trying to read his thoughts. For some reason, Shin Ishuan felt a twinge of guilt. Does it count if I've dated myself? I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. Duan Jia quickly fluttered her lashes and averted her gaze, unable to hold Shin Ishuan's stare. Shin Ishuan chuckled, all right with that. Duan Jia burrowed into the blankets. Though she lay in the warmth of the covers, sleep eluded her. Shin Ishuan, tell me a story. I fear my stories might be too touching, and you'll end up crying and wanting a hug. Duan Jia rolled her eyes. Hey, as if. That's impossible. Shin Ishuan laughed and then sat at the edge of the bed. This story begins in 2025 for years from now. Chapter 52. The polite and beautiful young girl, perhaps due to having gone to bed in the early hours of the morning. Or perhaps due to the morning's various disturbances, the story ultimately remained untold. Shin Ishuan, propped on one arm, let his voice fade into silence. Duan Jia was still eagerly waiting for the couple in the story to come together. But when she turned to look, Shin Ishuan was already fast asleep. Glancing at the time, it was barely 8 in the morning. Duan Jia rolled over to observe the boy before her, a chance she had never taken to study Shin Ishuan closely. After all, every time she gazed at him, her cheeks would involuntarily flush, akin to a child who had committed a grave error, flustered and anxious so, why not take this opportunity? Her fan-like lashes fluttered rapidly. Her eyes, shimmering like a clear spring, fixed intently on the boy before her. His warm breath washed over her. The boy's features were exquisite, his face sculpted with angular beauty, his strong brows creating a soft ripple above his eyes. Even she, often referred to as the new campus beauty, felt a twinge of inferiority. Especially that nose. The curve was nothing short of perfection. As if drawn by an invisible force, Duan Jia reached out a finger. Saluti approaching Jia. Duan Jia's expression turned to one of shock as she quickly turned away. I just saw a little bug on your face and wanted to help you get it off. I didn't mean to stare. Oh no. Having spoken, Duan Jia seemed to regret it even more. She closed her eyes tightly, her face heating up with a deep blush, feeling utterly embarrassed. Hadn't she just revealed everything before he even asked? Never mind. Admitting that Shin Ishuan was handsome wasn't too difficult. Duan Jia braced herself to face judgment, but heard no response from behind her. She cautiously opened her eyes, glancing left and right. Once assured of her safety, she slowly turned her head. Phew! Seeing Shin Ishuan still in a deep slumber, Duan Jia let out a sigh of relief that I end his sleep. Shin Ishuan's Adam's apple bobbed gently. And he frowned slightly that he must be dreaming, she thought. And so, Duan Jia lay quietly on her side, closing her eyes to the rhythm of his steady breathing. Ding-ling. That dreadful melody. Shin Ishuan furrowed his brow in annoyance. In his dream, Duan Jia had already accepted his proposal. He closed his eyes, reaching under his pillow for his phone. Shin Ishuan, wake up. We need to go home. Hearing Duan Jia's voice, Shin Ishuan slowly opened his eyes. The girl before him was already dressed and had tied up her hair. Jia, what are you up to so early? Suddenly, it dawned on Shen Yixuan, and he sat up abruptly. Jia, what time is it? They had booked a high-speed train for noon, and what if he had overslept? Wouldn't that mean he could spend even more time with Jia? Duan smiled. Don't worry, it's only 11 o'clock. No need to rush. Let us check out and head out now. Shen Yixuan nodded. Oh, it's just 11 for some unknown reason. Duan Jia sensed a hint of disappointment in his eyes. However, Shen Yixuan didn't linger, taking only 5 minutes to wash up. After all, he was a boy. He couldn't take hours like girls do to prepare before leaving. That as soon as they sat in the car, Duan Changqing called. Hello, Dad, I'm back. Don't worry. I'll be home before dinner. Watching Duan Jia's anxious demeanor as she deceived her father, Shen Yixuan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Duan Jia shot a glance at Shen Yixuan, asking, what are you smiling about? Shen Yixuan cleared his throat and owned nothing. Just feeling free without parental constraints. Humph. You're so sarcastic. I'll just call you sarcastic brother from now on. During these 2 days, Duan Jia's father had indeed called every 3 hours. Save for sleeping hours, they couldn't even enjoy themselves properly. Meanwhile, Shen Yixuan had been away for 2 days without a single call home that he could play as he pleased, without a care in the world. Brother S calling, ding, 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 ding. Shen Yixuan, your phone. Shen Yixuan pouted, what an interruption, pretend I didn't say anything. Then he answered the call. Hello, Mom. On the other end, a middle-aged woman's voice came through. Hello, Xiaoxuan. Are you on your way back to Huadu? On my way home. I'll arrive at the high-speed train station around 5 in the afternoon. Okay, I got it. Today, Uncle Wei has something to attend to, so I'll go pick you up instead. All right, be careful on your way to the Wei family villa. Zhaoing smiled as she hung up the phone that you'll need to go to the company this afternoon. Wait for Xiaoxuan to get home before returning. Remember, you mustn't give anything away. Sitting across from her, Wei Tianqian leisurely sipped his tea. Oh, you. Why did you stand by Xiaoxuan's side and leave me in the dark? Yesterday, Wei Tianqian had taken Shen Yixuan and Duan Jia to the train station. After returning home, Zhaoing had immediately cornered him for information. Why? Because she wanted to find out who that friend was that her son had mentioned. The night before Shen Yixuan's trip, he had only claimed to be going to Disneyland with a friend and disclosed nothing useful. Zhao Ying's first reaction was that Shen Yixuan was with Su Chuan. However, upon further thought, she realized 2 grown men going to Disneyland made little sense. Thus, as soon as Wei Tianqian returned home, Zhaoing had pounced on him for questioning. Unfortunately, it was harder than climbing to the heavens to extract information from Wei Tianqian. After much coaxing, she finally learned that the friend was a young girl, a very polite and beautiful young girl. A girl who received such praise from Wei Tianqian could not be ordinary. Consequently, Zhaoing was eager to catch a glimpse of this beautiful young girl. Why the excitement? Her son had been a perennial bachelor. The parents of others were summoned to the school due to their children's romantic entanglements during their middle and high school years. In contrast, Zhaoing was only called in when Shen Yixuan got into fights and skipped classes. Now that Shen Yixuan has finally shown a glimmer of understanding, it is difficult for her mother not to offer her support. Presently, all she desires is for her son to like her. Tianqian, I'm heading out. Wei Tianqian glanced at the time. For 30 to remember to behave yourself. Don't frighten the young lady. Oh, I know. Zhaoing had been insisting since 3 o'clock that she was going out. And only now had she finally changed her shoes and picked up her car keys that in preparation to meet her future daughter-in-law, she had meticulously dressed to leave a favorable impression. However, as soon as she stepped outside, she hesitated and withdrew her foot to know, is this outfit too ostentatious? I need to change again. Stop dawdling and hurry to the company. We must put on a good performance. Observing this from the sofa while reading the newspaper, Wei Tianqian could only shake his head in resignation. All right, just be careful on the road. Finally, Zhaoing drove away under Wei Tianqian's watchful gaze. Chapter 53, Mastering the Art of Charming a Girlfriend Outside the High-Speed Railway Station. Traffic surged like a river that a red Porsche parked across the street was particularly eye-catching. Upon exiting, Shen Yixuan immediately recognized Zhao Ying's car. Jia, let us head over there. Duan Jia obediently nodded, following closely behind Shen Yixuan. Although she initially hesitated to trouble Shen Yixuan further, she knew that voicing her reluctance would be futile, given the heavy traffic outside the station, especially during the National Day holiday. Crossing the street, though a trivial matter, presented an excellent opportunity to showcase a boy's attentiveness. How could Shen Yixuan let such a chance slip away? With this thought in mind, Shin Ishuan grinned and slowly extended her hand backward, effortlessly grasping a chubby little hand. Jia-yi, it's too dangerous with all these cars. You must hold on tightly. When she received no response, Shin Ishuan was pleasantly surprised that Jia-yi complied. She had expected that with Shun's mother present, Jia-yi would be too shy to stay close. Jia-yi's hand is so soft. I can't get enough of it. However, Shin Ishuan soon noticed that Jia-yi's hand felt larger and somewhat rougher than before. Had she not been drinking enough water lately? It made sense. Jia-yi had spent her days indulging in milk tea and coffee, so it was only natural for her hands to feel this way. It seemed that Shin Ishuan would need to be more mindful of Jia-yi in the future and not indulge her so recklessly. Having made this internal resolution, Shin Ishuan turned to say, Jia-yi, look at how rough your little hands have become. Remember to, suddenly, she was interrupted as her gaze fell upon a rugged, unshaven face. What is this? How can it be an uncle? Where was Jia-yi? She blinked, confirming again and again. Indeed, before her stood a stout, bearded uncle, who was equally bewildered as he stared back at Shin Ishuan. The two exchanged glances for what felt like an eternity until the uncle finally looked down. And Shin Ishuan, like a robot, followed suit. Oh my goodness! This is no delicate hand. It's rough and cracked. She had just been holding Jia-yi's hand. How had it transformed into someone else's? Upon realizing the truth, Shin Ishuan felt tears welling up in her eyes. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. At last, she spotted Duan Jia-yi standing not far behind the burly uncle. Covering her mouth and stifling laughter to eye in such a moment, one might wonder, how significant a psychological impact could this have on an 18-year-old? It was far from trivial. Witnessing such a captivating scene, onlookers began to cast curious glances at Shin Ishuan. Hey, such a handsome young man, and yet he yes into this. Even if he were, why not find a similarly attractive young man? How embarrassing. Shin Ishuan closed her eyes tightly, unable to accept this reality. Hey, how long are you going to hold on? Are you really trying to develop a passionate romance with this rugged old man? No, that is not necessary. Shin Ishuan then realized their fingers were still intertwined. In a panic, she quickly released her grip and repeatedly apologized. I'm so sorry, uncle. I truly apologize. I want to do it again. There is going to be a next time? The burly uncle's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he wanted to devour Shin Ishuan whole. No. There won't be a next time. Shin Ishuan's face turned crimson with anxiety as she hurriedly lowered her head to explain. The rugged uncle scoffed, no longer willing to engage with Shin Ishuan, and turned to leave. Shin Ishuan stood frozen in place, staring blankly at her palm. This is a disaster. I'm tainted now. Oh dear. Shin Ishuan frowned slightly. Why are there geese on the roadside? She slowly raised her head to look at Duan Jia-yi, who stood not far away, clearly relishing the spectacle. Remembering the earlier scene, Jia-yi couldn't help but laugh, sounding almost like a goose herself. Shin Ishuan let her head droop. Her earlier good mood had vanished in an instant. Time passed, and the laughter finally subsided. Duan Jia-yi finally took a step forward. Approaching Shin Ishuan at a leisurely pace, she tugged at Shin Ishuan's shirt. Shin Ishuan, let us hurry. Your mother is waiting for us. The sight of Duan Jia-yi trying to stifle her laughter pierced Shin Ishuan's heart like an arrow. Well, all things considered, there is an upside to this. From this incident, Shin Ishuan concluded that today's events would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. While King Yu of Zhou needed to light signal fires to win a smile from his beloved, all she needed was to hold the rugged uncle's hand. With a deep sigh, Shin Ishuan managed to force a smile. Jia-yi, do hold on tightly. Noticing a handsome young man and a beautiful girl approaching, Zhaoying quickly exited the car and waved at them. Sun, over here. Duan Jia-yi looked up and froze for a moment. Did I ask that Shin Ishuan's mother? She exudes such elegance. It was hard to believe that Zhaoying, with her youthful appearance, was nearing 50. To an outsider, she barely looked over 30. That upon seeing Zhaoying, the two hurried over. Mom, this is Jia-yi. Hello, Annie. Duan Jia-yi greeted Zhaoying with a slight bow. Hello, what a lovely child. Zhaoying beamed at Duan Jia-yi, her mind instantly conjuring the word. Intelligent and well-behaved, she couldn't help but think her son had impeccable taste. Come, let us get in the car. Sun, stop standing there like a fool and help Jia-yi open the door. That oh right. Seeing his mother take such a liking to Duan Jia-yi, Shin Ishuan's heart His mother was a well-known, strong woman, meticulous and demanding in all things. Thus, he had never broached the subject of romantic relationships with her, even worrying that she wouldn't support his love life. However, seeing her reaction today, he realized he had been overly concerned. This also highlighted a crucial point. He had not communicated enough with his mother. Jia, why not come to Annie's house for dinner? Zhaoing extended an invitation as they traveled. Duan Jia hesitated, biting her lip. She had promised her father to return home before dinner. Thank you, Annie. It's already a hassle for you and Uncle. What hassle? You're Sun's friend. It's only right for you to join us for a meal. Knowing you and Sun were coming back, I even had someone prepare some dishes that young girls your age love. Zhaoing glanced at Shen Yixuan through the rearview mirror, signaling him repeatedly. Shen Yixuan, unable to resist, gave Zhaoing a thumbs up. Jia, you should come. My mama's cooking is outstanding. All right, seeing Duan Jia still wavering, Shen Yixuan decided to pull out his trump card. Ahem, Mom. Hasn't T Orange recently gained a little weight? Indeed, that little head is so round. Orange? Round? Upon hearing the name, Duan Jia's eyes instantly lit up. During the previous holiday evening, she had only had the fortune of glimpsing Orange through a video call. The chubby little Orange, with its sweet voice, had made her heart flutter. If she went to Shen Yixuan's house, wouldn't that give her the chance to see Orange in person? With this thought, Duan Jia readily responded, Thank you, Annie. I want to hold back. Shen Yixuan couldn't help but smirked. It seems I can't compete with a cat. Chapter 54. Another competitor emerges. The car drove into a villa area. Though somewhat aged, the greenery was still quite appealing. Once they entered the villa area, Duan Jia gazed out the window, captivated as the vehicle traveled along the gravel road. An inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. As if she had lived here before. Jia, what are you looking at? Shen Yixuan asked with concern. Duan Jia smiled and shook her head. I just think the environment here is wonderful. The air is sweet. Zhaoing chimed in. Indeed, that is why our family has lived here for nearly 20 years. It's hard to find such a place in Huadu now. Indeed, the economic development of Huadu has been remarkably swift. The once barren lands of Pyongyang have transformed into towering edifices within a mere few years. This locale, distant from the bustling city center, offers a life of serene comfort, truly delightful. Nearly 20 years. How long it has been! A villa from 2 decades ago. One must ponder how many Mao Zedong's visage it would require to acquire such a property for an ordinary family like hers. Even stepping into the villa district would be a considerable challenge, let alone residing there. Thus, Duan Jia found herself re-evaluating her earlier thoughts. The vehicle glided into a courtyard and gradually came to a halt. We have arrived. Shen Yixuan exited first, assisting Duan Jia in opening the car door. Thank you. Upon entering the living room, a delightful aroma of culinary delights enveloped them. Wow, it smells amazing. Undoubtedly, Duan Jia, the little foodie, was immediately captivated. I truly did not come in vain today. Hearing the commotion from the living room, the aunt, who had been busy in the kitchen, approached. Madam, just 2 more dishes are left. We will need to wait a little longer. Zhaoing nodded. All right, Annie, please continue with your work. Thank you for your efforts. Mom, I will take Jia to see President Zhu now. All right, go ahead. With a heart full of joy, Zhaoing watched the 2 children ascend to the 2nd floor. Unable to help but reflect. The iron tree has finally bloomed. Just as Shen Yixuan and the others stepped into the house, Wei Tianqin's car pulled up in the courtyard. Back already. How did the performance go? Wei Tianqin's first instinct upon returning home was to glance at a room on the 2nd floor. Zhaoing hurriedly gestured for silence. Don't let the children hear. Wei Tianqin chuckled, smirking, and lowered his voice. Of course, as the door swung open. President Zhu rushed towards the 2 to come here. President Zhu, let your brother give you a hug. Shen Yixuan bent slightly, ready to embrace the plump orange cat. However, President Zhu bypassed Shen Yixuan entirely, making a beeline for Duan Jia, who stood behind him. And no way, no way. This isn't like the days when you clung to me every moment. Shen Yixuan turned around, only to find President Zhu already at Duan Jia's feet, eagerly rubbing against her. Shen Yixuan pursed his lips. It was understandable for the male cat to fancy beautiful girls, but surely he wouldn't forget his own name upon encountering one. Ever since Duan Jia entered Shen Yixuan's room, he felt as though he had been cast into obscurity, completely neglected. He regretted allowing the plump orange cat to meet Jia. Now, Jia's every thought seemed consumed by the feline. Wherever Duan Jia went, President Zhu followed. President Zhu, are you comfortable? The plump orange cat lay contentedly across Duan Jiai's lap, proudly exposing its belly. Meanwhile, Duan Jiai generously catered to President Zhu's whims, continually scratching its little tummy. President Zhu, shall we get a membership card? Meowed. Oh my, you are just too adorable, and quite plump as well. During this period, only Duan Jiai and President Zhu engaged in conversation, allowing her to finally revel in the joy of petting a cat. Shen Yixuan, observing from the side, felt akin to a wronged noblewoman, casting a forlorn gaze at the scene. Who would have thought that I, the esteemed Shen Yixuan, would be outshone by a mere cat? Duan Jiai laughed. Who would have thought that you, the distinguished Shen Yixuan, would be envious of a cat? I am not. Amid their playful banter, Duan Jiai's peripheral vision caught sight of a teddy bear in the corner of Shen Yixuan's room. Hey, Shen Yixuan, you have this teddy bear too? Shen Yixuan furrowed his brow slightly, turning to look at the teddy bear he had carelessly left in the corner. Ever since Xiao Wanjing had visited that summer evening, the teddy bear had suffered such cold treatment. What to do? What to do? Shen Yixuan had not devised an explanation yet. This was a gift from Xiao Wanjing. If Jiai found out no, he absolutely could not let Jiai know. Shen Yixuan feigned nonchalance. Ah, this is just then, a voice from outside interrupted. Xiao Sun, Jiai, dinner is ready. All right, coming. Shen Yixuan secretly rejoiced, then cast a mischievous glance at the plump orange cat resting on Duan Jiai's lap. Now it's President Zhu's turn to be cast into obscurity. Duan Jiai lifted the plump orange cat from her lap, intending to set it down to go eat. However, President Zhu clung tightly to her arm, and its expression appeared somewhat aggrieved. Goodness, is President Zhu becoming sentient? Wasn't it said that such things were not permitted post-establishment? Shen Yixuan, filled with jealousy, grumbled. Ultimately, had Shen Yixuan not exerted force to pry the plump orange cat away, it would likely have remained attached to Duan Jiai. Of course, the plump orange cat was not easily intimidated that it bore a grudge against Shen Yixuan for forcibly separating them. Once seated at the dining table, President Zhu shamelessly approached again. The plump orange cat made a strenuous leap, awkwardly landing on Duan Jiai's lap, and promptly began to doze off. This clearly demonstrated Duan Jiai's esteemed status in President Zhu's eyes. After all, such a hefty form did not come without reason. Observing this, Zhaoing chuckled. It seems President Zhu is quite fond of Jiai. Haha. Shen Yixuan's face darkened, gritting his teeth. Indeed, too fond. He glared malevolently at President Zhu, unable to comprehend how he had acquired yet another rival. Soon after, the aunt intervened, confining President Zhu to another room. Come on, Jiai, eat more. Thank you. Annie did as dinner commenced. Duan Jiai's plate was filled to the brim with delicacies, including crayfish and crispy meat, truly the favorites of modern girls. Shen Yixuan nearly wept in despair. Even the simple act of serving food had been usurped from him. As they prepared to leave, Zhaoing made sure to pack some desserts for Duan Jiai to take home. Jiai, come over often. If there's anything you wish to eat, just let Annie know. Let Xiao Sun take you home today. Be careful on the way. All right, thank you, Annie. Goodbye, Uncle and Annie. Zhaoing then turned to Shen Yixuan. Xiao Sun, are you not going yet? All right. Finally, he had a chance to take action. Without a moment's delay, Shen Yixuan rushed to the garage, retrieving his sports car. Chapter 55. A woman's age is not to be wasted. The night in Huadu was bustling with traffic, the neon lights shimmering, exuding an air of prosperity. That a black sports car came to a stop beneath an apartment building in the city. Jiai, we have arrived. Duan Jiai, seated in the passenger seat, hung her head in silence, feeling a profound sense of melancholy. The happiness she had just experienced was now overshadowed by the impending judgment from her father upon returning home. After all, she had explicitly stated that she would be home before dinner. Now, glancing at the clock, it was already 9 o'clock. Knowing her father, she would not find peace for at least 2 hours. Despite his modest academic qualifications, Duan Chongqing was quite adept at delivering lengthy lectures that could leave a child in despair. Jiai, Duan Jiai lifted her head, her large, watery eyes reflecting an air of innocence that evoked sympathy. Shen Yixuan grasped her anxious little hand and smiled. Don't worry. There has been no news from Yumingran, right? That means Uncle and Annie are not anxious. Duan Jiai, deep in thought, nodded slightly. Not anxious? That was entirely implausible. In the past, she would face a scolding if she returned home after 8 to now. It was well past 9. However, hiding in the car was not a viable solution. Gathering her courage, Duan Jai finally opened the car door. Shin Ishuan, I'll head home now. Please drive safely. Okay. Although Shin Ishuan verbally agreed, he made no move to leave that as was customary. He would ensure that Duan Jai arrived home safely before departing. After all, such a beautiful girl could easily attract unwanted attention at her doorstep. Having spent time with Shin Ishuan, Duan Jai understood his intentions well. Shall I head in first? Please do be cautious. Of course. Under Shin Ishuan's watchful gaze, Duan Jai entered the apartment. That it was only after she vanished from sight that Shin Ishuan reluctantly pressed the gas pedal, unbeknownst to either of them. A figure stood by a window on the 12th floor of the apartment at that moment. Ding! The elevator doors opened slowly as they reached the 12th floor. Taking a deep breath, Duan Jai steadied her emotions and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It was her mother who opened the door. Jai, you're back? Duan Jai smiled and nodded obediently. Where's Dad? She peered into the living room, tentatively inquiring, your dad is working late tonight. He just went into rest. Rest? Duan Jai's expression shifted to one of confusion, her brows knitting together. This was highly unusual. Too unusual. In the past, regardless of how tired he was, her father would always have her mother prepare a cup of tea and wait in the living room. Why was he deviating from the norm today? Duan Jai, with her gaze fixed intently on the tightly shut door, found the silence within the room stifling, devoid of any sound. This certainty made her believe that her father had not yet succumbed to slumber. The more her father behaved in this manner, the deeper her unease grew. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush into his room and confess her transgressions. Jai, have you enjoyed yourself these past couple of days? Her mother inquired with a smile. Yes, I've had a wonderful time. Mingran even mentioned we should all go out together again soon. Duan's mother chuckled. Now that you're a young lady, you shouldn't be preoccupied with amusement all the time. All right, you've had a long day. It's best for you to head to your room and rest. As she spoke, Duan's mother kept casting significant looks towards Jai, urging her to retreat to her quarters. Duan Jai, slightly bewildered, responded affirmatively and made her way to the bathroom for her nightly routine before entering her room and extinguishing the light. After the room darkened, Duan's mother also returned to her own space. Has Jai gone to sleep? Yes, she has. Duan Changqing sat at the edge of his bed, an expression of frustration etched upon his face. He had witnessed everything that transpired downstairs and was astonished to discover that his precious daughter had begun to weave tales. What dinner at Yumingran's house? She had clearly gone to that scoundrel Shin Ishuan's abode. Duan's mother sighed helplessly. Now that she's grown up, it's only natural for her to be at an age where romantic pursuits are on the horizon. Duan Changqing huffed in response, turning his head away. With your strict upbringing, what do you expect? Jai wouldn't dare lie to you otherwise. Besides, wasn't it merely a coincidence that Madame Wei and Ishuan ran into Jai? Inviting a classmate over for dinner is hardly a scandal. Duan Changqing could only listen to his wife's incessant chatter. Despite his strictness towards his daughter, he was, in truth, a devoted husband under her influence. Observing his discontent, Duan's mother continued, Jai is no longer the little girl who needs to be cradled in your arms. You must understand the truth. A girl of her age cannot be kept at home forever. The moon hung hazily, and the stars twinkled sparsely in the serene stillness. Only the Wei family's villa remained illuminated with a solitary glimmer. Mom, Uncle Wei, I'm back. Ishuan's back. The spacious living room felt somewhat desolate. A stark contrast to the earlier lively atmosphere. Only Wei Tianqian sat on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper. Shin Ishuan surveyed the surroundings and inquired, Uncle Wei, where's my mom? Oh, she's a bit tired and has gone to bed. You should rest as well. Shin Ishuan nodded thoughtfully and ascended to the second floor. After the door clicked shut, Wei Tianqian set down his newspaper and returned to his room, perhaps due to fatigue. After sending a message to Duan Jai, Shin Ishuan drifted into a deep sleep. After an indeterminate time, a faint light flickered in the dim room. Brother, there's a call for you. The melody chimed insistently. Shin Ishuan furrowed his brow and buried his head beneath the covers. Unfortunately, the tune was too catchy, rendering him unable to return to slumber. Hello? Hey, Shin Ishuan, when did you manage to snag such a beautiful girl? And you didn't even bother to tell your buddies. Have you forgotten your friends now that you have a girlfriend? The voice on the other end was clearly agitated, delivering a rapid-fire tirade. Shin Ishuan remained in a daze, unable to comprehend the barrage of words. What beautiful girl? Oh, come on. The one in that video I sent you. You're not still asleep, are you? Go check it out. With that, the call ended abruptly. Video? Shin Ishuan muttered to himself, but he opened the chat with Su Chuan and indeed found a video awaiting him. Upon seeing the title, Shin Ishuan immediately became alert. The richest second-generation heir of Huadu dates the campus belle. As he clicked on the video, it revealed footage of himself driving Duan Jia home in his small Maserati the previous night. Seriously? Shin Ishuan's lips twitched in exasperation. These marketing accounts were utterly devoid of humanity. How could Duan Jia, who was so stunning, be depicted in such an unflattering manner? And what of his own appearance? Surely he was the most handsome in all of Asia. Yet here he looked like some unattractive fool. Reduced from 185 centimeters to a mere 160 cm. What infuriated him most were the comments below the video. This girl doesn't even qualify as a campus belle. Does that mean I'm at the level of a city flower? The richest second-generation heir of Huadu? I bet that car is rented. As he continued reading, Shin Ishuan's expression morphed into one of anguish. Those two look like they're from our school. That girl doesn't seem impressive at all. Are they all just a bunch of jealous lemons? Ding. At that moment, Su Chuan sent another message. Shin Ishuan, the evidence is right here. Think about how you're going to explain this. Chapter 56. Retribution from the chubby orange, really? Who would have thought their SA girl, even our Shin Dajuan, couldn't pursue? Shin Ishuan was at a loss for words. Was this a compliment or a taunt? He had heard such remarks countless times before. They pierced his heart like arrows. However, it was hardly surprising that Su Chuan would say such things. After all, it was nearly impossible for anyone to resist the allure of Shin Ishuan. His confidence stemmed from his undeniable charm. Alas, Duan Jia simply did not recognize it. She had avoided him for days after his confession. If it hadn't been for Yumingran's assistance, Shin Ishuan let out a heavy sigh. Just thinking about it made his head hurt. Ding, Su Chuan messaged again. Hey, I recall you had a crush on a girl during your college entrance exams. Was her name Jia? Does she have a boyfriend now? Why not introduce her to your good buddy? On the other end of the line, Su Chuan chuckled to himself. Jia, auspicious and joyful, beautiful and pleasant. What a splendid name. Su Chuan's sudden inspiration was not without reason. Ever since Shin Ishuan first mentioned Jia's name, he had harbored fantasies that have the notoriously aloof Shin Ishuan pursue someone. She must possess an extraordinary beauty. Shin Ishuan's taste was not to be underestimated, that Su Chuan remembered well that when they first entered high school, there was a class beauty in their class. She was exceptionally lovely, large, expressive eyes, a delicate little face, and a gentle demeanor, that Su Chuan's favorite pastime was to flick rubber bands at her from behind. It was a surefire way to capture a girl's attention. However, he never anticipated that while he considered her a potential girlfriend, she saw him merely as a brother. Su Chuan vividly recalled that on Valentine's Day, during their first year of high school, Shin Ishuan received a love letter from this class beauty. The letter was encased in a pale pink envelope adorned with little hearts and exuding a sweet fragrance. Standing nearby, Su Chuan was seething with jealousy. What set him apart from Shin Ishuan? He was a minor celebrity at school. Sure, he might lack a little in height, looks, and wealth compared to Shin Ishuan, but other than that, he was flawless. However, Shin Ishuan's response was quite in line with his character. After accepting the love letter from the class beauty, he turned and tossed it to Su Chuan that if he had no interest in such a beautiful girl, did that mean he had particularly high standards? Seeing the message, Shin Ishuan's face darkened and I'm sorry, but Jia is the one sitting in the passenger seat of my At this point, Shin Ishuan made his position unmistakably clear. What kind of person was Su Chuan? Despite their close friendship, their attitudes towards romance were worlds apart, that Su Chuan was notorious for his playboy lifestyle, having wooed more than 30 girls, if not 50. The most ridiculous part was that in the past, they were not just business rivals, but also love rivals, that Su Chuan's interest lay solely in Duan Jia's beauty, that of course, he never succeeded, as Duan Jia's heart belonged solely to Shin Ishuan, that he recalled that in their first year of high school, Su Chuan had developed feelings for the class beauty. Thanks to Shin Ishuan's rejection of her, Su Chuan seized the opportunity to pursue her relentlessly. A lipstick today, a bottle of perfume tomorrow, and after half a month's effort, Su Chuan finally won her over. But what was the outcome? Their relationship lasted barely a month before Su Chuan seamlessly transitioned to dating the campus belle from the neighboring school. Was this the behavior of a decent man? Shen Yixuan could hardly fathom what trick Su Chuan had used to ensnare these girls. His emotional intelligence was truly remarkable. Wait a minute. Emotional intelligence. If only he possessed half of Su Chuan's emotional intelligence. Wouldn't he have found his own sweetheart by now? Yet he felt his own emotional intelligence wasn't he lacking either. Shen Yixuan murmured to himself, emotional intelligence. Level 1, that moment. The long-absent system reappeared. Shen Yixuan's lips twitched in annoyance. Such blatant mockery. Fine, if I'm at level 1, then so be it. The next instant, Shen Yixuan grinned and asked System Daddy, how do I level up this emotional intelligence? Unknown, came the cold response. Shen Yixuan's mind was flooded with 100 alpacas. Warning. The system has detected disrespectful thoughts towards it and will issue a warning. Should such thoughts persist, the system will impose a penalty on the host's intelligence. What? A penalty on my intelligence? Shen Yixuan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that while he had not recently upgraded, the system had indeed undergone considerable self-improvement. Achieving a level 4 intelligence rating had required tremendous effort on his part. Yet he found himself stagnating at this level, that if this continued, a decline in intelligence was surely imminent. Subsequently, Shen Yixuan cleared his throat twice. No. How could I dare to disrespect the esteemed system father? Knock, knock, knock. Little son, are you awake? Hearing sounds from Shen Yixuan's room, Zhaoing approached and knocked on the door. Oh, Mom, I'm awake. All right, come down for breakfast. His emotional intelligence had not improved during this time, and there was no need to rush it. After dressing and opening the door, Shen Yixuan was greeted by the sight of a plump orange cat at his feet. Upon seeing the rotund feline, Shen Yixuan felt irritation boiling within him. What? Has Jai left, and now you've come to bother me? Meow. The plump orange cat sauntered past Shen Yixuan, leisurely entering the room and making a considerable effort to leap onto his bed. Shen Yixuan chuckled mischievously. See, the only one who will always accompany you is me. However, the ensuing scene left Shen Yixuan utterly flabbergasted. The portly orange cat began sniffing around on his bed, eventually zeroing in on a target. It positioned itself atop Shen Yixuan's pillow, assuming a preparatory stance. This felt ominous. Hey, Orange! Before Shen Yixuan could intervene, his pillow had already met its unfortunate fate at that moment. The pillow was thoroughly soaked with an unidentified liquid, and the room was suddenly filled with a peculiar odor. Meow. The plump orange cat, appearing unperturbed, slowly exited the room. Shen Yixuan, with a grim expression, gritted his teeth. Plump orange, do you dare to retaliate against me? You better stop right there. Instantaneously, a fierce battle ensued between Shen Yixuan and the cat within the Wei family villa. The outcome was inevitable. Plump Orange was defeated, succumbing to its own gluttony. Meow, cornered, the fat cat curled itself into a ball. Shen Yixuan, grinning sinisterly, advanced upon it step by step. Little kitty, I suppose you prefer to part with your little bell. Wouldn't you? With that, Shen Yixuan scooped up Plump Orange. Meow, Mom, Uncle Wei, I'm stepping out for a moment. Chapter 57. How can one enhance emotional intelligence? Meow. The plump orange cat in the carrier seemed to sense impending doom. Ever since being brought to the pet hospital by Shen Yixuan, it had incessantly meowed. Hello. Hello. Can we proceed with the cat's neutering now? Certainly. Please fill out the form with the cat's information first. Hand the cat over to me, as we will need to conduct a pre-operative examination. Shen Yixuan scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. No need for the trouble. I'll take it in myself that it is quite heavy that he was carrying a 13 to 14-pound orange feline, and had it not been for his enhanced physical condition, his arms would likely have gone numb from holding it for so long. Why trouble anyone else? Upon seeing the substantial mass within the carrier, the staff immediately understood. All right, that's fine. Oh, by the way, has the cat been fasting for 8 hours prior to this? Fasting? Shen Yixuan was utterly baffled. Ever since school started, Plump Orange had been under his mother's care. Originally, he only wished for the cat to enjoy a happy life, never considering neutering it. The idea to neuter arose solely from the cat's retaliatory antics that in truth, he had not done his homework on this subject. The cat requires full anesthesia during the neutering procedure. If it has eaten or drunk too much beforehand, it could lead to choking during the operation, the staff patiently explained. Therefore, you should consider bringing the cat back another day for the procedure. I see. Shen Yixuan nodded thoughtfully. Thank you for your assistance. I will return another day. After leaving the pet hospital, the incessant meowing of plump orange ceased. Shin Ishuan sighed in resignation. Today you're lucky. I shall show mercy this time. But if, in the next moment, Shin Ishuan's demeanor shifted entirely as he grinned menacingly at plump orange, that if you dare to pull a stunt like today's again, I shall transform you into a little eunuch, keeping company with Jai. As if understanding Shin Ishuan's words, plump orange immediately curled into a ball, too frightened to make a sound. Upon returning home, Shin Ishuan found that the bed linens had all been changed. After opening the carrier, plump orange bolted away in fright. Humph, dare to challenge me? You're still too green. Considering his past life, he had lived for over 40 years. A meerkat was nothing with a deep breath. Shin Ishuan locked the door behind him. Having dealt with a troublesome rival, he could finally focus on the matter of emotional intelligence that, to be honest, he had nearly forgotten about it. He had thought that having low emotional intelligence was not a significant issue. But today, he realized just how crucial it was. For a moment, he found himself envious of Su Chuan. Sitting here doing nothing is not the solution. I must take action. The next moment, Shin Ishuan pulled out his phone, opened a search engine, and typed in a few words. Enhance emotional intelligence. Soon, several suggestions appeared below the search box. 36 tips to improve emotional intelligence. Without hesitation, Shin Ishuan clicked to enter. These 36 tips cannot be deemed entirely useless, but rather, they hold no value for me. Shin Ishuan collapsed onto his bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Had he not changed significantly himself? His thoughts were a chaotic whirl, leaving him utterly perplexed. System, are you certain my emotional intelligence is only at level 1? Shin Ishuan could not help but ask again. The system remained silent, merely displaying the screen. Emotional intelligence. Level 1. The 4 words struck at Shin Ishuan's heart. All right, I accept this reality. However, upon reflection, it made sense. He had been taciturn in his youth, rarely engaging with others. It wasn't until the 3rd year of middle school that he met Su Chuan, who became his sole friend. In that light, who could claim that his emotional intelligence was low. Dingling. Was it a video call from Jai? Just as he was about to answer, Shin Ishuan hesitated and dashed into the bathroom, the earlier matters slipping from his mind. The reflection in the mirror revealed a disheveled hairstyle that resembled a bird's nest, with stubble covering his chin. Thank goodness I held back. After connecting the call, Shin Ishuan was greeted by the visage of the girl he had been yearning to see. Hey Jai, oh wow. What's up? The girl on the screen blinked adorably, her expression innocent. Nothing much. Shin Ishuan smiled. He had not even realized how rare it was to see Duan Jiai's face on his screen. Clearly, she was in good spirits today, having likely escaped a scolding the night before. All right. Duan Jai lowered her gaze, flipping through the test papers in her hands. Shin Ishuan, I have a few questions I don't quite understand. Oh no. Is it another English question? I knew it. Shin Ishuan muttered in dissatisfaction. After all, Duan Jai would never initiate a video call with him unless it was about schoolwork. Even if he called her, she would ultimately switch to a voice call. What? On the screen, Duan Jai frowned slightly, her cheeks puffed out. Shin Ishuan chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing, I was just asking which questions you didn't understand. All right, could you help me with the second question of the 3rd reading comprehension? Duan Jai did not press further, recognizing that Shin Ishuan spoke the truth. Thank you. Shin Ishuan, that I'm going to eat now. Okay, go ahead. After ending the video call, Shin Ishuan stretched languidly. Time flew by when he immersed himself in studying, and before he knew it, it was already dinner time. It seemed he was still longing for more. Perhaps this was the joy of being a top student. Shin Ishuan spent the entire 7-day holiday of National Day studying, of course, alongside Duan Jai. During those 7 days, aside from elevating his intelligence level to 5, nothing else had changed. What continued to plague him was his level 1 emotional intelligence that a red Porsche pulled up at the entrance of Huakai University. After bidding farewell to Zhaoying, Shin Ishuan walked directly towards his dormitory. As soon as he entered, his fellow dorm mates were captivated by the item he was carrying. Delicious! Did Annie make these? Even with their mouths full, they continued to praise the pastries Shin Ishuan had brought from Zhaoying. These are far tastier than what's sold in stores. Please thank Annie for us. Disregarding their chatter, Shin Ishuan seated himself at the table, resting his chin on his hand and staring off into the distance. The 3 others, sensing something was amiss, paused their snacking. Huang Tianqi glanced at Shin Ishuan, then exchanged glances with Wang Ziming and Su Ran. The two shook their heads in unison, after a few days apart. Shen Yixuan seemed to have grown considerably more melancholic. Wang Ziming pursed his lips, seemingly about to inquire, but Huang Tianqi hastily gestured for silence. Subsequently, he lightened his steps and slowly approached Shen Yixuan from behind. Shen Yixuan let out a heavy sigh, exclaiming, "How can one enhance their emotional intelligence?" Chapter 58. Teacher Huang's Emotional Intelligence Mini-Class Commences Emotional Intelligence. A voice suddenly emanated from behind, causing Shen Yixuan to shudder. He turned around slowly, his expression darkening. "Huang Tianqi, how long have you been standing there? You truly relish this sort of thing." Huang Tianqi scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, retreating a few steps. This action revealed his seriousness. The last time they heard Shen Yixuan was with Duan Jiai in the little garden. No, it was to take photographs in the little garden. The three of them had stealthily approached Shen Yixuan, resulting in Su Ran almost meeting a tragic end. Who would have thought he was so timid? Fortunately, this time it was daytime, though the thought still sent shivers down their spines. Without further ado, Huang Tianqi immediately adopted a serious demeanor. "Ahem, Shen Yixuan, you ought to consult me regarding enhancing your emotional intelligence." "Consult you?" After a moment of skepticism, Shen Yixuan turned his head away once more. "Forget it, I'll figure it out myself." Huang Tianqi, often carefree and laid back, either trailed behind this minister serving tea or stuck close to some princess. Yao Yao. Thus, it was reasonable for Shen Yixuan to doubt him. "Ah, you see, therein lies your mistake." Shen Yixuan looked around in confusion, then pointed to himself and asked me. Huang Tianqi, with utmost seriousness, nodded affirmatively. "What did I just do that was wrong?" After pulling a small stool to sit beside Shen Yixuan, Huang Tianqi inquired, "Shen Yixuan, think about what you just said. Just now, what did I do that was wrong?" The previous sentence. Huang Tianqi seemed to be pulling a fast one. Shen Yixuan truly found himself at a loss. "Oh, come on, think quickly," Huang Tianqi urged incessantly, while Shen Yixuan grew increasingly impatient. "Forget it, I'll just think for myself." With him, Shen Yixuan held no hopes whatsoever. It's that very sentence upon hearing this. Huang Tianqi smacked his thigh, leaving the other three bewildered. "That I'm telling you, Shen Yixuan, your issue lies right here." Wang Ziming, standing to the side, was thoroughly perplexed by Huang Tianqi's statement, but he timidly raised his hand. "Tianqi, I'd like to learn too, of course, no problem. Come, grab a stool and sit tight." Huang Tianqi graciously welcomed him. With someone here to support, why not take advantage of it? However, one might not suffice. He then turned his gaze toward the still munching Su Ran. "Hey!" Su Ran, cheeks puffed out, mumbled with delight. "Oh, this is so delicious." Ultimately, the three of them arranged themselves on stools while Su Ran wore a face of resignation, having been dragged into this. "All right, everyone is here. I officially declare that Teacher Huang's Emotional Intelligence mini-class is now in session." Huang Tianqi did not skimp on his efforts, donning a pair of glasses seemingly out of nowhere. Not only that, but he also affixed a sheet of A4 paper on the balcony door, inscribing Shen Yixuan's earlier statement upon it. Huang Tianqi gazed at his phone for quite some time. "All right, everyone, before we commence, I wish to ask, do you know what emotional intelligence is?" The three shook their heads in unison. It seemed he was stating the obvious. If they knew, they wouldn't be sitting here. Huang Tianqi adjusted his glasses and flashed a mischievous grin. Emotional intelligence refers to emotional quotient. The foundation for enhancing emotional intelligence is cultivating self-awareness, thereby strengthening the ability to understand and express oneself. Now, let us revisit Shen Yixuan's statement. The trio turned their heads to the A4 paper on the door, staring at it for some time without grasping its significance. "When you made that statement, what was the context? Was it you who said you would help me improve my emotional intelligence?" Shen Yixuan asked weakly. "Precisely. And what was the outcome?" "Oh, Huang Tianqi, stop beating around the bush. Just get to the point. We still have evening self-study. What he thought would be a task of 2 or 3 minutes ended up taking 5 just for the preparatory work." Fine, I'll get straight to it." Huang Tianqi shifted his focus back to Shen Yixuan. "Shen Yixuan, when someone offers you help, you should first express gratitude, then politely decline. Do you understand? To draw a parallel, if you reject someone, you must first provide a reason before declining. Shen Yixuan bowed his head, pondering for quite some time. Huang Tianqi's words held merit. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to being spoiled since childhood, leading him to be rather casual with those familiar to him. Had it not been for Huang Tianqi raising this issue today, he might have remained oblivious forever. Unexpectedly, Huang Tianqi indeed possessed some wisdom. I've learned something today. Well done, Tianqi. Huh. Shen Yixuan was taken aback. Oh, thank you, Teacher Tianqi. Huang Tianqi nodded in satisfaction. These 36 suggestions for enhancing emotional intelligence were not in vain. All right, today's class on emotional intelligence taught by Teacher Huang concludes here. Class dismissed. First express gratitude, then politely decline. Afterward, Shen Yixuan lay on his bed, muttering incessantly. He understood the reasoning. It was indeed useful, but why had the system not provided any prompts until now? Forget it. If it doesn't come to me, then I shall seek it out myself. Once again, he found himself in an endless expanse of white. Unlike before, however, a large screen was placed before him, floating in midair without any visible support. Shen Yixuan had long since grown accustomed to such sights. Accompanied by the hum of machinery, the screen gradually revealed Shen Yixuan's information line by line. Host. Shen Yixuan Intelligence. Level 5 Emotional Intelligence. Level 1 Wealth. Level 8 Appearance. Level 9 Physical Fitness. Level 3 Skills. Photographic Memory. Mathematical problem-solving techniques. Heavenly Voice. Master Photographer Note. The highest level is 10. Ouch. The pain is excruciating. Why is it still at level 1? Is my specialization truly that severe? Shall I expand the emotional intelligence level for review? The familiar voice echoed in his ears, and Shen Yixuan felt tears welling up. Expand? Does expanding it mean the level will increase? Wouldn't that be too good to be true? Wait. Suddenly, Shen Yixuan seemed to have an epiphany. Closing his eyes and striving to recall his memories, that's right. I vaguely remember that during the leveling process for intelligence and appearance, it was achieved through the accumulation of experience points. Just like when I improved my appearance level through writing love letters. 10 experience points for one letter. 50 for a book, and so forth. That it's akin to leveling up from defeating monsters. Accumulating day by day, leveling up would naturally not be difficult. Previously, he had focused solely on the higher levels, neglecting the notion of experience points. That if Huang Tianqi's method truly proved effective, perhaps the system simply had not notified him. With this thought in mind, Shen Yixuan felt a surge of impatience. Expand. Expand the emotional intelligence level for review. As Shen Yixuan commanded, the text on the large screen began to vanish one by one. In an instant, only the emotional intelligence section remained. Beneath the words emotional intelligence, there was a blue progress bar. Chapter 59, Mandatory Task, just as he had suspected. However, while it was termed a blue bar, it was not entirely, so that at the end of this bar, there existed a portion that was transparent and colorless. The blue encompassed approximately 4/5 of the total length, which Shen Yixuan believed to represent experience points. 4/5, or 80%, signified that he needed merely 20% of the experience points for his emotional intelligence to reach level 2. But then a new question arose. What was the previous amount of experience points? Before Shen Yixuan could issue another command, the large screen shifted once more, and the blue bar gradually shortened. According to the daily data, prior to today, the blue bar had only constituted 50% of the total. Wow. Today, I've amassed a full 30% of experience points. For reasons unknown, this seemingly trivial 30% of experience points held more significance to Shen Yixuan than reaching the maximum level of appearance. Was this what they meant by the unattainable always stirring one's desire? Shen Yixuan, wake up. Hurry. For reasons unknown, Shen Yixuan was abruptly pulled back to reality from a state of consciousness. The first thing he saw was Su Ran's large face. Strangely, Huang Tianqi and Wang Ziming were also at his bedside, their expressions filled with concern. What on earth is happening here? Looking at Su Ran, he found him in an odd position, sprawled across Shen Yixuan, his lips pouting. What are you trying to do? Shen Yixuan's instinctive reaction was to quickly grab the blanket and clutch it tightly to his chest. Even though his chest was bare, he couldn't just let it go. Could he? After all, he was still an innocent little virgin. Upon witnessing this, the three of them simultaneously sighed. Shen Yixuan felt a sharp slap on his arm. Shen Yixuan, you nearly scared us to death. Su Ran's words left Shen Yixuan utterly bewildered. I merely took a nap. You all shouldn't be making such a fuss. Shen Yixuan, I think you were in a nightmare. Just now, the three of you couldn't wake you up. And I almost had to perform CPR on you. Upon awakening, I found Su Ran pouting. Yet it seems the crux of the matter lies elsewhere. Just moments ago, in the realm of consciousness, I indeed did not perceive any sounds. According to Sue Rand's assertion, could it be that I was unable to sense the external world while in this state? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, Sue Rand's posture does appear somewhat unrefined. Does it not? I'm perfectly fine. I may have simply been in a deep slumber. Might I trouble you to step aside? Shin Ishuan's gaze continually flickered over to Sue Rand, and only then did he realize he was still atop Shin Ishuan. Sue Rand blinked rapidly, feeling a sudden rush of warmth to his cheeks. Upon closer inspection, Shin Ishuan possessed a certain refined charm, his skin smoother and more delicate than that of a young girl, seemingly capable of being wrung for moisture. Rest assured, I am well. There is no need for concern. Please do not linger here, or we shall be tardy. No, I should be rising to attend self-study. I kindly ask you to make way. The essence of Huang Tianqi's teachings had been firmly grasped by Shin Ishuan. Dingling. Just before departure, a sudden announcement in the class group indicated that tonight's self-study session had been changed to a class meeting. Upon entering the classroom, Shin Ishuan shamelessly approached Duan Jia. Jia, do you have? Shin Ishuan hesitated momentarily. What is it? Duan Jia inquired. Shaking her head, he had intended to ask if she missed him, but such a confession would surely earn him a disdainful glance from Jia. Wouldn't that render all previous lessons futile? Yet, Huang Tianqi had yet to instruct them on how to articulate such sentiments in this context. At that moment, the sharp sound of high heels echoed from outside the classroom, prompting everyone to quiet down. Xiangwan approached the podium, adjusting her glasses perched upon her nose. How did everyone spend their holiday? She inquired. Good, she replied with a gentle smile. I have some exciting news to share with you all. The moment the words left her lips, the classroom erupted into a frenzy. Could it be an exam? I thought we had another month. How could you think that when the teacher said it's good news? The students' reactions were hardly surprising. Good news from an instructor did not always equate to genuine good fortune. Bang, bang, bang. Xiangwan rapped on the desk, then raised the paper in her hand. Next week, the school has decided to hold the autumn sports meet. Are there any students from our two classes who wish to sign up? The sports meet? The classroom buzzed with excitement that I've heard that university sports meets are quite entertaining. With long-legged ladies dancing, don't even get me started. Just the thought of long-legged ladies cheering for me makes me want to sign up. However, Shin Ishuan appeared rather uninterested, opting to chat with Jia instead. In the next instant, his pleasant reverie was abruptly shattered. You have a new task. Would you like to check? The sudden voice rang in Shin Ishuan's ear, causing his expression to drop immediately. Seriously, based on his understanding of the system, this task clearly mandated his participation. Shin Ishuan wore a reluctant expression. He harbored a significant idol complex. In the face of competition, it was inevitable that his true self would be revealed. This task was compulsory, and failure to complete it would result in random penalties from the system. Compulsory? Random penalties? The thought of his lamentably low emotional intelligence sent shivers down Shin Ishuan's spine. How terrifying! Without affording Shin Ishuan a moment to respond, a semi-transparent blue screen appeared before him. Current task. Participate in the sports meet and earn a gold medal. Completion reward. Random.do accept the task. This query felt somewhat redundant, did it not? The system stood as an imperious authority. How could a mere commoner like him dare to defy? Accept. Task accepted successfully. Please complete your task within 1 week. Failure to do so will result in the forfeiture of rewards. Sigh. Shin Ishuan let out a long sigh. All right, any students wishing to sign up, please come forward to fill out a form. Additionally, Duan Jia and Xiao Wanqing, could you please step forward? After Duan Jia and Xiao Wanqing exited the classroom, the boys below began a hushed discussion. Hey, why do you think the instructor called those two? Probably for the cheerleading team, right? Wow, both of these ladies are stunning. Finally, some eye candy. At this moment, Shin Ishuan was preoccupied with the dilemma of which event to register for. Completely oblivious to their chatter, to his knowledge, Huakai University had recruited a batch of athletic scholars this year. They were professionals, winning a gold medal. The system must think highly of him. He could barely manage a jog, let alone events like high jump, long jump, or shot put. Those were beyond his reach. With a physical fitness level of merely 3, he could only rely on his stamina to win a race. If he absolutely had to choose, perhaps he could sign up for the 1500 meters? Chapter 60. This targeting is rather blatant, isn't it? For this sports meet, 30 aesthetically pleasing young ladies are needed to form a cheerleading squad. Thus, Jiai and Wanqing, do you have any intention of participating? In Xiangwan's eyes, she held Duan Jiai and Xia Wanqing in high regard, both exemplary students. Yet the primary factor was that both possessed good looks and poise. Therefore, when the school issued this task, Xiangwan immediately thought of them. Faced with the instructor's generous invitation, Xia Wanqing could hardly refuse. Teacher, I would be delighted to participate. Singing and dancing were certainly within her capabilities. She would never miss an opportunity to showcase herself, especially with Duan Jiai by her side, that I in truth. After the last leading singer selection contest, Xia Wanqing had expressed her concerns to the instructor. However, the response was that Duan Jiai's voice was better suited for the school anthem. Left with no other choice, Xia Wanqing had to concede. Since Xia Wanqing had already agreed, Xiangwan turned her attention to the still-standing Duan Jiai. Jiai, what about you? Teacher, I apologize, but I cannot dance, Duan Jiai candidly admitted. She felt it would be unfair to others if she were to be selected solely based on appearance. Xiangwan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. They are merely basic and simple movements. It will be absolutely fine. Her words were resolute. She was determined to have Duan Jiai participate. The school required each class to nominate one female student. With Xia Wanqing representing Class 5, and naturally, Duan Jiai being the more suitable candidate for Class SIX the instructor, Xiangwan was well aware of her students' capabilities. All right, you two are confirmed. Tomorrow evening. Please head to the auditorium's rehearsal room for practice. Upon returning to the classroom, Duan Jiai appeared somewhat absent-minded. She could not dance and had never attempted to. Her greatest concern was the possibility of embarrassing herself. Jiai, what's wrong? Duan Jiai sighed heavily, about to speak when a sharp voice interrupted her. Wanqing, you are amazing. Tianxi's exclamation pierced through the classroom, instantly drawing the attention of all eyes towards Xia Wanqing. Xia Wanqing crossed her arms, wearing a smug expression. Naturally, Shen Yixuan understood Duan Jiai's predicament. Hey Shinsun, are you going to the playground to see the ladies tonight? Su Ran and Huang Tianqi leaned in to whisper in Shen Yixuan's ear. To the playground? Sure. Let us bring Ziming along. Speechless, Shen Yixuan could never grasp the crux of the matter. After a few autumn rains, the nights at Huakai University seemed considerably chillier. Yet a mere few showers could hardly dampen everyone's spirits. The playground remained bustling with clusters of people, reveling in the joys of university life. Shinsun, wait for us. No way. I'm not running anymore. Su Ran halted, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Huang Tianqi, after staggering a few steps, simply collapsed onto the ground. Only Wang Ziming remained undeterred, persistently trailing Shen Yixuan. Of course, he had already fallen quite far behind, that I knew it. This guy Shen Yixuan was too eager to agree to go to the playground. There must be something fishy about it. Su Ran chuckled wryly, that I wonder what got into him, insisting on signing up for the 1500 meters. Now we're all his training partners, though the temperature hovered around a mere 10 degrees. After circling the playground 4 or 5 times, Shen Yixuan was already drenched in sweat. What was he striving for? To preserve the scant remnants of his emotional intelligence, and this was with a fitness level of merely 3. Had it been in the past, he would have long since collapsed. Yet upon reflection, most college students these days spent their days cooped up in their dorms, unable to rise once they settled onto their beds. Their physical fitness was indeed concerning. Come on, Su Ran, put in some effort. Oh, by the way, why don't you sign up for the 1500 meters too? We could keep each other company, after a prolonged silence. Su Ran did not respond, leading Shen Yixuan to think perhaps he was too exhausted to speak. However, the outcome was quite different. After a lap, Su Ran and Huang Tianqi appeared before Shen Yixuan's line of sight. Seriously? I really overestimated them. Shen Yixuan gradually slowed his pace and came to a stop beside the two, whereas Ziming. Right here. Casting his gaze around, Shen Yixuan finally spotted Wang Ziming, who stood alone at the far end of the playground. Immediately, Su Ran complained, Shen Yixuan, I beg you, please don't come to the playground again. Yes, leave the eye candy to us. You can enjoy your time with Ziming. Huang Tianqi echoed, as Huang Tianqi remarked in the subsequent days. It was only Wang Ziming and Shen Yixuan who remained steadfastly together, raising their hands, nodding their heads, and bending their knees, standing up with arched backs before returning to their original posture, to eye in the rehearsal room of the auditorium. Xiao Wanjing stood at the forefront of the formation, chanting slogans with unwavering conviction. Undoubtedly, her talent for singing and dancing secured her the central position in the formation. Amidst the rhythmic chants, Duan Jiai in the back row waved her streamers in a flurry of confusion. Naturally, this position had been arranged by Xiao Wanjing. Observing the bewildered Duan Jiai in the mirror, a smile involuntarily crept upon Xiao Wanjing's lips. "All right, let's change formations. Crouch and support your knees," clicked as the slogans came to a halt. Xiao Wanjing turned around, her face clouded with displeasure. "Duan Jiai, how could you make a mistake again?" With that, she strode towards the back of the line. Duan Jiai stood frozen in place, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Xiao Wanjing crossed her arms and said, "Duan Jiai, how many times have I told you where you should stand?" Duan Jiai let out a cold laugh. "I can admit if my dancing isn't up to par. But I don't think my positioning is incorrect, do you? Furthermore, Xiao Wanjing, your targeting is far too blatant." Duan Jiai stood her ground, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Xiao Wanjing, that if she had indeed erred, she would have accepted it. But why should she endure such indignity? Why should she be underestimated when she had no intention of being trifled with? Xiao Wanjing hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words, caught off guard by Duan Jiai's retort. How embarrassing it was to be confronted in front of so many people. If you're not in the wrong, then how did this position become vacant? If it's too much for you, then just step aside. You're wasting time. Duan Jiai opened her mouth slightly, ready to counter, when a girl beside her timidly raised her hand. "I'm sorry. It was my mistake that stunned. Did I ask that better?" At that moment, Duan Jiai wore a triumphant expression as she looked at Xiao Wanjing, whose cheeks flushed crimson from being publicly exposed. Those watching felt the awkwardness to the core. The girl who had stood in the wrong position lowered her head, seemingly bracing herself for the impending reprimand. Xiao Wanjing's expression was complex. "Are we practicing or not? If not, I'm going back to the dormitory." "Exactly. It's clearly her who's wasting time." The others had long harbored discontent against her. After this evening's self-study session, Xiao Wanjing had been targeting Duan Jiai at every turn, and they could no longer tolerate it. This was a blatant abuse of power. Faced with these murmurs, Xiao Wanjing could no longer remain. "That's all for today. Please return to your dorms to rest." With that, Xiao Wanjing, her face flushed, left in haste. Chapter 61. Truly a pair to go. The beautiful figure with long legs, high ponytail, and short skirt was simply mesmerizing. The boys were transfixed. This was not cheering for the athletes. It was an utter distraction. Meanwhile, Shin Yixuan, sitting in the stands, was entirely focused on the cheerleading squad. Undoubtedly, the first person to catch his eye was the exceptionally expressive Xiao Wanjing. Xiao Wanjing was indeed remarkable. Academically gifted, strikingly beautiful, talented in both song and dance, and hailing from a wealthy family. She was universally acknowledged as the epitome of a privileged beauty. However, she had changed significantly. Perhaps it was her affluent upbringing that had fostered her spoiled and arrogant demeanor. Yet, she seemed no longer the innocent little girl of their childhood. "Where's Jiai?" After scanning the area for quite some time, Shin Yixuan realized he had not spotted Duan Jiai that moment. He felt a pang of anxiety. His beloved was about to be exposed. "Can someone help me find Jiai? I can't see her from here." It was quite awkward. One must admit, Shin Yixuan was making an effort to elevate his emotional intelligence. Ever since Huang Tianqi's emotional intelligence class commenced, Shin Yixuan's manner of speaking had transformed. He had suddenly become so polite that they were struggling to adapt. Nonetheless, when a brother was in distress, support must be rallied from all sides. Soon, Su Ran nudged Shin Yixuan and inquired, "Hey, Shin Yixuan, is that Duan Jiai over there?" Shin Yixuan leaned over to Su Ran's vantage point and finally spotted the small figure at the back corner of the last row. Although Duan Jiai stood in the least conspicuous position, she showed no signs of complacency. Observing her, Shin Yixuan nodded in satisfaction. She is dancing quite well. He had initially expected Duan Jiai to be as nervous as she had been during the freshman ceremony. But to his surprise, she appeared calm and composed. Shin Yixuan couldn't help but sigh internally. "My Jiai is truly beautiful and amazing. Wow, I didn't expect this year's cheerleading squad to be so stunning. What luck to behold the campus belle. I have no regrets in this lifetime. Right here. Someone, please take me away to assist the campus belle." Compared to the other boys' comments, Shin Yixuan's praise for Duan Jiai was evidently more subdued. But what did he have to fear? They could admire her all they wanted. After all, the campus belle was his. I must say, that lead dancer is quite impressive. Her figure surpasses the rest. Dolt, that is obvious. If she didn't dance well, how could she lead? Soon, the most exhilarating moment arrived out on the field. The athletes were poised and ready, each one brimming with determination. Bang! The sound of the gunshot shattered the air. Akin to a dam bursting, as the horses surged forth, go, go, the atmosphere surged with excitement. The competition was fierce. They were relentless, like the tide rising in a storm. Wow! The red ribbon was breached and cheers erupted. Witnessing this scene, Shin Ishuan's heart skipped a beat. This is madness. This is terrifying. Winning a medal? I must be dreaming. It was clear that Shin Ishuan was feeling intimidated to AT that moment. The system chimed in. This task is mandatory. Failure to complete it will result in a random punishment from the system. Time remaining for the task. 4 hours. Shin Ishuan inhaled sharply. All right, I'm truly afraid of you. With 4 hours left for the task. It meant he still had over 3 hours to prepare himself mentally. Who have I ever been afraid of? Besides, Jiai is here to cheer me on. As the whistle blew, signaling a break, Shin Ishuan intended to head straight to the cheerleading section. Before the competition, he needed to see Duan Jiai for some comforting words. However, with so many people around, it would seem inconsiderate to return with just a bottle of water. Shin Ishuan slowly turned his head towards Su Ran, who was idly snacking on sunflower seeds, and grinned, "Su Gongzi, I need your help." What? Before Su Ran could comprehend, he was dragged away from the stands. Hey, I spilled my seeds. Subsequently, the two of them each carried 2 bottles of water towards the resting area. Duan Jiai was seated with a few others, the sweat on her face having diminished significantly. Jiai. Duan Jiai turned her head, and upon seeing Shin Ishuan, a fleeting hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes. Zhou Rue, why are you here? Zhou Rue, clad in spikes and adorned with 2 athlete numbers, was indeed a professional athlete, so it was no surprise he was present at the sports meet. I happened to pass by and saw you sweating profusely, so I thought I'd bring you a bottle of water. Zhou Rue explained, handing the water to Duan Jiai. Duan Jiai shook her head with a smile. Thank you, but I just drank some. As Zhou Rue departed, he inadvertently brushed past Shin Ishuan. This person looks familiar. By the time Shin Ishuan turned around, Zhou Rue was already far away, and he only noticed the athlete numbers on his back. Jiai, I'm here. Finally, Duan Jiai quickly stood up, her lips pursed high. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to join the cheerleading squad. Su Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Shin Ishuan would look beautiful in a short skirt, wouldn't he? However, in the next moment, Su Ran felt a sudden drop in temperature, and goosebumps prickled her skin, an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Shin Ishuan was glaring daggers at her. What are you laughing at? Shin Ishuan inquired, word by word. I just think the weather is lovely today. As she spoke, Su Ran looked up at the sky. Well, it is quite nice. The clouds are thick, and the sun seems to have vanished, making it pleasantly cool. Oh, don't mind the details. Come on. Everyone must be thirsty by now. With that, Su Ran produced water for each person present, including Xiao Wanjing. This was precisely why Shin Ishuan had sought Su Ran's assistance to AT that moment. Xiao Wanjing was sitting all alone in a corner. She knew Shin Ishuan was there for Duan Jiai, but chose to turn a blind eye. After all, what the eyes do not see, the heart does not grieve. Suddenly, a bottle of water appeared before her. Thank you, Ishuan. However, upon lifting her gaze to see Su Ran instead, Xiao Wanjing's smile faltered, her attention involuntarily drifting to the 2 people not far away, who were laughing and chatting intimately. It pierced her heart. After softly expressing her gratitude, Xiao Wanjing turned away, her eyes brimming with tears. Meanwhile, Shin Ishuan opened a bottle of water and tilted his head to take a sip. Seeing this, Su Ran nudged him with her elbow. Shin Ishuan looked at Su Ran with a complex expression. Su Ran raised her eyebrows, first glancing at the water in Shin Ishuan's hand, and then at Duan Jiai, standing nearby. Su Ran, what's wrong with your eyes? Shin Ishuan set down the water and leaned closer to Su Ran, inquiring, Did sand get into your eyes? Oh no. It did not. Despite Su Ran's vigorous protests, Duan Jiai handed over a tissue. This left Su Ran utterly speechless. At that moment, all Su Ran could think was, these 2 truly are a perfect pair. Sighing in resignation, Su Ran chose not to say more and simply placed a hand on her forehead before departing. Subsequently, the two were left standing in silence, exchanging glances. Chapter 62. Captivating All Beings? Jai, I'm so nervous. Ever since Shin Ishun arrived at the resting area, this phrase had been incessantly echoing in Duan Jiai's ears, to the point where they felt calloused. Jai, stop. Duan Jai hurriedly raised a finger, blocking Shin Ishun's mouth. She was determined not to let him continue. Taken aback, Shin Ishun's warm lips brushed against her cool fingertip, causing him to short-circuit momentarily, his eyes blinking rapidly as he felt his face heat up. Duan Jai, however, remained unaware of Shin Ishun's unusual reaction. Her only thought was, finally, some peace for my ears. Once she confirmed that Shin Ishun had ceased his repetition, she turned to look at him, only to find his face flushed, resembling a ripened persimmon. Glancing at her own hand, which was gently resting on Shin Ishun's thin lips, an unexpected wave of embarrassment washed over her. Duan Jai quickly withdrew her hand, stepping back several paces, her face a deep shade of crimson as her long lashes slowly fell. Shin Ishun, feeling uncomfortable due to Duan Jai's actions, cleared his throat and turned away. Silence enveloped them both. Duan Jai felt as if she could hear the rapid thumping of Shin Ishun's heart. Shin Ishun, at a loss for words, was in a state of panic. Had Jai just flirted with him? His face was so red, it was utterly mortifying. Shin Ishun, I didn't mean to. Just then, the whistle sounded, prompting the others seated in the resting area to grab their streamers in preparation for the next performance. Jai, hurry up. Oh, okay. Duan Jai glanced at Shin Ishun, her gaze tinged with reluctance, but with no choice, she hurriedly joined the back of the line. Shin Ishun stood frozen in place for a while, ensuring his complexion returned to normal before making his way back to the stands. Upon arriving, he noticed peculiar gazes directed at him. None other than Su Ran and the others. It seemed Su Ran had clearly shared what had just transpired with them. Was it so unforgivable that he hadn't helped blow the sand out of his eyes? Su Ran was being rather vindictive, wasn't he? Moreover, although Su Ran was a boy, such intimate gestures in front of Jai were rather inappropriate, weren't they? Sigh. The trio stared intently at Shin Ishun, finally letting out a collective sigh. Then, Huang Tianqi, wearing a broad smile, waved at Shin Ishun. Come, Shin Gongzi, sit down. As he spoke, Su Ran instinctively made space for Shin. In a dazed state, Shin Ishun found himself pressed into the center of the three. At that moment, he felt akin to a lone little lamb caught in the clutches of three hungry wolves. The first to interrogate was Su Ran. Shin Sun, tell me, have you ever helped Duan Jai open a bottle cap? Open a bottle cap? After a brief contemplation, Shin Ishun shook his head. Jai can open it herself. Wouldn't that be overthinking? Pfft. At that moment, Su Ran desperately wanted to spray Shin Ishun with a mouthful of soda. For heaven's sake, did he really think a young girl would have the same strength as them? But Jai never asked me to help her with that. Su Ran was left utterly speechless by Shin Ishun's response. Next up was Huang Tianqi. Shin Ishun, when you cross the street with Duan Jai, who walks on the outer side, as expected, Shin Ishun awkwardly smiled. That I didn't really pay attention, but it seems Jai walks on my left. Upon hearing this, the faces of the trio darkened. That wasn't the left side, the outer side of the road. How bold of him to admit that. But I do hold Jai's hand, Shin Ishun quickly added. Hand-holding? Huang Tianqi and the others fell into contemplation. That on one hand, one could argue Shin Ishun had high emotional intelligence for allowing the girl to walk on the outer side. On the other, he displayed low emotional intelligence by not realizing the implications of hand-holding. Huang Tianqi waved his hands dismissively. All right, we'll let that slide, but remember to let the girl walk on the inner side. Got it? Shin Ishun nodded vigorously, recognizing the importance of compliance in this situation. Now it was down to the last person, and Shin Ishun instinctively looked toward Wang Ziming. Ziming, do you have any questions? Shin Ishun was well aware that in Wang Ziming's eyes, he was akin to a big brother figure. Wang Ziming had certainly been dragged into this QA session by Su Ran and the others. So he surely wouldn't interrogate him. Shin bro, just as Shin Ishun had anticipated, Wang Ziming stammered for a long while, unable to articulate a single sentence. Oh, my Ziming is still the best. Facing the current situation, Wang Ziming glanced frantically at Su Ran and Huang Tianqi on either side. The next moment, Shin Ishun was met with a harsh reality check. Shin bro, have you ever told Duan Jai to drink more hot water? Caught between a rock and a hard place, Wang Ziming chose the latter option. Shen Yixuan instantly froze, tears welling up. Wang Ziming had just dropped a bombshell. Drink more hot water? Wasn't that a common affliction of the clueless male? I never said that. As he uttered those words, his voice trembled slightly. Indeed, he had never said it, thanks to that rough-around-the-edges uncle. If it weren't for that man, he might have actually uttered those words. Observing Shen Yixuan's reaction, the other three suddenly understood. And oh wonder! If it were true, it would indeed be strange for Jai to agree to him. You're doomed, Shen Yixuan. Huang Tianqi couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. After this round of questioning, Shen Yixuan felt a sense of uncertainty creeping in that he had prided himself on his emotional intelligence. Yet it seemed it had all been mere flights of fancy. Three great sages, I implore you, guide me. Shen bro, while my emotional intelligence is also quite average, I've learned a thing or two from watching short videos. Wang Zimian continued, what girls care about isn't merely a word of concern or a promise. Painting grand visions holds no significance for them. What they truly value is whether you take tangible action. Upon hearing this, Huang Tianqi and the others couldn't help but give Wang Zimian a thumbs up. Tangible action? Shen Yixuan muttered to himself, deep in thought. Just then, the campus broadcast echoed, announcing, please, male athletes participating in the 1500 meters, proceed to the sign-in area on the west side of the playground. The announcement repeated twice like a command. Shen Yixuan sprang to his feet, striding toward the west side of the playground as if he were a soldier heading to battle. Shen, go for it. Shen bro, you got this. You're the best. Shen Yixuan paused momentarily, turning slightly to AT that moment. The sky cleared, and the sun illuminated his profile, casting long bangs across his brow, exuding both charm and elegance that a gentle breeze swept by. And as Shen Yixuan turned back with a smile, the corners of his lips curled up, captivating all who beheld him. That am I seeing things? Shen Yixuan is so handsome. Huang Tianqi remarked dreamily that Su Ran nodded in a daze. He really is quite handsome. I'm almost enchanted by him. After that, Shen Yixuan continued westward without looking back. Chapter 63. The person she likes is just a useless piece of work. Hello, I'm here to sign in. Certainly, may I have your name and class, please? The girl in charge of sign-in looked up, that I in that instant. A dazzling beam of light struck her, accompanied by a refreshing minty aroma. She instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Squinting slightly, through the gaps between her fingers, she noticed a tall, slender boy standing in the light. The boy smiled, his grin akin to ripples on a clear spring. Wow, so handsome, though she couldn't clearly see his face. She felt an inexplicable allure. Then, the boy spoke in a melodious, magnetic voice. Class 5 of Finance. Shen Yixuan ditto, all right. The girl lowered her head, but her hand holding the pen suddenly froze. Wait a moment, Shen Yixuan. For some reason, the light abruptly vanished, and the sun was once again cloaked by thick clouds. The girl, who had just lowered her head, suddenly lifted it that moment. The boy also recognized the girl's features. You Mingran, what brings you here? The previous glare of sunlight had obscured their vision, resulting in this revelation. Upon realizing the truth, Yu Mingran pouted. What, is it only your Jai allowed to join the cheerleading team, while I can't earn some credits here? Shen Yixuan nodded in agreement. That seems to be the case. All right, the race starts in 15 minutes. Hurry up and warm up. Yu Mingran urged. Sure thing, thanks Mingran. After Shen Yixuan, grinning mischievously, walked away, Yu Mingran let out a heavy sigh. She had hoped to embark on a beautiful campus romance. And as this thought crossed her mind, she took out her phone and stared blankly at the screen that on the display was a chat window with a contact named Juju Appa. The last message she had sent was marked by a glaring red exclamation point. Upon reaching the warm-up area, Shen Yixuan quickly shed his outerwear, with roughly 10 minutes remaining before the competition commenced. He had not begun his warm-up since waking up. Wasting no time, Shen Yixuan immediately commenced his stretching exercises. After all, if he were to cramp up mid-race, wouldn't all his efforts over the past week be in vain? Such a waste would be unfortunate, but what he truly feared was the system's random punishment. However, the disparity was often glaringly apparent. Shen Yixuan noticed a boy in the corner performing a myriad of warm-up exercises. Undoubtedly a professional, moreover, the boy was clearly muscular. Tisk-tisk-k. Shen Yixuan couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. As for himself? Well, he wasn't too shabby either. So what if he was a bit paler and slimmer? Just then, Shen Yixuan's peripheral vision caught sight of the number tag on the boy's back. 1408. He murmured to himself, "That number looks oddly familiar. Where have I seen it before?" At that moment, the boy turned around, and Shin Yishuan recognized his face. Zhou Rui? Suddenly, Shin Yishuan froze, taking a brief breath, as if rooted to the spot. Shin Yishuan realized a serious issue. Zhou Rui was his opponent, that in no way system. "Are you trying to ruin me?" Coincidentally, Zhou Rui also spotted the stationary Shin Yishuan, sizing him up with a mocking glint in his eyes that, "Oh, so it's young Master Shin." "What a coincidence," he remarked, striding over. Truly, the newcomer bore ill intentions. However, faced with a formidable opponent, Shin Yishuan could not afford to lose his composure, that he bravely approached Zhou Rui and returned, "Ha, I thought I recognized someone familiar. Turns out it's Zhou Rui." Zhou Rui's competitive spirit was ignited by Shin Yishuan's disdainful tone, and the two stood off against each other. The air was thick with tension, as if they had already exchanged familial pleasantries. Yet in the next moment, Zhou Rui casually placed his hand on Shin Yishuan's shoulder. What on earth? This action left Shin Yishuan utterly bewildered. Zhou Rui then gave Shin Yishuan's shoulder a hearty slap. "Brother, how about we wager once more today?" Wager. Shin Yishuan felt a nagging sense of foreboding. The only connection between them was Duan Jia. What else could Zhou Rui possibly wager? After all, Duan Jia was not an object. Just as Shin Yishuan had predicted, Zhou Rui spoke up. "If you lose, we'll compete fairly." Heh. Shin Yishuan scoffed, Zhou Rui's words only serving to infuriate him further. "It seems you lack the qualifications to bet with me." Saying this, Shin Yishuan shrugged off Zhou Rui's arm. "Have you forgotten? You already lost to me during military training." Zhou Rui narrowed his eyes, looking down at Shin Yishuan with disdain that a man's word is his bond. "If you can say such things today. Are you still a man?" Zhou Rui's fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Shin Yishuan refused to back down, his piercing gaze locked on a Zhou Rui that Zhou Rui's teeth ground together audibly. "Fine, today I'll show Jia that the man she likes is nothing but a waste." The whistle blew. "Athletes, please prepare." With that command, the competitors took their positions, poised to spring into action. Zhou Rui glared at Shin Yishuan, his expression one of determination. "Positions, ready, bang." With the sound of the gun, Zhou Rui bolted forward. Shin Yishuan, lacking explosive speed, was quickly left behind. Watching Zhou Rui pull ahead, Shin Yishuan felt a mix of determination and urgency. Yet it was still early in the race. The outcome was far from decided. "Go, go!" As Shin Yishuan took the track, Duan Jia cheered enthusiastically, her pom-poms nearly fraying from excitement. However, as she noticed Zhou Rui firmly in the lead, her voice began to wane, her smile replaced by concern. 1 lap, 2 laps, by the 3rd lap. Zhou Rui's speed noticeably decreased, his body drenched in sweat and gasping for AI or in contrast. Shin Yishuan, though trailing half a lap behind, maintained a steady pace. The final lap approached. In this round, Zhou Rui was overtaken repeatedly. Once leading, he now found himself in 4th place. This was the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Shin Yishuan surged forward, as if a hidden energy had ignited within him. Rapidly closing the gap with Zhou Rui as Shin Yishuan neared Zhou Rui. Panic set in for Zhou Rui, who attempted a last-ditch sprint. Yet, out of nowhere, Zhou Rui suddenly collapsed, darkness enveloping him. This fall inevitably affected Shin Yishuan, who skidded to a halt. Zhou Rui, what's wrong?" This was the last thing Zhou Rui heard as he lost consciousness. Cheers erupted from ahead, while Shin Yishuan stood frozen in place. Chapter 64. Emotional Intelligence Reaches Level 3. Zhou Rui, what's wrong? With his eyes tightly shut, the surrounding cheers and urgent voices gradually faded into silence. When he finally opened his eyes again, he was greeted by the sight of several stark, white hospital beds. "Where am I?" Groaning, Zhou Rui attempted to sit up, only to feel a dull ache in his left hand. "You were in the school infirmary. You fainted during the competition." Hearing the voice, Shin Yishuan entered the room. Though their relationship was contentious, Zhou Rui displayed little reaction upon seeing Shin Yishuan, that he vaguely remembered the figure who had stood beside him earlier. Zhou Rui lowered his head in silence, suddenly feeling a twinge of shame for having mocked and belittled Shin Yishuan, even publicly declaring him a waste. "But now, don't worry. You just overexerted yourself during training, that if you rest properly, you'll be fine." Zhou Rui nodded, his expression complex. After a long pause, he asked, "Is the competition over?" "Yes, it's over." Zhou Rui hesitated, already knowing the outcome. Because of him, Shen Yixuan had forfeited the competition. All right, you should rest and I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Zhou Rui remained downcast, unable to voice his thoughts even after Shen Yixuan departed. Jiai, what are you doing here? After leaving the infirmary, Shen Yixuan encountered Duan Jiai, who was anxiously waiting outside. Upon seeing him, she rushed over, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her brows furrowed slightly, her nose reddened, and tears brimmed in her eyes. How pitiful! Jiai, what is wrong? Shen Yixuan asked with concern. In the next moment, Duan Jiai lunged at him, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. The warmth and softness took Shen Yixuan by surprise. What on earth was happening? Had Jiai been wronged? He instinctively embraced her, gently patting the distressed girl in his arms. Passers-by cast curious glances at the scene. But Duan Jiai was oblivious. Jiai, who bullied you? Shen Yixuan inquired. Duan Jiai remained silent, simply burying her face in Shen Yixuan's shoulder and softly sobbing. Earlier, she had heard someone faint on the playground, and upon glancing around, she realized Shen Yixuan was missing. Instinctively, her first thought was that it might be him. Now, seeing Shen Yixuan standing unharmed before her, her heart finally eased, and the floodgates of her tears opened. You were worried about me, Jiai? I wasn't. After calming down in Shen Yixuan's embrace, the two finally separated. Though Shen Yixuan appeared reluctant to let go, he hadn't had enough of the hug yet. Standing opposite each other, Duan Jiai's hair was slightly disheveled, and her face was flushed from crying. Shen Yixuan reached out, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, speaking softly. All right, Jiai, stop crying now. Duan Jiai pouted, looking utterly wronged as she nodded. After escorting Duan Jiai back to her dormitory, Shen Yixuan lay on his bed, a look of distress etched on his face. Sigh. What will be the penalty for not winning the gold medal? Indeed, had it not been for Zhou Rui's sudden fainting and Shen Yixuan stepping forward to assist, he might have had a fair chance at securing the gold medal. However, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. Speaking of which, why has the system not yet made an appearance? Alas, the current mission has ended in failure. As expected, when one speaks of Cao Cao, Cao Cao arrives. Punishment may be delayed, but it is never absent. Shen Yixuan inhaled sharply, resigning himself to the situation. After all, who could blame him for his compassion? Thus, he must face the consequences of his actions. With eyes tightly shut, he seemed prepared to accept whatever punishment awaited him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself once again in an endless expanse of white. Strangely, the temperature in this mental realm appeared to be plummeting rapidly, seemingly a minor punishment for Shen Yixuan's failure. Yet, no matter how cold it became, it could not compare to the chill in Shen Yixuan's heart. That moment, a large screen began to display Shen Yixuan's information line by line. The good news was that his emotional intelligence experience points had reached an impressive 90%. If he continued to follow closely behind them, attaining level 2 emotional intelligence would soon be within reach. However, it seemed that Shen Yixuan was indeed rejoicing a tad too early, having failed to complete the system's assigned task. He would face the following penalties. Shen Yixuan's gaze dropped, and a line of text promptly appeared. Dumb. In no way. Upon seeing the words emotional intelligence, Shen Yixuan's heart sank. Ultimately, there was no escaping this. The system was like a parasite within him, manifesting precisely what he feared most. Turning his head, Shen Yixuan decided not to continue looking. Out of sight, out of mind. Furthermore, even if he lost experience points, he could still seek assistance from Su Ran and the others. At worst, he would simply have to study a little longer. Alas, even if Shen Yixuan chose not to look, the system still broadcasted the punishment content automatically. This penalty, downgrade of host's emotional intelligence. Tears streamed down Shen Yixuan's face. This was simply too heartbreaking. A reduction in intelligence would be somewhat bearable, but why emotional intelligence? Was the system suggesting he was not already enough of a straight man? Suddenly, the text on the screen began to change rapidly once more. In light of the host's act of valor, the system has decided to rescind this penalty and issue a random reward for the host's task completion. One phrase stood out clearly to Shen Yixuan. Penalty rescinded. This for real. Reward has been issued. Please check. With the system's command, a familiar sensation washed over Shen Yixuan as a wave of warmth surged into his mind. Subsequently, the large screen reverted to the host information page. Host. Shen Yixuan. Intelligence level. 5. Emotional intelligence level. 3. Wealth level. 8. Attractiveness level. 9. Physical fitness level. 3. Skills. Photographic memory, mathematical problem-solving techniques, heavenly voice, photography master. Note, the highest level is 10. My goodness, am I dreaming? Emotional intelligence has not only not decreased, but has actually increased to level 3. How is this even possible? Saying this, Shin Ishuin pinched his own face. Ouch, that hurt. It seems even the system father could no longer bear to witness his ironclad straight man demeanor. The system then explained. The system issues rewards based on task difficulty. This mission's difficulty is rated at 3 stars. That makes sense that he couldn't help but wonder what a 5-star task would entail. The system promptly replied, "You have a 5-star difficulty task available. Would you like to accept?" Huh. 5 stars? If 3 stars were so challenging, what would 5 stars be like? Shin Ishuin was momentarily stunned, repeatedly waving his hands. No. Thank you for the system father's generosity, but I think I'll pass. Chapter 65, A Day of Special Significance. Take a look at this bag. What do you think? Weren't you just admiring a black swan necklace? Why are you looking at bags now? Oh, I just want to prepare some gifts for Jia-E. Otherwise, she would definitely refuse to accept them in order to plan the most unforgettable coming-of-age ceremony for Duan Jia-E. Shin Ishuin exerted considerable effort. Not only that, but even Shin Ishuin's roommates were dragged into the endeavor. Ultimately, he resolved to utilize his financial prowess. Early on a weekend morning, the 3 were forcibly roused from their slumber by Shin Ishuin, who dragged them to a shopping mall in the heart of Huadu City. What boys dread most is, after all, shopping, especially accompanying other boys on such excursions. 4 grown men browsing bags and cosmetic stores painted quite a delightful and harmonious picture. Passing by a boutique featuring luxury bags, Shin Ishuin was immediately captivated by a particular old flower shoulder bag displayed within. Observing Shin Ishuin's exceptional attire, the sales assistant hurried over to introduce the item. "Hello, sir. The bag you are holding is our store's new release that is currently the trendiest item, and there is only this one left in the entire Huadu Mall that would make a lovely gift for your girlfriend." The trendiest item? Only one left in Huadu. Indeed, while the bag's capacity was modest, its aesthetic appeal was undeniable. Beauty is justice. Buy it, without a second thought. Shin Ishuin pulled out his phone to make the payment. "Sir, your total comes to 3. For 20. How would you like to pay? Using Zafubo point 3? For 20? Su Ran and the others were left speechless, marveling at Shin Ishuin's extravagance. This bag, which could only hold a phone, cost such a fortune. For them, it would take over a month of instant noodles to afford it, or perhaps they would have to settle for bread and pickles. Consequently, the other 3 could only gaze at him with envy. If only they had such financial resources, perhaps they wouldn't have remained single for so long. The most astonishing part was that this brand could only be considered light luxury. Brands that cost tens of thousands were simply unfathomable. On second thought, not having a girlfriend has its advantages. At least one doesn't have to eat bread every day. Ding. "Sir, your bag is ready. Have a nice day." "Thank you." Shin Ishuin, is this enough? Observing the numerous bags in Shin Ishuin's hands, Su Ran mustered the courage to ask once more. After pondering for a moment while staring at his belongings, Shin Ishuin ultimately shook his head that no, now that the bag, lipstick, and necklace are all purchased, it should be sufficient, right? Huang Tianqi was somewhat annoyed that we've done nothing but accompany you this entire morning, wasting our youth. I have a sweet date with my Yao Yao princess this afternoon. Don't worry. I assure you that everything will be arranged perfectly. The 3 strategists had assisted him greatly. How could he not express his gratitude? With that, Shin Ishuin headed straight for a cosmetics counter. The 3, left with no choice, exchanged glances before choosing to follow suit. Today's itinerary was entirely planned by Shin Ishuin. Of course, buying gifts for Duan Jia-E was only part of it. He had secretly conspired with others to prepare for a grand confession on Jia-Yi's birthday. Just the thought of it filled Shin Ishuin with motivation. It wasn't until the sky began to darken that they exited the mall, full and satisfied. October 17, Sunday, a gentle breeze caressed their faces, and the sun shone warmly, appearing no different from any other day. However, for Shin Ishuin, today held a particularly significant meaning. The once bustling dormitory was eerily quiet, devoid of life in a private room at a restaurant in Huadu City. The 4 were busily engaged in their tasks, their roles clearly defined. They had been at it for an entire afternoon. Huff. We did it. Shen Yixuan wiped the sweat from his brow, letting out a long sigh. I'm so tired, but thinking of Duan Jiayi's surprised expression makes it all worthwhile. Knock, 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 Mr. Shen. Your cake has arrived. All right, thank you. Upon seeing the cake, Huang Tianqi couldn't help but exclaim, Shen Yixuan, it's all thanks to you. Ever since you attended my emotional intelligence class, you've made remarkable progress. Shen Yixuan chuckled. Indeed, all thanks to Teacher Huang. Everything was now ready. It was time to see what Yu Minggran had prepared. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Duan Jiayi sat before the makeup mirror, looking utterly helpless as Yu Minggran enthusiastically applied her makeup. This eyeshadow color isn't quite right. Let's change it. After a flurry of vigorous activity, Yu Minggran beamed with pride. Done, ta-da! Is it over? After an hour of torturous transformation, Duan Jiayi could hardly contain her impatience as she stood up. That MY neck is killing me. You spent an entire hour on my makeup, and you didn't even look at it once? Yu Minggran pouted, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. There's no love left. Oh, come on, fine, I'll look now. With that, Duan Jiayi resumed her seat before the mirror. Stunned, she gazed at the reflection of a girl with rosy lips and white teeth, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush, and her enchanting eyes sparkling with vitality, as if they could speak. It must be said that with just a touch of makeup, Duan Jiayi resembled a fairy descending to the mortal realm. Seizing the moment while Duan Jiayi was entranced, Yu Minggran stealthily approached the wardrobe and retrieved a pale, blue puffy dress. Here, Jiayi, this is your birthday gift from me. We've been best friends for so many years. What gift do you need to give? Oh, I've already bought it. Just take it. Receiving the dress, Duan Jiayi held it up before the mirror, constantly adjusting it. The soft pale blue, paired with Duan Jiayi's sweet visage, was simply a match made in heaven. Quick, go change into it. All right, I'm going. This restaurant, themed around the ocean, was predominantly blue, adorned with numerous marine elements as decoration. Just looking at the decor hinted at the delightful prices. Upon entering the establishment, Duan Jiayi found herself momentarily bewildered at why Yu Minggran. When did you become so wealthy to treat me to Western cuisine? Yu Minggran chuckled softly. It's my best friend's coming-of-age celebration. How could I not arrange something special for you? Duan Jiayi narrowed her eyes slightly, skeptical. Really? It's just a birthday celebration. It doesn't warrant such grandiosity. Does it? Just then a waiter approached, bowing slightly. Pardon the interruption. May I inquire if you two have a reservation? To escape Duan Jiayi's piercing gaze, Yu Minggran quickly replied, yes, we made a reservation for room 1314. Very well, please follow me. In a way. Yu Minggran is serious? Wow. Does that mean I can rely on my best friend in the future? The waiter led them to room 1314. Thank you. After ushering them in, the server departed. Jiayi, I'll step out to the restroom. You go in first. Hey. Duan Jiayi slightly opened her mouth to respond, but before she could utter a word, Yu Minggran had already dashed away, leaving her feeling isolated and in the dark as she pushed open the door. Chapter 66. I could be quite fierce. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Wishing Jiayi a happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. The warm, romantic candlelight, a carpet of rose petals, the harmonious birthday song, and the people in the room. Everything was beyond what Duan Jiayi had anticipated. That moment, the door behind her opened, and Yu Minggran cautiously approached, placing a birthday crown upon her head. Just then, a tall, slender young man appeared before Duan Jiayi. Following a path lined with rose petals, he approached her with a cake in hand. Duan Jiayi felt momentarily at a loss, her flustered hands unsure of where to rest. Jiayi, make a wish. Once he reached her side, Shen Yixuan's gaze was filled with tenderness and boundless affection. Upon seeing the cake, Duan Jiayi froze for a moment, then gradually closed her eyes and clasped her hands together. After making her wish, she blew out the candles. Su Ran took the cake from Shen Yixuan's hands and handed him a bouquet of flowers. Though they were crafted entirely from snacks, her favorite treats, subsequently, Shen Yixuan knelt on one knee, holding the flowers. Their eyes met, igniting sparks of love. Jiayi, I know it took me many years to find you, but I'm grateful to have met you. Therefore, I do not wish to miss this opportunity. Hearing this, Duan Jiayi's eyes glistened with tears, her nose tinged with emotion. Shen Yixuan continued, my last confession was too hasty. So I hope you can grant me another chance to express my purest affection and endless tenderness for you. Jiayi, I like you. Will you be my girlfriend? At that moment, a tear slid down her exquisitely sculpted cheek. Seeing her cry pained Shin Yixuan, who stood and gently wiped her tears away. Jiai, it's your birthday today, so no crying, okay? Say yes, say yes. In an instant, the other four began to cheer, with Yu Minggran revealing a long-lost Annie smile. One could not help but wonder, in such a romantic setting, which girl wouldn't be moved? Finally, under the encouragement of their friends, Duan Jiai shyly nodded. Shin Yixuan's heart fluttered. Jiai, have you agreed to be my girlfriend? What? Do you want me to change my mind? Duan Jiai pouted, her cheeks puffed up in feigned annoyance. Wow, that's wonderful. Our dormitory is finally not filled with single dogs anymore. Congratulations to young Master Shin for winning the beauty. Overwhelmed with joy, Shin Yixuan momentarily lost his words and embraced Duanji tightly. Su Ran and Huang Tianqi, nearby, also embraced each other. Then the lights turned on. Duan Jiai, feeling a bit shy, lowered her head, burying herself in Shin Yixuan's embrace. When she lifted her head, she noticed the carefully arranged scene set up by Shin Yixuan and the others. The room was filled with balloons and plush toys, along with gifts piled in one corner. Seeing this, Yu Minggran couldn't help but give Shin Yixuan a thumbs up. She had long grown tired of expressing her envy. This guy truly knew how to make a girl happy. Come on, my princess. Shin Yixuan bowed slightly, extending his hand. Duan Jiai placed her hand gently upon his. The two walked hand in hand to the corner where the gifts were stacked. Jiai, I missed your 17 birthdays. So today, I'll make it up to you. Duan Jiai smiled warmly. All right. Hey, you two can continue to be lovey-dovey later. We're starting over here. Huang Tianqi complained from the side. Except for Shin Yixuan. All the other guys here are single. All right. Shin Yixuan walked to the dining table, pulling out a chair for Duan Jiai. Jiai, let us cut the cake first. When Duan Jiai saw the cake on the table, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. It was a cake with a white cream base, adorned with simple line drawings of a boy and a girl on the surface. Below the figures, their initials were inscribed. Shin Yixuan and Duan Jiai. Most notably, a small red heart lay between the two figures. How should we cut this? Shin Yixuan, you do it. Are you sure? Then I won't hold back. With that, Shin Yixuan picked up the cake knife and cut a small square around the boy figure. Forget it, I'll do it. Anticipating Shin Yixuan's next move, Duan Jiai quickly grabbed the cake knife and divided the cake into 6 pieces without disturbing the figures. Dinner continued until 8:30 in the evening. Shin Yixuan turned to Duan Jiai. Jiai, shall we head back? Okay, at that moment, Huang Tianqi cleared his throat. Well, you two will be in one car, and Yu Minggran will ride with us. All right. After confirming, they left the restaurant hand in hand. Watching their sweet figures retreat, Huang Tianqi couldn't help but click his tongue. Seeing them together, I actually feel like eating plain bread for a month wouldn't be such a big deal. Huh. What bread? Yu Minggran looked confused. What was that supposed to mean? She then pointed to the gifts piled in the corner. Look, any one of those would be enough for us to eat plain bread for a while. But in the next moment, Huang Tianqi seemed to realize something and quickly rushed after the two to Shin Yixuan. How could you forget these gifts? As the evening breeze rustled, the two strolled hand in hand through the school garden. Jiai, do you remember? The last time we were here after my confession, you avoided me for an entire week. Shin Yixuan chuckled as he raised their intertwined hands. Now, I've finally caught you. Seeing this, Duan Jiai immediately withdrew her hand, puffing out her cheeks in a mock display of pride. Caught me. Don't celebrate too soon. Let me tell you, I can be quite fierce. If you dare to bully me, I will. You will what? Shin Yixuan, far from being intimidated, looked at her with eager anticipation. Duan Jiai's eyes sparkled as she blinked rapidly, her lashes fluttering like wings. Shin Yixuan grinned mischievously, fixated on this delightful little creature before him. I will use my tiny fist to punch your chest. What are you laughing at? As she spoke, Duan Jiai raised her little clenched fist. Shin Yixuan chuckled, quickly bowing his head in mock surrender. No, it's nothing. You're so fierce. I wouldn't dare bully you, this girl. Why does she always resort to throwing punches? Suddenly, Duan Jiai lifted her head, accidentally bumping into Shin Yixuan's chin. Ouch! Shin Yixuan, are you all right? Duan Jiai rushed forward in a flurry, concerned for his well-being. Shin Yixuan leaned down, bringing his face closer to hers. Haha, little silly. Did I trick you? What? All right. Shin Yixuan, I just warned you. Are you asking for a fight now? With that, Duan Jiai raised her soft little fist again. Chapter 67. Domestic violence right after getting together? Abruptly, Shin Ishuan's smile vanished, replaced by a serious expression. Duan Jia felt a bit dazed. Are you angry? No way. I didn't mean to. Her gaze flitted nervously, avoiding his eyes at this moment. Shin Ishuan grasped Duan Jia's raised fist, his gaze locked on her. The distance between them was less than 10 centimeters. And his warm breath brushed against her face. The moonlight bathed Duan Jia's profile, her exquisitely chiseled features turning warm. Shin Ishuan unabashedly admired her flawless visage, slowly leaning closer. Duan Jia intended to retreat. But her heart raced uncontrollably. As her emotional walls threatened to crumble, she unconsciously leaned forward. What would this feeling be like? Soft and sweet, akin to an electric shock, yet it lasted but a fleeting 2 seconds. Shin Ishuan lifted his head, clearing his throat. Ahem, Jia. Duan Jia feigned calmness as she tidied the disheveled strands of hair before her head lowered in silence, secretly savoring the kiss they had just shared. Observing this, Shin Ishuan reached into his pocket and produced a knitted hair tie in a color reminiscent of Disney princesses, perfectly matching Duan Jia's fluffy skirt, a delicate light blue, though it may appear to be an inconspicuous accessory. It was, in fact, crafted by Shin Ishuan himself. For a man of his stature, such meticulous handiwork was truly a rarity, that he had spent 3 whole nights on it, painstakingly knitting and repairing. Shin Ishuan actually kept hair ties on hand? How thoughtful of him. He then approached Duan Jia from behind, gently gathering her hair. Can you manage? Perhaps I should do it myself. Let me give it a try. Indeed. For the 18-year-old Shin Ishuan, styling a girl's hair was a rather daunting task. However, for the 25-year-old Shin Ishuan, it could be summed up in 2 words. Is that it? After all, in his previous life, he had specifically learned various hairstyles for Duan Jia that a mere ponytail was hardly a challenge for him. In truth, what girls likely found most annoying was having their hair touched by others. Yet with Shin Ishuan, Duan Jia felt a flicker of anticipation that in no time, a voluminous high ponytail was fashioned. Duan Jia reached up to touch it, finding it quite satisfactory. Once the ponytail was secured, Shin Ishuan took her hand once more. Shall we continue our stroll? Sure, but I'm quite curious about something. Duan Jia raised her head, her eyes fixed intently on Shin Ishuan. Under her gaze, Shin Ishuan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt that a bad premonition. Shin Ishuan, your hairstyling skills are quite impressive as expected. Shin Ishuan awkwardly chuckled. Is that so? It's nothing special, really, just a casual attempt. Just a casual attempt? Duan Jia leaned closer, clearly unconvinced by his excuse. Shin Ishuan, do you often style girls' hair? Well, this is good. I no longer need to worry about Jia's suspicions. Ahem. What's this? Didn't that kiss just now suffice? Duan Jia visibly paused. But in the next moment, she smirked. Shin Ishuan, don't try to change the subject. Answer me. Yes or no? Faced with his girlfriend's interrogation, Shin Ishuan broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, he did often style girls' hair. But that girl was you 7 years in the future. He longed to voice this truth, yet he could not. Such revelations were strictly forbidden by the system that if he impulsively let it slip, he might find himself sent back 7 years into the past. Compared to that, being misunderstood was far preferable. Observing Shin Ishuan's tense expression, Duan Jia shook her head. Oh dear, I never expected our esteemed Shin Ishuan to be such a flirt. A flirt? Shin Ishuan felt like crying without tears that he was famously the Ice Prince. Aside from Duan Jia, he had never been interested in any other girl, not even wishing to exchange a few words. So, he was merely a central air conditioning unit in Jia's eyes. Woe is me. Suddenly, Shin Ishuan held up 3 fingers that I swear to the heavens if I, Shin Ishuan, am truly as Jia claims, may I be struck down by 5 bolts of lightning. Crack! Before he could finish his vow, a streak of golden light sliced across the sky. Moments later, thunder echoed from afar and away. Shin Ishuan froze in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Did even the heavens doubt his words? Seeing this, Duan Jia was equally stunned. Without giving them time to react, raindrops cascaded down like strands of silver from the sky. Shin Ishuan stopped standing there like a fool. With that, Duan Jia took his hand. Fortunately, the small garden had a rain shelter, otherwise they would certainly have been drenched. Well, they wouldn't be much better off than drowned rats. The rain continued to pour with no signs of abating, that the downpour intensified. Duan Jia, clad only in a dress, began to shiver from the cold. The moment to showcase boyfriend prowess had arrived. Without hesitation, Shin Ishuin removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. "Are you all right?" Shin Ishuin patted his chest. "Don't worry, I'm quite warm." At this moment, he wore only a short-sleeved shirt on his upper body. It wasn't that he wasn't cold. He simply didn't want Duan Jia to worry. Watching the misty autumn rain, Duan Jia found herself momentarily entranced. Shin Ishuin smiled indulgently. Enjoying the rain together with her was indeed quite pleasant. The dim streetlights stood solitary, accompanied only by the two figures in the shelter. The autumn rain fell swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, only a few sporadic droplets remained. "Jai, shall we go?" They instinctively took each other's hands, and upon touching her warm palm, Shin Ishuin felt a sense of relief. "Jai." Yu Mingran was waiting under an umbrella at the dormitory entrance. "Jai, you're finally back. I was just about to look for you, and you didn't reply to my messages." "Huh." Duan Jai picked up her phone, only to realize it had run out of battery. "Shall I head off then?" Duan Jai turned to Shin Ishuin. Shin Ishuin nodded affectionately, reluctantly releasing her hand. "Make sure to head back quickly. Don't catch a chill. You should return soon as well. You go inside first. I'll leave afterwards." Seeing the two of them linger in their farewells, Yu Mingran shook her head in exasperation. Finally, she took the initiative to hand the umbrella to Duan Jia. "You two take your time. I'll head back first." With that, the dormitory entrance was left with only Shin Ishuin and Duan Jia. "Take the umbrella back. You still have a bit of a walk to your dorm." "All right." Shin Ishuin accepted the umbrella with one hand while gently stroking Duan Jia's head with the other. "All right, hurry back." Am I really leaving now?" "Go on, that I'm really leaving?" "Oh." Duan Jia turned, a hint of disappointment in her demeanor. Just as she was about to step away, Shin Ishuin suddenly pulled her back by the arm. "Since you're so reluctant to leave, how about a kiss?" "What? Absolutely not." Perhaps Shin Ishuin had hit the nail on the head. For Duan Jia lowered her head slightly, nervously fiddling with her small hands. Shin Ishuin said nothing, taking 2 steps forward and bending slightly. After closing his eyes, his warm lips gently pecked Duan Jia's smooth, tender cheek. Was that it? Just a peck on the cheek? Seeing Duan Jia standing there in a daze, Shin Ishuin urged her with a playful head pat. "All right, if you don't head back now, the dorm will close." After a brief silence, Duan Jia asked, "So, am I leaving now?" "Go on." During the short walk back to the dorm, Duan Jia turned back to look several times, while Shin Ishuin never let his gaze wander. Watching the lights illuminate the stairway, Shin Ishuin finally took a step forward. "What are you doing here?" Startled by the sight of Yu Mingran leaning against the stairwell window, Duan Jia felt a wave of confusion. Was she eavesdropping on them? Did she witness everything? "Oh, well, I waited for ages and didn't see you return." Yu Mingran scratched her head, offering a somewhat flimsy excuse. From her vantage point, it was indeed the perfect spot for a clandestine viewing. "Oh, don't worry, Jai, it was just a kiss on the cheek. I didn't see anything." With that, Yu Mingran took off running. Realizing what had just happened, Duan Jia looked up, only to see Yu Mingran's fleeing figure. When Shin Ishuin returned to the dormitory, a smile played at the corners of his mouth. "Hey, everyone, look who has returned. The only specimen in our dorm." Returning so late. If it weren't for the dorm regulations, I bet you would have stayed out even longer." "Shin, don't forget about your little brother now that you have a girlfriend." As he stepped inside, Shin Ishuin was met with the teasing remarks of the single men in the dorm. Drenched from head to toe, he wondered just what species he was considered. Shin Ishuin merely smiled in silence. This group of single men was truly envious. Envious. Let them stew in their jealousy. After all, he had a girlfriend, and they did not. "Oh, by the way, we had Yu Mingran help carry the gifts back to the dorm." All right. Upon hearing this, Shin Ishuin couldn't help but chuckle. That pile of gifts must have taken Yu Mingran several trips to haul back. At that moment, Yu Mingran, having escaped to the dorm, stood with her hands on her hips beside a mountain of gifts intended for Duan Jia. Staring at the heap of presents, Duan Jia paused. "Come on. After all my efforts to bring these gifts back for you, are you really going to hit me?" Duan Jia approached Yu Mingran with a smile. "Oh, my dear best friend, I was wrong." But immediately following this, Duan Jia playfully pinched Yu Mingran's chubby cheek. "However, I can't let go of the grudge from earlier." Yu Mingran opened her mouth in surprise, her eyes wide. "Oh, so you dare to bully me?" Duan Jia? "Oh, I wouldn't dare." After witnessing the quarrel between the two individuals, the remaining pair in the dormitory approached with eagerness. Jia-e, when will you unwrap your gifts? We can hardly contain our excitement. Indeed, indeed. Let us two single souls indulge our eyes. All right. Under the urging of her roommates, Duan Jia-e settled beside her bed. These were the birthday presents prepared by Shun Yi-sun, encompassing her milestones from 1 to 18 years of age, totaling 18 beautifully wrapped boxes. Each box bore a small note, personally inscribed by Shun Yi-sun. Merely observing these tokens evoked immense envy from the others. This is what a boyfriend should be like. As the gifts spanned from her 1st to 18th year, they decided to commence with the first TO 1-year-old Jia-e. Jia-e, you are now 1 year old. You must be walking by now. I long to see your childhood visage, surely as adorable as you are today. Inside this box lies a carefully selected longevity lock, which I hope will forever accompany you, ensuring my girl has safety. Upon reading this, a smile involuntarily crept across Duan Jia's lips. Upon opening the gift box, she found a resplendent golden longevity lock, adorned with 3 delicate hollow bells that jingled beautifully. To 2-year-old Jia-e, you must have numerous dolls by now, being the cherished darling of your family. The last time you saw the teddy bear in my room, you seemed quite taken with it. So, last time? At his home? Yu Ming Ran's sharp gaze fixed upon Duan Jia-e, who had not disclosed this detail. How intriguing. Yet, Duan Jia-e, lost in the sweetness of her romance, remained oblivious to Yu Ming Ran's scrutinizing stare. To 3-year-old Jia-e, congratulations on turning 3. Your teeth must have come in by now. Haven tea they. Have you been indulging in sweets and developing cavities? I have prepared a special electric toothbrush for you. One that matches with mine. Good health for those pearly whites. For 4 years, Shun Yi-sun gifted Duan Jia-e a princess dress. For 5, a Starry Lu crossbody bag. For 6, a Starbucks cup. Upon reaching 7, Duan Jia-e felt a pang of emotion, tears welling in her eyes. At AT-16, Shun Yi-sun presented her with a lipstick gift set, perfectly curated. At AT-17, a black swan necklace awaited her. And at 18, a peach-hued vintage handbag was bestowed upon her. As she completed unwrapping all the gifts, each one meticulously chosen, tears cascaded down Duan Jia-e's cheeks, landing upon the notes penned by Shun Yi-sun. Observing this, Yu Ming Ran hurriedly embraced Duan Jia-e. Jia-e, you mustn't cry on your birthday, all right? Isham. Dingling, just as Shun Yi-sun settled down after freshening up, he received a message from Duan Jia-e. How long had it been since they parted? Could it be that this little one missed him so soon? Shun Yi-sun, are you asleep? I haven't wished my darling good night yet. How could I possibly sleep? Shun Yi-sun stared intently at the typing indicator above the chat box, clearly aware that the other party was unsure of what to say next. Did you like the gifts? I love them. I adored them. Thank you so much, Shun Yi-sun. Shun Yi-sun, thank you. Is that what one says between lovers? Jia-e, must you remain so formal with your boyfriend? On the other end, Duan Jia-e couldn't suppress a chuckle upon reading his message. After editing and deleting her response several times, she noticed the typing indicator flickering above, causing Shun Yi-sun to feel a surge of anticipation. Dingling. At last, a message arrived. However, upon reading it, Shun Yi-sun's head drooped in disappointment. All right, Shun Yi-sun, good night. Wait, after such a long wait, all he received was a simple good night from Jia-e. It seemed this emotional intelligence was inherited from him. No, this simply wouldn't do. It appeared that Shun Yi-sun's emotional guidance class was about to commence. With that thought, Shun Yi-sun swiftly composed a new message. Chapter 69. A beautiful day begins with Jia-e's good morning. Jia-e, how about we change how we address each other? Upon seeing the message, Duan Jia-e furrowed her brow. Change how they addressed each other. What could it be? Darling? Dearest? Or perhaps, the thought made her cheeks flush. They had only just begun their relationship. How could she dare to? Dingling, hearing the notification, Shun Yi-sun hurriedly checked his phone. All right, Yi-sun, good night. Upon seeing the name Yi-sun, the boy couldn't help but smile, clearly pleased with this form of address. Although it was merely a simplification of her surname, Shun Yi-sun felt a warmth spread within him. After all, in their previous life, Jia had always referred to him in this manner. Did I end the next moment? Shun Yi-sun eagerly dialed her number. Wishing to hear her voice, that Su ran, and the others shook their heads in disbelief. Had they been apart for merely half an hour? Such unbearable antics from this infatuated couple. Now they wouldn't even need to dine. They were feasting on dog food daily. Hello, a soft, endearing voice came through the phone, causing Shun Yi-sun to become momentarily flustered. Hello, Shun Yi-sun? The voice inquired again. Shun Yi-sun? The little fool forgot again. Coughing lightly, he said, Jai, what did you just call me? Silence. After a prolonged pause, she timidly replied, Yi-sun. Shun Yi-sun nodded in satisfaction. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Jai, how about a little task for you? On the other end, she appeared taken aback. What task? Shun Yi-sun chuckled mischievously. Tomorrow morning, call me to wake me up. Only your voice can rouse me. What? How absurd. Such a corny request, Duan Jia responded. Bewildered. Yet, Shun Yi-sun had orchestrated this plan deliberately. Tomorrow morning, the first class would be a combined session for grades 5 and 6 that otherwise, he wouldn't want to disturb his precious darling so early. Shun Yi-sun was well aware that Duan Jia was a little sloth. She wouldn't rise until the sun had fully warmed her, or rather, even if the sun did warm her. She still wouldn't get up? Oh no, I refuse. Duan Jia rejected outright. Her. Waking up early was akin to a death sentence. She was already perpetually late. How could she possibly call Shun Yi-sun to wake him up? Shun Yi-sun felt as though his heart was shattering, beginning to pout that I don't care. I want you to wake me up. If you don't call, I simply want to get up tomorrow. Whether you like it or not. Before he could finish, Duan Jia had hung up, leaving him in shock. Jia is so fierce. After the abrupt call ended, Shun Yi-sun sat bewildered on the edge of his bed. Seeing Shun Yi-sun's bewildered expression, Su Ran couldn't help but burst into laughter that if those girls knew their idol had such a side, how shocking it would be. The aloof idol reduced to this. Love truly was terrifying. After being unceremoniously hung up on, Shun Yi-sun didn't dare to call back, merely muttering to himself on the bed. Hanging up on me? Considering how much I adore you, I'll spare you from any teasing today. Upon witnessing Shun Yi-sun's pitiful demeanor, Su Ran laughed even harder. Su Ran. Oh no, she forgot to contain herself, originally lying on her bed laughing heartily. Her body trembled, and she was unable to close her mouth in time. With sharp eyes, Shun Yi-sun slowly turned to glare at Su Ran, while Huang Tianqi and the others quickly fell silent. Not daring to breathe, that Su Ran, what is so amusing that you're laughing so hard? Shun Yi-sun inquired, his tone darkening. Cough, cough, what is wrong, Shun Yi-sun? My throat feels a bit off that I in a bid to act convincingly. Su Ran theatrically clutched her throat, coughing incessantly. Seeing her effort, Shun Yi-sun chose not to pursue the matter further and collapsed onto his bed with a thud that on the crisp autumn morning. The gentle, moist breeze swept in through the window, illuminating every corner with pale daylight. Shun Yi-sun slightly opened his eyes, the drowsiness gradually dissipating. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was 7:30. With an hour remaining until class, he felt a sense of anticipation for the time ahead, despite Duan Jia's refusal of his request. After dressing and washing up, accompanied by the fluctuating sounds of voices, Shun Yi-sun sat cross-legged on his bed, scrolling through his social media feed. Without a doubt, most of his friends were male. How dull. Shun Yi-sun mechanically swiped through the screen until suddenly a picture flashed before his eyes. That it was a post from Yu Ming Ran, depicting the moment Shun Yi-sun had confessed to Duan Jia in the restaurant the previous night. The caption read, "My dear best friend has finally found love. Without further ado, wishing the couple eternal happiness. What a perfect best friend." Scanning the comments below, he found, "Our Shin Dagongzi has finally found a partner. Daily servings of dog food await us. Wishing Shun Gu and Shin Sa a lasting union. A match made in heaven." As he read the multitude of well-wishing comments, a smile crept onto Shun Yi-sun's lips. Buzzing. A voice call notification appeared at the top of his screen. Shun Yi-sun squinted and focused, realizing it was a call from Duan Jia. This little one had feigned disinterest last night, only to surprise him now. Shun Yi-sun cleared her throat twice, and after a brief pause, she answered the phone in a mumbling voice. Hello? Hello, Yi-sun. Have you woken up? The voice on the other end was notably subdued, indicating that her roommate had yet to shake off her slumber. Shun Yi-sun gently replied, Good morning, Jai. Good morning. Well, I won't linger, task accomplished by. With that, Duan Jia hurriedly hung up the phone. Shun Yi-sun's lips twitched in mild disbelief. Not a single word more? Yet upon hearing Jai's morning greeting, she felt invigorated. A splendid morning commenced with Jai's simple good morning, Without waiting for others to awaken, Shin Yixuan silently slipped out of the dormitory at 8 o'clock in the morning. A tall, slender young man stood upright beside the girls' dormitory, holding a steaming breakfast concealed within his outerwear. His striking good looks rivaled those of the four-character brother, drawing the attention of many girls. What kind of girl could possibly be lucky enough to find such a handsome and considerate boyfriend? At 10 minutes past 8, a girl in a blue dress appeared within Shin Yixuan's line of sight. Shin Yixuan's presence here was no surprise to Duan Jia. Beside them, Yumin Gran sighed heavily. Ah, it's all his fault for stealing my good friend, Duan Jia chuckled. Why not join us? Yumin Gran pouted, forget it, I don't want to be full before we even reach the cafeteria. With that, Yumin Gran released her hold on Duan Jia and turned away. Heading towards her other two roommates, Duan Jia approached Shin Yixuan. He instinctively extended his hand. Here, a reward for completing the task. This reward feels rather perfunctory, doesn't it? Duan Jia replied, her small hand behind her back. Pouting like a little hamster, Shin Yixuan chuckled and ruffled Duan Jia's hair. How about this? That's more like it. Soon after, the two, one tall and one short, clasped hands and strolled side by side along the campus's pebble path. Chapter 70. Let us make it official, everyone. Please take a look at the PPT. Is there anyone who can explain the meaning of international exchange? On stage, Xiangwan spoke passionately about the lesson. Sitting by the window, Duan Jia was diligently taking notes, while Shin Yixuan, on the other hand, rested his chin on one hand, fixated on the serious expression of Duan Jia beside him. Shin Yixuan maintained this posture for a solid half hour. Duan Jia sighed in exasperation and gently nudged Shin Yixuan with her arm. Shin Yixuan lowered his head slightly. Duan Jia leaned in closer and whispered, "Can you focus a bit more?" "I'm very focused." Shin Yixuan retorted, raising his arm once again to rest his chin in his hands, gazing intently at her. Duan Jia rolled her eyes in resignation. "If you keep this up, I won't sit with you anymore." Upon hearing this, the previously playful Shin Yixuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Although he appeared to be engrossed in his studies, his thoughts remained solely on Duan Jia. To avoid detection, Shin Yixuan pretended to read. Yet his eyes unconsciously drifted towards her. Xiangwan, standing on stage, naturally noticed the commotion below. "All right, let us have a student answer my earlier question." Shin Yixuan, could you please respond to the question I just posed? Shin Yixuan jolted in surprise. In a way. I've been trying to hide in the corner, and I still got caught. What he didn't realize was that the small movements below were clearly visible from the stage. Reluctantly, Shin Yixuan stood up slowly. How could he answer the question when he didn't even know what it was? In desperation, he glanced at Duan Jia, seeking her help. Unfortunately, Duan Jia had long wanted to put this guy in his place. Help? Not a chance. She turned her face away, choosing to ignore him. Xiangwan crossed her arms, leaning against the podium with an air that suggested she wouldn't relent until Shin Yixuan answered. "Teacher, what was the question you just asked?" The classroom erupted in laughter. The class representative. Shin Yixuan felt utterly embarrassed. "Quiet down, please. Do not disturb your classmates who are trying to answer." Xiangwan clapped her hands on the podium, her face stern. Finally, Shin Yixuan spoke up. International exchange refers to the sum of foreign exchange rates, foreign exchange markets, foreign exchange controls, and related activities that arise from international payments. Good. You may sit down. Shin Yixuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for Su Ran's discreet reminder from behind, he likely would have been summoned to the office for a cup of tea after class. Unexpectedly, in a moment of crisis. It was Su Ran who stepped in to save him. Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. "Jai, did you see the moments Yumin Gran posted last night?" "Moments?" Duan Jia shook her head. After returning to the dormitory last night, she had been too immersed in the joy of being single again to think about checking moments. "Hey, we forgot a crucial step." "What step?" Shin Yixuan, Duan Jia, please come to my office. Just as Shin Yixuan was about to speak, he was interrupted by Xiangwan. Sure enough, being summoned for tea might make him late, but he would never miss it. However, Shin Yixuan was puzzled as to why Xiangwan had called Duan Jia along as well. "Come in." The two entered the instructor's office one after the other. Upon stepping inside, Duan Jia lowered her head throughout the encounter, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed. She couldn't fathom why the instructor had summoned her as well. Finally, Xiangwan spoke up. "You two, please help distribute these two forms. Once everyone has filled them out, return them to me." Duan Jia's eyes widened in astonishment. "So, Xiangwan didn't T call them in for tea. All right. Shen Yixuan replied eagerly. Okay, you two can head back now to O, and just as they turned to leave, Xiangwan called them back to tea this moment. A barely perceptible smile graced her face. You two are together now. No, yes, they both exclaimed simultaneously. Xiangwan chuckled lightly. Don't worry, the teacher won't interfere with your dating during university. But since you both are my class representatives, you should encourage each other in your studies. Especially you, Shen Yixuan. Make sure to learn from Jai. Shen Yixuan lowered his head, feeling a bit bashful. Understood, teacher. All right, you may go. After leaving the instructor's office, Duan Jai shot Shen Yixuan a significant eye roll. His lack of focus had caused her to suffer as well. Now you've learned your lesson. Haven't you? Shen Yixuan scratched his head and replied with a sheepish grin. Oh, I know I was wrong. At the school cafeteria, Shen Yixuan approached Duan Jai's table, carrying a tray of food. After sitting down, he opened a bottle of soda and handed it to Jai. Thank you. Didn't I say not to thank me? All right. No need to be polite. Is that acceptable? Duan Jai pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. By the way, what did you want to say to me earlier in class? Let me think. After a moment of reflection, Shen Yixuan said, Jai, let us make it official. Make it official? How do you mean? Duan Jai asked, her mouth full, mumbling curiously. Shen Yixuan chuckled and pulled out his phone, opening Yu Mingran's moments. Like this, we're together now. We can't always rely on others to help us announce it. Can we make it official? Duan Jai wrinkled her nose. To put it nicely, it's an announcement. To put it bluntly, it's just sporadically flaunting our relationship that we really need to make such a fuss that the whole world knows. However, on second thought, documenting and sharing sweet moments every day didn't sound too bad. Yet the words of her father echoed in her mind, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Finally, Duan Jai slowly spoke. Yixuan, how about we just forget it? Shen Yixuan looked bewildered. Typically, Wunti girls push their boyfriends to announce their relationship. Why was Jai so different? Duan Jai then explained, I'm just afraid my parents will find out. Your uncle and aunt finding out? Duan Jai nodded hesitantly. Shen Yixuan chuckled. Jai, did you forget that moments has a function to hide contacts? Oh, that's true. Duan Jai's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth slightly agape. Had Shen Yixuan not reminded her, she would have completely overlooked that feature. Given that Duan Jai was either studying or on her way to study, she, being so accomplished, had never considered blocking her parents or family. Just as Duan Jai was about to nod in agreement, Shen Yixuan interjected, Jai, you're not making excuses to avoid the announcement, are you? He then grinned mischievously. Could it be that you want to be a queen of the sea? Chapter 71. Being with you tastes like sugar. Pfft. Queen of the sea? Sitting across from her, Shen Yixuan wore an expression of sheer terror. Upon hearing his words, Duan Jai nearly spewed her soda all over Shen Yixuan's face. What is a sea queen? It refers to someone who can tread on multiple boats without ever capsizing. Anyone could potentially be a sea queen, but she would never be one. After all, her heart has always belonged solely to Shen Yixuan. Indeed, Shen Yixuan had successfully enraged Duan Jai, igniting a fierce fire within her mind. All right, post away, every day, she declared. If you don't post, I will be angry with that. She took out her phone. After a flurry of her tapping, a new social media announcement was born. Naturally, this post was shielded from her parents as well as distant relatives. That it's done. Your turn now. Observing Duan Jai's furious demeanor, Shen Yixuan couldn't help but chuckle. How adorable! Since Duan Jai was his special concern, he immediately opened his phone to find this freshly minted post. Being with you tastes like candy. One must admit, Jai is quite the romantic. Of course, Duan Jai had also attached a photo, evidently taken clandestinely by Yu Mingran, showcasing their profiles. However, the joy and sweetness radiating from the two in the photo were unmistakable. Jai, do you have any other pictures? Perhaps still miffed at Shen Yixuan, Duan Jai remained silent, but still sent the photos to him. That moment, Shen Yixuan couldn't help but give Yu Mingran a thumbs up upon seeing the pictures, over 50 of them. Enough to keep him busy for 2 months. After a brief pause, Shen Yixuan set his phone down. I've posted. Go take a look. I don't want it, Duan Jai muttered, her head down as she stuffed her mouth with food. Oh, come on, you must check it out. How can the leading lady not give it a like? Not looking. All right, it seems I must resort to my secret weapon. With that, Shen Yixuan abruptly picked up his chopsticks and transferred a large chicken leg from his plate to Duan Jai's. How about now? Will you go take a look? Eyeing the chicken leg, Duan Jai nodded in satisfaction. Fine, I'll reluctantly take a glance. Upon opening the post labeled Ishuan, she found a caption reading the day after having Jai. Along with a photo of them holding hands that at this rate, would there not be a third, fourth, and fifth day to follow? What do you think? Shin Ishuan asked eagerly, resembling a kitten awaiting affection, that it's just all right. She replied coolly. Humph, stubborn, Shin Ishuan murmured. The dormitory building bustled with people, yet Shin Ishuan and Duan Jai stood out conspicuously. I'm going up first. Wait a moment. This time, Shin Ishuan did not disappoint Duan Jai. He leaned down slightly and placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. All right, let's go. Duan Jai gave a perfunctory smile before quickly turning away. Nevertheless, Shin Ishuan noticed the faint blush on her ears. Suddenly, Duan Jai whirled around, by the way. Do you have time this afternoon? I have a PE class, but I'm free after 3 to following this. Shin Ishuan shamelessly inched closer to Duan Jai. What? Are you already planning our next meeting before we've even parted? Duan Jai chuckled coldly. What are you thinking? I want to invite you to the library. Oh, the library. Shin Ishuan felt a fleeting sense of disappointment, having anticipated an invitation for a movie or dinner. However, recalling his responsibility to help Jai secure her English level 4 certificate, he realized that the reward was inconsequential. What mattered was whether Jai could pass. With that in mind, he readily agreed. All right, then let us meet at 3:30 this afternoon. Fantastic. I never imagined that dating could also come with a free English tutor. Shin Ishuan looked bewildered. What, have I been charging you before? You weren't charging before, but it felt wrong to trouble you. But now Duan Jai chuckled mischievously. Now, if I don't trouble you, I won't feel satisfied. Huh. Before Shin Ishuan could respond, Duan Jai dashed into the dormitory. After an intense PE class, drenched in sweat, Shin Ishuan rushed back to the dormitory first. Showered, changed clothes, and then waited at their usual spot at 3:30 in the afternoon. The girl with a high ponytail appeared at the dormitory entrance as promised. Unlike before, this time, Duan Jai took the initiative to hold Shin Ishuan's hand. Shin Ishuan was somewhat taken aback, uncertain of how to position his own hand for a moment. Shall we go? Duan Jai glanced at him, her enchanting eyes twinkling to, oh, all right. Once they settled in the library, Duan Jai immersed herself in the sea of knowledge, while Shin Ishuan resumed his usual pastime of admiring her with his chin resting on his hand. Shin Ishuan, wait for me a moment. I need to find a book. Okay. With that, Duan Jai rose and headed towards the bookshelf. After scanning the shelves, she finally spotted the book titled Level 4 Vocabulary Flashcards on the top row. Faced with a bookshelf towering over her, Duan Jai felt a bit disheartened. For a girl of 165 centimeters, it was rather humiliating. But fortunately, small stools were placed beside the shelves. Stepping onto one, she successfully retrieved the book. Just as she was about to step down, someone inadvertently kicked the stool beneath her feet. Losing her balance, Duan Jai tumbled off the stool. As she braced for impact with the ground, her instinct was to shield her face with her hands. A fall wouldn't be too bad, but a bruised face was unacceptable. Just as she prepared to embrace the pain, someone caught her. Duan Jai lowered her hands. That moment, her face was merely 20 centimeters from the ground. Had she been even a moment later, thank you. Once she regained her footing, Duan Jai quickly expressed her gratitude. Jai, are you okay? Slowly lifting her head, she was met with a face full of panic. Ishuan? Phew. Thankfully she was caught. Seeing that Duan Jai was unharmed, Shin Ishuan exhaled in relief. It turned out that he had been waiting in place for a long while, anxious due to her prolonged absence. Rising to check, he had just witnessed the scene unfold. If he had arrived even a moment later, Shin Ishuan dared not continue that thought. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize. The boy who had caused the incident was also startled and hurriedly bowed his head in apology to Duan Jai. She smiled and shook her head. It's all right, I'm fine. Once they returned to their seats, Shin Ishuan appeared noticeably distracted. Observing his demeanor, Duan Jai lost her motivation to study. Ishuan, how about we go watch a movie later? I heard that White Snake Origin has a sequel out. Trying to cheer herself up, Duan Jai hoped Shin Ishuan would take the hint. All right, when shall we go? Let us say 5 o'clock, that in light of you saving me. I'll treat you to a movie. Chapter 72. Someone is watching your boyfriend. Jai, someone is watching your boyfriend. In the remaining time of the library, Shin Ishuan repeated this phrase at least 3 times. Meanwhile, Duan Jai merely responded with a soft, why? Is it not normal for someone to watch Shin Ishuan? If she were to worry about such trivial matters, she would surely drive herself mad at her young age. Earlier, due to a small mishap, both of them had been distracted and lacked focus on their studies. However, they had yet to complete their study tasks for the day. Duan Jia had meticulously devised a plan for the level 4 exam, with daily vocabulary recitations and practice questions. Thus, after setting their plans, Duan Jia's eyes remained glued to her books. Just then, she noticed a pair of long, fair legs clad in a short skirt. "Hello, would it be all right if I added you on WeChat?" A sweet voice floated from the front. Looking up, Duan Jia saw a girl of about 170 centimeters, with a pretty face, albeit slightly less stunning than her OWN.IN that moment. Shen Yixuan felt a swell of pride. Internally, he thought, "See, you didn't believe me. And now look. This girl is asking for my contact right in front of you. Let us see if you get jealous." However, Duan Jia remained unfazed, confident that Shen Yixuan would undoubtedly decline. Indeed, Shen Yixuan raised his hand to the girl that, "I'm sorry, but I have a girlfriend. This lovely lady beside me is she." Both assumed that the girl would take the hint and retreat to their surprise. The girl continued to hold out her phone expectantly. "Handsome, your excuse for rejecting me isn't very convincing, is it?" "Huh." Upon hearing this, Duan Jia could no longer maintain her composure. She furrowed her brows, glancing at the girl standing before them. Shen Yixuan was equally bewildered. His girlfriend was right beside him, and yet this girl persisted. Was she suffering from some sort of social disorder? Finally, the girl spoke again. "Actually, I've been keeping an eye on you too for quite some time." Shen Yixuan, indeed, is quite perceptive, considering he reminded Jia thrice. The girl continued, "You two are not a couple, are you?" Her gaze shifted solely to Duan Jia, that if not, aside from her engrossed in her book. "Why is there no communication between you? Does she think the library is a place for romantic rendezvous? Is the absence of intimate gestures not indicative of a couple?" Duan Jia felt a surge of jealousy. Just as Shen Yixuan was about to speak, he was silenced by Duan Jia in the next moment. To the astonishment of all, Duan Jia gently pecked Shen Yixuan on the cheek in front of the girl. Stunned, Shen Yixuan thought, did Jia actually initiate a kiss? And in front of others. Not only that, but Duan Jia also took Shen Yixuan's hand again, waving it before the girl as if to flaunt their connection. "Apologies, but he is already mine. You might as well seek someone else," Duan Jia declared, her expression a mix of pride and expectation as she looked at the girl. The girl, taken aback, hesitated, her expression complex. "What more do you wish us to prove?" At this point, despite her reluctance, the girl had no choice but to leave in defeat. Observing the girl's embarrassment, Duan Jia smirked, a satisfied huff escaping her lips. This feeling was exhilarating. Watching Jia defend their relationship with such fervor, Shen Yixuan felt a secret thrill that he craved another kiss. Duan Jia slowly turned to face Shen Yixuan, who appeared flustered, hastily explaining, "Ahem, don't blame me for not reminding you. I did mention it at least 3 times. With a resigned smile, Duan Jia replied, "It's 5 o'clock. Let us go." Extending her delicate hand, Shen Yixuan understood, and they left the library hand in hand. In the car, Duan Jia's head rested on Shen Yixuan's shoulder, peacefully asleep. In the past, she would only do so when half asleep. But now, reflecting on this, Shen Yixuan felt a warmth in his heart. "Young man, we are almost there. Wake your girlfriend so she doesn't catch a chill." "All right, thank you, driver." Shen Yixuan gently poked at Duan Jia's chubby cheek that he couldn't help but admire her flawless skin. So soft it seemed to glisten. "Jia, wake up. We are arriving soon," Duan Jia murmured, reluctantly opening her eyes. After slowly sitting up, her eyes squinted before her small head, seemingly uncontrollable, leaned back against Shen Yixuan's shoulder again. "Little lazy pig," Shen Yixuan muttered helplessly. The driver couldn't help but smile at the scene. "You young folks are so fortunate. Back in my day, it was a challenge just to hold hands in public." "All right, we've arrived. Be careful of the oncoming traffic when getting out." "Thanks, driver." Once outside, Duan Jia, still in a daze, followed Shen Yixuan, hand in hand. "Wow, peach parfait." The moment she spotted an ice cream shop's promotional poster, her sleepiness vanished. Shen Yixuan was dragged through most of the mall until they finally reached the shop. "Yixuan, what flavor would you like?" "Anything is fine. You choose for me." Duan Jia pondered. "Hello, may I take your order?" "Hi, I would like a peach parfait and a matcha parfait." Unsurprisingly, despite the myriad of options, Duan Jia resolutely chose her favorite, and the other was, of course, matcha. Here are your parfaits. Enjoy. Thank you. Duan Jia eagerly presented one parfait to Shen Yixuan, exclaiming, Yixuan, this is for you. Thanks. They then made their way to the cinema on the top floor of the mall. Yixuan, sit tight here. I'll go buy the tickets. After surveying the area, Duan Jia leaned close to Shen Yixuan, whispering, with so many girls around, you understand what I mean, right? Shen Yixuan chuckled, oh, don't worry. Do you still not trust me? Humph, that's good. Just as Duan Jia turned to buy tickets, Shen Yixuan grabbed her arm, standing up to firmly seat her back in her place that I've already bought the tickets. You should wait here while I go pick them up. With wide, blinking eyes, Duan Jia's mouth fell slightly agape. How come? Then, she puffed out her cheeks, frowning. We agreed I would treat you to the movie. Shen Yixuan smiled. I was worried there wouldn't be any available if I bought them on site, so I got them in advance. Besides, you already treated me to the parfait, right? I'll be quick. Just stay here and wait for me. Duan Jia huffed and turned her head away. Hello, I'd like the largest popcorn combo, please. Here is your combo. Enjoy. Thank you. As Shen Yixuan turned around, he noticed Duan Jia glancing around cautiously. Once she confirmed it was safe, she pulled out her small spoon and scooped a bite of matcha parfait into her mouth. Looking utterly satisfied, Shen Yixuan shook his head helplessly. Ah, this little glutton. To avoid disturbing Duan Jia's covert snacking, he stood still until there were 5 minutes until the show started before approaching her. Spotting Shen Yixuan's tall, lean figure, Duan Jia quickly set her spoon down. Yixuan, why did you take so long to return? Oh, there were quite a few people. Let us head in. All right, Duan Jia nodded obediently. Once inside, they settled into a central seat, holding hands throughout the film. As the movie concluded, it was still only 8 in the evening. So soon to part ways. Shen Yixuan felt a pang of reluctance. After some contemplation, he suggested, Jia, how about we go shopping? Shopping. Duan Jia furrowed her brow. Was this truly coming from Shen Yixuan? She remembered him not being fond of shopping. Shen Yixuan chuckled. I know just the place. Follow me. Before Duan Jia could protest, he led her into a jewelry store in his previous life. This was a place Duan Jia always frequented. Jewelry stores must be a favorite haunt for all girls. Right? Yixuan, look, Duan Jia exclaimed, waving him over in excitement. She held up a silver bracelet, which, while ordinary, featured a delicate, light yellow crescent moon adorned with 2 exquisite little gems, making it quite beautiful. It was no wonder Duan Jia had noticed it immediately. Next, she picked up another bracelet with a thicker chain, yet still moon-shaped. Together, the 2 bracelets' crescents aligned to form a full moon. Wow, it's stunning. Full moon? What a brilliant design. Shen Yixuan thought of the saying, as time flows. Both ancient and modern souls gaze upon the same moon. The full moon symbolizes the eternity of time and space. Of course, in the past, he would have been oblivious to such sentiments, but his intellect had since evolved. Hello, I'll take this pair of bracelets. Ding, payment successful. Gazing at the bracelets, Duan Jia was overjoyed. Jia, let me put it on for you. All right. Duan Jia extended her hand, and the silver bracelet looked exquisite on her delicate wrist. Yixuan, look! Duan Jia gleefully raised her hand to show him, her eyes sparkling like little crescent moons. The little gems on the bracelet sparkled under the shop's lights. It's truly beautiful, Shen Yixuan said softly. What about yours? Let me put it on. Sure. Once their hands were intertwined, the 2 crescent moons naturally aligned. Shen Yixuan, let this be our token of love. All right, at 9:30 in the evening, Shen Yixuan walked through the door. Oh, where did the young master take his little darling tonight? Returning so late. As Su Ran spoke, she noticed the bracelet on Shen Yixuan's wrist glinting. Wait, Shen Yixuan, why are you wearing such a delicate bracelet? Admittedly, the moon motif might seem a bit effeminate for a boy, but Shen Yixuan liked it. Don't be jealous. This is our token of love? Ugh, how cheesy. Just then his brother's call came through. Ding, 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 ding. It was Zhaoing. Shen Yixuan answered the phone. Hello, Mom. Hello, Xiaoxuan. How have you been at school lately? Mom, don't worry. I'm doing well. However, when her mother suddenly called, Shen Yixuan couldn't help but feel puzzled. Usually, her mother would inquire about her well-being through WeChat messages. Why was she calling today? Could it be that something had happened at home? Just then, Zhaoing asked Xiaoxuan, have you been hiding something from your mother lately? Startled, Shen Yixuan replied, Mom, what could I possibly conceal from you? On the other end of the line, her mother chuckled, don't pretend. I saw it in your moments. Shen Yixuan then realized that the situation stemmed from a recent post. Feeling awkward, she smiled and said, "Mom, it was just last night that Jai agreed. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet." "All right, enough with the jokes," came Wei Tianxin's voice from the other end. Zhaoying quickly added, "All right, Xiaoxuan, I want to keep you. Ask Jai if she has time this weekend. Then I want to cook for her myself." Shen Yixuan's lips twitched slightly. The last time her mother cooked was on the day she received her admission results. "Xiaoxuan, did you hear that?" Zhaoying urged. "Yes, I understand." With that, Shen Yixuan hung up the phone. After Jai entered her life, she was no longer her mother's precious eldest child. Shen Yixuan felt a wave of despair. After hanging up, he noticed 3 pairs of eyes fixated on him. Who could it be? Without a second thought, he confirmed that after Shen Yixuan hung up, the 3 of them hurriedly approached it. "So, your mom knows you're dating Duan Jai? Is she inviting Jai for dinner?" "Dude, that is impressive." Faced with their barrage of questions, Shen Yixuan waved his hand. "You all heard it. I don't have anything more to say." This statement was tantamount to Shen Yixuan's tacit admission. The other 3 became agitated. "Wait, it's only the second day, and your parents already know. You're going to introduce Jai to them in a week." Even Wang Ziming gave a thumbs up. "Shingu, you're the fastest I've ever seen." "What about Jai's parents? Do they know?" The mention of Jai's parents made Shen Yixuan shudder. Seeing Shen Yixuan's reaction, the 3 of them were well aware. Huang Tianqi patted Shen Yixuan's shoulder. "Hey, it's fine. You can take your time with the father-in-law." Shen Yixuan sighed deeply. "Yeah, the father-in-law will take time." That as Chapter 74 unfolds. While contemplating how to manage the father-in-law, Shen Yixuan received a notification regarding his account balance. Bank card balance. 17380 yuan. Stunned, he thought, "No way. Did I really lose 100,000 like that?" Panic set in as he felt a wave of insecurity wash over him. In this society, how can one get by without money? Did I really spend 100,000 that quickly? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed so. Shen Yixuan was accustomed to a lavish lifestyle that in his previous life, under his management. His father's company thrived, and his net worth exceeded 1 billion, leading him to be oblivious to the high cost of living in Huadu City. Now, looking back at the various expenses since the beginning of school, it was evident that this card could hardly withstand such expenditure. However, being an adult, Shen Yixuan felt it inappropriate to ask his family for money. Perhaps he should consider a small business venture? Something that wouldn't interfere with his romance. Earning money is easy, but finding something that doesn't disrupt dating is quite challenging. How about stock trading? But in the next moment, he dismissed that thought. The uncertainties involved were far too great. Although Shen Yixuan had been reborn in 2021, he had never paid attention to stock trading before. Moreover, he had always worked in the film industry. With this realization, Shen Yixuan felt a wave of regret wash over him. "Surong, do you have any ideas for making some extra cash?" "Extra cash?" All 3 spoke in unison. Shen Yixuan's sudden inquiry startled them. The esteemed Shen Dezongzi was actually looking to earn extra money. Just by looking at Shen Yixuan's usual attire, it was clear he was not short on funds, especially since he never hesitated to spend thousands on his friends or Duan Jai. Would anyone believe Shen Yixuan was broke? "Shen Yixuan, is Jai looking for a part-time job again? Isn't she doing well as a plant influencer?" Huang Tianqi asked cautiously, recalling that Shen Yixuan had previously inquired about ways to help Jai. Shen Yixuan shook his head. "This time it's for me. Just a little extra cash, nothing too much, just enough for my living expenses." Surong scoffed. "Enough for your living expenses? Don't kid yourself with what you spend monthly. How could a part-time job cover that?" "Shingu, are you short on money lately?" Shen Yixuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Lacking money isn't scary. What is terrifying is pretending to have money." Suddenly, Shen Yixuan received a transfer notification. It was from Wang Ziming, transferring 2,000 yuan. Shen Yixuan understood that while it wasn't much, it represented half a month's living expenses for Wang Ziming. "Ziming, what is this for?" Wang Ziming lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. "Shingu, if you're in trouble as your little brother, I have to help. The amount may not be significant, but it's my heartfelt gesture." Seeing this, Surong and Huang Tianqi also sent money to Shen Yixuan. "Shen Yixuan, if you have any difficulties, just tell us. Don't shoulder everything alone, that we're all here to support you." "Yeah, Shen Yixuan, we're all in this together." Upon seeing this, Shen Yixuan felt tears welling up, moved by their camaraderie. Could this be the true test of friendship? Without a second thought, he returned the money. Wang Ziming was taken aback. "Shingu, you keep the money. I am not facing any troubles. I just don't want to keep asking my family for money. Huh. You don't want to keep asking your family for money. Surong and the others exchanged glances. Their faces filled with confusion. Isnt it said that children from poor families mature early. Regardless of their circumstances, they collectively don't match up to Shin Ishuan, that if he is already worrying about living expenses. What about them who lay around in the dormitory all day? Embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. So, do you have any ideas? Shin Ishuan looked at each of them, only to see them shake their heads that if they knew how to earn extra cash, they wouldn't be lounging around in the dormitory every day. Sigh. Shin Ishuan sighed deeply, his head drooping in resignation. Suddenly, Huang Tianqi said, "Oh right, Shin Ishuan, you could be a game coach. Aren't you quite skilled at gaming?" Game coaching? Huang Tianqi nodded earnestly. Using your spare time to help others play games or provide coaching should be a breeze for you, right? With your looks and charming voice, you'll surely attract many clients. Shin Ishuan scoffed, "So you're saying most of my income would come from young girls?" "Of course, otherwise, which grown man would hire another man to coach them?" Huang Tianqi's statement was not without merit. However, Jai would undoubtedly feel jealous upon learning this that as a dutiful boyfriend, he could not afford to make such a minor mistake that I'll think about it for the next couple of days. The discussion concluded that he still had not completed the task assigned by his mother. Shin Ishuan opened the chat with Duan Jai. "Jai, are you asleep?" "Ding, not yet," Duan Jai replied instantly, clearly having been waiting for this message. "Jai, do you have plans for this weekend?" On the other end, Duan Jai was grinning at her screen. "Why the rush, Ishuan? It's only Monday. Why start planning for the weekend already?" Of course, one must plan ahead." "Well, I currently have no plans for this weekend." "Yes, then let us have dinner at my place this weekend." Duan Jai seemed a bit taken aback. "Isn't it inappropriate to keep going to your house?" "What is inappropriate about it? This is a task assigned by my mother that if you don't agree, I might have to face some consequences at home. Of course, the last part was a jest." Shin Ishuan intended to use this opportunity to discuss the previous matter with his mother. "All right then, I'll trouble Annie." You're going to be our family's future daughter-in-law. How could it be a trouble?" Upon reading this, Duan Jai's cheeks flushed. They hadn't even officially started dating yet. "Shin Ishuan, if you keep talking nonsense, also your mouth shut." "Oh, are you angry now?" This reminded Shin Ishuan of Duan Jai raising her soft little fist at him last night. "All right, let us make it Saturday then. I'll tell my mom the good news tomorrow. Sleep early, good night, good night." After ending the chat, Duan Jai lay on her bed, lost in thought. For some reason, since they started dating, visiting Shin Ishuan's home felt strange. "Min Gran, are you asleep?" "Not yet. What is up?" At that moment, Yu Min Gran was leisurely lying in bed, applying a face mask while scrolling through her phone. Seeing Duan Jai's worried expression, she quickly sat up and ran over to Duan Jai's bed. Duan Jai sat up, fidgeting with her fingers. "What's wrong, Jai? Did that little rascal Shin Ishuan bully you?" "Just wait. I'll go settle the score with him." Yu Min Gran gritted her teeth and said. After that, she rolled up her sleeves and picked up her phone, ready to bombard Shin Ishuan with messages. "Min Gran, no." Even as Yu Min Gran typed out her scathing words, she was intercepted by Duan Jai. Who else could it be but Shin Ishuan? Duan Jai lowered her head, biting her lip that it's his mother who wants to invite me over for dinner this weekend. "What? Dinner at my future mother-in-law's house?" Chapter 75, Mingran's Concerns. Perhaps Duan Jai's statement was too astonishing. Yu Min Gran exclaimed loudly. Duan Jai immediately covered Yu Mingran's mouth. "Is that true? Wow, Jai, I can't believe you're already getting married just after turning 18. I'm so envious. I also want to find a handsome and wealthy husband." Yu Mingran's loud remarks were likely audible to the neighbors that in an instant, the other two roommates gathered around. After all, gossip is a girl's favorite pastime. Duan Jai nearly choked on her words, exasperated by Yu Mingran's antics. She awkwardly waved her hand, saying, "That's not the case. Don't listen to Min Gran. We haven't even established anything yet." The other two girls were not convinced by Duan Jai's words. How could they doubt what Yu Min Gran said when their relationship was so close? "Oh, come on. Ishuan's mom just wants to invite me over for a simple meal." "Just that," Duan Jai nodded seriously. The three exchanged glances. Could it really be just a simple dinner? If so, why did you look so worried earlier? "It's just dinner, isn't it?" Yu Min Gran narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the little lamb before her. "Min Gran, you're speaking from a place of privilege. Jai is going to the boy's house for the first time. It's completely normal to feel nervous." Exactly, the two chimed in, turning a simple situation into a dramatic affair. Shin Anrin, actually, this isn't my first time at Shinishuan's house. Huh? Duan Jia bit her lip, silently cursing herself. Why am I digging my own grave? Wait, what exactly is going on? Yumin Gran pressed for details. Reluctantly, Duan Jia recounted the events. During the National Day holiday, I went to Shinishuan's house as a friend. Just now, he mentioned that his mother specifically invited me over for dinner this weekend, and now that we are in a romantic relationship. So Yumin Gran nodded, as if she understood. Oh, I think I get what you mean. Duan Jia looked up, her face full of anticipation as she gazed at Yumin Gran. Are you saying that since you're going to his house, as Shin Ishuan's girlfriend, you're feeling a bit shy? Duan Jia nodded. Also, I don't know if I should bring something this time. That why Yumin Gran chuckled, that you're worried about such minor details. You scared me. Duan Jia pouted, muttering, scared? I thought you seemed quite happy. You're just going for a simple meal. It shouldn't warrant such fuss, but it might be a good idea to prepare a little something. What should I prepare? For Duan Jia, who had never been in a relationship, this was a monumental dilemma. But for Yumin Gran, it was a piece of cake. After all, she had frequently visited Chen Xian's house throughout their relationship. Chen Xian's parents were quite pleased with their clever future daughter-in-law. Yumin Gran stood up, hands on her hips. Based on my years of experience, just bring some fruits or dairy products. Nothing too extravagant. It's the thought that counts. All right, it seems I still need your advice. Yumin Gran chuckled, though a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. All right, problem solved, then I'm off to bed. With that, Yumin Gran clapped her hands and turned around to Yumin Gran. Why haven't you talked to Chen Xian lately? When is he coming to see you? Yumin Gran's body stiffened, and her smile faded. Had Duan Jia remembered the excuse she made to get her to play a script-killing game? Oh, well, he just became the student council president and doesn't have time. Oh. After forcing a smile, Yumin Gran turned her back to the cold wall, a warm tear trickling down her cheek onto the pillowed AS longtime best friends. Duan Jia naturally sensed something amiss, although she was unaware of the specifics between Yumin Gran and Chen Xian. She knew something had changed between them. At midnight, rhythmic breathing filled the dormitory. Whether it was the anxiety about visiting Shin Ishuan's home or concern for Yumin Gran, Duan Jia tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Finally, she picked up her phone and messaged Yumin Gran. Min Gran, are you awake? Not yet. The faint glow from the phone screen revealed that Yumin Gran was still facing the wall. Min Gran, what happened between you and Chen Xian? The typing indicator flickered above the chat box. After a long pause, Duan Jia received a reply. I broke up with Chen Xian that he said he couldn't handle a long-distance relationship and no longer felt anything for me. Remembering the beautiful moments they had shared, Yumin Gran couldn't help but sob. Duan Jia's eyes widened as she reread the 2 lines. She couldn't believe what she had just read. How could this be? In her memory, there was no breakup between them. Although they were in a long-distance relationship, their mutual efforts had brought them together. Duan Jia had even attended their wedding, serving as a bridesmaid and catching the bouquet. How could this be? She refused to accept it. In no way. It can't be. Duan Jia rubbed her eyes, staring blankly at the glaring words breakup. The stark black text on a white background forced her to confront the possibility. If this were true, it could only mean one reasonable explanation. After the rebirth, time and space had changed. Chen Ishuan had appeared at this school, and Min Gran had broken up with Chen Xian. Could it all be because of her rebirth? As she contemplated this, her hand holding the phone began to tremble. Years of affection between Min Gran and Chen Xian had seemingly dissipated in an instant. Would her relationship with Shen Ishuan also end up like this? Duan Jia felt a mix of panic and relief. Words of comfort hovered on her lips, but she couldn't find the right way to express them. All right, Min Gran, don't be sad. You still have me. Get some sleep. Good night, good night. With that, Duan Jia sighed deeply, filled with guilt that it took her this long to say something. Min Gran must be feeling very helpless right now. Quietly, Duan Jia sat up and stealthily climbed onto Yumin Gran's bed. Yumin Gran, facing the wall, was already in tears. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and hugged her and a soft voice whispered, "Don't be afraid. I'm right here." Chapter 76. Shin Ishuan stole Jia away, on a crisp autumn morning. With light clouds, a gentle breeze, and a hint of chill, the room was bathed in a soft blue glow behind the blue curtains. The Yumin Gran turned over, her arm draped across Duan Jia's slender waist. Struggling to shake off her drowsiness, She opened her eyes to see Duan Jai sleeping soundly beside her. Sensing something, Duan Jai furrowed her brow slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Mingran, you're awake. I'm awake at that moment. Yu Mingran's eyes were red and puffy, clearly having cried herself to sleep the previous night. Duan Jai laughed. Mingran, you really gave me a hard time last night. Duan Jai pointed at a corner of the blanket that was tangled around her. Yu Mingran burst into laughter. Oh dear, I'm sorry, you too. Stop your back and forth on the bed and get up already. You have class. Right, it seemed that was indeed the case. By the way, there's a college mental health class at 3 this afternoon in the auditorium. Don't forget that I in the boys' dormitory. Shin Yixuan, who had no classes, woke up naturally around noon that he had been busy with Duan Jiai's coming-of-age ceremony and confessing his feelings for her. Why now? Shin Yixuan had gone a week without a good night's sleep. Stretching lazily, he picked up his phone and checked his social media, messages, and missed calls, only to feel a pang of disappointment. Wow, not a single message for me. Despite his complaints, Shin Yixuan edited a post on his social media. Writing, today marks the third day of loving Jai.